looking at the smooth, golden object in front of him. Yellow Dragon Chi Luck Carriage, 2nd grade spiritual treasure. Grand Unity level mount-type magic weapon, capable of withstanding a full-force blow from a loose immortal. Hanju marveled at the perfect paint job, and then looked at the wheel, with a coiled dragon design, carried by 4 golden dragons. Hanju excitedly looked at the glittering, golden chariot in front of him. Capable of withstanding a full, A-force blow from a loose immortal. Good stuff. Hanju turned around. Since I just leveled up, I might as well test this thing out. The simulation trial reopened, Xuan Qingjun said. You've finally reached the Great Ascension Realm, Hanju replied. Yeah, this time I'm telling you to attack with all your strength. No holding back at all. Xuan Qingjun, who was at the 8th level of the Great Ascension Realm, nodded in agreement. As you wish. The simulation trial announced. Trial begins. Behind Xuan Qingjun, layers of whirlwinds immediately swirled, the gusts tearing the earth. Hundreds of spirits rushed towards Hanju from all directions. He stood there, looking at the scene before him, and sighed. So this is the power of the 8th level of the Great Ascension Realm? Hanju calmly raised a finger. Heaven and earth, Xuanhuang. Dimension, breaking sword finger. Hanju's single strike blew everything away, ending everything. The simulation trial ended. With a time of 2 seconds, Hanju put his hands behind his back, flicked his sleeves, and walked away loftily. I didn't even need to use the Yellow Dragon Chi Luck Carriage. Now, there probably aren't many people in the mortal realm who can kill me. Hanju climbed into his luxurious, golden ride and drove off, leaving the simulation trial to gradually disappear. Oh yeah, I should go to that old place for a few more runs. Inside the Sword Dao River of Time, Zhang Xinggu was lying on a deck chair. The man suddenly noticed something. He jumped up and saw Hanju cheerfully walking over. He scolded, Kid, why are you here again? Leveling up the same divine power multiple times? Is it fun? Can't you cultivate diligently and increase your cultivation? Hanju sighed. Senior, I can't just agree with that. There's no one in the mortal realm who cultivates harder than me. The man was suddenly startled. You? He asked. How many years has it been since Hanju advanced to the Great Ascension Realm? Hanju cupped his fist. This humble one is untalented. I only like to cultivate diligently. Please make way. This time, I want to see how far I can go. The man guarding the Sword Dao River of Time thought to himself, this guy not only has extraordinary Sword Dao talent, but even his cultivation talent is so terrifying. Without the foundation and background of a previous life, he still has such achievements. Strange. So strange. He looked at Hanju's back. For some reason, he seems a little different than before. He doesn't seem like a mortal anymore. Zhang Xinggu opened one eye hidden behind his hair to look at Hanju. This talent and temperament, if placed in that place, with the same level of conditions, he would at least be a chosen one of heaven. It's a pity that he was born in the mortal realm. After a moment he called out, Hanju! Hanju, who was heading the wrong way, hurriedly turned around and ran off. Wrong, yours is over there. Hanju hurriedly turned around and ran off. Thanks. Outside, perched on a rocky outcrop of a tall mountain, sat Xinshan Shen, playing his flute. Hundun Tiangao emerged from the cave, asking him, Senior, can Sun Qi really recover his senses after going berserk? Qi Shenshen replied. Rest assured. Looking at Su Qi soaking in a huge pot of warm medicinal broth, Qi Xianshen explained. He only went berserk because he couldn't control the power within him, Hundun Tiangu asked. Is that so? How long will it take? Qi Xianshen lowered his head, looking worried. He's like me, born extraordinary, possessing immense power beyond the masses. It's not easy for him to die. Qi Xianshen said in a steady voice. We have secret medicine refined by the Tiangxian, celestial immortal, manner. He'll recover soon. You know, the Tiangxian manner not only has supernatural power, but our medicine refining is also profound and strong. The surface isn't everything. You have to look at the logistics system as well, which is why the Tianxian manner dominates the world. Qi Xianshen grinned at Hundun Tiangu. I won't hide it from you. Influenced by the Tianxian manner's medicine refining, we love drinking soup. If you have the chance, I'll invite you to drink my heavenly celebration water snake soup. The flavor is amazing. Hundun Tiangu pondered. Bringing up the topic, he pointed at Su and Qi soaking in the pot. Don't you think he's almost cooked? Qi Zhanshen sniffed, then nodded. It really does smell like stewed meat here. I reckon we need to simmer him for another quarter of an hour. The next second, he immediately snapped at Hundun Tiangu. Who told you to add so much firewood? Now's the time to turn off the heat, using the remaining heat to unblock his meridians. Not a slow simmer. Quickly scoop him out. Hundun Tiangu hurriedly scurried away. Yes, yes, yes. Suddenly something startled Qi Xianshen. He looked down at his sword, which was trembling like crazy. Wait, what's going on? Qi Xianshen turned his head towards a distant direction. Eternal Sword Dao. The origin seems to be in Daiyan. Qi Xianshen mused. Yu Qing's sacred sect. Could it be that person? That person has extraordinary strength. Could he have broken through in Sword Dao again? I can't beat him head on. And my Sword Daoyo isn't as good as his either. Thinking this, he left his sentence. I'll be back in a bit. Hundun Tiangu, busy pulling Sui Qi out of the pot, asked. Senior, what are you going to do? Qi Xianshen said dejectedly. I'm not in a good mood. I'm going to kill a demon sect to relax. Hundun Tiangu was speechless. He's a real ruthless person. He wants to go back to Daiyan. It looked back at Sun Qi, soft and red, in his hand. How about taking this kid to Daiyan while we have the chance? He's in a hurry to kill demon cultivators. He probably won't notice me. But remembering Xianshen, it pondered again. If we go back, will that person be angry? Master once killed the Azure Python Great Sage. He's probably in the tribulation transcending realm already, but Senior can contend against a Mahayana cultivator, a being who pushed the demon emperor to despair. Then, based on Chiwazi the First's memory, it stopped when leaving home. Hundun Tiangu remembered Hanju's appearance again. If Master fought this person, the scene would be unimaginable. Hundun Tiangu slumped, scratching its cheek. No, I can't add trouble for Master. Looking out at the sky, it sighed. Besides, Sun Qi hasn't recovered yet. Let's talk about it after a while. Qi Xianshen walked down the mountain steps, thinking as he went. Yun Cheng, my friend, wait for me. Qi Xianshen was born to be the #1 under heaven. Everyone's sole mission is to be a stepping stone on my path to immortality. And of course, you're no exception. Else. Chaos is the extreme of the mortal world. The Great Peace Era is sure to lead to immortality. Qi Xianshen stood hiding behind a boulder, looking at the swirling vortex in the distance. A tornado. Judging by the direction, it's coming this way. Qi Xianshen stepped out, sneering. It's just a tornado, what's the big deal? But when he got outside, Qi Xianshen was stunned, his eyes slowly turning clear, looking at the thing hovering above his head. Why are there sharks in the tornado? Indeed, the tornado contained countless sharks swimming around. Light shone through the doorway, dazzling Huang Jihao, who was leaning against one side with several others. Someone stood in front of them and said, "This deity will give you 3 days." Taming Demon Arhat said coldly. "After 3 days we'll open the welcoming demon grand hall. All those who refuse to surrender will become sacrifices." Huang Jihao looked up at him with contempt. "We righteous cultivators will never collude with you scoundrels." Several other righteous people tied up nearby also shouted, "That's right! The people of our righteous alliance are on their way!" Taming Demon Arhat. "You won't be able to brag for long." Taming Demon Arhat chuckled. "Them, huh?" He waved his hand, releasing a black wave of magic towards the front, and said to the cultivators, "They're already here." Huang Jihao was shocked, seeing who it was. Quan Yu Gang. Everyone cried out in alarm. Fellow Taoist Quan.
Other righteous sect members were also freaked out, seeing that among those who'd been captured and tied up was even Zhu Xishuan. Liu Buyi and Hong Xuan were completely stunned.
How did you guys and real person Zhu Ding end up? Rewind about an hour. The Jade Purity Sacred Sect teamed up with the major righteous sects to attack the Demon Emperor's imperial city. Tens of thousands of commoners outside the city awaited orders. Real person Zhu Ding led over 800 people in a secret infiltration of the city, scouting around. Quan Yugang said, "This is the Demon Path's imperial city, all right. Looks pretty rundown, though." Zhu Ding whispered back, "Heard demon cultivators are always crazy. The Demon Emperor's too lazy to build up his city." They hid behind a crumbling wall, discussing their next move. Quan Yugang asked, "So why aren't we seeing any demon cultivators moving around?" Zhu Ding said, "Intel says they're mostly in the east, or maybe the north." Liu Buyi chimed in, "It's the east. Someone's offing a demon sect, so all the demon cultivators in the city went to help out." Zhu Ding stroked his beard, pondering. "Wonder what big shot that is. Who can single-handedly draw away all the demon cultivators in the entire imperial city?" Just then someone reported, "Elder, this Demon Path Imperial City is fishy," Xishuan said. "The 4 major righteous sects that entered the city with us earlier, they've all vanished without a trace. Quietly ditching their allies isn't something those 4 sects would do." Xinjiang Hongshuan, standing beside her, also looked around and said, "I feel like something's off too. Abandoning your team in battle is a huge no-no in military strategy. Even if they wanted to split up, they'd signal us first." Quan Yugang said to everyone, "We're isolated now, without reinforcements, just like the Demon Path. I hope all of you fellow Taoists will be extra careful. Those demon guys are full of tricks. They definitely won't have all left." Zhu Ding looked at Hongshuan and asked, "Hongshuan, you used to be undercover in the demon sect. Can you guess what they'll do next?" She shook her head. "My cultivation was too weak back then. I only got to interact with low-level characters. I'm afraid I can't predict anything." Liu Buyi called out to Zhu Ding, "Sect leader, haven't you noticed something strange on the way here?" he asked. "What is it?" Liu Buyi replied, "The demon cultivators. It's like you can never kill them all." He mumbled to himself, "Logically speaking, the number of demon cultivators shouldn't be as high as our righteous path forces. But the Great War has been going on for over 10 years now, and our righteous path has suffered countless casualties, yet the number of demon cultivators hasn't decreased at all. No one knows the real face under that cloak." Zhu Ding stared at him. "If it wasn't for popping up out of nowhere, could it be? Tunneling from our side?" Liu Buyi nodded. "Very likely." Then, Liu Buyi glanced at the people behind him. As Elder Xishuan said, "Cultivators on our side are disappearing silently. I suspect the Demon Path is hunting and corrupting righteous path cultivators in the dark." His voice was even as he analyzed, "I'm thinking, have we met a lot of demon cultivators who are going berserk on this road? They all carry a kind of feeling, as if we were once familiar." Zhu Ding was shocked when he heard this, and his eyes widened. "This is exactly that feeling. This kind of weird feeling has actually been there for a while. It already existed in the later stages of the Great War between righteous and demons," he recalled. "Since ancient times, righteousness cannot win now. At first, people always thought that defeating the demon path was only a matter of time. But who would have thought that the Great War between righteous and demons could last for hundreds of years? You must know, the cultivators in the world who are willing to turn into the demon path are ultimately only a few. Even if there are many people in the cultivation world, it is not possible to kill them all in 100 years. The people of the devil path hide all over the world, control more with less. It is understandable to stalemate and balance with us. But now it is like this. A comprehensive war after hundreds of years still maintains the situation of a wildfire that never ends. and the spring breeze blows and revives again. The only thing that can be understood is that these demon cultivators were once our own people. If the problem of righteous path cultivators turning into demon is not completely resolved, then this war of hundreds of years in the muddy swamp will be a bottomless hole that swallows the world.
Quan Yu Gang said to sect leader Zhu Ding, "In my opinion, let's retreat. We don't necessarily have to kill our way into the imperial city." He immediately nodded. "Oh. All right, everyone retreat with me."
Unexpectedly, Zhu Ding's pupils constricted. An attack crashed down from the sky, creating an explosion that blew everyone away. Tham Ma Lahan stepped on Zhu Ding. He still shouted stubbornly, "Scatter, scatter and run," Sichuan said to everyone. "I'll hold him back, you guys go quickly." Tham Ma Lahan put his hands together and chanted a sentence. "Amitabha, where do you all want to run? Since you're here, then let's all join the demonic path." A large hand like a fishing net captured them all in one fell swoop, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to, including Fairy Sichuan.
Quan Yu Gang recounted to Huangji Hao. "We were ambushed in the city." Holmes listening. Huangji Hao was stunned and said, "In this way, is the righteous army also considered to be completely annihilated?" Liu Buyi said, "There are still troops waiting for orders outside, but the demon path has great powerhouses in the Mahayana realm, so it's useless no matter how many people we have."
Suddenly, someone next to him was lifted into the air. Huangji Hao shouted, "Call A Ming." His butcher twitched.
The person who had just been called A Ming was twisted like wringing out clothes and disappeared without a trace.
Tham Ma Lahan said evilly and cruelly, "This is the ending, when you are unwilling to surrender." A fat man among the righteous people immediately said, "Senior, wait! I am willing to become a demon cultivator. I am willing!" The people of the same sect immediately shouted and cursed at him. "Fat Liu, you dare to want the sect to bear shame, right?" Huangji Hao was about to burst into flames, betray the righteous path, courting death. He stomped his foot. "You think, just because I'm like this, I can't be executed on the spot by you?"
Huangji Hao used himself as a sword, plus the pointy thing on his head, flying towards Fatty Liu. That fatty screamed, "Senior, save me!" Tham Ma Luhan quickly appeared,
knocking Huangji Hao away, sending him crashing into a nearby stake. Tham Ma Luhan didn't forget to say, "I think you're the one courting death." Fatty Liu was scared out of his wits, stuttering, thank you, senior."
Tham Ma Luhan smirked.
"Those who know the times are heroes. From now on you're in charge of watching over them." He pointed and sent a stream of cursed magical power into Fatty Liu. He could only sit there screaming miserably. The righteous cultivators watched the scene before them, trembling in fear. Fatty Liu gradually stood up, his body covered in purple light, panting heavily. Tattoos also appeared on his body. He said with difficulty, "So this is what it's like to be stronger. It's that simple? The power surging through my body is unparalleled. This is too awesome."
Feeling the surging power within him, Fatty Liu enthusiastically recruited the righteous cultivators. "Everyone, it's better to live terribly than die peacefully. If you know what's good for you, quickly surrender."
As soon as Fatty Liu finished speaking, after a moment of silence, a clamor erupted.
"Surrender to the demonic path! I'm willing to join the demonic path. Take me with you, Fatty Liu. Me too. Please, Senior Liu, protect us. I don't want to die. Sorry everyone, I can't face my master anymore. Fellow cultivators, we've done our best. We really can't fight the demonic cultivators. Can we not have that lump?"
Fatty Liu spread his arms, looking at them with satisfaction. "Follow the Demon Emperor, and you'll have plenty to eat and drink."
Guan Yu Gang turned to Zhu Ding old ancestor and asked,
"What do we do?" Another person spoke up, Zhu Ding Zhenren. "Or should we also?" Zhu Ding. Seeing this, he just snorted coldly, his expression darkening.
The people of my Jade Pure Sacred sect would rather die standing than live kneeling. If anyone dares to betray the sect and join the demonic path, don't blame Elder Zhan Shen for cleaning house." After he finished speaking, everyone in the sect was stunned. Elder Zhan Shen. After some confusion, they immediately steadied themselves, their expressions solemn. The Jade Pure Sacred sect crowd shouted, "That's right! He hasn't made a move yet. There's still a chance. Don't worry, old ancestor. We disciples will never submit to demonic cultivators." Zhu Ding nodded in satisfaction, loudly saying, "Very good. The disciples of my Jade Pure Sacred sect are all like this." Xing Hongzhuan was silent, worriedly thinking, "With the current situation, even if my husband acted immediately and rushed over, he wouldn't be able to save us." Her eyes were filled with sadness. After all, it took us decades to catch up to this place. Husband, if fate allows, let's be husband and wife again in the next life. Meanwhile, on Hanju's side, he was stepping deeper and deeper into the Sword Dao River. This time, Hanju had taken 20 steps in the Sword Dao River. The Heaven-Earth Xuan Huang breaking boundary sword finger had completely transformed, and its power could destroy the barriers of realms instantly. A stream of spiritual energy shot straight at Hanju, who was cultivating in meditation. This divine power had expanded and broken through realms, from the colossal distance to the trajectory of the sword Q, breaking through realms and shooting out as far as teleportation in a flash, jumping through space. As long as the divine sense could capture the target, it could be executed from afar. Hanju slowly opened his eyes. His glittering eyes reflected the light. Whether the distance is far or near, the Heaven-Earth Xuan Huang breaking boundary sword finger has endless destructive power. I believe there are few who can withstand it in the mortal world. I'm not afraid of anyone anymore. After escaping the state of meditation, Hanju finally looked at the system notification and was stunned to see 99+ messages from Hongzhuan displayed. Damn, what's wrong with my baby? If I haven't replied to her in a long time, is she gonna chop me up? On the system notification it wrote, "Your good friend, Zhu Ding Zhenren, has been imprisoned by demonic cultivators. Your good friend, Shi Xuan Xianzi, has been imprisoned by demonic cultivators. Your Dao companion, Hongxuan, has been imprisoned by demonic cultivators. Your disciple, Su Qi, has escaped the state of Qi deviation. His personality has completely awakened, and his Dao heart has soared. Your grand disciple, Feng Liang, has been severely injured, but luckily, he was saved by a divine beast and taken to a blessed cave abode. Your good friend, Mo Kafu Chao, was rescued from his seal by your good friend Mo Ju. Your good friend, Huang Jihao, has been imprisoned by demonic cultivators." Hanju frowned. What's going on? Master and Hongxuan were actually captured? Don't they have the puppet of the heavens? Why didn't they use it? This is not good. I have to confirm the situation. Hanju reached out and touched his forehead. Divine sense activated. The puppet of the heavens is activated. Opening his eyes again, Hanju was in the form of the puppet in armor that he gave to Hongxuan and the others in the beginning. The surrounding space was dark. Hanju was stunned. Where is this? They're trapped in some kind of space? Doesn't seem like it. This place is very warm, not normal. Suddenly, a ray of light caught Hanju's eye. Oh, there's a ray of light. I get it, he whispered. Following the ray of light and crawling out, Hongxuan. The puppet of the heavens, poked its head out of Hongxuan's chest. He said, "Are you all okay?" She was startled and screamed loudly, "Husband!" The sudden noise attracted the demonic cultivators to turn around. They stared at the group of Jade Pure Sacred Sect people, muttering, "Was that an illusion just now?" It seemed like a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. No way. Maybe a demon lord passed by, right? Below, Xishuan was kneeling down, shielding the flustered Hongxuan behind her. Suddenly, Fatty Liu spoke up. "What's the matter?" Xuan Xianzi, of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, can't help but want to join us already? Fatty Liu put on a lecherous expression, rubbing his hands as he looked at Xuan. Xuan Xianzi, tomorrow is the grand demon welcoming ceremony. I'm saying, why don't you follow me? It would be a pity to use your unparalleled beauty as a sacrifice. She coldly didn't even bother to look at him. The people of my sacred sect could never be promiscuous with you rats.
A demonic cultivator walked over, shouting, "Hey, Fatty Liu, what was that noise just now? Quickly check if anyone is hiding weapons." Fatty Liu snapped, "Check my ass there. Their weapons were already taken away a long time ago. Could the cleavage between a woman's breasts hide anything?" He turned to leave. Besides, their spiritual power has been eroded by demonic energy. They're no longer a threat. I think you guys are being too careful. The demonic cultivator stepped forward, snapping his fingers at the guy.
All right, we still have 2 more groups to escort. Behind Xishuan, Han Ju was quietly telling Xing Hongshuan, "Don't be loud, just transmit your voice through the puppet." She nodded. "Okay."
Han Ju asked her, "What's going on around here? Why are all the righteous cultivators being captured?" Xing Hongshuan replied, "Hubby, the 4 venerable demonic paths are ambushing and capturing righteous cultivators everywhere, except for the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Most have been tempted into the demonic path, becoming demonic cultivators. We've completely lost the 100-year war between the righteous and demonic paths." Han Ju realized. So, they want to capture cultivators to convert them into demonic cultivators. No wonder. Xing Hongshuan continued. Not only that, but I heard it's also related to some kind of demon welcoming ceremony. Han Ju was startled and exclaimed, "Huh? A demon welcoming ceremony? Is the demon emperor going all out?" Xing Hongshuan scorned him. "TCH. Don't get the wrong idea. It's welcoming, as in greeting." Apparently, the demon emperor has some unspeakable secret. A huge mountain is shrouded in darkness, with a round hole appearing in the middle. It's said that he was summoned to the mortal realm. He probably wants to summon more demonic figures to descend. Han Ju whispered, "So, you're saying the remaining righteous cultivators are all sacrifices?"
Zhang Hongzhuan nodded.
"Yeah," Han Ju reassured her. "Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll make a move and save you all."
Xing Hongshuan, with her hands tied, raised the puppet and kissed its head. She said gently, "No, it's too late. The strength of the demon venerable is too great. Our side has already lost 7 Tribulation Realm experts. The power of the heavenly puppet isn't the same as your real body. It can't do anything to them. Hubby, if we have fate, let's be husband and wife again in the next life." Han Ju urged. "Don't say such unlucky things. What about the Thien Immortal Manor? Aren't they coming to help you?" Shang Hongzhuan's eyes dimmed. She looked down silently, sadly. "They still haven't appeared. They're probably being held back too."
Han Ju was silent. After a long while, he whispered,
"Is the demon emperor here?" Xing Hongshuan replied. "Not yet. They're still reorganizing the cultivators from the other great sects."
Han Ju pondered. "Then there's still time. Don't worry. Bring the puppet along. I'll think of a way to save you."
After returning, Han Ju fell into deep thought. He thought the righteous path had gained the upper hand, but according to Xing Hongshuan, the demonic path seemed to be dominating. Demon welcoming ceremony. He recalled the words of the Sword Dao Riverkeeper. Whether it's the heavenly court, the god palace, or the demon palace, Han Ju thought to himself, "The demon emperor wants to summon ancient demons, huh?"
He elegantly raised his middle finger and cursed under his breath. "Once the demons arrive, the world will be even more unstable. I'll have to rely on you then." Tiandi Kaoweed stood beside him, covering her mouth as she looked at Han Ju's hand, and asked, "Master, what does that mean? Is that your new divine power's starting stance?" Han Ju instructed her, "Don't copy it. This divine power can't be used lightly, unless it's a guaranteed death situation." Tiandi Kaoweed gaped. Could it be some kind of unparalleled divine skill? Hanju dismissed the idea. No, Tiandi Kayawid asked, confused. If it's not a divine skill, then why use it in a guaranteed death situation? Hanju clasped his hands behind his back and walked away, saying profoundly, "It can make you feel a little better before you die." The little girl was stunned. Huh? But Hanju changed the subject. Prepare to welcome him, he's back. Tiandi Kawid still couldn't keep up with Hanju's thoughts. What? Outside, Yang Tiandong and Shun Chengjian were drinking with He Yuji in its chicken coop on the branch of the Fusang tree. He Yuji lamented, "If I stay here any longer, I'll get depressed." Yang Tiandong looked at it and said, "Aren't we here with you?" Shun Chenghan drank his wine and said, "Master said the 2 golden crows in the sky can't return, or enter. It's really worrying." Suddenly, someone appeared below, and called out, "Master!" Bang Yang Tiandong was startled and looked down. As soon as they saw who it was, they immediately shouted, "Murongqi, Qinjie, you're back!" Hanju happened to walk out from inside. "What have you gained from your training trip down the mountain?" Murongqi started to speak. He hesitated when he heard Hanju's question. Hanju said bluntly. "Why do you look like you want to say something but you are holding back?" Murongqi slowly said. "I want to ask you, sir, in the world of myriad Daos, is only the Sword Dao the strongest?" Hanju replied. "It depends on who is using it." Murongqi continued. "But I don't seem to be suited for the Sword Dao." Hanju asked back, "Why do you say that?" Murongqi thought for a moment. "Although I learned quite a few moves from Grandmaster." He recalled his time wandering outside. "But whether it's sparring within the sect or carrying out missions outside, I've found that my combat power can't be like the legendary geniuses, who can fight beyond their level." Murongqi worked hard day and night, thinking that if he lacked talent, he would rely on diligence to make up for it. But he felt that no matter how much effort he put in, he didn't see much progress. "Sometimes I feel very ordinary, and what was once an impassioned speech before going down the mountain now seems like a joke." Hanju scolded him in a low voice. "You silly brat." Hanju looked at Murongqi. "There is no strongest Dao, only the strongest cultivator. If the Sword Dao isn't suitable for you, then why not switch to another Dao?" Murongqi was stunned. "Is it really okay to do that?" Hanju nodded. "Of course, don't limit yourself. What Dao do you feel you're suited for?" Murongqi turned his head, rummaging through his bag. "I've tried all the Taoist techniques and weapons in the sect. I feel like the spear, or a long weapon, suits me best," Hanju thought to himself. Figures. A spear. Then he heard Murongqi continue. "But I see very few people in the sect using long weapons. It seems more suitable for battles in the mortal realm." Hanju shook his head. "How can that be? What suits you is the kingly way." Hanju smiled, thinking, no wonder he's the god of war of the divine palace. Even reincarnation can't suppress his preference for weapons from his past life. He reached out his hand and said, "As your master, I foresaw your destined spear Dalio long ago. The year before last, I used a branch of the Fusang Shu to make a long spear for you, named Xuan Zihi Qua Ren Spear. Although among hundreds of weapons, there's no distinction between immortal and mortal. If one's heart is with the spear, its quality can surpass even an immortal one. Hold it tight." Looking at the spear appearing before him, Sun Cheng'an widened his eyes. "Master, no way." Tiandong also panicked. "The Fusang divine tree is your most precious treasure tree." Tiandikao opened his mouth, revealing his tongue. This spear, Hanju struck a cool pose, handing the spear to Murongqi. "No need to make a fuss. Your master, I'm just legendary, okay? You and Feng Liang are second-generation disciples. He gets special treatment. You won't be left out either. From now on, it's your spear." But Murongqi, standing opposite him, was holding an Alaska 47. looking at Hanju. But master, I feel like this spear suits me better. Suddenly, a flock of crows flew across Hanju's head. He immediately stuffed the spear into Murongqi's hand, conveniently giving him a massive bump on the head, then kicked the AK into the sky, launching it far away. As your master, I forbid the use of such evil objects, Murongqi muttered. Didn't you just say what suits you best is the best? Hanju shouted. But if the enemy knows even a little bit of teleportation, you're done for. Right at this moment, the system notified him. Murongqi's affection for you has increased. Current favorability is 5 stars. Taking advantage of Murongqi's delight, Hanju revealed some shocking news. Oh yeah, one more thing. The Righteous Path's battle against the demonic forces on the front lines is losing ground. Today, I, as your master, plan to take action to assist them, using the war to preach the Dao. Hanju's words surprised everyone. In a dark cave, there was a scream. Great Demon Lord, the cultivators under the Yuqing sacred sect are unwilling to surrender to you, the cruel Tom Ma Luhan said. Stubborn ones will be escorted to the demon welcoming altar. Those who dare to resist will be killed directly. The subordinates immediately shouted, Yes! Liu the Fatty stood in the cave, directing the demonic cultivators' actions. Take them all out. The Righteous Path folks shouted, Liu the Fatty, you're siding with the enemy, you won't die peacefully. Liu the Fatty kicked them, causing them to fall. Whether or not I die doesn't matter, but you guys probably won't live through today. Suddenly, Liu the Fatty screamed. 7 sharp accessories on Huang Jihao's head had stabbed straight into his butt. Liu the Fatty groaned, Stab! Stab! Then, a demonic cultivator who was stepping on Huang Jihao quickly said, I'm so sorry! And Huang Jihao, who was tied up, said indifferently, I tripped. Do you believe me? He closed his eyes in despair. You guys don't know if you will laugh till the end, but the head ornaments really need to buy a new one. Liu the Fatty, who had been stabbed in the butt, was spitting rainbows. The people around him cursed and spat at him. Good for nothing, afraid of death. I spit! Spit! The demonic cultivators dragged Huang Jihao away, taking the opportunity to discipline the people around them. Take them away! Hong Xuan lowered her head slightly and said softly, Husband, I hope we can still be husband and wife in the next life. Hong Xuan was grieving, but Xishuan, standing next to her, interrupted her. That's probably hopeless. By the time you reincarnate, he'll already be an immortal. Hong Xuan was shocked. Huh? Does that mean we'll be worlds apart? She gaped, bursting into tears. Bu Guanyang appeared, smiling and saying to Xishuan, Junior sister, before I die, I have something I've been wanting to say for a long time. Xishuan coldly interrupted, Don't want to hear it. But Bu Guanyang still wanted to finish. Xishuan said directly, Senior brother, if fate allows, in the next life I will be your senior sister and protect you to repay the care you gave me in this life. Bu Guanyang immediately collapsed after hearing this. Another disciple encouraged him, Brother Guan, be strong. 2 demonic cultivators were talking to each other. Has the number of sacrifices received this time exceeded 100,000? Another nodded. Yeah, it's packed. Xishuan was shocked, her eyes widening. There, before her, like everyone else, were hundreds of thousands of skulls piled up, burning fires, demonic cultivators standing in neat rows. She stared blankly, looking at the scene before her. Just how many Righteous Path cultivators have the demon emperors captured? Lu Jiakui next to Zhu Ding burst into tears. Is there really no hope left? Where's the celestial immortal palace? Where are those holy lands? Why aren't they coming to help us? Zhu Ding's expression darkened. The process of transforming spiritual energy into demonic energy takes quite a while. Heaven doesn't favor us anymore. Lu Guanyang also widened his eyes. There's a reason why the righteous demonic war has lasted 200 years. Hun Dun Tian Gao, looking down from above, said, There are too many demonic cultivators. Do we really have to go down there? He was sweating profusely, looking at Sungji beside him. We barely escaped the Demon Emperor's clutches. Maybe we shouldn't go back there. Our hearts belong to the righteous path. How can we be afraid? Suchi's eyes showed his determination. If the Demon Emperors complete their scheme today, the world will surely be plunged into chaos. Returning to the present may lack our strength. Hundun Tiangao thought dejectedly. Little brat, you're too righteous, Sing. If that Jishuan Shen guy would show up, that would be awesome. On Jishuan Shen's side, he was riding a fish, rushing over. As for Hanju, Li Qingzi came running over, breathless. Elder Han, a report from the front lines. The leaders of the sects have been captured. The old man panted as he ran. Those Holy Lands, who knows what's going on? They're vanishing one after another. What should we do? Hanju calmly said. Maybe they're having trouble too. Probably being held back. Li Qingzi asked. Then we... Hanju softly reassured. Old man, don't rush. I'm waiting for someone to appear. Li Qingzi was puzzled. Waiting for someone? Who? Hanju crossed his arms, frowning. The Devil Emperor, Jinai. Li Qingzi was clueless. Jinai? Elder Han, why are you waiting for him? Surely you don't plan to go to the front lines to help the sect leader, the Grand Elder? Hanju shook his head. No need for such trouble. Hanju looked at the disciples, neatly lined up behind him, and said, Today, I will use a battle as a Daogyu lecture here. It might also help them. Murongqi obediently asked, Grandmaster, before you lecture, this disciple wants to ask you a question. He asked, should the Tao devil we pursue be about survival, or becoming stronger? Hanju chuckled. Protecting all living beings, of course, includes oneself. My Dapio aims for boundless longevity, and the question you asked can be explained to you by the Grand Elder. When you're the only one left alive in this world, then you'll be the strongest. Murongqi blushed naturally, muttering, living until the end. Shun Changjian also asked Hanju his question. Master, the heavenly Tao has heavenly rules, the cycle of life and death. Mortals cannot overstep their bounds, so can becoming an immortal escape the cycle of life and death? Hanju seriously explained. It cannot. Immortals are just cultivators stronger than mortals. Escaping reincarnation and achieving eternal life is still a long way off. Otherwise, why are there so many immortals reincarnating into the mortal realm in myths? Shun Changjian hurriedly continued to ask. Then the boundless longevity that you pursue, Hanju interrupted him. Changjian, who said becoming an immortal is the end of cultivation. Hanju's voice was, even as he lectured them, the end of the great Tao lies far beyond the horizon. It cannot be reached in a single day. What we cultivators must do is cherish the present and be determined to move forward. Today, cutting back one incense stick's worth of cultivation time doesn't seem like much, but how much time will be wasted after 1,000 years? What about 10,000 years? What about 100,000 years? Hanju's words were like enlightenment to all living beings. Shun Chang'an cupped his hands in response. This disciple is enlightened. Tiandi Kaio covered his mouth and asked, Then what realm are you at now, Master? When will you reach the Mahayana realm? Hei Yuji also widened his eyes, thinking, Before, when we were chatting, Sect leader Lai even told stories about how he first met Master when he hadn't even reached the Golden Core realm yet. Tiandi Kao's unintentional question startled both Yang Tiandong and Shun Chang'an. Hanju paused. Meh. He turned his back to everyone and said softly, I'm already at the Mahayana realm. These light words left Li Qingzi, Murongqi, and Tiandi Kao gaping in shock. As for the two doddering old true-timers, Shun Changdan and Tiandong, who had undergone the tribulation transcendence with Hanju, they fell silent, not daring to recall the past. Over at the demon welcoming altar, everyone below looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky in confusion. What's in the sky? Is it really summoning an unparalleled devil head? In legends, demons were once the strongest race among the humans and demons.
Damn it, I can't mobilize the spiritual energy in my body? Several devil cultivators shouted, "Protect this altar! Don't let them come up!"
All of you, kneel down. Offer yourselves to it. The blood devil ancestor, standing high above, scolded the devil cultivators. And you guys too, all kneel down for me. The righteous cultivators were infuriated by the arrogant tone of the devil cultivators. Zhu Ding roared. A transformation realm devil cultivator. Do you really think my Yu King sacred sect can't do anything to you? The disciples immediately stopped him. Don't, old ancestor, sect leader.
The blood devil ancestor glanced at the sky. It's almost here.
Suddenly, a strong wind rose in the air, and a black gas blew in. Gradually taking shape, Ji Naihe appeared high above, as if gathering the darkness of the night to make clothes. He floated in the sky, looking down on the world, and smiled eerily. Devil Emperor Ji Naihe.
Ji Naihe stood high in the sky, looking down below.
The blood devil ancestor spoke. Welcome the descent of the devil emperor.
The people of Zhu Ding were also stunned and amazed when they saw him.
The devil cultivators raised their hands and shouted, Welcome His Majesty the devil emperor. Welcome His Majesty the devil emperor.
Ji Naihe raised his hands and shouted loudly, The inheritors of the devil Dao.
He cast a spell and said, Open your eyes and see the true devil Dao.
Everyone below immediately saw the images that Ji Naihe showed them. In the beginning of heaven and earth, all things were chaotic. First there were demons, then there were gods, and only then were the human race born, and immortals appeared. The drawings of all things in the past appeared before their eyes.
The demonic path is all about pursuing freedom from the shackles of the heavenly Dabo, seeking eternal life and immortality, and repaying debts with equal measure. Ji Naihe waved his hand as he pleased, and the demonic cultivators cheered. The demonic path shall never decay. The demon emperor shall never perish. Ji Naihe clenched his fist. The world has looked down on the demonic path for too long. He stood there like a typical multi-level marketing guru. From today onwards, I will lead you to the supreme position.
The righteous cultivators below frowned at this spectacle. Hanju was speechless. Seriously, who taught Ji Naihe multi-level marketing? Just then, Jin Xianshen appeared, laughing loudly. Rely on you. Ji Naihe was startled.
Blood demon ancestor also saw Ji Xianshen. It's him again, Arhat of the devouring demon cursed. Damn it, he still came after all.
Ji Xianshen rested his chin, half lying in the air. Demon Emperor, I carelessly let you escape with your life last time. There won't be a second time. Let the great calamity of the world end here.
The righteous masses below shouted, It's Ji Xianshen! Heaven protects the righteous. He's finally here. We're saved. Immortal. Kick their asses.
Ji Xianshen smiled smugly. Today, if I can kill the demon emperor in front of both the righteous and demonic paths, then I will be the #1 in the world, the #1 savior of all living beings. Guan Yugang supported Zhu Ding and sat down. Old ancestor, please hold on. The people from the Holy Land have arrived. At this moment, Hanju's heavenly puppet called out to Xing Hongshuan, Hongshuan, I need a favor. Meanwhile, Hundun Tiangao and Su Qi, hiding on the cliff, were also staring at Ji Xianshen and Ji Naihe high above.
Hundun Tiangao asked Su Qi, Has that Ji Xianshen guy gotten stronger?
Su Qi looked at the powerful spiritual energy surrounding Ji Xianshen and exclaimed, What level of cultivation is needed to achieve such an aura? I'm afraid even Shifu isn't as powerful.
Hundun Tiangao stood up straight, looking up at the sky. Then we're probably okay. Let's get ready to go back to the grand banquet. Su Qi shook his head. Let's wait a bit longer. My gut tells me this isn't as simple as it seems.
Ji Naihe glanced over and scolded Blood Demon Ancestor and Arhat of the Devouring Demon. You bunch of morons, what's going on? You let that guy out again, Blood Demon Ancestor said nonchalantly.
This isn't your era anymore. It's already pretty good that the bunch of morons could hold back a Grand Ascension old monster from the heavenly immortal manor. He gritted his teeth. Moreover, the elite team that was supposed to delay Jianshen during the ambush encountered a bizarre shark storm and was almost completely wiped out. Zhang Naihei frowned. A bunch of useless trash. If that's the case, then I don't need to hide anymore. He made a hand seal. Although he was still some distance from his peak, it was still enough to dominate the world. Jin Naihei unleashed an enormous burst of power. Arhat of the devouring demon was startled and shouted, "The demon emperor has recovered his strength. Blood demon ancestor wanted to curse. He actually hid it from us." Leaving room for maneuver, Ji Xianshen frowned in surprise. "Ji Naihei, your strength is at the peak of the 8th level of the Grand Ascension Realm," he said disdainfully. "Below the Grand Ascension Realm are all ants. Even if you use secret techniques to temporarily boost yourselves to the Grand Ascension Realm, you are essentially still in the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. You think defeating a 3rd-level Grand Ascension Realm cultivator makes you superior? It's time for you to know the vast difference between Grand Ascension Realm cultivators." His 4-blood, red eyes widened, and Ji Xianshen was immediately struck by a palm strike sent flying. Blood demon ancestors smiled triumphantly. Arhat of the devouring demon smirked. There wasn't any strength left to fight back. Sun Qi was horrified, almost bursting into tears. Senior Ji, Hundun Tiangu, was also shocked. With its dog-mouth agape, there was no hope. The righteous cultivators were terrified. Did the invincible Grandmaster Ji just fall like that? Amidst the chaos, Ji Xianshen, Xing Hongshuan seized the opportunity to whisper to the little puppet in her arms, "Husband, is facing the demon emperor like this correct?" Hanju replied, "I've been waiting for this moment." Thanks to Hongshuan adjusting the current angle, Hanju's middle finger was like a precisely aimed gun, targeting the smug Ji Naihei. Easier said than done, Hanju thought. When an enemy is defeated, they will instinctively relax their guard, which is the opportunity I've been waiting for. He immediately locked his divine sense onto Yang Tiandong. A bookworm-like figure asked, "Shifu, you've reached the Grand Ascension Realm. When will you ascend?" Hanju asked calmly, "What, are you so eager for me to ascend that you want to continue to find a foster father?" Tiandi Kaio murmured. "The peak of the mortal realm is the Grand Ascension Realm. So just how strong is this Mahayana realm?" Hanju stood tall as the wind howled. "Just how strong is Mahayana, huh? This master will show you all." Hanju clenched his fist. "Mahayana is." He flipped the bird politely towards the heavens and earth in all directions. Hanju waved his hand like painting a stroke, then decisively said, "One finger to kill. Mahayana is having me, the invincible." The sky seemed to be sliced in half. The nearby disciples gaped, frozen solid. Ji Xianshen fell backward. Then suddenly, on the demon-welcoming altar side, a streak of light tore through the sky too. The blinding light shone on the radiant rays. Ji Naihei just stood there, blankly watching, not even able to react. In that moment, the demon emperor had no thoughts whatsoever. Ji Naihei's body was like shattered dust in the wind. He came to the world silently, and silently returned. Just then, Ji Xianshen could react. Sprung up like a carp jumping out of water, clutching his chest and coughing, saying, "Today, even if this old man dies, I'll drag you down with me as a cushion. If you have the guts, then come." But when he saw the situation before him clearly, a giant question mark appeared over his head. Where's the demon emperor? Ji Xianshen only saw a remnant of Ji Naihei that hadn't completely disappeared. He was dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? So we won. Ji Xianshen turned his head to look at the closing rift, his mind racing. Just now, did a deity make a move? Mortals can't have that kind of power, however. Even though Ji Xianshen vaguely saw a figure through the closing rift, he thought to himself, "There's a familiar feeling on that sword aura." Hanju pointed a finger straight ahead. Jinaihe's body was struck by a sudden blow. His 4 eyes widened, and then he instantly vanished. Ji Xianshen, where's that damned demon emperor? Blood demon ancestor and Thumb Arhat shouted in shock. Demon emperor! How could it be? The two of them retreated in fear. The blood demon ancestor, scared, witless, babbled. Immortal Realm actually has an existence that can insta-kill a demon emperor? Could it be an immortal from the hidden sect of the Heavenly Immortal Manor making a move?
Thamma Arhat yelled, "Don't just stand there, run!"
Even an 8th layer Mahayana Realm cultivator got one-shotted.
Standing there, we're next.
Before leaving, the two of them shouted threats. Ji Xianshen, you dare call on an immortal to interfere? Just you wait. Our upper realm demon palace will definitely question your heavenly immortal manor.
Demon souls, secret blood techniques. Even Ji Xianshen was baffled.
The heavenly immortal manor doesn't have immortals in the mortal realm, he thought. The existence that killed the Mahayana with one sword, it's alarming enough that the demon lords are running away.
Ji Xianshen narrowed his eyes. In this world, besides Guan Yu, is there any other cultivator that strong? Or is there really someone called an immortal in this world?
Bless.
But what was that familiar feeling just now?
The people on both the righteous and demonic sides below also fell into a silent void, being unable to react in time. From the 9 cauldrons to Zhishuan, Guan Ugang or Liu Biyu Mie, and the random dudes Jia Yi Bingding on the street, all are petrified. Huang Jihao's eyes widened. Frozen stiff. Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor is dead. The demon cultivators immediately acted like a painting, shrieking, "Oh heavens! What exactly happened? A great power made a move and directly killed the Demon Emperor? No! My Emperor's treasure! Without the everyone, how will I survive?" Noisy voices rose from below. Did Jin Shanshen kill him? Definitely not. Jin Shanshen was scared out of his mind just now. Who was it then? Isn't the Demon Emperor a Mahayana Realm cultivator? Could the one who made the move be an immortal? Heaven protects my righteous path. He kept muttering to himself. Has Hanju become so strong that he can kill a Mahayana Realm cultivator already? Guan Ugang was astonished. Elder Han? No way. At this time, the people of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect remembered and turned to look at the wooden puppet clipped to Xing Hongzhuan's chest, which seemed to be in charge of aiming at the target. Everyone looked at the puppet's strange pose, pointing its middle finger to the sky, and muttered, "Could it really be Elder Han making a move?" In contrast to the emotions of the righteous side, the demon cultivators began to get into a panic. The Demon Emperor is dead. The demon lords ran away. Is heaven going to destroy our demonic path? This is bad. The prisoners are starting to revolt. Their spiritual energy is recovering. Retreat. Don't worry about the prisoners anymore. Jishen Shen is still up there. Hey, what happened just now? Hundun Tiangao asked Su Qi, who was besides him. If I didn't see wrong, Senior Ji deliberately took advantage of the loophole to conveniently kill the Demon Emperor. Su Qi shook his head. No. The sword energy and spiritual energy are completely different. Suddenly, Su Qi said something that startled Hundun Tiangu. Wait, this aura feels familiar. It must be Master making a move. Tiangao was surprised. Master made a move. Su Qi's eyes sparkle, glistening with tears, and he replies resolutely. Of course, Master has always been protecting me in the shadows. Otherwise, I would have died outside long ago. Hundun Tiangu, feeling wronged, sticks out his tongue. Darn it, why don't I get this kind of treatment? Has Master forgotten about me? Hundun Tiangu calls out, Su Qi, let's scram quickly, before Qi Shanshen comes to his senses and keeps us here. I don't want to be his mount, Su Qi says excitedly. Okay, let's head back to Daiyan. The demon refining ceremony is interrupted here. Qi Shanshen goes crazy, riding a fish and slaughtering everywhere, like he's looking for his fated V-level ancestor. You damn Matu. Shi Xuan looks at him. Looks like he doesn't need our help, huh? Hong Xuan wonders, but why do I feel like he's really angry? Juding rubs his sore wrists from being tied up and explains. Anyone would be angry after having their kill stolen. Back at Hanju's place, after making his move, he thinks to himself, the Demon Emperor's been instantly killed, and the Demon Lord has fled. The righteous path should be stable now. The eyes of the disciples immediately light up. Tiandao Kaio is thrilled. Master, you're amazing. Mo Rongqi opens his eyes wide, looking at his Shizu. What? What kind of divine power is that? Hanju asks him. What, you want to learn? Mo Rongqi replies enthusiastically. Yes, I really want to. Extremely. Hanju asks back. Didn't you say you didn't like swords? Yang Tiandong seizes the opportunity to push Mo Rongqi aside. Right. He doesn't like sword techniques, Master. How about you teach me? I really like it, Mo Rongqi argues stubbornly. Who said that? I could try changing it to spear techniques. It'd definitely be super awesome. Hanju looks at the red words, Jian Naihe, in his notebook. All right. Stop arguing. He slams the notebook shut and explains. This divine power is called Tiandi Xuanhuang Poji Jianzi. The difficulty of learning it is quite high. Whoever wants to learn, sit down. I'll teach you all the mental cultivation method first. Whoever comprehends it first, I'll teach that person first. The disciples are immediately overjoyed. Yes. Hanju looks at the clear blue sky, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. The enemies I have left aren't many anymore this time. To celebrate the victory of the righteous path this time, I'll double the cursing time for Zhuke and Zhuyandaoren. Super effective, let's go. Above the streets, people are already flying high, distributing flyers, war report, victory news from the front lines. Their voices echo throughout every nook and cranny. The Demon Emperor has been killed by an immortal. The demonic army has collapsed. The world is shaken. Everyone sees it. And what's even more shocking is that no one knows who did it. Even the 5-star Grand Commander, Lao Mai, gives a very high evaluation. He's already a 5th-level Mahayana cultivator, one of the top figures of the righteous path. He sighs. When I learned of this world-shaking sword strike, I knew I could no longer hold on to the position of the strongest strategist. To be in the same era as him is my misfortune. Prepare to live under his shadow. A few days after the Demon Emperor met his end, the legend of the Wuhua Baman Immortal spread. Inside a tea house, a storyteller speaks. He flicks his fan. Continuing from the previous chapter, this Demon Emperor, Jian Naihe, loved handicrafts and made the biggest mistake in the world, wanting to rebuild the demonic dynasty. The people below immediately react violently. Stop talking about the previous chapter. Talk about the Demon Emperor being killed by the Immortal. Can't you keep up with current events? The storyteller slams the table hard. Alright? Since you want to talk about the Immortal who killed the Demon Emperor, he flicks his fan again and continues. Then we must start from the mythical legends of 1,000 years ago. Everyone knows that immortals are ancient gods, the managers of temples. The people below shout again, do you want us to kill you right now? Chuan Qingjun, resting her chin on her hand, sits in the tavern, listening to the crowd's clamor. Suddenly, a voice transmits into her ear. Demon Monarch, return quickly. That one has arrived. Moments later, someone brings in food, happily calling out, Guest, your 4 roasted meats, Emperor shrimp dumplings and pork lung and lotus seed soup are here, but behind the screen, it's empty. She's shocked. Where's the person? A waiter carrying wine passing by is also startled. I clearly didn't see her leave. The girl immediately curses. Damn it! Another dine-in dasher at the counter? Xuan Qingjun walks alone on a deserted stone path. The aura around her is also extremely cold. Xuan Qingjun enters and calls out, Zunsheng. Zunsheng's deep voice asks, Jian Naihe is dead, and you still don't know who killed him. Xuan Qingjun calmly kneels and salutes. I wasn't present at the scene, but from what I've gathered, the opponent didn't reveal themselves. I suspect it was the opponent's celestial deity acting. After all, it's not the first time a celestial deity has descended to the mortal realm without permission. The four people, including Xuan Qingjun, kneeling below remain silent. Zunshang also says nothing. The bodies of Shuemo Lao Zhu and Tanmo Luohan tremble uncontrollably. Xuan Qingjun asks Zunshang, "Does the plan for the demon clan to enter the mortal realm still need to proceed?" First of all, Jian Naihe initiated the sacrificial ritual. The demon clan's fortune has already approached the mortal realm. This might have already alerted the celestial realm. If we continue, I'm afraid. But Zunshang says, "Continue." He leaves a sentence and disappears. Let the demon lord handle the rest. The mortal realm already has a true demon. I've already arranged for him to find that true demon. Xuan Qingjun is startled and looks up, asking, "What about me?" Zunshang replies, "She will ascend soon." Xuan Qingjun's body slightly trembles. She replies, "Yes." Xuan Qingjun remembers Hanju's ignorant expression, and her eyes fill with sadness. At Kusu Chengxian Mountain, Jade Purity Sacred Sect, Great Yan, 10 years after the demon emperor Ji Naihe kicked the bucket, snow blanketed the mountains, and Hanju was still grinding away at his cultivation, already hitting the second floor of the Great Ascension realm. With the 6 Paths Reincarnation Technique maxed out at level 9. With the 6 Paths Reincarnation Technique hitting level 9, it could suck up the essence of the sun and moon from above and gather 9 nether spiritual energy from below. This level 8 of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Technique comes with the divine power of the Reincarnation Gate, letting you step into the underworld and absorb souls to enter the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Before, Hanju used the excuse of not being strong enough, but now he still hasn't stepped in to explore the gradually opening door. Hanju thinks, now that the 6 Paths Reincarnation is complete, it's time to go down there and take a look. A stream of spiritual power descended below, and Manjusaka flowers grew everywhere. Hanju appeared in the darkness. He stood in the middle of a forest of bright red Manjusaka flowers. Hanju muttered, "Manjusaka flowers? Looks like the Reincarnation Gate really is linked to the underworld." Hanju stepped forward, walking to a suspension bridge, spanning a river. He looked down at the pitch black water below. This black water is seriously creepy. It can even dissolve divine sense. Hanju stared intently at the water. Could it be the legendary river Styx? There are a lot of things I don't know, things outside of what's usually seen. Best not to mess around. Hanju walked from one bridge to another, his thoughts constantly swirling, but his divine sense couldn't sense the surrounding space. Where did I come from? And where am I going? Plus, these rope bridges are all messed up. Almost no end in sight. Which one should I take? Countless bizarre souls floated up from below the river. Hanju startled. Soul suddenly. Hanju saw the light at the end of the rope bridge. He was stunned. When did the underworld have light? Is that the entrance to the Reincarnation Gate? Are they trying to lead me away? Suddenly something caught Hanju's eye. A small stall ahead, with a bunch of souls lined up waiting. There are people there. A simple little stall. Someone handed a cup of greenish water to a soul outside to hold it. Drinking. The soul returned the cup to the person and disappeared after flying forward a bit. Hanju was stunned. The soul disappeared. He was startled and looked up. Only then did Hanju see 3 words written up there. Naihe Bridge. He blurted out, "Naihe Bridge? I'm not here to reincarnate. Why am I on the Naihe Bridge? Get out of here, get out of here." But as soon as this thought popped up, Hanju felt a terrifying pressure, unable to move his body. Hanju immediately cracked open. Behind him stood a huge woman, blocking his way, asking, "Before the cycle of life and death you want to turn back?" Hanju went cold, recognizing Meng Po. His eyes filled with bloodshot. An existence that can control reincarnation in the underworld is fundamentally untouchable. Hanju tried to turn his head. His last look only saw from Hanju's perspective. He only saw a giant woman, wearing a hat with Manjusaka flowers on it.
her face obscured by the brim of the hat so he couldn't see clearly. Hanju's eyes immediately released spiritual power. Let's gamble. Hanju made up his mind. He can't let her discover him. Then, he immediately used his great ascension level spiritual power to protect himself. The Manjusaka flowers were tossed about in the wind. The bridge cables were losing it. Even the stone tablet engraved with the 3 words Naihe Bridge was showing some effects. But then, Granny Meng gently raised a finger, stopping right in front of Hanju's orb, saying one word, freeze. The spiritual energy about to explode suddenly stopped. Then she said, shatter. The orb immediately burst apart, leaving nothing. The self. Destruction failed. Granny Meng chuckled, finding it somewhat interesting, confused. Why so decisive? Turns out it's just a puppet technique. Granny Meng dropped the shattered mess in her hand. Too bad. This is a divine technique that's been lost for 1,000,000 years, the only existence that could rival a Grand Luo in puppet systems. What's his background anyway? On this side, the gate slowly closed. Hanju used all his strength to try to close the gate with one hand. The Tianzi block error of the Grand Ascension realm was also suppressed to the point of immobility. What realm is she even in? Even Taoist Jue Tuyan didn't give off this level of suppression. Good thing my main body didn't go in. Hanju's hand was touching the floor. Only then did he notice the abnormality. Everything in the room was frozen solid. Hanju raised his head, thinking, just a wisp of masterless power following the divine sense could freeze all things in this netherworld? Can't casually step in anymore. What if he locks onto my divine sense? Hanju's main body frowned. I fear he could kill me even across a myriad of heavens and worlds. Finally got out once, and this is what happens. Grand Ascension cultivation is still too weak. Guess I'll never go out again in this life. Hanju was lost in thought, not noticing he was sweating all over. Man, it's hot today. The room was clearly frozen, but the air was dry and hot. Just then, Heavenly Dao Grass rushed in, panting, calling out loudly, Master! Master! Her face was pale. She said urgently, something terrible's happening. Those 2 suns are about to fall. Hanju frowned. What? Outside? The 2 extra suns had grown many times larger, showing they were getting closer to the mortal realm. Hanju looked at the 2 massive suns in the sky. The plants below were almost scorched. Those 2 golden crows were determined to enter the mortal realm. Shunchang-chan squinted, standing in front of Heiyuji, saying, you dug your own grave, now fill it, young. Yang Tiandong also joined in, scaring Heiyuji out of his wits, preparing 1,000 caddies of ginger and scallions to go to the sky. Xiaohei looked at the 2 best-sized suns getting closer. Understanding in front of Hanju. Looks like those 2 golden crows are determined to enter the mortal realm. The heat from the 2 approaching golden crows had caused forest fires, and all the beasts were fleeing everywhere, the commander shouted. And the others immediately cast spells, spraying water from their mouths to fight the fire. Teams 3 and 4 followed closely. All the crops withered and burned. Yang Tiandong, Murongqi, and Shun Chang'an angrily pushed Heiyuji out. Yang Tiandong scolded, Xiaohei, look at the mess you've made. The spiritual plants Chang'an painstakingly grew, all burned to a crisp. Shun Chang'an shouted, let's just sacrifice him to the heavens. Hanju went outside to observe. If those 2 really get in, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect will probably be flattened. Hanju approached the 2 golden crows in the sky. The demonic path just quietly started their march. And these 2 beasts are already rushing to their deaths. Do they really think the mortal realm's barrier is just decoration? But as he got closer, Hanju was shocked. He saw a crack in the barrier. A crack. When did that crack appear? Hanju stared at the crack. Did the golden crows find the crack and come? Before Hanju could finish his thought, the 2 golden crows had already entered through the crack, heading towards the mortal realm. They're in. Murongqi, holding a bucket of water, dumped it over Heiyuji's head, saying, I'm so scared,
Let's just marinate it and roast it directly. Xun Chengchan shook his head. No need to roast. The golden crows will do it themselves. The farmers nearby were startled. Damn it, the sky's falling. We're doomed. Should we call for rain? Han Zhu raised his middle finger again, with a serious face. Should I use the Heavenly Earth Xuanhuang Barrier, Breaking Sword Finger? Suddenly, a notification popped up, attracting his attention. If a person with innate luck is detected, should their origin be checked, the information panel clearly stated. Divine Golden Crow, Infantile State, 7th level of Grand Ascension. Due to poor aptitude, the young Golden Crow was abandoned by the Golden Crow Divine Clan, sensing the aura of the Fusang tree to become stronger. So it deliberately came to the mortal world. Due to the demonic race disturbing the luck of the Heavenly Dao, the two young Golden Crows found an opportunity, wanting to become stronger. So they broke into the mortal world. Han Zhu flew towards the Golden Crows, thinking, could it be that the barrier's strength was weakened due to the influence of the Heavenly Dao's luck? No wonder they were abandoned by the Golden Crow Divine Clan, so even the Vermilion Bird won't directly retaliate. Wait, what if they still retaliate due to bad luck? Forget it. That proud race, even if they're cornered, they'll hold a grudge. Can't kill them, can't retreat, then there's only one way left. A sense of unease surged in his heart. Han Zhu continuously released powerful spiritual energy, clasping his hands in front of his chest in a defensive stance. Just relying on the true sunfire won't stop me. Han Zhu retracted his hand, preparing to strike. Since you're here, let's try out this technique I haven't used in years. Take this. Han Zhu unleashed a 9 Dragons exorcism seal. Piercing through the Golden Crow's defenses, he yelled, "Catch those two!" Suddenly, Han Zhu was taken aback by what he saw. Down below, He Yuji was clutching his cheek, embarrassed. "No way! My meat isn't tasty, I swear. Don't be fooled," he was shouting. But then he suddenly went silent. He looked up at the sky. The two suns are gone. Where did they go? Above, Han Zhu also saw the barrier crack closing. The crack immediately healed as if nothing had happened. Han Zhu thought to himself, is that the Heavenly Dao repairing the breach? That was fast. The mortal realm has avoided a catastrophe, it seems. Han Zhu was lost in thought. When someone approached him from behind, Xin Shenshen asked, "Where did those two suns go?" Han Zhu calmly replied, "I drove them away," Xian Shen continued. "Was that you who took action just now?" Han Zhu knew he couldn't deny it, so he nodded. "It was me." Qi Xianshen, sitting on his flying fish, crossed his arms and grumbled, "So you're also the one who killed the Devil Emperor?" Qi Xianshen went on a tangent, pointing at Han Zhu's face. That spirit energy was extremely overbearing, just like the spirit energy that appeared at the demon-welcoming altar. "It was you, wasn't it? Don't even try to deny it." Qi Xianshen finished speaking. Han Zhu appeared right in front of him. Han Zhu put a finger to Qi Xianshen's lips, seriously saying, "This must never be spoken of outside." He frowned. "Once it's out, my life will never be peaceful again. Being the number one under the heavens is your job." Qi Xianshen blushed and muttered, "Number one." He watched Han Zhu's back, feeling embarrassed, to the point that his head turned red. "This is a great opportunity for you to become famous. Why would you?" Han Zhu turned his head slightly and said, "I'd cultivate for longevity, not for fame and fortune. That's all." Qi Xianshen sat on his fish, floating in the air, dumbfounded. In his heart, cultivating without vying for fame and fortune. Qi Xianshen's thoughts raced like a typewriter. Is he just seeking these things? The biggest difference between him and me is, perhaps this is the path to becoming the strongest. No, perhaps. The answer is right in front of me. But each person's level prevents them from discovering it. I'm always competing and yearning to conquer the world with invincible opponents, ascending to the divine throne. But I seem so shallow compared to him. Qi Xianshen fell into deep thought. 18,000 words had been omitted. He reached out and touched his lips, muttering, "I understand now." At this moment, the system notified him. Shi Xianshen's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability is 3 stars. Hanju was speechless. Even that increases favorability. Just then, the group of Murongqi came out, their eyes twinkling, and asked,
Master Ancestor, the sun has returned to normal. Were the golden crows exterminated?
Hanju put his hands behind his back and explained. The Golden Crow clan is a divine clan from the upper realm. How can you just kill them if you say so? Murongqi immediately asked upon hearing this. Then they, Yuji, butted in. Those born from Sun Golden Crows have scrammed back home. Your Grandpa Rooster can finally get some sleep. TCH. Hanju's face darkened. He scoffed, flicked his sleeves. They can't escape. This is the Qiankun sleeve. The sleeve becomes a world, able to contain all the yin and yang in this world. Yuji's eyes widened, cold and violent. My bloodline is surging. I can't control my size. The 2 golden crows flew out of his sleeve. The terrifying pressure made people tremble. The closest experience to death in my life. The golden crow blinked once. Yuji had already escaped, flying to hug the Fusang tree, crying, "No way!" His actions left everyone speechless. Hanju said, "Little Hei, you should get used to this. In the future, the Fusang tree will need you and the golden crows to guard it together." The other disciples immediately crowded around to look at the thing lying on the ground. Shun Chenghan asked, "Is that a golden crow?" Yang Tiandong was also shocked. If it wasn't for that pressure, I would have thought Master caught the wrong heavenly treasure. Tulin Ground was extremely excited. Divine beasts are truly extraordinary. Tiandong and the others looked at the 2 golden crows hugging each other like chickens. The former asked Hanju, "Master, why did you go to so much effort to keep these 2 troublemakers?" Hanju explained, "The reason for subduing these 2 is because the Fusang tree will continue to attract divine beasts. For the long-term stability of the mortal realm, it's better to have them comfort the Fusang tree. Moreover, when you guys travel in the future, wouldn't it be even more eye-catching if you ride the golden crows?" Hanju immediately put on the face of a con man, threatening, "Hey, you 2 golden crows, I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to think. If you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, stay here and cultivate diligently. Then you can survive." The bigger golden crows stammered in fear. "But why would I have to stay here?" Hanju sneered at him. "You 2 have caused the common folk to suffer. What, you think you can just leave? You should know that since you appeared, the weather hasn't been cool. How easy do you think it is for me to cultivate in the hot weather?" Murongqi, carrying on the sex tradition, put on his best Hanju-esque scary face and threatened, "Because of you 2, they ruined quite a bit of spiritual plants recently. If you don't know how to cooperate, you might end up in a mushroom stew with that little chicken." Tiandong shoved his face close to the golden crows and grinned, showing his teeth. "Listen, if these 2 don't agree, we'll just drag them off to join Boss 79. Golden crows are just walking disasters. Everyone in the world's been wanting to eat their meat and drink their blood for ages." The 2 golden crows immediately kneeled and kowtowed to Hanju. "Great one, my sister and I are willing to submit." Hanju clicked his tongue. "All right, that'll do." Shun Chengyan asked him, "Master, how do we compensate the major sects for the lost spiritual plants?" More. Murongqi chimed in. "The sects in the world don't have any spiritual plants left. If we have to compensate, our hidden sect is going to go bankrupt." Hanju coughed twice, made a hand seal, and said, "Don't spread this around. Act like you didn't see anything." The disciples immediately replied, "Understood." Hanju planted 2 seals on the golden crows. "You 2 have committed a grave offense. You've already made mortal enemies. If you show your faces carelessly, you'll definitely be besieged. Just live on this mountain from now on," the elder golden crow asked. "So, what if they attack all the way up here?" Hanju replied, "Don't worry. You've submitted, so you're family now. This seal will protect you. Just remember, don't hurt each other on the mountain. Got it? The two golden crows loudly replied. Got it! Hey Yunji, looking utterly miserable, asked Hanju. Master, Shi Xuan Shanzi said these two are divine beasts. They don't look that strong. Tiandi Grass looked at him with contempt. Aren't you ashamed to say that? You were the first one to run away? Hanju dropped a casual but devastating line. Their strength is indeed average. Just great ascension realm, that's all. Heiyuji's chubby body twitched violently. Gee, great ascension realm? Hanju scared the two golden crows again. From now on, you'll live on the Fusang tree with little Hei. If you don't know something, just ask him directly. The two golden crows shrunk back and replied, Understood.
Hei Yunji desperately cried out to Hanju, Master, those are great ascension realm. You want them to live with me? What if they decide to sharpen their teeth and eat me one day? Hanju ignored him. Who told you to call them here? He said sternly. From now on, you'll all guard the tree for me. Shun Changwan carried the two golden crows to the Fusang tree and introduced, This is Heiyuji's pigsty. Then he pointed to the wooden house that Murongqi and Tiandong were building. This is your new home. You have to live together in harmony. Hei Yunji couldn't hide his tears and snot as he moaned in despair. It's over. It's completely over. Chicken's good days are gone forever. Tiandong couldn't bear to see him like this. He put his hands on his hips and said, Look at the bright side. Down. At least with golden crows guarding the Fusang tree, it won't summon anything random anymore. You're basically free now. Weren't you always yelling about wanting to go fishing every day? Now you can be happy. Heiyuji suddenly perked up and swallowed his tears. That's right, Murongqi said to him, Chicken bro, golden crows are the supreme bloodline in the demon race.
He teased Heiyuji. If you get on good terms with that girl, then you marry into the Golden Crow clan in the future. Then your future is limitless. Heiyuji spat in disgust. Chicken ain't marrying in. Tiandong rubbed his chin. Seriously though, marrying a minor is illegal. While the two golden crows were checking out their new home, Heiyuji stood below, bragging, It's just great ascension realm. Sooner or later this chicken will reach that level. You two little brats just wait. As soon as he finished speaking, the two golden crows immediately shot him a pair of murderous glares. Heiyuji, quick as lightning, dove headfirst into the ground. After digging, he covered himself with the dirt, turning it into a tomb. He even built a tombstone to go along with it. Tiandong and Murongqi were speechless as they watched the whole thing. 1 year later, at Heiyuji's grave, it was full of toys, snacks, and even incense sticks. Xuan Qingjun appeared alone. She glanced around and immediately saw the two golden crows in the wooden house. Xuan Qingjun wondered. Golden crows, or divine golden crows.
Interesting. At this moment, suddenly Heiyuji burst out of the tomb from behind, mouth opening and closing. It's a golden crow! Wait till Chicken here cultivates and restores my bloodline. Then I will shock you. Xuan Qingjun waved her hand.
She grinned. Oh, how ambitious. Heiyuji widened his eyes.
Xuan Qingjun held a golden pill in her hand, smiling as she looked at Heiyuji. I'm about to ascend, so I'll give you this inner core of a great ascension realm demon as a gift. Work hard. Work hard, little phoenix. Heiyuji trembled, suddenly understanding why his master was staring intently at the pill in Xuan Qingjun's hand.
Should I accept it? But wouldn't accepting it mean I'm acknowledging her?
Xuan Qingjun happily walked over, pinched Heiyuji's cheek, and said with a joyful smile, Long time no see. You've gotten so big, so fat, so bouncy. Heiyuji was pinched speechless.
Just then, Hanju showed up, greeting her. Well, what brings you here, Heiyuji? Hurry up and thank her. With Hanju's permission, Heiyuji stammered, Thank you, Xuan.
It glanced at Xuan Qingjun, testing the waters. Mistress? She immediately blushed, playfully pushing its head. Don't call me that.
The heavenly earth herb, standing nearby, innocently asked, Mistress, Is there another mistress? And with that, it successfully grabbed Xuan Qingjun's attention. She asked, "Now tell me, why another?" Hanju smacked the heavenly earth herb on the head, answering for it. "This kid just took form, doesn't know how to talk, don't listen to its nonsense."
Xuan Qingjun walked up to Hanju, saying, "You can subdue a golden crow, so you must be in the Grand Ascension realm, right?" Hanju nodded. "That's right, that." He thought, "Why do I feel like there's something else she's implying?"
Xuan Qingjun chuckled softly. "No wonder you dare to kimozokyoju, hide beauties in a golden house, as expected of someone with a divine treasure by their side. Your cultivation speed is truly fast."
Hearing this, Hanju immediately became wary. What does she mean by that? Does she have her eye on the Fusang tree? Is she finding an excuse to make a move? With my current level, defeating her wouldn't be much of a challenge. But if I really have to fight,
the aftershocks of a Grand Ascension battle would flatten the Cultivate in peace immortal mountain. In the end, I'd be the one who suffers. Damn it. Damn it, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I should have known that possessing treasures invites trouble. If this continues, the great powers of the world will definitely mark this place as a battleground. There won't be any peace in the future. How can I prevent this place from being discovered? Just as Hanju was in a bind, the system reminded him, "You can choose a location, and the system will create a barrier. Cultivators outside the barrier will be unable to detect any changes within."
Then Hanju suddenly remembered that the system had this function.
I remember using it when I was little to avoid being discovered while cultivating. After joining the Jade Pure sect, I saw that everyone was a cultivator, so I never used it again. The system further notified him, "Due to your cultivation level exceeding the target, the barrier has directly jumped 2 evolutions. Now the range covers the entire Cultivate in Peace Immortal Mountain." Hanju was surprised. That wide? But will the upper realm not discover it? The barrier gradually formed, enveloping the Fusang tree within.
Xuan Qingjun looked around. "This barrier isn't bad. Seems like you're not completely clueless. I should congratulate myself for being the first one in line." Hanju cupped his fist in salute. "Thank you for the reminder, Xuan Gunyang." Xuan Qingjun walked past him, then turned her head and said, "Be more careful in the future. Remember not to expose yourself. Some great powers have already started to pay attention to this place, but it's hard to say who. I have other matters to discuss on this visit. Let's talk inside."
Hanju followed her inside. Before leaving, he instructed Hei Yuji and the Heavenly Earth Herb, "Listen up! Before I come out, no one is allowed to enter the cave manor." The Heavenly Earth Herb was puzzled. "Huh? What does Master want to do?" She whispered to Hei Yuji beside her. Hei Yuji replied mysteriously, "You can think it, but don't say it." Inside the cave manor, Xuan Qingjun spoke first. "I once thought that Ji Shanshen was the #1 genius in the world, but I never expected that you would surpass him. I truly misjudged things back then, but it also proves that my luck is abundant, being able to meet you before you became strong. So, what about your Taoist partner like me now? Do you want to get rid of me?" Hanju shook his head. "Of course not." He smiled and said, "You helped me a lot when I was weak. If you need me in the future, I will do my best to assist you."
Xuan Qingjun changed the subject, asking, "All right, I won't beat around the bush with you. There's an opportunity here, do you want it?" Hanju didn't understand, asking in return, "I'm already in the Grand Ascension realm. Opportunities in the mortal realm are probably useless to me. Tell me about it." "It's not." Xuan Qingjun nodded, and she immediately transformed.
"It's exactly what you're thinking. I can take you to Ascend."
Seeing Xuan Qingjun's true appearance, Hanju sighed. So this is truly the true face of a demon lord. Xuan Qingjun changed to a different hairstyle, and 2 small horns appeared on her head. She asked, "Hanju, what do you say? Do you want to ascend with me?"
Hanju stared at Xuan Qingjun's new appearance, thinking to himself, the true face of the demon lord.
She even had a red mark on her chest. Xuan Qingjun asked, "How about it?" Her slender, straight legs were revealed.
Her thin lips moved, asking, Are you willing to ascend with me?
But he coldly replied, no. Xuan Qingjun immediately yelled, why? You should know. Ascending alone has a huge chance of dying. Look at the Devil Emperor, he's a prime example.
Hanju casually said, there are bad people waiting for me in the upper realm. If I ascend with you, I'm afraid it will implicate you. I should just stay in the mortal realm and focus on cultivating.
Xuan Qingjun asked,
are you talking about people from Qingmeng Dasheng? It's okay, I'll protect you. It probably won't be exposed.
But Hanju still didn't agree.
Not only that, I even killed Zhao Dao before, and as a result, I was warned by Suzaku in a dream. Xuan Qingjun was surprised. What, Suzaku? What should we do then? As your cultivation continues to increase, the mortal realm will also reject you.
Hanju sighed.
I'll just take it one step at a time.
Xuan Qingjun was silent for a moment and then said, you can only rely on yourself then. Hearing that, Hanju looked directly at Xuan Qingjun
and flew closer. Hanju said, then I'll help you one last time. Xuan Qingjun didn't understand and asked, huh? She continued, so that you'll have more life-saving measures when you ascend in the future.
Xuan Qingjun smiled. How about it? Are you willing to cultivate with me for half a year? Hanju immediately understood. Got it, Xuan Qingjun said. First of all, let's talk about the rumors about the upper realm, so you'll be careful when you get there.
This is equivalent to our urban legends. Hanju was surprised. The upper realm actually has urban legends? Xuan Qingjun nodded and replied, that's for sure. The upper realm is countless times larger than the mortal realm. Anything can happen, and nothing is strange. Popular ones include the secrets of the upper realm. People once thought that the saint was the highest in the upper realm, but they discovered. Not only these, no one knows where the end is. Hanju was like a naive child.
How magical! Xuan Qingjun continued to talk eloquently. Some people even made up the rules of divine authority and immeasurable tribulation. Heaven and earth existed before time. But the reasoning is too far-fetched, no one believes it. Divine authority, immeasurable tribulation. She didn't answer but continued to say, what's even more explosive than these is the chaos conspiracy theory. This time, Hanju was completely dumbfounded. Huh? Xuan Qingjun slowly explained. This matter has a saying that,
at this time, in the outside world, the heaven and earth grass cried and wanted to go inside. Has the master been eaten again? Hey Yunji hugged the little girl and carried her away. Go, 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 don't make trouble here. People have already paid the money before.
Half a year later, Xuan Qingjun and Hanju had a joyous event. Xuan Qingjun was even pregnant. She called out, Hanju, future dad, the little one is kicking me again. He happily pressed his ear to her stomach. Let me listen.
They even went to the hospital to give birth. Xuan Qingjun held the baby in her arms and said, it's a girl. What should we name her? Hanju happily said, then let's name her Han Ling, the Ling, from Shui Ling Ling, sparkling. The little Han Ling also grew up with the Han clan disciples Xiao Mianjiao, little padded jacket, became everyone's darling as soon as she was born. A little older, Xiao Mianao went out for training for the first time, and Hanju even waved to her from a distance. Baby, if anyone bullies you outside, you must tell your dad, and dad will help you clean up the sect. A family of 3 happily celebrated the new year, and all of that was just a product of rich imagination. Back to reality. Heiyuji was putting on a lewd expression that made people want to punch him a few times. Yang Tiandong looked at it. If the master finds out, he will definitely use you as a snack.
Murong Qi ate while looking down on this black chicken, thinking it was even grosser than chicken poop. He even finished thinking about the name of his future little master. Heiyuji puffed out its wings and said proudly, those 2 shameless masters have been at it for half a year. They're probably about to have kids soon. Yeah. Yang Tiandong was surprised. Really? Heiyuji guaranteed. I've seen plenty of chicken poop, trust me. At this moment, Tiandi Herb suddenly spoke up.
"Hey, master. Mistress is out," Heiyuji smugly said. "See? Just look at master's face. It's definitely all skin and bones left."
But when they returned, Hanju and Xuan Qingjun were still as beautiful and radiant as before. Heiyuji was so shocked it couldn't handle it.
It screamed, "Why is this different from the script? Where's Han Ling? Where is she?"
Hanju immediately put on the air of a sect elder, poking the long nose of his discipline, threatening to puncture this fat chicken. Han Ling, what? Tell me. I really want to see how your script would arrange me. Hey, Yuji stammered. This, Hanju growled. All I did was discuss Dao with her for half a year, and you already imagined all sorts of nonsense. Xuan Qingjun covered her mouth and giggled. Hanju, don't make things difficult for this little phoenix. Focus on your cultivation. Based on your talent, you won't be able to stay in this mortal realm for long.
As she spoke, her body gradually disappeared. Xuan Qingjun left a farewell. "We'll meet again in the Immortal Realm." Hanju watched her leave with a sigh, thinking, "I spent hundreds of years being so tense, afraid of making her angry. Now, I really am not the typical protagonist who can handle so many beauties throwing themselves into his arms." He felt a sense of relief in his heart, Hanju mused. "But just having two people who are sincere is enough. I wish them a bright future."
After seeing Xuan Qingjun off, Hanju returned to his little disciples. Shunchangjian was absorbed in grilling meat, not paying attention to the conversation. Holding several skewers in his hand, fulfilling his special duty of providing grilled meat, he asked, "Master, why did she stay for such a short time this time? Was it not good?"
"No. Soon, 7 years passed by. An announcement resounded everywhere. Special announcement. Special announcement. The Jade Purity Exorcism Squad, led by old ancestor Jiuding, will return today."
Hanju, sitting in the pavilion, happened to hear the news.
No wonder they took so long to return. It turns out they were trapped in a secret realm. The system's notification board displayed a series of messages, reporting to Hanju. "Your grand disciple, Fang Liang, encountered a fortuitous encounter and awakened an ancient great divine ability. Your friend, Mofuki, seized the chi luck of the demonic race. His Dadio attainment has soared. Your friend, Xishuan Xianzi, has fallen into an ancient secret realm. Your Dao companion, Xinghong Xuan, has fallen into an ancient secret realm. Your friend, Jiuding Zhenren, has fallen into an ancient secret realm. Your friend, Jishan Shen, has fallen into an ancient secret realm. Your friend, Zhu Fan, was attacked by righteous cultivators. Fatality increased by 1877. Hanju was startled as he read. That kid Jishan Shen was really tricked by me. What's wrong with being #1 in the world when you're young? Why do you insist on going up there and creating karma?"
Meanwhile, Hanju, at the second level of the Great Ascension Realm, sat in contemplation. Mofuki seized the chi luck of the demonic race. Could it be? Could it be that the demonic race still wants to gather demon cultivators and cause trouble? Their ambition hasn't died yet. Brother, you need to behave yourself. Don't cross the line. Suddenly, Hongshuan flew over, calling out, "Husband!" Hanju was speechless. His stomach ached. Right, even if I avoid the difficulties, in the end, I still can't escape this. Jiuding excitedly rushed over and asked, "Elder Han, did you really kill the demon emperor?" Xishuan followed behind, reminding him, "Don't be so loud."
Hanju glanced at them and said, "This matter cannot be announced to the outside world, to avoid unnecessary trouble. The Jade Purity Sacred Sect has not yet reached the point of being invincible." Hongzhuan obsessively hugged Hanju, rubbing against him. "As expected of my husband, you must be the #1 great cultivator in the world now." Hanju awkwardly replied, "You flatter me. This world is unpredictable. There are still countless hidden powerhouses. We can't underestimate anyone."
Hongzhuan didn't pay attention.
She just kept hugging. "Hanju, I don't care. My husband is the strongest." Hanju raised his hands in surrender. "Stop it!" Xishuan stood outside, watching the two of them making a commotion. She thought to herself, "Who would have thought that the disciple who gave me a headache would become #1 in the world in just a few short years?" Talent is truly important. With outstanding talent, you don't even need to go out and train, and your cultivation speed can still dominate the world. Without good talent, even if you frequently obtain opportunities, you still can't catch up with a prodigy. Xishuan frowned, thinking, "I wonder why Moju is angry now." She spoke. "Hanju, on the way back we heard that a true demon has appeared in the world." Hanju interrupted, asking, "It's Mofukiwe, right?" Juding was surprised. "Elder Han already knows," he asked. "Then what do you think we should do? Should we issue an order to hunt him down?" This matter has really blackened the Jade Purity sacred sect. It's necessary to draw a clear line. Even though he was once one of the 12 heroes of the Jade Purity sacred sect, Hanju lowered his eyes and replied, "If he doesn't wantonly kill the human race, then don't worry about it for now." He thought to himself, "I'm only giving you one chance, still considering the many brothers we have. If you cross the line, then don't blame me for not being merciful." At this moment, the system suddenly sent a notification. Di Hongyi has developed favorable feelings towards you. The current favorability rating is 3 stars. Hanju was caught off guard. "Who is Di Hongyi?" Hongshuan looked down at something on the ground. "What is this?" Juding rushed over in a panic. "Such a strong aura. Where did it come from?" Fairy Xishuan covered her mouth. "This is..." They looked at the 2 tiny chicks on the ground and exclaimed, "Those 2 golden crows in the sky! How is this possible?" Hongshuan, struck by Mo syndrome, cried out, "So cute!" Juding turned to Hanju and gave him a thumbs up. He praised him endlessly. The truth behind the disappearance of the 2 sons is clear. The special honor of saving all living beings has fallen upon our family, as expected of Elder Han. Amazing! You can even subdue divine beasts from the upper realm. If it weren't for the difference in seniority, I would definitely have to worship you as my big brother. The big golden crow asked Hanju, "Master, what's the matter with suddenly calling us down?" Hanju squatted down and said to it, "It's nothing. It's good to greet my own people. Go back." Hanju was inwardly surging with thoughts, thinking, "As for the reason why, of course, it's because your mother told me to take good care of you guys." Rewinding back 10 minutes, Hanju looked at the system screen with a dark face. Di Hongye, it read. Cultivation base unknown. Accompanied by a long introduction, Di Hongyi, cultivation base unknown, comes from the Golden Crow God clan. Once gave birth to 7 golden crows for her husband. The 2 youngest golden crows were exiled from the Golden Crow God clan due to their poor talent. Di Hongye, worried about her children wandering outside, exhausted her blood essence to divine that you have taken in the 2 little golden crows, thus developing favorable feelings towards your actions. If you kill the 2 little golden crows, for sure he'll be endlessly hunted by Emperor Hongye. Current favorability is at a measly 3 stars. After reading that, Hanju almost turned to stone right then and there. Good thing he calmed down and thought it over. He's already offended a terrifying existence that even the system can't display its cultivation level. He looked up at the 2 golden crows in the tree, but with such poor aptitude, they'll probably get weeded out. These golden crow folks are seriously cold-blooded. Muty. Meanwhile, that chubby chicken Heiyuji is trembling as it faces the golden crows. "They're all my people, don't come over here," Hanju thought to himself. The reincarnation mark is still there, so that guy probably doesn't mind me being their master. If there's a way to help them boost their aptitude, they could be a big help in the upper realm later on. The 2 golden crows suddenly stared intently at Heiyuji, drooling, scaring the crap out of it. Heiyuji is overreacting big time. "You're done for," Hanju said to the 9 Peaks sect leader. "After the Demon Emperor campaign, the cultivation world will have some peace and quiet. You
You can let the sect disciples go out and find their own opportunities." Nine Peaks nodded. "I was thinking the same thing. I'll go arrange it later." Open up the restricted area for sect missions." With that, he waved his hand and zipped off like the wind. "This old man will take his leave now. Wouldn't want to bother you any longer." After dealing with Nine Peaks, Hanju turned to discuss with his master, Xishuan. "In the coming time, you should bring Shiji over to my place," Hanju said with a smile. "The Dao aura from my breakthrough to the Mahayana realm hasn't dissipated yet. It's perfect for guiding people to advance to the next realm." Xishuan was stunned for a long time. Then she replied, "All right." Xing Hongshuan turned her head to look at them when she heard this. Advancing to the next realm so quickly, she pondered, "I remember Xishuan Xianzi just advanced not long ago. Before Hongshuan could feel sad for too long, Hanju went over and rubbed his cheek against hers. Of course, there's Hongshuan too. Remember to come over and cultivate together." Unexpectedly, Hongshuan quickly backed away. "Hubby, maybe I'll pass. It's fine. With Xishuan Xianzi and Chang Gunyang there." Hongshuan twisted her hands together. After all, Xishuan Xianzi has already become a sect elder. Her talent is definitely top-notch. Chang Gunyang is no simpleton either. They both seem more suitable to cultivate with you than I am, she said urgently. "I just so happen to want to go out. Maybe there's a bigger opportunity out there." Hanju was puzzled. Didn't Hongshuan just get back? Xishuan also spoke up. "Xing Gunyang, you must have misunderstood something. Hanju and I are not." Hongshuan lowered her head and stammered, "No, it's not what you think. I don't mind hubby having other partners. I just. After thinking for a while, she finally decided to say it. "I'm just afraid of being left behind by you guys on the path of cultivation. Even if my talent is much worse than Xishuan Xianzi. With my talent, cultivating to the Tribulation Transcendence realm is almost impossible." Hanju and Xishuan were both silent. Hongshuan continued, "Instead of wasting time on a predetermined outcome, why not go out and try my luck? Maybe I can find an opportunity to change my fate. By then," she blushed, smiled happily and said, "I can ascend with hubby." Hanju was silent again. "Hongshuan, this isn't funny." Hongshuan reached out and touched Hanju's lips. "I've been by hubby's side for so many years. I know you have a lot of strange tricks." Her eyes were filled with sadness. "Even if I really can't advance to the Tribulation Transcendence realm in the end, you can help me live another life. Change to a bloodline with unparalleled talent." Hongshuan lowered her head. But she hugged Hanju. "I don't want hubby to see my ugly appearance when I get old. And I don't want to reincarnate and serve hubby in another identity. So please allow me to go out and try for a future where I can be with hubby forever." At this moment, someone suddenly clapped and praised. "Wonderful! Even though I've witnessed Shidi's growth, every time he advances, I'm happy, but also sad and feel helpless." The three of them immediately turned their heads to look. "You are," Chang Yuer said. "My talent isn't considered top-notch either. Even if I exhaust my life's energy, I can't keep up with Shidi." Her sense of failure was obvious. Although the cultivation environment of bitter cultivation to become Immortal Mountain is unique in the world, it's more suitable for higher-level cultivators. With my talent, staying here is just wasting heaven's gifts. If we don't want to delay Shidi's cultivation, then the only thing we can do is go out and find an opportunity to change ourselves." Hanju called out softly. "Shiji, Chung you care." Shijir interrupted him. "Shiji, thank you for taking care of me all these years. I should really go my own way. I won't stay here and waste your time anymore." She turned to smile and asked Hongshuan, "Xing Gunyang, do you mind if I go with you and see who laughs last?" Hongshuan nodded. "Of course not." The two of them immediately rushed to hug each other. Chang Yuer said, "Please take care of me on the way." Hongshuan nodded happily. Likewise. Hanju scratched his head helplessly as he looked at the two of them hugging warmly. "All right. You guys can do as you please." From then on, the relationship between these two girls leveled up like best friends. Their goal is to surpass Xishuan Xianzi, or
Win over Hanju. Alright, let you two catch up. Good thinking and all, but how about a little chill time before you go hunting for that Xiangxia luck? Oh yeah, almost forgot. Hand over your puppets. I'll juice them up a bit, and maybe we can all take a stroll later. What just say?
Xiang Hongshuan and the other girl were immediately on board. Sweet. For real?
Time flies when you're having fun, huh? Picture this. A perfect, sunny day. Rolling green hills as far as the eye can see. And right there, smack dab in the middle of it all, is a teeny tiny white flower. A soul-chasing bloom. These bad boys are, like, the toughest plants ever. Heat? Cold? Lightning strikes? Earthquakes? No sweat. The life force is so intense that the juice from this flower can bring someone back from death's door. Cultivators everywhere are obsessed with them. They're straight up legendary. Ominous vibes incoming, heading straight for our little flower. The moment this dude walks by, the flower just freaking withers. Spotting a stone tablet that reads, 10-Mile Jade Clarity Holy Sect, someone mumbles. Did the Jade Clarity Sect change its name? No way, right? Another voice chimes in. Nah, it's still them.
The first guy's all like, this feels surreal, like waking up from a crazy dream or something.
The other just sighs. Yeah, it was rough getting here, man.
Tears are streaming down the face of someone cloaked in black. It's been so damn long. Behind them, another person sighs. Time waits for no one. I just hope everyone's okay.
Suchi clenches his fist, yelling, Master, it's Suchi, your most awesome disciple. I'm finally home. As the snow melts and spring rolls in, the Jade Clarity Flying Sword Tournament, a biannual smackdown, is in full swing in the Ru Mountains. It's a huge deal, drawing competitors from the Jade Clarity Holy Sect, the Nine Dragons Sect, the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate, and basically every other major faction looking to flex. You've got these huge banners plastered everywhere. Ru, where the good times roll. The rules are simple. Each team has to complete all the special sections. Total time, penalties included, determines the winner. Fastest team wins. Oh, and no flying your swords higher than 1 meter. Also, no sword fighting allowed. Break the rules, and you're out of here.
Someone zooms by on their sword, and the announcer blares, all right, that's 5 straight sections, 100 meters each.
The arena is packed with teams. The commentators shout, left, 7 segments, 100 meters each, a tight spot.
Whoosh! 5 sword riders rush by.
One team is huddled over a map. Left, 4, 250 meters straight, 300 meters curved. Then the gravel pit. The other cheers. We're in the lead, yes, we need to bring glory to Jade Serenity Peak. For Master Shi Xuan. The map. Guy keeps rambling. Okay. Then 100 meters straight covered in oil. Suddenly, his eyes widen in horror. Their sword has yeeted them straight into the ocean. Book guy's completely stunned. I swear, there's nothing wrong with this map. His teammate is just as confused. Since when did Ru have an ocean? Ha! As hundreds of swords plummet downwards, the announcer yells, height exceeded, team DQ'd. The participants screamed, help me, it's all messed up. Heavenly Hound pricks up his ears at the cries for help. But all Suichi can think about is seeing Hanju again. I'm finally going to see my master. All these years, even when the Azure Python Great Sage went on a rampage, or the Demon Emperor tried to nuke the world, or when the Vermilion Bird tried to burn the skies. Even if Hanju almost ascend, nothing could faze Hanju, except the system pop-up. System detected the strongest existence nearby.
Su-Chi, 7th layer of the transformation realm.
Hanju screams internally. Su-Chi's back? The system didn't even give me a heads up. Wow, time flies. It's been like 300 or 400 years. I guess coming home now makes sense. Memories of a young Su-Chi flood his mind. Hanju remembers telling the kid, I'll give you a mission. If you can pull it off, I'll make you my personal disciple." Su Qi was pumped. "I can do it!" Hanju massages his temples. I really said that back then, he thinks. But who knew even the demon-slaying sect couldn't hold him back? Crap. I'm not as strong as this kid anymore, so I can't just make him go out. Hanju activates his divine sense vision and spots both the Chaos Heavenly Hound and Su Qi. "Doggo's here too? That little bastard is lucky to be alive. Good thing he's got a blessed beast with him to suppress Su Qi. If only Fang Liang was here." Then, wait, there's more people. Su Qi is about to set foot in the Jade Clarity Holy Sect. Where the dream began, overcome with emotion, the boy wiped away his tears. "This is the place that gave my life new meaning." The Chaos Heavenly Hound, standing behind him, sticks out his tongue. "But you've always told me that you've been training hard on the mountain with your master since you were a kid, and you've never been out. You must be very familiar with the Jade Clarity sect, right?" Su Qi waved his hand excitedly. "That's not important. Before we meet our master, let's go to the city and have some fun, experience the mortal world, and eat chicken." The Chaos Heavenly Hound shouted unexpectedly. "Master!" Hanju suddenly appeared. Su Qi was stunned. "That was fast," Hanju asked simply. "You're back!" Su Qi's eyes lit up. "Calling! Master!" Su Qi kneeling, bowing his head. "Thank you, Master. I have already completed the mission you have given to your apprentice." "Thank you for your secret protection over the past few years." Hanju speechless. "What secret protection? It's your bad luck that you imagined it like this." "I can't bear this misfortune," Hanju spoke coldly. "The demonic tide is gone, and yet these pests still dare to stir trouble. They're getting bold. Think they can just waltz into my turf? Not a chance." Su Qi was stunned. He shot up. "Master, what are you talking about? This disciple hasn't been causing any trouble." Hanju reached out. "Relax." He casually unleashed a 9 dragons demon subduing seal. Su Qi was instantly blasted away by the attack. The Chaos Heavenly Dog was scared out of its wits. Su Qi Hanju walked down the steps and said, "Keep your distance from him. Keep your distance from him." The Chaos Heavenly Dog exclaimed, "Master, have you lost it? This is your disciple, Su Qi." Su Qi. But Hanju acted like he didn't hear it, he thought, recognizing Su Qi's potential, and then Mutu guiding him down the demonic cultivation path. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice?" At that moment, the Chaos Heavenly Dog finally saw black qi flowing out of Su Qi's body. This is demonic energy. How could it be inside Su Qi? I've never seen this before. The demonic energy coalesced into the shape of an eye, appearing before Hanju. The Demon Lord laughed loudly. "You truly have skills to actually recognize my existence." The Chaos Heavenly Dog recoiled in fear. "Who is that?" Hanju calmly asked the demonic qi. "Why would a fellow Taoist hide in my disciple's body?" The Demon Lord said, "To be able to sense my presence, you must be at least in the Grand Ascension realm. No wonder this kid keeps mentioning you." System notification. The Demon Lord has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred level is 4 stars. Demon Lord. 7th level of the Grand Ascension realm, in a split soul state. The most powerful demonic cultivator in the last 10,000 years of the demonic path. Honored as the Demon Lord. Because you are Su Qi's master, hatred has been generated towards you. If given the chance, he will definitely kill you. Current hatred level is 4 stars. Hanju frowned. The Demon Lord is still in a split soul state. He let out a breath. The 6-path soul-absorbing Demon Lord loudly warned, "What do you intend to do? How dare you attack my split soul? Be careful, your disciple will pay with his life. This kid has been possessed by my split soul. Under the interconnected nature of the source, his foundation will be destroyed." Hanju calmly retorted. "So what?" The Demon Lord roared. "You! My main body roams the world. Revenge is never delayed. If you dare to harm this split soul, wash your neck and wait for my main body to personally settle accounts.
Hanju shrugged.
Killing demonic cultivators is the responsibility of our righteous path, however. He proposed to the demon lord. You and I have no grudges. If you spare my disciple, I'll let this split soul of yours leave. How about it? The demon lord immediately nodded. Of course I can, he thought to himself. Turns out he's just a coward. Suddenly, Sun Qi's eyes snapped open. The Chaos Heavenly Dog, who had been watching closely, hurriedly asked, Sun Qi, are you okay? Sun Qi sprung up like a coil. Demon Lord. Since when is he spying on me? The Demon Lord didn't care what Sun Qi said. It asked Hanju. Are you satisfied now? Hanju nodded. Good, then be gone. The Demon Lord snorted and disappeared. Damn kid. At the same time, the system notified of a new message. The Demon Lord has increased his hatred towards you. Current hatred level is 5 stars. Hanju thought to himself. Your path is really getting narrower and narrower.
Sun Qi quickly explained. Master, he wanted to take me as a disciple before, but I refused. Be careful. He'll take revenge on you. Hanju shook his head. It's fine. I'm just casting a long line to catch a big fish.
Hanju decisively said that once the Demon Lord's split soul returns, he will let him taste the delights of Nihei Bridge. Earlier on the surface, he used the 9 Dragons Demon Subduing Seal to force the Demon Lord out, but it was actually a feigned attack, secretly intending to leave behind a trick. Even if he is a Grand Ascension, he couldn't possibly detect the traces of the spider silk. The Demon Lord was moving at extreme speed, unaware of the change that had occurred to him. The 6 Paths reincarnation mark has been placed.
Sun Qi opened his bright eyes and looked at Hanju. The delights of Nihei Bridge? Doesn't that mean?
Hanju nodded.
All right, you've worked hard all these years. Go home and rest.
A long time passed, and only now did the gatekeeping disciple realize what happened, asking, What was that commotion just now? Wasn't that the slashing god elder? Hanju cursed inwardly. Damn it! They're still chattering about what a big deal it was, and even alerted the slashing god elder.
Suddenly, Hanju reached out and grabbed Sun Qi by the collar.
His other hand pulled the Chaos Heavenly Dog's paw.
The 3 of them instantly disappeared. Before the 2 disciples could react, they called out, The slashing god elder is in the Han sect's cave abode.
Laughter and chatter filled the air. Senior brother, long time no see.
Yang Tiandong's jaw dropped. Holy crap! It's been so many years!
Shun Cheng Hun blankly asked. Is this the legendary second senior brother? He's pretty handsome. Hanju clamped Sun Qi's neck and said, You must be tired from the long journey. Go inside and rest first. You can greet them later. Sun Qi shook his head and said, Master, I'm not tired. Hanju immediately gritted his teeth.
Then suffer cultivation over here. Hey Yuji was putting on a big boss act, greeting everyone, but Hundun Tiango casually replied, Long time no see, son.
A silent dispute immediately erupted between the 2 demon beasts.
Tiangu quietly listened to Yungji's inquiries. Long time no see? How's it been outside?
Then it wore a triumphant, challenging expression. How about a few rounds? Let's see how far you've cultivated. Tiangu frowned, thinking, asking the obvious, looking at Yuji's tubby figure, and continued to muse. Does he take me for a fool? Just one glance and I know his cultivation is above mine. If we really fought, I'd definitely get wrecked. Damn it, all those years of grinding outside can't compare to sitting at home squatting. Tiangu frowned, recalling Yang Tiandong's previous state. Didn't Tiandong just reach the nascent soul realm? He's already in the transformation realm this fast? Looks like Master has been teaching them quite a bit. Even if my cultivation is higher, I'd probably lose to him. After all, Master used to defeat enemies above his level, so I'd guess I couldn't win a fight either.
Tiangu glanced at Chang'an beside him and sighed inwardly. This Baldy has similar cultivation to Tiandong, but his spiritual power is nearly limitless. Looking at his stone-like appearance, he must specialize in defense. I wouldn't win a war of attrition. What kind of monsters has Master been accepting? There's not even one person I can beat. Meanwhile, he was secretly wondering, where did Murong Chi go to do missions?
Looks like he's paying respects to Second Martial Uncle, which is delaying him a bit. After looking at Changguan, it looked towards Di Kao. This little sister's spiritual power is also endless. But her cultivation is only in the nascent soul realm, so I could probably bully her. However, based on my understanding of Master and her ability to generate spiritual power like that, she's definitely Master's favorite, so I should probably take it easy on her. I know it's shameless, but I need to win at least one match to prove myself and establish the prestige of Hundun Dasheng. So it pointed in one direction and declared loudly, I must spar with this one.
Tiangu was completely confident of victory, avoiding letting everyone think that it was lonely and miserable outside. This was related to its honor, the unbeatable Hundun Dasheng.
But when everyone saw the opponent and wanted to challenge, they were all speechless. Because it was Crow God, who had retracted its aura and looked like a tiny chick on the outside.
Crow God turned to look at each other and asked,
Meh, are you sure? Tiangu made an unpredictable move and was very smug. Didn't expect it, right? Even I, Hundun Dasheng, don't spare those with weak spiritual energy. Are you angry? This saint is just that shameless. Surely Tiandong's group will beg me to stop. And of course I'll leave a way out to back down, implicitly admitting that I've achieved a powerful position. In the future, I'll definitely have a say in this mountain.
After thinking it over, it confidently affirmed,
Yes, it's you. Thinking it was going to get an easy bargain, but never thought it would be the one who was surprised. Yu Ji calmly said. Go on, no need to be polite, Tiandong said. As long as you're happy. The two people next to him laughed heartily. This made it stunned, questioning, Why are you guys backing away? Are you afraid I'll hurt you? Crow God worriedly said to each other. He's also Master's pet? Maybe we should just let it go? Yuji reassured. It's okay, don't worry. Master has wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time now. You can just go wild. Tiangu was furious, straining every muscle in its body and yelling, You little brat, don't get too cocky. Today, this saint will teach you what it means to respect your elders. This saint's Tiangu devours the moon, can't hold back any longer. It eagerly stepped forward. Prepare to fall off the stage! Little did it know that everyone behind was laughing while watching Tiangu put on a show. Tiandong teased. Someone, or rather some dog, is about to suffer. And so, the battle between the chicken named Crow God and the dog named Tiangu officially began. Both advanced forward to fight each other very seriously,
putting on airs for all it was worth. But in less than a minute, Tiangu took a blow to the head, creating a huge bump, and collapsed on the ground in a humiliating manner. Tiandong sat down beside him, seemingly to comfort him, but instead he said, You should still write in Chinese. Scene changed to Hanju.
He was closing his eyes and casting some kind of spiritual energy, while also scolding. This dog hasn't been home for so long, it needs to be taught a lesson.
Suki Chi pleaded for him. Master, it's not that Tiangu didn't want to come home, but he was imprisoned by the demon emperor. Please forgive him.
Hanju was helpless, sighing as he said, If he had returned with Tiandong earlier, then so many things wouldn't have happened. Forget it, it's good that he's here now. At this moment the little boy was covered in talismans and swirling symbols that made him uncomfortable. It's so itchy. Yunji wondered, Master, why have you placed so many seals on Suichi? Hanju replied seriously. The power within him has been disturbed by the demon lord and is somewhat out of control. I've casually placed these to repair it. Su Chi will stay in my cave abode to cultivate from now on. Before he loses control of his power, you guys better not invite him to go fishing. Tiandong exclaimed admiringly. Junior brother, I didn't expect you would be personally instructed by Master. It seems Master wants to focus on nurturing you, Su Chi said politely. Senior brother, don't worry. I will definitely cultivate diligently and never fail Master's painstaking efforts, Hanju instructed. From now on, you will cultivate with me in the cave abode." The little boy was excited. "This is the warmest thing I've ever heard," Changwan sighed. "Only Enlightenment Sword has such treatment." Hanju added, "Oh, right, Enlightenment Sword. You'll stay outside for now. You're named Enlightenment Sword." Enlightenment Sword was stunned. "Master, why?" Tiangu, after the humiliating defeat, was crying loudly, feeling like it would never be loved again. "Master didn't personally instruct me." Yuji behind him smiled and asked, "Idiot. Master cultivates in the cave abode, for half a year at the shortest, and dozens of years at the longest." Hearing that, its face turned pale. "Cultivating for so long, how can I endure that?" Yuji then handed a fishing rod to the other party. "Then that's that." "Take it," it exclaimed joyfully. "I'll go build a team with you later." Tiangu took the fishing rod and wondered, "What's building a team for?" Tiandong explained, "Of course, it's for fishing. Last night I painstakingly researched 18 fishing techniques all night long, so they kept chattering back and forth, super noisy. Definitely no action today." Remembering your good advice, Suqi was enjoying himself in his cave, while Hanju was exhausted, thinking, "It's been years since I've been here. Things have changed a lot." He glanced at the system notification that popped up out nowhere. It said, "Touching Suqi, no action, can't have your way. Your grand disciple Fang Liang is attacked by a demon beast. Your grand disciple Fang Liang is attacked by a demon beast, seriously injured, but luckily a powerful figure passing by saved him from death. Your good friend Mo Fuki inherits demonic powers, cultivation soaring. Your good friend Shi Shanshen returns to the mortal world, comprehending the true meaning of heaven and earth, stepping into the Mahayana realm. Your good friend Huang Jihao is attacked by your good friend Mo Fuki, seriously injured. Your Dao companion Xuan Qingjun ascends to immortality, luck soaring. Your grand disciple Murong Qi encounters a fortuitous encounter, body transforming. Your good friend Zhufan is attacked by righteous cultivators. He was surprised. Xuan Qingjun ascended. I wonder when I'll see her again. Demonic powers from Mo Fuki, huh? He's going further and further down the path of the true demons." Speaking of the demonic path, he didn't know if the demon lord's divided soul had returned to the main body yet. Hanju closed his eyes and felt the scene shifting to a land under the blazing red sunset and closer to an arid desert. He saw it and was surprised. Why is there a Six Paths imprint here? In the distance, a group of people were injured. Hanju immediately recognized them. It was Moju's group. The demon lord was gaining the upper hand, he said. "True demon, don't struggle anymore. The mission of the Moore family's bloodline is to help my demon race cover this mortal realm. When the human race is destroyed, you, as meritorious officials, can all ascend to the upper realm and become immortals." Fuki's body was covered in heavy and light wounds, but his words were very firm. "I don't care about your ascension. Don't even think about turning the Mo family into demons, causing chaos and havoc among the human race." The demon lord hit the nail on the head. "Haven't you killed enough people already?" he shouted to explain. "It's obvious that the people I killed weren't intentional. Most of the time, I was forced into a desperate situation." The demon lord sneered. "Oh yeah? What about your brother Zhufan then? Do you remember how you killed him, that stabbed straight into his heart, making Fuki grit his teeth in hatred? You," Moju shouted loudly at the demon lord. "Give up! Although the Mo family has the bloodline of the demon race, we are still human in the end. If we really help the demon race replace the human race, then we are traitors, selling out our ancestors for glory." The demon lord threatened. "Little girl, you're courting death." She frowned, glancing down, looking at the puppet in her hand, pondering. She was only in the Tribulation Transcendence realm, and the puppet Hanju gave her was the same. Using it to fight the demon lord? Surely it was like hitting a rock with an egg. "I'm afraid we have to say goodbye." Suddenly her eyes lit up. Mo Yuling, the Mo family's patriarch in the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, spoke sweating profusely. Great Demon Lord, something that even the Demon Emperor has never done. How can the Mo family alone do it? May I ask if the demon race will send strong reinforcements here? The Demon Lord was extremely pleased. Why do we need reinforcements? I will help the Mo family myself, she wondered. You mean you are stronger than the dead Demon Emperor? The Demon Lord stomped his foot hard on the ground, replying, The Demon Emperor? Can he compare to this Siet? The reason I didn't take action before was to use him to test the strength of the righteous path, forcing them to use all their trump cards. The Demon Lord held his sword tightly, raised it high into the sky, and loudly declared,
And this seat, in order not to be rejected by the heavenly Daikyo, has always deliberately suppressed my cultivation, my Twuk. My true level is already the 9th level of the half-step Mahayana realm.
Suddenly, Hanju's voice rang out in space. The demon race is indeed incorrigible. A Mahayana realm still dares to plot against my human race. You are truly courting death. It's a good opportunity to strike at Mo Yuling, to prevent her from causing trouble in the future. A hand appeared, with a middle finger pointing out, shining with demonic power, grabbing him.
He was excitedly posing when he suddenly noticed something different.
A beam of light in the sky was swallowing the Demon Lord's darkness. Hanju shouted, Heaven and earth, Xuan Huang, break the realm finger. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice full of power. Weren't you going to take revenge immediately? As long as you're willing, so will I. A beam of light enveloped the sky behind the Demon Lord. He was crushed by it, and couldn't resist at all. That light also made the three on this side have to cover themselves. Moju shouted in astonishment. This is the scene at that moment. Unbelievable. The tops of the mountains were all flattened. She stammered. Half of the mountain was leveled. The Demon Lord. Then, his body and soul were destroyed. The ghost was shocked, contorting its face, voice trembling. Huh? Isn't he a half-step Great Ascension level 9? How could he? It then thought to itself, so he's dead already, and instantly too. Even Fuki was sweating bullets, his tone hesitant. A single strike could wipe out a Great Ascension cultivator. The attacker is likely a hidden immortal in the mortal realm. He looked up at the sky, feeling lucky. Good thing we didn't agree right away, or we might be dead too. Moju on the side knelt down, constantly giving thanks. Thank you, Senior, for sparing us. To the point where Hanju couldn't help but curse. You idiot!
Fuki turned to the gloomy ghost in the corner and said,
The Demon Lord is dead. Old ancestor, you should give up on that little idea of yours, right?
You used to say the Mortis family was huge,
and our great Yan was just a small part of it. He lowered his head. When my family was massacred, although the other branches followed suit, some people still survived. I think it's better to find the scattered clansmen and bring them back to the clan grounds. As long as the Mo family remains, there's always hope. That the ghost was still lost in thought. Even a Great Ascension Demon Lord was wiped out in one hit. And I'm just a Tribulation Realm cultivator. Is the demonic path really doomed? She suddenly stood up, saying, Forget it, let's do what Jungian said, Moju asked, confused. What? We're not taking revenge.
Fuki gently stroked his little sister's head and replied, The calamity that befell our Mo family was all because the demon race was scheming behind the scenes. If we really want revenge, we have to wait until we're strong enough to stand against the demon race.
He continued. For now, we should focus on finding the clansmen scattered outside. This path might be difficult, and we don't know when we'll gather everyone. Moju sadly thought to herself, I thought everything was fine with the Mo family, and I could return to the Yu King sacred sect. But now I can't. The Mo family still needs saving, and I can't just ignore them. But Hongshuan, Chongyuer, and Hanju must have grown closer.
I fear I'll slowly drift apart from Han Lang. She slowly walked forward, still reluctantly hugging the puppet and looking back. Behind her was the Yongqing Sacred Sect. We'll meet again if fate allows.
At the same time, in another cave abode,
Su Qi was sitting inside, cultivating, his entire body glowing with a purple demonic aura.
Hanju sat opposite him, pondering. So everything the Mon family suffered was actually the demon race's doing. But on the other hand, what exactly is this demon race? They want to overthrow the immortal gods of the mortal realm, but haven't made a move.
He crossed his arms, making a hypothesis in his head.
If I were the master of the heavenly court and saw the demon race attacking the mortal realm, knowing they're basically running a pyramid scheme to recruit people, I'd definitely send someone to stop them. He suddenly realized. Could something have happened in the upper realm?
He curled 2 fingers, lowering them, and a vortex appeared on his hand.
I wonder if Zhang Guoxing knows about this. I'll ask him.
Begin comprehending the 3 pure world piercing,
enhancing the essence of this divine power.
The Sword Dao River, Ji Yuxing, appeared with the demeanor of a sword immortal.
Hanju spoke. Old bro, senior, long time no see.
Before anything else he yelled in reproach.
Great Ascension level 3 and you still haven't ascended, he sheepishly replied. There are enemies in the upper realm, I don't dare to ascend. Ji Yuxing irritably turned away, questioning. No wonder you came to the Sword Dao River, you probably want to ask something, right? He flattered. Senior is as wise as a god. I have a question. I don't know if you're willing to answer.
He impatiently snapped. Speak!
Hanju seriously asked. Our mortal realm is being invaded by the demon race. Why haven't the immortal gods taken action? He replied. The upper realm is in chaos. The heavenly court is struggling to take care of itself. Where would they find the energy to manage the mortal realm? But don't worry, it won't be long before the heavenly court restores order. He was startled and quickly asked, The upper realm is in chaos. How could the upper realm be in chaos? What happened? He explained. A great demon saint who doesn't listen to the heavenly court appeared in the demon race and wreaked havoc in the heavenly court. An image of a general destroying everything appeared. Ji Yuxing continued. This great demon saint might have a powerful force behind him, making it difficult for the heavenly court to suppress him in the short term. But with the heavenly court's background, they'll be able to resolve it quickly. Just wait patiently. The top 3 forces are the 3 overlords, the Divine Palace, the Heavenly Court, and the Buddhist sect. Next are the second, pre-trait forces like the Dragon Race, the Phoenix Race, the Golden Crow Divine Race, the Keelan Race, the Asura Race, and the Demon Race. Below that are the mysterious Taoist sects, the Ancient Immortal Sect, and so on, he said. As for the Demon Race, their era is long over. Even Man Cu in the upper realm can only be considered a second, Fexerate force. Hanju followed up. Curious, huh? So after us mortals ascend, do we directly join the heavenly court? Ji Yuxing retorted. Dream on! The upper realm has many ascension platforms connected to countless mortal realms.
The majority of mortals can only join low-level immortal cultivation sects in the upper realm.
Very few with exceptional talent will be noticed by major forces like the Heavenly Court, the Buddhist sect, and the Divine Palace. But based on your talent, you'll definitely be selected, so you can consider it beforehand, what choice you'll make when the time comes. He seriously reminded him, after all, this is a matter of choosing sides. Once you've made a choice, it's difficult to change it. Hanju fell silent. Please give me advice then, senior. Which force do you think I should choose? Ji Yuxing cut to the chase. Don't play those little tricks in front of me. I travel the heavens alone, no backing, no power behind me. You figure it out. This junior has no intention of climbing up. If senior is willing to give some pointers, this junior would naturally be grateful.
Bu Jin also chimed in.
You're a human. If you want to choose, you can choose the Heavenly Court. The Divine Palace is the top choice. He thought to himself. The Divine Palace. Murong Chi's force in his previous life. Hanju asked. Senior, have you ever heard of Divine Emperor Miao Zhen? Ji Yujing was surprised. That's the peerless war god of the divine palace. Though long dead, he was once in existence at the level of a divine emperor. Invincible. Even my cultivation is inferior to his. How does a mortal like you know his title? He sweated profusely, making up an excuse. This junior just happened to hear about it by chance, thinking he couldn't possibly say the system told him.
Hanju continued to inquire. I wonder what relationship the so-called Divine Emperor Miao Zhen had with the Divine Palace.
Ji Yuxing said, I'm not sure about that, but it probably wasn't too good. It's said that the reason Divine Emperor Miao Zhen died was related to internal strife within the Divine Palace. Back then, Divine Emperor Miao Zhen was besieged by many demon clans and divine emperors. The Divine Palace not only didn't provide reinforcements, but after he died, the Divine Palace didn't even erect a statue for him here. He imagined the scene of him shouting, "Where's my 10,000 years of medicinal herbs?" saying this was a huge blood feud. Wait, what did he use? He replied, Ascend as soon as possible. As long as you join a major power, those enemies won't bother you. He made up his mind. The Divine Palace is a no-go. Ji Yuxing walked towards the light, waving his hand and saying, I'll tell you one last thing. After ascending, don't go wandering around until you reach the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. Hanju thanked him. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Even if I reach the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, I won't go wandering. He laughed foolishly. Let alone, this junior's enemy is the divine beast Vermilion Bird. As soon as Ji Yuxing heard the name, he rushed over, grabbed his collar, and questioned, What did you say? Your enemy is the Vermilion Bird? He stammered, Yes. He stared wide-eyed and said, Then don't ascend anymore, just go into nirvana and reincarnate for a new cultivation. Hanju's face twisted, asking, The image of a monster appeared. The person known as Ji Yuxing described the Vermilion Bird clan as divine beasts of luck. Even the heavenly court, the divine palace, and the Buddhist sect would curry favor with them. If the Vermilion Bird bothers you, the three major powers might turn a blind eye. To provoke the Vermilion Bird clan, even with stronger talent, you'll only die young. Take my advice, reincarnate, and get a new identity. Hanju panicked. Senior, besides reincarnation, is there any other way? He pondered and said, There might be, but it's not very likely. The world is vast, with lush forests. As far as I know, there's a kind of spirit stone related to the heavenly Dabio, which can avoid the heavenly Dabio's restrictions, meaning you don't need to undergo tribulations. Even if your cultivation far exceeds the mortal realm, you can stay in the mortal realm. Ji Yuxing continued to explain. Such spirit stones are not uncommon in the upper realm. Often divine immortals rely on this kind of spirit stone to descend to the mortal realm. Don't look at me, I don't have one. It's just that the heavenly court strictly forbids immortal realm beings from borrowing this to descend to the mortal realm. Once discovered, they will be dealt with according to the heavenly rules. If you can find it, you'll have a chance to cultivate to a level surpassing the Vermilion Bird clan and then ascend. Ji Yuxing thought to himself, It's a pity that such a divine item can't be obtained by someone without great heavenly Dao luck. Looking at Hanju, seeing him frozen stiff, he asked, Are you all right? He was now immersed in his own thoughts. Isn't this talking about the heaven evading stone? Fang Liang, you're amazing. Fang Liang, you're truly my little angel. If this heaven-evading stone is the heavenly Dao cheating item that Ji Yuxing mentioned, then the ascension can be temporarily postponed. Next, he must fully enhance his cultivation. Ji Yuxing sweated profusely in helplessness. He floated in the air, silent, watching Hanju leave with an ugly face that even ghosts would despise. Thank you for the guidance, Senior. I'll visit you next time. That night, in the towering mountains, three strangers gathered in a cave, with a ball making a sound. Is Chi Mai Moan dead? Blood Demon replied, Yes,
Mo was killed by a genius from the heavenly immortal mansion.
He continued. Not only him, but we all suffered heavy injuries for the sake of the demon race this time. Even the demon emperor is dead. Jueyan questioned the three inside the ball. You're hiding something from me again? Sacrificing for the demon race? Do you want to betray this world? Blood demon ancestor was silent, his face filled with fear. Tham Mo Luhan didn't dare to say a word either. Even white-haired demoness frowned, only daring to speak in her mind.
If you hadn't delayed and didn't make any move, the demon race wouldn't have given us so much.
The Elba Mo put his hands together and said, Amitabha, anyway, this monk is out. This monk plans to ascend to the upper realm, like the demon lord. White-haired questioned him. Tham Mo, are you really willing? You should know, with your current cultivation, even if you ascend, you won't really transform.
Tham Mo replied seriously.
Everyone knows, the higher your cultivation before ascending, the more your cultivation will increase after successfully ascending. But staying in this mortal realm is just a dead end. Compared to death, it's better to live temporarily in the upper realm, Jumayan reminded. Don't rush. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into an illusion, his voice continuing to echo in the space.
At most 500 years, I will personally descend to the mortal realm.
By then, it won't be too late for you to ascend, after I destroy the heavenly immortal mansion. Blood demon hesitated. But 500 years, Jueyan Taoist gave him a sharp glare and said, If you are willing to help me destroy the heavenly immortal mansion, I will introduce you to a sect in the upper realm, so you have a place to rely on. He summoned 3 treasures, then ordered, Take these. When they glow, it will be the signal for my descent. They all knelt down, shouting in unison, Yes! With Senior's promise, we 3 juniors will definitely do our best to help. Jueyan continued. As for the demon race, ignore them. The heavenly court will soon take action against them. They all agreed. As you command. 20 years later, in a barren land, a person lay in a small hut. Hello everyone, I am Enlightenment Sword. Since Sun Chi returned, I have been kicked out of the cave by my master, forced to live on the mountain eating wind and sleeping in dew. Over 20 years have passed, and my master still shows no intention of calling me back. The little girl's eyes welled up with tears, thinking, 20 years already? I still can't figure it out. The previous mistresses were fine, but why did master take a liking to a man? Am I abandoned? No. I can increase the cave's spiritual energy. There's still a lot of spiritual energy that has nowhere to go. Master, please. Suddenly, a soft voice called, Enlightenment Sword, come in. The little girl immediately flew away. Then, like a little cat, she bowed beside Hanju. Master, what are your orders? He said. I'm sorry for making you suffer these years. From now on, the cave will be unlocked. The young grass nearby asked curiously, Where's Su Chi? He pointed in one direction, saying, Over there, in the distance, there was a deep pit, Hanju explained. I told him to stay in there, opening up a cave that belongs to him, changing to a harsher place for cultivation. The gathering of spiritual energy will be more focused. He ordered, Enlightenment Sword, pass down the order. Without my command, no one is allowed to disturb him, understand? The little girl obeyed. Understood. Prosperity, democracy, freedom, equality, patriotism, dedication, peace, justice, rule of law, honesty, friendliness. Only like this, the misfortune will not spread randomly. Hopefully, Great Might Heavenly Dragon Su Chi heard this, and immediately became arrogant, thinking that his master wanted to focus on cultivating him, hoping Su Chi would cultivate diligently. Earthgrass also ran away after receiving the order. He watched them leave, thinking, timely encouragement is necessary. Time waits for no one. He picked up a large purple jade. At most 100 years. I should be able to break through to the Grand Ascension realm. Hanju smiled, looking at the thing in his hand. 4th level of the Grand Ascension realm. The content on the screen was as follows. Your friend Quiet Void Taoist has achieved enlightenment and ascended. His luck has soared. Your friend Ji Xianshen has returned to the mortal world, comprehending the true meaning of heaven and earth. Stepping into the Grand Ascension realm, your friend Mofuki was attacked by righteous cultivators. Death count 4897. Your friend Huangji Hao was attacked by demonic beasts. Death count 7834. Your Taoist partner Hong Tuyen accidentally entered the Taoist temple of the Immortal Continent. Your friend Chang Yuer accidentally entered the Taoist temple of the Immortal Continent. He was surprised. Quiet Void Taoist has ascended? Ji Xianshen is back, so he didn't ascend? Could it be that he left the mortal realm by relying on the secret methods of the heavenly immortal mansion? Hong Tuyen and the others accidentally entered the Taoist temple of the Immortal Continent? What is that Immortal Continent? There's another page. Your grand disciple Feng Liang accidentally entered an ancient forbidden area. A peerless divine sword recognized him as its master. Your grand disciple Feng Liang ate a heavenly divine fruit, his cultivation sword. Your grand disciple Feng Liang entered the heavenly immortal mansion. His luck increased. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was favored by the headmaster of the heavenly immortal mansion, obtaining a mysterious cultivation technique. Your grand disciple Feng Liang unexpectedly encountered Ji Xianshen. His cultivation had an epiphany. His sword skills improved. Your grand disciple Fang Liang encountered a heavily injured demonic cultivator on the road, killed him, and obtained a large amount of pills. Your grand disciple Fang Liang saved a mysterious wild beast, obtaining a blessing of luck. Your grand disciple Fang Liang obtained the recognition of the heavenly immortal mansion's ancestor. His soul power refined a great divine power of the heavenly immortal mansion. Han Ju was utterly astonished by Fang Liang's prowess. The kid is only in his 20s. How can Fang Liang have 9 great opportunities? How can a child of heaven be so unreasonable? He sweated profusely. When that kid returns, he'll probably have Grand Ascension Realm cultivation. Damn it. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. Taoist Guan? Han Ju recognized Jin Xianshen's sound transmission. He continued. I have broken through to the Grand Ascension Realm. Let's go out and have a match. He was helpless. This guy has broken through to the Grand Ascension Realm, and he still won't give up? Han Ju raised 2 fingers in front of his chest, just in case. He simulated a trial battle first. Han Ju breathed a sigh of relief, saying, too dangerous. Luckily, it was still a one-hit kill. Scene changed to a land full of tall towers. After the great war between the righteous and demonic factions ended, many holy lands led by the heavenly immortal mansion joined forces, and the demonic path was gradually pushed back, like rats fleeing from the demon race, not daring to cause trouble anymore. The world returned to peace. The righteous path realized the overall combat power control panel and shortcomings in output. So many sects began to motivate their disciples. Among them, Ji Xianshen's reputation was the greatest, killing Luo Chuanmo, one of the 5 venerables of the demonic path, killing millions of demonic cultivators. His reputation was unparalleled. Only the identity of the mysterious cultivator who killed the demon emperor remained unknown, causing Ji Xianshen to not be able to firmly hold the title of the #1 cultivator in the world. And it became Ji Xianshen's obsession. He was now standing on a tall branch, thinking to himself, that loss to the demon emperor was an accident. It was because my strength hadn't reached the Grand Ascension realm, allowing Taoist Guan to take advantage. Now that I've broken through to the Grand Ascension realm, defeating the demon emperor is a given. This time, I can surely win. This battle is to prove myself. Only I can defeat Taoist Guan, thus fully deserving to be the #1 in the world. Xianshen said softly, let's have a fair fight. Let the world know who is #1. Originally, there was no need for a fight. Unfortunately, the demon emperor died too quickly, leading to today's situation. That guy who killed the demon emperor with 1 strike? His strength is just so-so. If you can defeat the demon emperor, So can I.
Suddenly, Hanju appeared right behind him, whispering, "What are you mumbling about, Taoist Ji?" Xianshen jumped back in shock, his eyes serious and sharp.
Dude was blushing like crazy, freaking out inside. How did I not notice him sneaking up? No wonder the Devil Emperor bit the dust so easily. The scene went wild. People flying backwards all over the place. A god yelled, "So what do you think of the new divine power?" An old dude replied, "Impressive, young man. I'm happy and relieved. Chinir could kill a devil lord before reaching Mahayana. Now that he's there, even the elders combined can barely stop him. He's definitely got what it takes to be the best in the world." The old guy continued, "With you leading the way, the celestial immortal mansion will definitely keep shining." The god confidently declared, "Qi Xianshen was born to be invincible." The old dude replied, "Of course. But it's a shame the title of #1 cultivator should belong to that mysterious dude who one-shotted the Devil Emperor." That sentence froze him in his tracks, his eyes blazing with annoyance. Back in reality, Qi Xianshen was super cautious in front of Hanju. He thought, that mysterious guy is right in front of me. If I don't go all out now, when will I ever get another chance?
Then he said, "Guan Yu, I've reached Mahayana and mastered a new divine power." Qi Xianshen laughed, bragging confidently, "I've beaten all the elders of the celestial immortal mansion. If I defeat you, I'll truly be #1. Hanju stroked his chin, pondering.
So he left the mortal realm to break through. I saw his new divine power earlier. Not much to it. If I don't control my power when I strike later, I might accidentally one-shot him. That'd be a pain." Qi Xianshen saw him standing silently and got cocky, frowning. "Did I scare you already? The title of #1 is up for grabs." A smug grin spread across his face. "Looks like I was overthinking it. No need for a private match. If I send out invitations and gather everyone to watch, then beat him in front of them, the news will spread like wildfire, and I can firmly claim the #1 spot. That's the perfect thank you speech." Suddenly, Hanju hesitated and asked, If I win this time, will you stop coming to challenge me?" Qi Xianshen was taken aback. Wondering what that meant, he immediately roared angrily, "Absolutely not. Qi Xianshen is invincible. I was just weaker than you before because of my cultivation level. Now that I've broken through, I'll definitely beat you."
Qi Xianshen kept posturing and talking trash, pointing his finger at Hanju and demanding, "Use the move that killed the Devil Emperor. I'll take it head." Frozen stiff,
thinking to himself, "He wants me to use my ultimate move right away? Why are young people so eager to die?" Then he slowly said, "Is that really necessary? You're so young and talented. Shouldn't you enjoy your life a little?" Qi Xianshen, always eager to win, provoked him. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of losing to me? Today, no matter what, you have to fight. If you dare to run away, I'll stay here forever." Hanju, seeing how stubborn he was, had to agree. All right, I'll fight you." He made a request. "Let's find an open space first, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other guy teleported away. In an instant, he landed in a different spot. Qi Xianshen showed off his technique. "This is the Great Thunderclap Immovable Wisdom Pagoda, a secret from the Upper Realms Buddhist sect. It's awesome." He continued to loudly present his move. "This move can defend and attack. As long as the defense isn't broken, all attacks will be converted into counterattacks, returning them to the attacker. Today, if you can break this pagoda, I won't bother you anymore." Hanju's eyes lit up. "You said it." His eyes gleamed. "No one in the Celestial Immortal Mansion can break this move. Are you really sure about this?" As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful surge of energy rose up like a storm. It was the pressure from the Great Thunderclap Immovable Wisdom Pagoda bearing down on Hanju. But he remained still, thinking to himself, "This pagoda doesn't look like it can block the world-piercing sword. It just looked like a raging storm coming his way." Hanju raised his middle finger. "If I break the defense and don't one-shot him, How much power should I use? He initially estimated around 30.
Qi Jianshen, inside the formation, laughed with satisfaction, mocking. Is that the sword energy that killed the Devil Emperor? You're using your finger as a sword. How impressive.
Sounded all cool and imposing, but in Hanju's eyes he was just a clown, he guessed. Looks like 3 parts of my strength won't do. Then he put a bit more power into his middle finger. Let's add a little more. Let's stop at 50. A crack appeared on the outer defense of Xinjianshen. He looked up, panicked. It's breaking? Is the Thunder Pagoda not going to hold? An overwhelming pressure crushed Xianshen, causing him to be covered in sweat. Why is this spiritual power still increasing? If I really can't stop it, I'm afraid I'll die. Qi Xianshen clearly felt the huge gap between them. I'm the strongest genius in the history of the Celestial Immortal Mansion. How can this be? I can't even stop a swordsman who killed the Devil Emperor? Hanju, turning into a fierce tiger, created terrifying illusions around his body for the enemy. Still not backing down? Add a little more spiritual power. That should be enough. So he increased it to 80%. That made Qi Jianshen's legs so heavy that they sank into the ground, but he still stubbornly raised his face to the sky, shouting wildly, Taoist Guan, come on! Dare to bet? Once you fail to break my defense, you'll be shooting yourself in the foot. Come at me with all your might. Today I want to see just how strong your genius sword technique is. But suddenly, Xianshen stopped mid-sentence. The scene before him was too terrifying. Hanju looked like a ghost, his posture horrifying, his finger pointing downwards, growling, Annihilate! That was when the power reached 99%. Then suddenly, it was as if nothing had happened. Xianshen grabbed Hanju's middle finger, saying, Wait. The air fell into awkwardness. He asked, What's wrong? He looked bright-eyed, his eyes sparkling. He said softly, I just remembered. I'm cooking soup at home. Forgot to turn off the stove. Gotta go back first. He also chimed in, very professionally, he said. Forgetting to turn off the stove while cooking soup is very dangerous. You should hurry. He also asked curiously, What kind of soup are you cooking? Shen replied happily, Lionhead ginseng goose soup. If Taoist Guan doesn't want me to bother you, I'll wait until you're free to say goodbye. He finished speaking and rushed away, not forgetting to say, Next time, I'll invite you to drink Heavenly Celebration water snake soup. It's my specialty. Hanju waved goodbye to his shameless friend. This guy knows when to bend and when to stretch. He'll achieve great things. Just then, someone approached, calling, Elder Han, long time no see. He saw the person and was surprised. Taoist Dooku, what brings you here? He replied. I'm here to say goodbye to you today, Taoist. Hanju was a bit confused. Goodbye? Are you about to ascend? Dooku said, Taoist, you see everything clearly as I'm about to leave. I hope to see little friend Su Chi one last time, to sever the mortal karma between the demon-subduing sect and me. His eyes showed absolute anticipation. Hanju's face turned pale, advising, I think you shouldn't meet him. Just ascend directly. Hanju put on a face that was more frightening than a ghost, looking like a witch trying to drag Dooku back. But he insisted, Taoist Han, what do you mean? It's just a meeting with Su Chi, he thought angrily. I'm trying to save you. He said sincerely, Could it be that Taoist Han is worried I'll steal his disciple? Don't worry, Taoist. I just want to say goodbye. Hanju explained, I'm thinking for your sake. Dooku put his hand on his chest, saying bitter words to emotionally manipulate Hanju. Taoist Han, if I don't see him this time, when I remember him during my tribulation, I fear he'll become my inner demon. I hope. He couldn't take it anymore, so he agreed. All right, but I'll remind you, you have to be quick. Don't bump into Sun Chi, that's all. Dooku happily clasped his hands together. Thank you, Sun Chi. Upon hearing the news, was utterly shocked. Senior Dunk is leaving. Hanju looked helplessly at Dooku, thinking, I'm thinking of your safety, and you're not even grateful? You're biting the hand that feeds you. Lu Dongbin was busy talking on the side. Little Chi, this goodbye is the last. The demon-subduing sect is destroyed. You're the last descendant, the only hope. Su Wenqi was thinking to himself. The demon-subduing sect? It seems like it was destroyed by my master. It's best not to tell him, to avoid troubling my master. Dooku kept giving instructions like a mother teaching her child. You must inherit the sect in the future. I have high hopes for you. The boy could only smile awkwardly. All right, he continued. Promise me. You must remember the sect's teachings. Then, they happily drank a lot of beer. Dooku was completely wasted. His face flushed red, he said. That year, I peaked at Widow Li, bathing by the river, and was expelled from the sect. I realize now that many years have passed. Su Wenqi was no different from him, exclaiming in admiration, Yes, life is short. He drank and ate to his heart's content, then sat down to tell his life story. Life is like that. Listen to me. Live well. Cultivate diligently. Eat and sleep well. Don't cause trouble outside like me. The boy drank and replied, You're right. And while the two were happily chatting, only Hanju had to cook for them, telling the history of the demon-subduing sect, then talking about life. 5 days and 5 nights passed before Dooku left. He instructed Sun Shi, This is the money I saved to rebuild the sect. Keep it safe, you'll need it later. The boy hesitated. Senior, I can't take it, he continued. Listen to me. Take it. I'm leaving, Taoist Han. You can see me off with your eyes. Hanju looked down, his face pale. Tell me honestly, you didn't drink too much, did you? He replied. How can a cultivator get drunk? We'll say goodbye here. Looking at his purple face, emitting black aura, he had to ask again. Are you all right? Dooku smiled and continued. I'm fine. This ascension state is definitely fine, Hanju thought to himself. Even a blind man can see his forehead turning black. Bad luck is clinging to him. Dooku walked into the distance, waving goodbye. I'm ascending. We'll meet again if fate allows. He walked into the distance, disappearing from their sight. In a few seconds, Dooku's ascension was unlucky, accidentally triggering the ninefold tribulation lightning. And then there's that super rare chance of the tribulation lasting for 5 years. Hanju just bounced with Su Chi, thinking, good luck to you, buddy. 8 years later, the system popped up a notification. Your buddy, Dooku, encountered a crazy heavenly tribulation while ascending, and basically kicked the bucket. Even though he technically ascended, his cultivation took a nosedive, and his power is just circling the drain, Hanju thought. Serves that old geezer right, trying to get chummy with that black star Su Chi when he could have just chilled. Surviving the tribulation at all is like striking gold in the cultivation world. Super lucky. Then the system chimed in again. Your buddy, Zhao Fan, stumbled upon a lucky break and snagged a grand unity spiritual treasure. Your buddy, Ji Hao, got jumped by a demon saint. Your buddy, Dooku, encountered a crazy heavenly tribulation while ascending, and basically kicked the bucket. Even though he technically ascended, his cultivation took a nosedive, and his power is just circling the drain. Your grand disciple, Fang Liang, earned the approval of a heavenly immortal abode elder's remnant soul, and learned a major divine ability. Your grand disciple, Murong Qi, has been attacked by demonic beasts 75,321 times. Your grand disciple, Murong Qi, comprehended the Dao of slaughter amidst the carnage. His cultivation skyrocketed, and he awakened a divine spark. Your buddy, Mo Fushu, got jumped by a ghost saint 1762 times. He mumbled to himself, Zhao Fan's still alive? And he got a grand unity spiritual treasure? Dude's about to blow up. And Fang Liang, that's awesome. Your grand disciple, Murong Qi, has been attacked by demonic beasts 7,546 times. Haha! Your grand disciple, Murong Qi, comprehended the Dao slaughter amidst the carnage. His cultivation skyrocketed, and he awakened a divine spark. Reading this, Hanju was super impressed. Nice. He awakened a divine spark already? And the kill count's still climbing. Turns out the most ambitious one isn't the disciples, but the grand disciple. Just then, the system updated the stats again. Attacked by demonic beasts 7,559 times during the carnage. Hanju was blown away by it all. He's gone totally berserk. Looks like I gotta activate that unique skill from his past life eventually. Major focus on development. Thank goodness the war god of the divine palace from back then. Then he whispered, looks like the task of slaying the vermilion bird can be entrusted to him. Alright? At that moment, Murongchi was going ham on the battlefield. Back at the hidden sect island, Dikao ran in, frantic. Master, you're finally awake. The Fusang Shu is acting up again. He heard the news, and his eyes popped open. Arriving at the Fusang Shu, it was a tree scraping the sky. Hey, Yuji spoke up. For the past half-year, the Fusang Shu has been shaking every time it gets dark. Before, the Golden Crow siblings could suppress it. But now it looks like they can't anymore. Wu Dao questioned Hanju. Have you been sneaking them out to go fishing lately? He vehemently denied it. Absolutely not! I haven't moved my nest recently. Even if I have to leave, I always return within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Cheng An said. Could there be something strange happening inside the Fusang Shu? Tian Go asked. Master, do you think it's trying to find a partner? Someone rebutted. A tree finding a partner? What nonsense. It's highly likely the crow gods on the branches are fooling around. Yeah, the sun's really blazing. Keep it under control. Don't let it set the mountain on fire again. Suddenly, they both whipped their heads around, looking grim. In the distance, there was something big and dark. Hey Yunji looked up, confused. What's with the Golden Crow's reaction? Chang'an said. There's nothing over there. Suddenly, the ground started shaking, causing Hanju's grand disciples to lose their balance. Inside the sect, everyone was screaming, earthquake, what's going on? Could someone be undergoing tribulation and exploded? No clue, but it seems to be coming from outside the sect. Crap, I almost went berserk. I was refining my chi, and all my precious materials got wrecked. Could it be an enemy attack? Dikao cried out in a panic. Master, look at the sky. The girl frantically pointed at the dark, island-like thing. That's north of the northern region. Looking at the distance, it's gotta be over 10,000 miles away. What's going on? It looks like the Earth's crust cracked open. The crow gods declared, Master, this aura seems to belong to the true dragon lineage. It looks like that being is about to be born. Hanju remained silent, his expression grim. He thought to himself, just hoping it doesn't bring another disaster. In a snowy mountain range with a raging blizzard, which was the northern region, Tiansu Demon King was kneeling on the ground, trembling. The direction you mentioned might be coming from the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. He was scared. Speechless, I advise you to give up the idea of going there. The flood dragon with a fearsome and gigantic appearance glared at Tiansu and let out a loud, "Oh!" The flood dragon only said "oh" once, which made Tiansu shiver uncontrollably. It asked, "Is the Jade Pure Sacred Sect very strong?" Upon hearing this, he replied, "Very strong. There may be an immortal within." The flood dragon retorted, "Nonsense. How can an immortal stay in the mortal realm?" Thinking about Hanju's twisted face, Tiansu trembled and said, "Anyway, he's super strong. Right now, the entire world thinks the Yuking Sacred Sect is the scariest place. Acu price. I even think the Heavenly Immortal Mansion ain't as scary as the Yuking Sacred Sect." A monster behind spoke up, "Boss, let's smash through the Earth's surface." They were bickering back and forth. "It's because of the divine object that's been secretly attracting us." "Bro, don't back down," Zhao Long pleaded. "Bro said he'd let me eat the divine object." "Hold up, listen to me." Then those three kept chatting away. I don't know why, but the closer we got, the weirder and more scared I felt. Scared of what?
Even if he's in the Great Ascension Realm, we can still kill him. Don't forget we're 3 Great Ascension Realms in one. Tiansu thought to himself below. It's almost over. Zhao Long was going on and on.
All the demons on the road are saying don't get near the Yuqing sacred sect. Even Zhao Dao and the invincible Qingmang Dasheng died at the Yuqing sacred sect. We gotta be careful. Away. Well, that's no good. I feel like we gotta snatch opportunities. My intuition's pretty good, you guys know. How about we go to the Great Yan first, investigate everything, and then go to the Yuqing sacred sect. Alright, also, a key point. We gotta keep it low-key.
He glanced down and ordered, "You, stand up." Tiansu was surprised. "Huh?" Zhao Long suddenly demanded. "Spin around twice for me," he asked.
"Do you have more of this outfit?" he stuttered. Yes, this humble one does." Half a year later, in a quiet place, someone was having a heart-to-heart. "Elder Han, there's been new developments about that loud sound from half a year ago," the other person replied.
"Tell me." Zhu Ding started explaining clearly. That loud sound was caused by an ancient, ferocious beast in the northern demon region. This scene could be described as mountains collapsing and sea levels rising. Qinggozi added, "That area isn't too far from our Great Yan."
Han Ju thought to himself, the Fusangshu's anomaly half a year ago, it was also half a year ago that it appeared. Could the two be related?
He continued, "This is a Spirit Jade message scroll that our reconnaissance team urgently transmitted from 10,000 miles away. The specific news is inside." A 3-dimensional image of a person appeared on the scroll. "Greetings, Zan Shen Elder,"
Han Ju spoke. "Spare the formalities. Do you know anything about the origins of this ferocious beast?" the person respectfully replied.
Reporting to the elder, "This demon is called a 3-headed Zhao Long. It's cruel and tyrannical. Though its bloodline is mixed, it can summon wind and rain. It grows wings on its back and can go to heaven and earth. Its strength shouldn't be underestimated. It was born very close to the northern border of our Great Yan. It's said that it's looking for a divine object, and is very likely to go south to the Great Yan and cause chaos. We hope the sect will prepare soon."
Han Ju thought to himself, looking for a divine object. Looks like it's definitely related to the Fusangshu. Then he asked aloud, "Since the day you recorded it in the Spirit Intelligence, have you ever heard of this demon developing a force?" The person replied, "Never heard of it. In the past, this demon liked to devour its subordinates. From the moment it was born, it was rejected by the demons. Big and small demon clans are unwilling to work for him." Qingzi stuttered. "Then that's fortunate," and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This old man thought that the demon race would be like the demonic path of the past, launching a great war against the world. Luckily, this 3-headed Zhao Long doesn't have the support of the demons. At that moment, he was still lost in his thoughts. Then, the problem arises. When the Fusangshu swayed perfectly, coinciding with the time this 3-headed Zhao Long was born, it proves that this 3-headed Zhao Long was born because of the Fusangshu. The loud sound happened more than half a year ago, but why is it delayed in coming? Qingzi saw that he was silent and asked, "Elder Han, have you figured something out?" Han Ju gently poured a cup of hot tea and said, "So far, has there been any damage in the places it has passed through?" The person replied, "Some sects have reported that it mostly just passes by. This is a bit strange, especially since it directly disappeared after entering the Great Yan." He became more and more confused. This 3-headed Zhao Long, is it being cautious, or is it plotting something?
Han Ju rubbed his chin and said, "I can't be sure yet. You guys go back and take care of the sect first. Can't freak out before the disaster even arrives."
They both said at the same time, "Yes, this old man will go arrange it immediately." He told himself, "Why bother with him? Better safe than sorry. Let's curse first." Then he said, Zhu Ding Zhenren again talked about the recent developments of the Yuqing sacred sect, mentioning the bitter cultivation to Immortality Mountain. Zhu Ding Zhenren intends to nurture Murongqi to become the chief disciple of the Yuqing sacred sect. He has the power to command the disciples of the entire sect from a position not equal to the elders. His actual power has already exceeded the elders. Murongqi really surprised Zhu Ding Zhenren. Unexpectedly, the talent of this kid is so terrifying.
Hanju had no opinion on this matter and told Zhu Ding Zhenren to consider it, which made others even more curious, whether the other disciples under Hanju were so powerful.
However, Zhu Ding did not dare to ask more. Based on Hanju's character of fearing trouble, it was already good to let Murongqi work for the Yuqing sacred sect. Many years later, when someone asked, which is the strongest force in this world, most people will answer one answer. Hidden sect, the predecessor of the hidden sect, was established in Yuqing and later carried forward, weathering the storm, establishing a plane that only survivors know clearly, that the hidden sect used to have another name. At that time, everyone called it bitter cultivation to Immortality Mountain. Here, 13 years later, a group of tourists came to visit. The leading girl spoke. Come on, new disciples from the outer regions like you all come and see. This is the statue of Zahan Shen Elder.
The word bitter cultivation is written on the statue, the girl continued. Everyone must know that behind this statue is the bitter cultivation to Immortality Mountain, which is the top among the 10 great forbidden lands of the Yuqing sacred sect, and has never been allowed to cross the journey. Today here, well, standing in front of the statue of bitter cultivation, everyone knelt down respectfully. Some disciple was like, "Hey elder, what are they doing?" And the girl was all, "You came to the right person. They all want to become Master Zhan Shen's disciple." The disciple was shooketh. Damn, that's a lot. Lol, someone else chimed in. Someone's even selling sausages outside.
She was bouncing around all excited. I heard if you succeed in becoming a disciple, you can jump over the dragon gate and become a big shot. And they were all amazed. No way, seriously?
The girl kept going. Of course. Everyone in Great Yan knows Master Zhan Shen's reputation, not even talking about his actual strength.
His number one disciple, Murongqi, defeated an elder from our sect even though he was 2 whole realms higher.
Still want to become a disciple or not, young'uns? More effort never hurt anyone. Just remember, once you kneel, don't you dare change your mind.
The disciple was grateful. Thanks for the reminder, elder. But, nah, we're not waiting for some miracle to fall from the sky. We came here from 10,000 miles away, not to kowtow to a statue. The girl pipes up. There's also a super awesome giveaway worth tens of billions going on. Join the disciple recruitment and get a chance to win prizes. The highest prize is a heavenly grade cultivation method, they exclaimed. For real? Someone standing far away was thinking. So, the one who killed Zhu Dao and Qingmeng Great Sage must be this Master Zahan Shen. If that's the case.
Zhuan. Right then.
Inside, where Hanju was meditating, the system dinged, telling him he was now at the 5th level of the Grand Ascension realm. He was chuckling to himself. After 13 years, you finally appeared, descendant of a true dragon, huh? This is kinda interesting. A 3-headed flood dragon, 6th level of the Grand Ascension realm, descendant of a true dragon. Hanju's eyes popped wide, and he activated his divine sense. Let's see where you are. He was looking through the traces of aura, eyes serious with divine vision. Hanju instantly yelled, "Found you, 3 heads." But that "oh my god" face made him pause for like 3 seconds. The 3-headed flood dragon was standing outside, all awkward with his weird heads, and was all, "Hey, can I also become a disciple?" Hanju was completely frozen, like he'd been superglued in place. This dude's just busting in to become a disciple? What's up with that move? But honestly, the guy looks like a total chill dude. Simulation trial field. Hanju was thinking. After countless simulated battles, he's got a ton of combat experience. There's one thing he's been wondering. He frowned. Just how big is this simulation trial field anyway?
It was like a crazy beast was about to come out. The three-headed flood dragon's true form, huh? Even at more than 10 miles away, it's unusually large.
Those three ferocious heads were casting spells in their mouths full of fangs. Hanju didn't even flinch, going all out right from the start. Huh? Well, the simulation trial field doesn't exactly have a "let's test the waters" option.
The flood dragon unleashed a huge blast of power in the simulation, like it wanted to destroy everything in front of it. The ground was immediately blown into a long, huge pit.
Hanju had already jumped away. WTF. This range could definitely flatten the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Grand Ascension is Grand Ascension. Gotta keep him from getting the upper hand. He said, "Alright, this is a good chance to fully analyze your strength. I'll just dodge, and definitely won't fight back. Just gotta try my best. There won't be another chance. Let's see who's faster." The three-headed flood dragon was glaring murder, but no matter what, he couldn't even scratch Hanju. Hanju saw this and restarted it, opening the second simulation trial field. The simulation ended in 1 second. Hanju was standing there stunned. This guy's so fragile, what a waste of that massive size. Heavenly Earth Shuan Yellow Breaking World Finger. He returned to reality and whispered, "Truth be told, you lost because you went too far with your attacks." Glancing up at the tall tree across from him, he wondered. The Fusang tree's not moving anymore. He frowned, annoyed, and was like, "You've been swaying for 13 years. You just stopped today when this three-headed flood dragon shows up? Is this on purpose? Or are you being careful? Looking at this, you're totally hunting." The tree seemed to understand him and stayed still. With his divine sense vision, he could see the guy's current appearance, and it made him think. Right now, the flood dragon didn't seem to be trying to threaten anyone. If he gets out of hand, I can just kill him and use him as fertilizer. Seems like no one has discovered his true cultivation, so having Foundation Establishment disciples kneel alongside him is a bit inappropriate. Afterwards, Hanju told Xun An to bring that disciple from the outer sect over. "Tell him I have something to ask." Xun An asked, "Huh, you want to take him as a disciple?" He added, "Also, you gotta bring those 2 golden crows along, it's super important." The moment they heard that, all three turned pale with fright. Changyan yelled, "Get them both out of here!" "Master, they've destroyed several mountains because they couldn't control the solar true fire. With my meager strength, I doubt I'd survive taking them down the mountain." Hearing that, he hesitated. "This is..." Suddenly, Tiandong popped his head out from the bushes and said, "Junior brother, if you're scared, why not let me go?" He questioned him angrily. "What are you implying?" He circled behind him, saying, "Junior brother, you've already taken in a few disciples. The new disciple that Master wants you to fetch must be a talent worth nurturing. If you find it troublesome, why not let him become my disciple?" Chang'an spoke up. "If Master has no objections, then it's fine." He thought to himself, "To be honest, I really don't dare to take in any more disciples. I feel like I'm an empty shell." In the end, they still listen to Master and respect him more than me. He imagined that if one day Master asked Murong Qi and Feng Liang to kill him, he believed those 2 little brats would definitely not hesitate. Tiandong excitedly ran over to ask for his master's opinion. "What do you think?" Hanju tiredly replied. "You 2 go together," he instructed. "As for who he becomes a disciple of, let's see when you get there." In a flash, Tiandong grabbed Chang'an by the head and neck and dragged him away. "Let's go! To bitter cultivation! To become Immortal Mountain!" Jiao Talong's wife was kneeling face down on the ground. He thought to himself, "Damn it! I suddenly felt my heart race just now, like I was facing a life, death situation." One of his underlings said, "Boss, I think you're scaring yourself. What danger could there be in this tiny sect?" The other underling said, Boss, I smell the aroma of a divine object. It's that monster on top of the mountain. Hurry up and go." He said, "No rush. Let's wait a little longer. I feel like this place isn't as simple as it seems. Suddenly, a foot stepped in, causing everyone to panic. The girl leading the group pushed up her glasses and exclaimed in surprise, shouting loudly, "This is a direct disciple under the Zhan Shen Elder. The Zhan Shen Elder wants to take in a new disciple. I've finally waited for this day."
Thinking it was Tiandong and Changjian and the crows, the other disciples questioned the tour guide. "What are you doing?" It turned out that the girl had rushed forward and knelt before them, loudly proclaiming,
"Zhan Shen Elder, I, Quan Kongzi, wholeheartedly want to become your disciple. I hope you'll take me as a disciple." But they paid no attention to her.
Tiandong wondered, "Junior brother, what did Master say the person we're picking up looks like?" Changjian replied, "Master said he's a newly joined disciple from the outer domain. He must be somewhere around here."
He looked around, impressed. Then he turned around, frustrated, and questioned. "You don't even know what he looks like," he retorted immediately. "How would I know? Master only said that."
He Yunji said, "This is simple, it's obvious." They pointed to Jiaolong, who was kneeling down.
"The most delicious person here is this one. In our clan, the stronger they are, the tastier they are. The aura is very similar to those spicy sticks that you guys eat. Mom said these type are hard to find." Tiandong and Chenghan froze. "And Samsung's body definitely isn't dumplings, right?" He suddenly trembled, thinking to himself, "What is this aura? It can actually make my origin bloodline feel fear."
Changjian bent down and asked, "Are you the newly joined disciple from the outer domain?" Jiaone. Jiaolong was even more panicked. That terrifying aura is actually coming from these two bratty fire crows?
To be able to raise such strange fire crows. Just what is the Zhan Shen Elder's strength? Could it be him? He stammered, "May I ask, esteemed seniors, who is the Zhan Shen Elder?"
Chengyan and Tiandong looked at each other blankly, but Chengjian said,
"Zhan Shen Elder is our master. As for whether you can become his disciple, it depends on your performance." Tiandong wore a long face and reached out his hand, saying,
"Don't be so anxious, young one. Master told us to bring you up there. He must have taken a liking to you."
"Follow us up the mountain." Up on the mountain, Decal poured a cup of tea for Hanju and asked, "I heard that Master wants to take in a new disciple."
He replied, "There's no such thing. Don't listen to them talking nonsense," the little girl said. "Wasn't it you just now?"
Hanju explained, "I just wanted to meet him and chat, but I won't take him as a disciple. His cultivation is already qualified enough."
Decal was surprised. "He's that powerful?"
he replied. "Yeah, he's very strong." The little girl marveled. To be evaluated like that by Master? That's really rare. Suddenly, Hanju's expression changed, and he wondered, if he has such strength, wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to have him guard the door? The three of them began moving up the mountain.
Tiandong spoke up. "Hey kid, let me tell you, becoming a disciple isn't some simple thing. Back in my day, I had to train outside for ages." He continued to brag about himself.
"It wasn't until I defeated the Dianzu Demon King, a big shot in the Demon Clan, that my master truly acknowledged me, so you just gotta hang in there." Jiaolong thought to himself, Dianzu Demon King, that spineless wimp who begged for mercy in the snow. He was so scared of me he practically called me Grandpa. While moving, he suddenly noticed something. Looking up at the towering Fusang tree, it set his heart racing. "This is it. This is definitely what I've been looking for." Jiaolong's two little buddies kept chiming in. "I'm starving. I want to eat the fruit from that tree. Boss, what are you waiting for? Let's make a move. Boss, let's just chop down the divine tree and run. That god-slaying elder guy won't even have time to react." He said, "Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer," because something was making him uneasy. That damn heart racing feeling still hadn't gone away. Hanju, on his side, said, "A treasure is offered right in front of him, and he can still resist taking it." Now that's pretty honest. I originally wanted to tell him to kowtow on the spot, but he's already at the Great Ascension stage, so it's best not to be a leader. With that, he flicked him.
Suddenly, a circle appeared beneath Jiaolong's feet.
Tiandong turned around, ready to lecture the newbie some more. "Hey kid, I'm talking to you. Answer me. On the way here, did you want to become his disciple or mine?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Tiandong realized he had disappeared, without a trace.
Where'd he go? Jiaolong was teleported to Hanju's location. He stammered in surprise.
"This, beautiful." Turns out he was mesmerized by his Hao Shui Junlong, handsome and unrestrained appearance. He screamed internally. "So handsome, damn it! What am I thinking? He can teleport me here without me even knowing. This guy has insane skills." So Jiaolong kept his head lowered, putting on a respectful demeanor. "Senior, I was ordered to ascend the mountain to become a disciple. I don't suppose you know where the god-slaying elder is?"
Hanju chuckled and said, "3-headed Jiaolong, 6th level of the Great Ascension Realm. I'll give you 2 choices." He was startled that he knew his name, age, and cultivation level, but he was still very calm. 1. Become a mountain, guarding general for the bitter cultivation to Immortality Mountain, and normally cultivate under the divine tree. His eyes suddenly glowed red, and a murderous aura emanated, suppressing the other. 2 is death. Because he thought the Fusang tree had been exposed. Such a divine tree cannot be spread outside. Jiaolong was still kneeling below, but his mind was in complete turmoil. "I have a natal divine ability to conceal my cultivation and true form." How did he recognize it? Could he be the god-slaying elder? His little buddy said, "Boss, he's completely unguarded right now. It's a great chance to kill him." He understood that he was in a perilous situation, so he opposed, No. This person's strength is unfathomable, and he also has magical treasures, and an extremely unusual aura. Absolutely no attacking." Looking at a dangerous book behind Hanju, Jiaolong understood in his heart his own end. "If I get up, I will definitely be killed. There's not even a chance to run." He tried to ask, "Just who is the esteemed senior?" He replied, "My body does not enter the 5 elements. My soul does not enter reincarnation. You can call me 6 Paths Reincarnation." He stammered, I am named Little." His disciple questioned, "Boss, you're not really going to be a guard dog for this guy, are you?" Hanju raised his middle finger and said, "Do you think I'm scaring you? How about you take 1 finger strike from me and see if you can survive? It's probably going to disappoint you." An intense burst of light emitted from that finger. Jiaolong, pushed to the brink, shouted in panic, No! I absolutely didn't mean that. From today onwards, I, the 3-headed Jiaolong, will be a mountain guarding general under senior. As long as the mountain lives, the demons live. As the mountain dies, the demons die. Hanju stopped the technique and placed his hand on his head. He said, "Follow me, and you won't be at a disadvantage. Congratulations, this will be the greatest opportunity of your life." Outside the cave dwelling was a sign that read, "Bear with it for a while. The sky is vast and the sea is wide." Hearing the goo sound, Long follows the command, "Yes, thank you, senior." Hanju approved. Withdraw, but his heart was still wary, without any good feelings, and still has to observe in the future. Dare to have any deviant thoughts. Directly kill without mercy, however. He also did not have any value of hatred. If he performs well, he can try to train him. Outside, Tiandong rushed in anxiously to report, "Master, something big has happened. The disciple you told me to greet has gone missing." Suddenly, he saw Jiaolong walk out from within. He was startled and puzzled. "Hey kid, why are you coming out from Master's cave dwelling?" he snapped, getting seriously annoyed. "Shut your yap, always calling me kid, like you deserve to." Tiandong was fuming. Chang'an jumped in. Hey, don't think just 'cause you came out of Master's cave you can disrespect everyone." Even if you really became Master's disciple, you're still my junior. You dare disrespect your senior? Just you wait. Chang'an hugged him, trying to calm him down. Tiandong, we're all brothers in the sect. Don't do anything rash.
Tian Gao, fresh from a fishing trip, saw his chance to show off, flexing like crazy, all tough guy talk. Tiandong, this disrespectful punk? Let this saint handle him for Yahoo. He was totally riding the wave.
See that? He's the boss. He can chop you down straight. Even the toughest punk's gotta show respect. You gonna kowtow and apologize? Or does he gotta use your dumplings on ya? Long threatened him. Kid, you don't wanna die? Then scram.
Tian Gao gulped down something,
then swaggered forward. But in a blink, he was flat on his face in a pool of blood, cradling his hand in pain. Oh, www. Crap, why didn't anyone tell me he was a 6th-stage Da Chang? Tiandong freaked. The words were so big, he's gonna lose too much blood. Duo Long stepped up to announce. From now on, I'm the Mountain Guardian General of Bitter Cultivate. Become Immortal Mountain. Tiandong stammered. Mountain Guardian General. He grilled him. What? You still calling me junior?
Tiandong was scared stiff.
Then he blurted. If you don't mind, Tiandong is willing to take you as his father. Duo Long immediately kicked him sky high with a, "Get lost!" Yeah, safe to say he minded a lot. System notification. Detected that you are 700 years old. Another step in life has been taken. You have two choices. 1. Immediately leave seclusion and show your prestige as the world's best. You can obtain a spiritual treasure. 2. Continue to cultivate, transcend Da Cheng realm as soon as possible. You can obtain a heavenly Dao spiritual treasure.
Hanju immediately had a choice to make.
Gotta go with option 2, Heavenly Davio spiritual treasure sounds good, and it'll boost the evil curse book. Then, he picked up a book. His other hand held something like a shimmering, purple cylinder. Then, he merged the two together.
System notification. Your evil curse book has been upgraded from top grade Tai spiritual treasure to Tai supreme treasure. The evil curse book is a karma treasure. Please use it with caution. Hanju was sweating bullets.
He thought, Tai supreme treasure. The system's giving me a warning. Does that mean using it could be dangerous? Hanju decided to let that regular customer try it out first. No need to use too much spiritual energy, and he'll see the results to decide. He opened the book, and on the page were the 4 words, Zhu Yan Daoren. Red threads like silk flew out from the book in every direction. Hanju was satisfied. Awesome! Just using 2 parts of spiritual energy, even cursing at full power before, couldn't get this kind of effect. Those red threads were still completely surrounding him. No wonder it's a Tai supreme treasure. The power of the curse must be 1,000 times stronger than before. A devilish grin crept across Hanju's face. If I take out the evil curse book, there has to be blood. If that's the case, then I bless you for a few days. Suddenly very much looking forward to seeing what kind of scene it would be like, under full force. Up in the sky just now it was clear. There were 2 birds flying happily. Changing the scene to the upper realm, there is a small house located on the floating island. The name Tuyeju is pasted in front of the house. Inside, suddenly a mouthful of hot blood rose and smoked on the ground. A man collapsed on the ground. That is Tuyeju Taoist. He spoke with difficulty. Damn it! This weird curse power, why is it getting stronger and stronger? His inner demon floated in the air and said, Tuyeju, are you really willing to be that person's pawn? Give up. The position of heavenly soldier is not worth it, he stammered. But the inner demon held his mouth, and the inner demon laughed like a bumper harvest. I told you to hesitate. You hesitated. He immediately chopped it in half, thinking to himself, a little bit more will make the inner demon take shape, this damn curse power. But it corrodes the foundation of the Tao. Shaking the Tao heart, Tuyeju breathed tiredly. If it continues like this, I am afraid that I will die directly, because the foundation of the Tao collapses. He made up his mind. No way. I gotta get the senior to help me think of something. He held a green tube-like thing. The tube lit up,
and a voice came out.
"What's up?" he said. "Senior, I've been cursed, and my cultivation foundation is damaged. Please help me out." The guy inside did some finger calculations and said, "Wait for me to figure it out." Then he frowned. "Weird. This curse power has no origin. I can't even figure it out. Did you offend some powerful figure from the upper realm?" That question startled Zhu Yan, who quickly retorted, "Absolutely not. After ascending, I've been in secluded cultivation, never going out at all." The man said, "Strange, strange." He was incredibly anxious. "Even the senior can't figure it out. I'm doomed, I'm doomed." The other guy said, "Then there's only one possibility." Recently, the demon race took advantage of the heavenly court being attacked by demon saints and invaded the mortal realms. You haven't ascended for even 10,000 years, so this mysterious curse power is likely related to the invasion of your mortal realm before you ascended. Zhu Yan was stunned. "Really? Is that what happened?" He bowed and thanked him. "Thank you for the guidance, Senior. I only just found out that my former mortal realm was invaded by the demon race, and I was planning to personally descend in a few hundred years to check it out," the man said. "It's good to personally descend and investigate. You can also gather information for the heavenly court." A ray of light shot out from the green circle. The man said, "This mark can resist demonic energy. You must persevere. At most, 1,000 years. When the heavenly court arrives, I'll take the opportunity to have them clean up the mortal realm." The ray of light shot straight into his chest. Forming a strange symbol, the guy explained, "This is to make you a heavenly soldier. The baptism of the heavenly Davio should be able to remove your curse." Zhu Yan hesitated and said, "Thank you." Then he knelt down and shouted, "Thank you, Senior. Zhu Yan will do my best to gather information from the lower realm when I descend." The guy said, "Yeah, seize this opportunity, and don't disappoint me." He obeyed. Yes. As soon as the light went out, Zhu Yan was filled with extreme resentment. "Damn demon race. When this seat descends, I'll make you wish you were dead." As he finished speaking, he coughed like he was about to cough up his lungs. The curse was still continuing. 7 days after the curse, Hanju's lifetime of sins finally came back to haunt him. The system announced, "Attention! Your lifespan has decreased by 44 years." He yelled, "What? Lifespan decrease?" Then he started playing dead on the ground, screaming so loudly that he lost his human form. "No! I've been pursuing eternal life. How can my lifespan be reduced? This is half a lifetime for an ordinary person. Here. It's just reduced like that? And the price of the supreme treasure is so high." He laid miserably on the ground, thinking, "No wonder the system specifically reminded me once. It seems like I have to be careful when using the Book of Misfortune in the future. Is the lifespan I painstakingly cultivated just going to be taken away like this?" While he was crying in despair, the system popped up a notification. "Your grand disciple Feng Liang is under attack by demon beasts. Your good friend Ji Xianshen is under attack by demon cultivators. Your grand disciple Murong Qi has broken into a demon garden. His life and death are unknown. Your good friend Mo Fusho has absorbed the souls of ghosts and gods. His fortune is transforming. Your good friend Zhao Fan is being hunted down by 10 sects, condensing murderous aura. Your Dao companion Xinghong Zhuan has comprehended the ancient breathing technique. Your good friend Chang Yu Ter has comprehended the ancient breathing technique. Your enemy Zhu Yan Daoist's lifespan has been reduced by 10,000 years because of your curse, creating inner demons. Your grand disciple Feng Liang accidentally entered the forbidden area of the heavenly immortal manor. Consuming a 10,000-year holy fruit, his aptitude has soared." Hanju's eyes widened in surprise after reading. Losing 44 years of lifespan can cause Zhu Yan Daoist to lose 10,000 years. That's a huge profit. Kill one enemy for 1,000. Sacrifice 100 of my own. It's not a bad deal. So if I paid an exorbitant price, wouldn't I be able to curse him to death? No. If I do this often, and develop a habit of killing people with curses, I'll probably consume myself to death sooner or later.
Lifespan is precious.
Unless necessary, I must never exceed 7 days. Hanju closed the book,
Then hugged it close
and smiled like a devil.
Fei Pai, the main villain of the next arc. I'll curse him for 6 days at most. I'll slowly consume that old geezer Zhu Yan to death. Scene changes to Feng Liang's side.
The kid's eyes are wide with excitement.
The kid is standing in front of a large rock that says 10-Mile Jade Clarity Holy Sect,
full of energy, thinking, "It's been so many years. I'm finally home." Feng Liang returned to a lush green valley.
Towering mountains stood majestic, both magnificent and supremely imposing.
Time flew by, and the soul-catching flower remained withered, its strength exhausted. Decades had passed since Su Qi last brought disaster. The roots of the soul-catching flower, hidden in the earth, recovered, grew, and reproduced, eliminating the bad. Soul-catching flower is one of the main ingredients of the longevity elixir. Liang, as if expecting this transformation, quietly watched the flowers respond to his anticipation. Instantly, new flower stalks sprouted from the soul-catching flower, appearing incredibly vibrant. Today, new flowers finally bloomed, reborn from disaster, undergoing a complete transformation, and the medicinal effects are even better than before. Feng Liang, full of excitement and anticipation, happily walked forward. He thought to himself, "I've been gone for so long, I wonder if Shifu has been eating and sleeping well. He was the most reluctant to let me leave in the first place." Elsewhere, a fishing rod bobbed gently on the water's surface, creating ripples on the lake. "I wonder if fishing can calm my mind," Hanju thought, because Heiyuji looks totally depressed, like he just got dumped. A group of people, each with their own expression, sat fishing. Judging by the obvious boredom on their faces, they hadn't caught anything. Under the water, fish swam freely, yet the group couldn't catch any. Sun Changshan was genuinely impressed with himself and said, "Sometimes I really admire myself. I haven't given up after so many years of failure. If I could cultivate with this much passion, that would be great." Zhao Longba Tao disagreed, voicing his doubts.
"It's possible all the fish in here have already been caught, no? Look, there are so many people."
Hundun Shigao, looking speechless, held up his catch and complained helplessly, "Even with my luck-boosting spells, I only caught one today, and it's a pufferfish. How am I supposed to eat this?"
Heiyuji, beside him, comforted his companion. "It's better than nothing. Can I touch it? I've never touched such a big fish before."
Suddenly, Heiyuji's fishing rod bent sharply, and he reacted in surprise, shouting, "A bite! It looks like the pulling force is at least 180 jin." No sooner had he spoken than a huge fish was yanked out of the water, looking like a monster, causing everyone to scramble away. Shun Changwan, also startled, blurted out, "The last time someone caught a fish that big was Feng Liang." But the giant fish immediately dove back into the water, and the group hid behind Zhao Longba Tao. Hundun Tiangao shouted in regret, "This!" Zhao Longba Tao's expression changed suddenly, and he turned around to warn everyone. "Someone's coming! The aura is much stronger than yours. Do you need me to take action?" Shun Chang'an, as if guessing something, said instinctively, "Could it be?" From afar, a familiar figure appeared. Feng Liang slowly walked over, smiling brightly and waving. Seeing Feng Liang, everyone burst into cheers, shouting in unison, "Liang, tear!" But at the same time, everyone felt the powerful energy emanating from Feng Liang and exclaimed in surprise, "Void Amalgamation Realm." Heiyuji, flattened under the giant fish on the ground, complained bitterly, "I was wondering why things were so lively today. Turns out it's because you're back, brat."
The two golden crow babies, seeing a stranger, chirpingly flew over to greet him.
Feng Liang, confused, asked, but still happily accepted the affectionate gestures of the two children.
"Who are these two kids?"
Everyone happily surrounded Feng Liang. Heiyuji, standing to the side, covered his mouth and explained, "Before I was born, the master caught."
"Bab Yun caught me a firebird."
Zhao Longba Tao, stood quietly to the side, secretly assessing the situation, thinking to himself,
"This kid is surrounded by abundant luck, and his cultivation is not low at such a young age. Does Zhan Shen Zhanglao really have such a talented person under his command?" Looking at the person squirming on the ground, Zhao Longbatu silently judged, "Of course, except for Yang Tiandong." A shrill cry rang out. "It's so hot!" Yang Tiandong looked like an earthworm wriggling on the ground. He also happily said, "Shizu is finally back! We just caught a fish today. Let's cook it for you to try later."
On Hanju's side, a system notification popped up, reminding him, "Zhao Longba Tao has developed favorable feelings towards you. The current favorability is 2 stars. This sudden notification puzzled him, but he also realized something familiar? Weird? Is there something wrong with Zhao Longba Tao? This aura? So it's Feng Liang's back. Night fell, and the group gathered around, eagerly asking about their chalet. Not only did you break through to the Void Amalgamation Realm on this trip, but you also became famous in the heavenly immortal manner. That's amazing. Beside the campfire, smoke rose as the meat sizzled, turning golden brown. Feng Liang humbly replied, "It's all just luck," one of them said. "My cultivation is stuck at the 9th level of the God Transformation Realm. I thought my progress was already incredible, but Shijibadi is even more outrageous."
Feng Liang was embarrassed by everyone's praise and advised, "Don't say any more. Be mindful of Shifu and Shibo's feelings." Yang Tiandong, feeling touched, blurted out, "Thank you. As for me, the Grand Shibo, I am happy to the core."
"Hey Yuji," while gnawing on the meat, Shata said arrogantly, "So you're aware of your limitations. After listening for so long, it's all just based on luck. Your realm is so fake and superficial. If I was willing to descend the mountain, I would definitely break through faster than Void Amalgamation."
Hearing this braggart boast, Xiao Gao joined in the mocking, turning to Feng Liang and saying, "Shidi, He Yunji doesn't really acknowledge your efforts. How about you and I join forces to spar with him?" Feng Liang casually replied, "Sure, why not?"
Hearing this, He Yunji looked dejected, pretending to be sick to avoid it, but still maintaining his arrogant attitude. "I have not been feeling well lately, so I won't bother to argue with you all." Suddenly, a familiar hand grabbed the skewer of grilled meat and spoke softly, "Xiao He, you're still not diligently cultivating." Hanju appeared unexpectedly, still urging He Yuji, "You're not Feng Liang's match anymore." Everyone exclaimed in surprise. "Master, Shizu, Shifu, Master, you've finished your seclusion." Hanju sat down beside them, saying cheerfully, "Please get me a bowl of spicy noodles." As soon as Hanju appeared, Feng Liang, moved, immediately knelt down, shouting, "Disciple greets Shizu." Hanju looked towards Feng Liang and asked, "How did you feel about this training trip?" Hearing this, Feng Liang recounted everything he had experienced during this time. Disciple traveled throughout the cultivation world, competing for resources in great battles, learning from the ruins of the valleys, and becoming a talented person in the heavenly immortal manner. Hanju asked, puzzled, "If it was so extraordinary, why did you suddenly come back?" Feng Liang's eyes were full of determination as he replied seriously, "This disciple wanted to come back. I feel like I've already gotten all the opportunities I could get. I don't need any more chances. So I came back quickly. Compared to training outside, I still want to cultivate diligently before my Grandmaster, pursuing the true great Dao of longevity." Hanju was silent for a moment, his face expressionless. Then he smiled gently and instructed, "Now that you've made up your mind, then stay on the mountain from now on and cultivate hard." Feng Liang replied excitedly, "Thank you, Grandmaster." Everyone was excited and joined in the fun, gathering together harmoniously. Someone said loudly, "Come on, congratulations to Feng Liang, whose last day of field training has become history." Glasses were raised in the joyful atmosphere. The gathering lasted all night. Tiandi Grass, sitting next to Hanju, suddenly asked, Master, do you think I should go out for training too? Hanju asked. Why do you want to go out for training?
Tiandi Grass's eyes lit up, and she replied quickly, full of anticipation.
Training can bring opportunities. Seeing everyone's expectant reactions, Hanju thought to himself, it seems Feng Liang's training has made everyone itchy. But not everyone is as lucky as Feng Liang. Training will likely result in losses 8 or 9 times out of 10. On the surface, Hanju was still chatting happily with Tiandi Grass. He asked, "What's the use of opportunities?" Tiandi Grass happily replied, "They can make me stronger." Hanju continued to question, "Stronger for what?"
She didn't give up and still firmly replied, "To protect Master." He bluntly exposed her. "Do I need you to protect me?" Pimsket. Hearing this, Tiandi Grass hesitated, stammering, "It seems... not really. I feel like I can't help at all," she said, dazed and sad. "If I can't protect Master, then what's the point of me to Master?"
Hanju said something that suddenly silenced everyone: companionship. He didn't linger for long. Hanju slowly stood up and said gently, "All right, I'll go back first. You guys continue eating." But in his heart, he wasn't so calm, thinking with a slight heartache. "Cultivate steadily, and strive to be able to accompany me for a while longer." Jiaolong Batao sensed the change and asked curiously, "The atmosphere was good just now. Why did it suddenly become like this?" Yang Tiandong replied with a straight face, "You haven't been here long enough, so you might not understand. Master means a lot to us." The blazing fire was still burning fiercely, and Tiandong's voice blended into the night air, evoking regret. "There's not much time left for Master. Now even the Golden Crow siblings can't see through his cultivation level." After Hanju had quietly left, flowers bloomed in his wake, looking very mysterious. Yang Tiandong knew clearly the distance between them and Hanju. He quietly said, "Clearly, he's already at the peak of the human world, and he's not far from ascension. What should we do then?" Su Qi, in another place, was cultivating obediently. The innocent boy thought whatever he saw in his head. "The smell of grilled fish is so good, I must have missed something." Continuing from the previous events, after Hanju left, someone spoke up and continued the group's conversation. "That master pursues the great Dao of longevity and should have ascended when he was at the Tribulation Realm, but because we are useless and didn't meet his expectations." Zhao Long Bai Tao heard this and replied, "Is that so?" The little shadows from his body began to say, "His ascension is his own business. What does it have to do with you? Isn't it enough to do your own thing well?" The shadow continued, "Moreover, based on your current strength, you are qualified to go out and establish a sect. Why do you have to follow him?" Murongqi, holding a glass of water in his hand, said, "We aspire to roam the world alone, carefree and at ease. Only with strong strength can we achieve that. Master walks on the path of eternal immortality, and only strength can bring longevity. The two don't conflict. Moreover, following Master can save us a lot of detours. Strengthness. This kindness cannot be thrown away." As he finished his sentence, Jiaolong Batao replied calmly, "Now that you've said that, please try to remember it. The main reason Master is delaying his ascension is intentional. Delaying ascension will have extra benefits." Tiandi Grass suddenly shouted, "What benefits?" He began to ponder and tell them, "Ascending at the Tribulation Realm and ascending at the peak of the Mahayana Realm are two different things, with different intensities. Moreover, the upper limit of strength after ascension will also be different. According to ancient records, above Mahayana, there are realms like Loose Immortal, Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, True Immortal, Profound Immortal, Golden Immortal, and Immortal Emperor. These are just the things that can be recorded. There's more than just that." Jiaolong Batao continued that, "If you ascend at the Tribulation Realm, even if you jump over Mahayana and become a Loose Immortal, your strength will still be weak, and the upper limit will only stop at Earth Immortal at most. Along with that was the image he described as he spoke. Next, he explained. But ascending at the Mahayana realm is different. Some people accumulate 10,000 years in the human world, and upon ascension, they immediately become a high-level loose immortal, and there's even a chance to directly attack the Earth Immortal realm, with no boundaries on the upper limit, determined by one's own aptitude. The upper limit of strength will also be without boundaries, because of good aptitude and strong foundation. Zhaolong Batao's face remained unchanged, as he revealed the reason. This is also the reason why I've already reached the 6th level of the Mahayana realm but still delay ascension. If you want the long-term great Dabo, you need to accumulate, so let's accumulate. Jin Wuxian agreed. Very well said. Zhaolong Batu continued. Mahayana is the peak existence of the human world, but in the upper realm, it's nothing. The upper realm is full of dangers, with the big fish eating the small fish. Without enough strength, you can't even cultivate in peace. Compared to going up there to suffer, it's better to take advantage of the relative safety in the mortal realm to accumulate for thousands or tens of thousands of years before ascending. But we also can't rule out the situation where disaster has arrived. Mahayana at least still has some ability to protect itself. I don't want to be ambushed as soon as I go up there. They heard this. Oh, go into illusion, so what? He put his hand to his chin, thinking, in the crowd's anticipation. Based on my summary, according to the master you've described, he will definitely accumulate for thousands of years. This step can no longer be called cultivation. It must be regarded as wandering the mortal realm. Hearing this, they all asked in unison. Ah, you will continue to stay in the mortal realm for thousands of years? Zhaolong Batao looked over and replied to them. I can't say for sure about this. How long I can stay depends on how deep your master-disciple relationship is. If you are his disciples, then stay by his side. Taking 1,000 years as the limit, are you sure you can become a tribulation Mahayana? He asked Tiandong, his eyes sharp. Tiandong looked at him and said, Your words are not right. At the same time, both Murongqi and Shun Chang'an became serious. He Yunji chimed in, Don't underestimate us. We actually work hard to become immortals. The mountain doesn't feed lazy people. Even Fang Liang piped up. Don't worry, Sifu. We'll definitely cultivate diligently and strive to ascend with you. Tian Dikao and Hundun Tianqiu agreed. Seeing this, the three-headed flood dragon mused. Seems I get why he took you guys as disciples. Despite not so bad talent, even knowing the gap is huge, you're determined to chase after it. Your mental fortitude is top-notch. Yang Tiandong replied, It's all right. Then they kept chatting. Someone said, Looking at it that way, we've still got plenty of time. This old chicken has been following Master for 600 years. When he took me in, he was only in the Yuanying stage. So, if us brothers cultivate for another 1,800 years, wouldn't we be solid for trying to break through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm? Sounds good. At least we get to hang with Sifu longer for now. Suddenly, the three-headed flood dragon's eyes widened in alarm. Wait a sec, Yuanying. How old is Maester this year? He Yunji stammered. Forgot. Last time I heard head teacher Lai talk about Master's stories, it was over half a century ago. Probably around 700 years old, maybe. Hearing this, he froze solid, his face turning pale as a sheet. Seeing his reaction, someone asked, you alright? The three-headed flood dragon roared. What are you spacing out for? Cultivate! Now! Immediately! But in his head, he was thinking, he probably doesn't need to solidify his foundation anymore. Scene change. Over to Hanju. He was sitting in meditation, cultivating in the 7th level of the Great Ascension Realm. He thought, time flies. Blink and 19 years are gone. At most, 20 years per minor level. Who knows, maybe in 50 years, I'll surpass the Great Ascension Realm. He pondered. Lately, cultivation's been getting easier and easier. But why do I keep getting this intense feeling of unease? Outside, birds perched on the trees. Inside the cave he cultivated and thought, this unease comes from the heavenly Dao's enlightenment, like some kind of premonition. Is another turning point about to appear? A notification popped up. Your good friend Zhu Fan encountered a fortunate opportunity and obtained a Taiyi spiritual treasure. Your good friend Zhu Fan is being hunted down by 10 sects and is condensing killing intent. Your good friend Mo Fuqi absorbed the souls of ghosts and deities. His fate has undergone a transformation. Your good friend Ji Shen comprehended a Taiyi divine power, shaking the heavens and earth. Your good friend Huang Jihao condensed sword heart sword intent and attained enlightenment. Your divine pet Hei Yuji awakened a past life divine ability. Your Dao companion Xing Hongshuan comprehended an ancient breathing technique. Your Dao companion Chang Yuer comprehended an ancient breathing technique. Hanju saw this and was like, it's all news about that big shot obtaining opportunities. Why does it feel like I'm getting pumped up with chicken blood? No, something's not right. So, he came up with a plan. Nope. Gotta go ask the big bro. Reincarnation sword intent activate. He teleported to the Sword Dao river. Zhang Guoxing suddenly appeared. Looking super annoyed, he yelled, "Motherflucker, you again. What do you want to ask this time?" Hanju sweated a bit at his attitude. He said, Senior, lately, there have been a lot of people with great destiny in our mortal world, and they're all obtaining opportunities around the same time. Do you think that's normal? Thinking to himself, this guy's clearly waiting for me, isn't he? The guy seemed busy doing something, and he replied irritably, it's normal for people with great destiny to appear in the mortal world here. There are plenty of them even in the upper realm. Saying that, he flopped into a chair, drinking water and reading a newspaper. He continued, but people with great destiny aren't the same as strong people. Strong people don't necessarily have great destiny. Maybe you're overthinking it. Hanju stroked his chin, thinking, but I just can't shake this feeling of unease. I even feel like the heavenly Dao is secretly warning me. The guy answered while drinking water. Hanju, the heavenly Dao may just be a set of rules, but it's not entirely unfeeling. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He yelled, wait! I suddenly remembered. There's actually another possibility. You have return light reflection. The heavenly Dao has it too. And with that, his glass fell to the ground. Hanju was surprised by his words. Return light reflection. Zhang Guoxing was rummaging through something in a mirror. He said, the heavenly Dao of the mortal world might have foreseen some trouble coming. This is itself preservation. At this point, Hanju was getting confused. Heavenly Dao self-preservation? But nothing's really happening in the mortal world, is it? Ignoring his questions, the guy kept rummaging around and replied, heavenly Dao self-preservation probably has something to do with the demon race invading the mortal world. Where did I put that newspaper about the ghost encounter? Hanju thought to himself, damn, even the upper realm has media? Stopping his search, he stood up and said to Hanju, forget it. I'll just give you the gist of it. The upper realm's heavenly court has a plan to cleanse the demon race. If there are too many demons in the mortal world, and the demonic path is flourishing. Hearing this, Hanju asked, then what will happen? He quietly turned his head and replied, the heavenly court might choose to send immortals from all over the place to descend and fight, or they might just destroy this mortal world directly. Hanju was stunned, his face showed his worry. The guy continued, the heavenly Dao may just be a set of rules, but never think of it as something too simple. Unable to accept it, he shouted, the heavenly court destroying the mortal world. Will the other forces of the upper realm just sit by and watch? Hearing that, the guy replied nonchalantly, so what, have you ever thought about how vast this world is? An image of the universe appeared in his mind. Countless mortal worlds like grains of sand in the stellar river. Destroying one of them in the upper realm wouldn't cause even the slightest ripple. Besides, the so-called destruction of the mortal world is just making the living beings fall into reincarnation once again. He and Hanju looked at each other, the light above shining down. Hanju said, "But the heavenly court acts so cruelly. Can it still be considered the heavenly court?" Zhang Guoxing replied. "Haven't you mortals destroyed even more races? It's like you wouldn't care if the remaining power of your spiritual energy, when increasing your sword skills today, would destroy an ant nest in the mountains or not. The heavenly court, in order to maintain its rule, also wouldn't care how many mortal realms it has destroyed in the end." Hanju suddenly tensed up, his eyes showing clear worry. Seeing this, he placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "Mortals thinking about the heavenly court shouldn't take themselves as the main focus." Hanju seriously said to him, "To put it bluntly, whoever sets the rules gets to be the boss. Even the upper realm that everyone yearns for is still a case of the big fish eating the small fish." Hearing this, he agreed with him and summarized, "Spot on, that's exactly how it is." Hanju frowned and asked, "Zhang Guoxing, do you know how long it will be before the heavenly court purges the demon race?" This seemed to make him ponder. He replied, "Well, it won't be long. A few hundred years at the soonest, a little over 1,000 years at the latest. The power behind the demon saint is about to finish discussing things with the heavenly court. It's a pity that demon saint still doesn't know anything." Hearing this, Hanju raised his hand politely and said, "Many thanks, senior." Zhang Guoxing asked him, "You're already here, how about taking a few more steps?" But he replied, "Next time for sure." Hearing this, he got annoyed. "You little brat." At this point, Hanju's body seemed to dissolve. It was his consciousness dissipating. But before leaving, he said, "Oh, that's right. Is that demon saint perhaps the great sage, equaling heaven, Sun Wukong?" He replied, "That's not him. Why are you suddenly—" Hearing this, he bid farewell and disappeared. "Well, that's that. Goodbye," leaving him standing there alone. Zhang Guoxing wondered at this moment. What's his background exactly? How does he know? Back in reality, Hanju sat cross-legged on the ground. Looking at the scenery before him, he thought to himself, "So it's not Sun Wukong." Last time I heard about the demon saint, I thought I had come to the journey to the West world. Looks like it's just a coincidence. Finally, he spoke up and instructed, "Go call Feng Liang over here." Tiandi Cao, who was holding a watering can and watering the plants, was surprised to hear this and asked, Feng Liang? What's up?" Then she quickly dashed off like a gust of wind, replying, "Yes, master." Hanju opened the book in his hand, thinking to himself, "The upper realm is a case of the big fish eating the small fish, with endless conflicts. If it's not necessary, I definitely can't ascend. As for you two, every single day that passes that you can weaken a little is a day well spent." 10 minutes later, Feng Liang appeared, tilting his head and pointing at himself, asking, "Does Grandmaster have any instructions?" He glanced at the kid and said, "I have some news that I need you to immediately transmit to the Heavenly Immortal Manor, but remember, don't use my name." The kid immediately jumped up, exclaiming, "What news?" Hanju's eyes flickered slightly, and he said softly, "Today, I, your teacher, came out of seclusion and sensed that many geniuses have recently obtained great opportunities one after another. After communicating with heaven and earth and calculating for a while, I discovered that this is caused by the reflection of a dying sun, a self-protective measure of the heavenly Dao." Feng Liang immediately asked doubtfully, "Reflection of a dying sun? Is there a crisis about to appear?" The shadows of the two faced each other, and he calmly replied, "The mortal realm is in danger of annihilation. Tell the Heavenly Immortal Manor that a land immortal revealed that the upper realm and the heavenly court are preparing to destroy the mortal realm, forcing everyone to enter reincarnation and be reborn. If you want to avoid this calamity, you can only call on the cultivation world to completely eliminate the demon race forces." The kid's eyes widened as he listened attentively. Hanju calmly added, "If the Heavenly Immortal Manor asks why, Just say that the heavenly court is resolving the demon race in the mortal realm. We have been invaded by the demon race, and it is very likely that the heavenly court will consider us to be affiliated with the demon race and destroy us together." Fang Liang fell back in shock, shouting in disbelief, "This! Does Grandmaster know when the heavenly court will act?" His voice echoed as he replied, 1,000 years at the latest, remember. This is only the latest time. If the situation in the upper realm changes, this will happen sooner, but it will definitely not be later."
The kid rushed away, returning to the dust flying everywhere, shouting, "Yes, disciple will go and transmit the message to the heavenly immortal manor immediately."
"I will definitely not reveal that it was said by Grandmaster." Seeing this, Tiandi Kaheo asked softly, "Master, how do you know about the upper realm?" Hanju fabricated a story with a calm expression, "I have connections in the upper realm." She immediately pressed, "Huh? What kind of connections?" He couldn't make up any more stories, so he said, "I can't say." "Don't ask anymore. Cultivate diligently."
Hanju's image in her heart had become both tall and great.
Tiandi Kao's eyes sparkled with admiration, thinking, "Master actually has such a background, I've got a firm hold on this thigh." On the other side, a pot of fragrant soup was steaming.
The other system traveler, Qi Zhanshen, was standing in front of the stove cooking, with smoke billowing around him.
He held a fan in one hand and a spoon in the other, tasting it and saying, I put in a lot of Angelica sinensis."
Qi Zhanshen licked his lips, happily exclaiming, "It's fine, as long as the soup is delicious."
He thought to himself, "If I can't conquer you with my strength, I don't believe I can't conquer your stomach." Taoist Guan, a person holding a communication jade, appeared behind him, kneeling down and reporting, "Fang Liang has something to find you." Shi Zhanshen heard this and asked in confusion, "Fang Liang?" He looked at the communication jade in his hand, secretly pondering. A genius disciple, ranked 6th among the younger generation of the heavenly immortal mansion, and his ranking is still rising. Even the mansion lord praises this person. His talent is only inferior to me now. He's outside and hasn't returned. Could it be that something bad has happened? From inside the communication jade, a voice shouted,
"Hello, is this Senior G?"
From inside it came the voice of a young boy, saying, "Master, no. I met a land immortal. He told me to tell everyone some big news." Various thoughts flashed through Shi Zhanshen's mind. A chaotic mess. His eyes were lost in deep thought. Finally, he shouted from the top of the building, "Someone!" Immediately, a voice replied, asking, "What is it?" Qin Shanshen ignored it, continuing to instruct,
"Quickly report this important matter to the Mansion Lord and activate the heavenly fate to confirm the situation. If this is true, then all races in the world must abandon their past grievances and unite to eliminate the demonic path." 2 years later, in a remote canyon without a single blade of grass, inside a mountain cave, Tham, Mo Luhan, white-haired demoness, and blood demon ancestor were sitting in a circle. Finally, Blood Demon Ancestor opened his eyes, looking at Su Shang, who was sluggish in front of him. "Venerable, the righteous path of the world has suddenly joined forces. The demonic path is in great distress. At this rate, not to mention 100 years, I fear even the demonic path will be completely wiped out," he said with red eyes, coldly snorting. "Don't be afraid. I will soon send a wave of true demons to descend. By then, I will surely wash the heavenly immortal mansion with blood and suppress the righteous path." Hearing this, he lowered his head and remained silent. Finally, he quickly dissipated, leaving only an instruction. "Continue doing what you should be doing. When I take this mortal realm, you will all be meritorious officials." Tham Mo Luhan glanced to the side, asking, "Blood Demon, why are you still in contact with the demon race? Didn't Senior Juhayan tell us not to get involved in the demon race's affairs?" White-haired demoness replied, "It's not that we want to get involved, but we're still waiting.
If Jueyan doesn't descend, we'll probably be killed by Jishanshen.
She crossed her arms, saying unhappily, "The current Jishanshen, even if we three join forces, we're no match for him."
He raised his hands, saying awkwardly, "This," Blood Demon Ancestor sighed, saying sadly, "We've become pawns. Any past ambitions are not worth mentioning anymore. Just hoping to survive is enough." White-haired demoness agreed, continuing, "Yes, Blood Demon used to try to ascend and leave, but was forcibly interrupted. Now, even if we want to ascend, there's nowhere to undergo tribulation. The heavenly immortal mansion is already watching us. The only way to survive now is to rely on the demon race." Tham Mo Luhan held a glowing orb in his hand, cursing inwardly, "Damn it!" So the demon lord ascended. Could it be that he got some information from Jueyan Taoist? When she ascended, the heavenly immortal mansion didn't bother her. But when it's our turn,
images of Xuan Qingjun flashed through their minds. They thought unhappily, "We're all demon venerables. Why is there such a big difference? This is unreasonable."
In the dark space of the mountain cave, a voice asked, "When will Jueyan Taoist descend to help Tham Mo? If he doesn't give us accurate information, Mao and I won't wait anymore." Tham Mo Luhan's voice rang out. "I don't know. Senior hasn't actively contacted me," the other person said impatiently. "In my opinion, that Jueyan is unreliable. If the demon race's so-called true demons can hold back the heavenly immortal mansion, I will immediately ascend. I can't stay in this mortal realm for another moment," he said awkwardly. "But Senior Jueyan said he'd help us find a backer in the upper realm. Don't you want it?" Blood Demon Ancestor quickly went outside, saying, "A backer? Tham Mo Luhan? Did you sew your brain shut? Jueyan just drew you a big cake? And you actually believe it?" White-haired demoness crossed her arms, sincerely advising Tham Mo, "If you don't ascend with us, be careful, you'll regret it later." They both left, leaving Tham Mo Luhan alone, sitting cross-legged. Looking at the glowing orb in his hand, he said nothing, thinking to himself, "Senior, how much longer until you descend?" A coughing sound rang out, attracting his attention. The person continued, "Don't rush," then coughed again, "Soon."
Tham Mo Luhan sweated on his forehead, staring at the orb in his hand, asking worriedly, Senior, your voice. Are you injured?" A voice responded from inside. No, just a little accident in my cultivation. I'm waiting for a big shot from the heavenly court."
The face inside the orb said very vaguely, "Your conversation with those two earlier, I heard it all. Don't worry. As long as you listen to me, I'll take care of you. After you ascend, I'll definitely make you rise quickly in the upper realm." In the white space, he replied joyfully, "Thank you, Senior. Then, Senior, can you reveal the exact time you'll descend? I'm afraid I can't hold on." The voice from the orb replied, "At most, 100 years, Tham Mo Luhan exclaimed. "Huh?" "On the mountaintop, at night," a warning echoed. "But you must remember, you can only incite the demon race to send more true demons. You absolutely cannot participate. If you get caught up in it, I won't be able to protect you." He immediately shouted loudly, "This junior understands! This junior understands!" He thought to himself, 100 years? I have to endure 100 years of Zhu Xianshen's pursuit. Can I really do it? A voice echoed in his mind, "I can defeat Jin Xianshen." He faced him, his heart filled with disbelief. Is that true? 15 years later, when Feng Liang contacted Qi Xianshen, the demonic path lost its glory. They were swept across the world, becoming rats running across the street as they were hunted down by the righteous factions. Qianshen created the celestial immortal sacred art. Zhao Fan reincarnated to cultivate again, and once again came out of the mountain to slay demons. In this cleansing operation, the prodigies and geniuses of all races joined hands, showing their determination to the heavenly court. This demonic path absolutely cannot be kept. A man pointed at the white-haired young man who was being kicked and said, Please don't use the gun anymore. Haven't you heard enough of our own people? The one being beaten hugged the gun and said, Guns have no eyes. What can I do if you guys keep charging forward? Another one shouted angrily, Kill him! Before killing the enemy! A system notification popped up. Your good friend Zufan has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, receiving 4,729 express. Your good friend Shi Jianshen has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, receiving 11,332 express. Your grand disciple Murong Qi has been attacked by a righteous cultivator, receiving 78 express. Your good friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, receiving 74,110 express. Your good friend Zhu Ding Zhenren has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, receiving 85 express. Your grand disciple Fang Liang comprehended the heavenly Dao. During cultivation, his cultivation has greatly increased. Your good friend Dooku was attacked by a loose immortal. Han Zhu, hanging by a thread, looked at the system notification and thought to himself, Everywhere is fighting against the demonic cultivators from the heavenly immortal manor, and I actually believed Fang Liang's words. Something's not right.
He's at the 8th level of the Great Ascension realm, touched his chin, and pondered. In my previous life, I read in some novels, the heavenly immortal manor definitely won't believe me, leading to a great tribulation, forcing the main character, which is me, to rely on myself. After saving the world, all living beings are shaken, and the leaders of the Holy Lands regret it, hating themselves while also respecting the main character, which is me, even more.
Han Zhu closed his eyes tightly and muttered, I'm overthinking it again. There have been many people from the heavenly immortal manor who have ascended throughout the ages. There will definitely be someone who remembers old times. After hearing the news, they might send a message to the mortal world. Inside the cave he sat, leaving behind a halo of light, thinking, if not, as a holy land, the heavenly immortal manor can't just believe the sensational news of a mysterious person for no reason. In any case, with a holy land like the heavenly immortal manor taking over this matter, I can cultivate in peace.
Zhu Ding, supporting himself with one hand, ran in panting, shouting, Han Elder! Han Elder! He looked calm and said, Chaotic chi and blood, did you also go to crusade against the demon race?
Hearing this, he let out a puzzled cry. Also, it seems that Han Elder has already calculated what would happen. Now he must take charge for our sect. Han Zhu was sitting on the Xiangpu cushion, pretending to be puzzled, and asked, Take charge? Take charge of what?
Zhu Ding heard him ask and immediately revealed his true feelings, loudly recounting, It's that heavenly immortal manor, saying that because of the invasion of the demon race, the immortals feel that our mortal world has become the mortal world of the demon race, and are afraid that it will encounter the wrath of the heavens. In the name of mortals needing to save themselves, they ordered the sects of the world to hunt down the demonic path, and also called for our Yu King's sacred sect to definitely send disciples to eliminate the demonic path.
He said, Isn't this nonsense? How can immortals manage our mortal world?
He put his foot out, preparing to stand up, and said, If this is true, then Yu Qing's sacred sect should contribute what it can. Zhu Ding was startled, shouting in disbelief, Huh? Spreerge. Really? I thought that the heavenly immortal manor was jealous of our sect's prosperity, and was looking for an excuse to weaken us.
Han Zhu looked at him with a righteous and serious expression. The righteous and the demonic have always been irreconcilable. The immortals of the upper realm are also considered the superiors above the heads of the righteous path. Now the superiors above our heads suspect that their subordinates are colluding with the enemy. If we subordinates don't show some attitude, we will definitely be destroyed together. The light shone on the wall, creating a shadow. He asked suspiciously, Is it really like that? His voice rang out, answering, Of course! Even the demon race has gone out to eliminate demons. We all understand the logic of a community of shared destiny. Looking at the words on the stone wall, enduring for a while, the sea is vast and the sky is wide. he seriously replied. Understood. I will immediately arrange for the disciples of the entire sect to go together to eliminate demons and defend the Dao.
Hanju seriously called out, Yes!
Yu King's sacred sect is guarded by me. Zhu Ding heard this and exclaimed gratefully,
Hard work for Han Elder!
Hanju walked into a forest, thinking in his heart, I can't put all my hopes on the righteous factions of the mortal world. I still have to become the 9th level of the Great Ascension realm as soon as possible. The leaves blew past, he secretly thought. By then, if the heavenly court insists on destroying the mortal world, it can be considered that I barely have the strength to protect myself. At most, I'll take bitter cultivate to become Immortal Mountain and escape to the underworld. Looking at the overlapping mountains in front of him, Hanju decided in his heart to choose the path of reincarnation as a sword immortal. Besides escaping to the underworld, he could also break the barrier of the mortal world and jump to another unknown world. But crossing the void requires 6 paths reincarnation spiritual power. By then he can only bite the bullet and move forward. He can't bring others along. Moreover, he doesn't know anything about the other world and he can't choose which world to jump to. If he really reaches a dead end, the reincarnation divine power will teleport him randomly, and it's inevitable that he will be teleported to some place where he is sure to die. In the end, it only gives himself an extra chance of survival. Unless absolutely necessary, he must never jump to another world. Hanju turned his head to look at Jin Xianshen, who was leaning against a tree behind him, and asked, I say, how long do we have to hide? Jin Xianshen saw this, and praised with a smile. As expected of the person I have taken a liking to, Guan Dao Yu is indeed powerful. He raised his hands and took a breath. Rest assured, this time it's just a gathering. I won't challenge you. I'm still owing you the matter I promised last time, Hanju asked in confusion. In front of the two was a bowl of soup, filled with various ingredients. He looked at the steaming soup and asked hesitantly, This is, Jin Shenshen immediately replied, Heavenly Celebration water snake soup, my specialty. He raised the bowl and drank. Then he said, I didn't expect the #1 cultivator in the world to have this side to him. He replied with a proud expression, That's for sure. Whether it's swordsmanship or cooking, I must strive to be the #1. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in his eyes, with 2 heart shapes. He had a feeling of freedom from the constraints of clothing, stretched, and thought. Ji Shanshen's cooking skills are truly #1 in the world. The color, fragrance, and taste can surpass the 5 senses, reaching straight to the soul. Ago. Old Ji, you must have been at least a chief god level in my previous life. Even the kitchen god has to give way to you. At this moment, Ji Shanshen opened his mouth. I represent the heavenly immortal manor to invite you to join and take on the position of elder of the heavenly immortal manor. Are you willing? Hanju tilted his head and drank the last drop of soup, saying, Thank you for the good intentions of the heavenly immortal manor, but no need. He asked in confusion, Why? He replied without a care, A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as my own doghouse. Hearing this, Ji Shanshen let out a confused cry. Urgh. He looked at him. Oh, and another thing, don't rush it. Tianxian Manor found out that the barrier set up by the demonic path is linked to the heavens and earth. It's probably related to the demon race. I've seen worlds created by the demon race before and even stormed into one. Want to go fight some demons with me? He said, his voice ringing, continuing to entice. These kinds of worlds usually hide cultivation resources. The demon race is for the demonic path. Who knows, maybe there's some treasure you need. Hearing this, Hanju's eyes lit up instantly. He eyed Ji Xianshen suspiciously. You can actually bust into weak demon race worlds like that? He yelled in anger. What's that supposed to mean? Hanju rested his chin on his hand. His thin lips said, Ahem. I'm not looking down on you guys at Tianxian Manor.
I just feel like the demon race probably isn't stronger than mortal cultivators, right? Otherwise, why would demonic path cultivators worship them? Jin Xianshen immediately sat up and began to explain. The demon race is actually imprisoned in the underworld. They could only send a few true demons to the mortal realm to spread their teachings. The strongest true demon I've ever met was equal to—
His eyes sharpened. Quote, a grand ascension realm at the 9th layer, perfected.
Hanju calmly faced him.
He pointed to the side and asked, well then, that's lucky. Take a look over there, Ji Xianshen asked in surprise.
What's that thing?
Hanju kept his hand in place, continuing. Sect public transport. Step aside, no see ya. He jumped back, shouting. You bow your head down. Jin Xianshen looked at the camp soup he brought. Now not even a single drop left. He diligently put the bowl into the basket, asking, oh yeah, what's your relationship with Fang Liang? I saw him at Bitter Cultivation Ascends Immortal Mountain. Is he visiting? Hanju replied expressionlessly. Don't know him. He said, I heard he's one of your guys from Tianxian Manor.
He replied softly. Yeah, he's been recognized by the remnant soul of Tianxian Manor's immortal ancestor. He's clearly only in the fusion realm. Even I didn't get that kind of treatment.
Hanju suspiciously glanced at him and asked, then how did he get on the Heavenly Dao rankings? He doesn't seem that strong.
Ji Xianshen's voice echoed from the top of the mountain. This brings us back to the Tianxian tournament back then. Fang Liang unfortunately drew a terrible card. His opponent was Gi Lengchan, a Dao paragon ranked 6th, with a cultivation of the 5th layer of the combination realm. Hearing this, Hanju ground his teeth, thinking, Gi Lengchan, it's you again. He calmly recounted the match.
Logically speaking, Feng Liang, being in the fusion realm, should have been crushed.
Ji Xianshen softly recounted.
But that duel overturned everyone's understanding. Hearing this, Hanju softly pressed. And then what? He closed his eyes and continued. Feng Liang learned a strange body refinement technique from who knows where. As a result, Gi Lengchan tilted his head back in disbelief, his whole body trembling as he shouted, This is facing a giant. Feng Liang, on the other hand, stood there silently, trembling all over, saying nothing.
Ji Xianshen gesticulated wildly as he described, roughly the width of 2 refrigerators. His strength soared to the illusory demon combination realm.
Good heavens, is this a living creature? Honestly, it's rare to see a man like him even once. Especially that punch. You could call it a star-piercing strike. At that time, the kid raised his fist and rushed forward. Gi Lengchan's face turned pale. Snot streamed down his face. He didn't move at all, and finally closed his eyes and resigned himself to his fate, shedding a tear, and then turned into ashes and flew away. Not seeing Jin Xianshen, he added, don't worry, Gi Lengchan's still alive. He's just been hospitalized for 3 years. His ranking on the Heavenly Dabio rankings was kicked out of the top 10.
If you don't know him, then I'm relieved.
That guy has monstrous talent. Some people think his talent is even greater than mine. How could I stand for that? Watch me go subdue him.
Hearing this,
Hanju tilted his head and chuckled, saying, oh, of course, I remember now.
He covered his mouth and softly said, he's my grand disciple. If you dare to touch him, you're gonna have a bad time.
Ji Xianshen's expression was one of disbelief. He looked at him with judgmental eyes, saying nothing. The sky was starting to thunder at this moment. Red sparks were flying into the sky. Everything was in chaos. The true demons had begun to appear. Leading the true demons, Lu Yushu, Grand Ascension Realm at the 9th layer, perfected. This world seems extremely repulsed by our clan. Is this the mortal realm that the old ancestor spoke of? It's truly extremely weak. Is that the power of the heavenly punishment?
The chains were beginning to intertwine.
The light of the demons gradually appeared. The heavenly punishment was blasted away, and the magic fan shone. I'm doing this for the old ancestor, alright? Turns out, this body of mine ain't welcome in this heavenly dalio. When it comes to gathering intel on the heavenly immortal manner, caution is key. We absolutely cannot use strength exceeding the 4th level of the Grand Ascension realm to provoke the heavenly Dao's rules. Again, we gotta stick to the old ancestors' words. Lu Yushu, you've come to the place with the richest chi luck in this mortal realm. You must completely destroy it. The chi luck of the mortal realm, the heavenly Dao's way of healing the place with the richest chi luck in the mortal realm, is through bitter cultivation leading to immortality. Finally found it. Hanju was refining a magical artifact when he suddenly felt something was off. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? Why do I suddenly have this feeling? You also feel something, right? I can't quite put my finger on it, but it feels so oppressive, like something's hanging over my head, ready to drop at any moment. Hanju thought to himself, could it be the heavenly court's immortals are attacking? Why so soon? Suddenly the system prompted. Detecting a true devil invading the mortal realm faces a great calamity. You have a choice. 1. Immediately leave seclusion, kill all the true devils, and become famous throughout the world, potentially obtaining a spirit treasure. 2. Continue your diligent cultivation, stay away from trouble, potentially obtaining a divine power inheritance. So it's a true devil invasion, huh? Turns out those true devil rascals still haven't given up. This calamity is likely to be far greater than before. Even the system considers it a great calamity. This true devil's strength must be insane. Hanju selected option 2. If I'm not 12 levels sure, there's no way I'm making a move that easily. The system announced. You chose to continue diligent cultivation, stay away from trouble, and received a divine power inheritance. Congratulations, you obtained the divine power invocation art, a divine power inheritance that can be taught to others. Others using the invocation art can summon you from a great distance, and within an hour, you can use the invocation art to return to your original location. Hanju thought to himself, I'll study this later. Now's not the time. System. Scan for the strongest person within 100 miles. Jade Purity Sacred Sect. The system prompted. Lu Yu Shu, 9th level of the Grand Ascension realm, leading the true devils. Why did they arrive so quickly? Are they targeting me? Or is it a coincidence they appeared around the Jade Purity Sacred Sect? Master. That uneasy feeling is getting stronger and stronger. It's not the heavenly court's immortals. It's a true devil invasion. The Jade Purity Sacred Sect is about to face a major calamity. Go quickly and inform Dumplinghead. Tell him to get to work. What about you, Master? I need to prepare some things. Hopefully, Dumplinghead can stall them long enough. Less than 30 miles away from the Jade Purity Sacred Sect. Jade Purity Sacred Sect, huh? Lu Yu Shu thought to himself. Under my divine senses scan, the strength of this sect's cultivators is clearly very weak, but why is this the place with the richest chi look in the mortal realm? Could there be something fishy going on? A 3-headed flood dragon suddenly appeared. 6th level of the Grand Ascension realm. There's such an existence in this remote mountain range? Why didn't I detect it earlier? There's definitely something fishy going on. 3-headed flood dragon. I must say, Maester is indeed not simple. If he hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't even have noticed the existence of this intruder. The opponent's cultivation must also be extraordinary. If this battle goes wrong, it'll be like smashing my rice bowl. Looks like one have to go all out. The 3-headed flood dragon asked, You're that true devil, are you? Lu Yu Shu was extremely puzzled. How does he know I'm a true devil? Could it be the old ancestor's plan has already been exposed? An illegal intruder, truly deserving of death. Everything seemed to fly in all directions. The two fought each other in a life, Kimmy death battle. If the plan has really been exposed, and we've crossed the border, I'm afraid we'll all be wiped out. A flustered expression. True devil, you're nothing more than this. Must quickly eliminate the forces here, and then hurry back to ask the old ancestor. Avoiding is hardly a skill. If you have the ability, fight me, head. Shu-an, Lu Yu Shu didn't show any fear. If that's the case, Let's make this a quick victory. That's exactly what I want. Lu Yushu spun like a whirlwind. He and his magic are very skillful. All was submerged in the vortex. The palace lights flickered wildly in the strong wind. Everyone screamed, "We're about to be blown away. What's happening? Initiate combat readiness." What's that dumpling head up to? Where's the master? Where is he? Inside the simulation training field, Hanju looked up. Impossible. 3 purities world creation heaven earth Xuanhuang. Barrier breaking sword finger. Samsara sword intent. Couldn't hit him, how is that possible? My natal divine artifact, searched from 10,000 miles away. Why can't it touch him? Lu Yushu sneered. My demonic body, how can lowly mortal ants like you comprehend it? Conceal the heavenly Dao, myriad forms are invisible. He finally returned to his original state. Out of moves, are you? Then it's my turn. The 3-headed dragon was shocked. Attacks are ineffective. How do I fight? His eyes suddenly flashed. Secluded demon domain. Even the 3-headed dragon couldn't resist. The sky began to turn gray. Black aura spread to the palace. Ancestor. What's with this monstrous demonic energy? Did the Natu army resurrect? I'm not sure. I don't know what they're fighting. I fear we've encountered an unavoidable disaster. Should we invite Elder Godslayer out to mediate? But they couldn't move. Time is frozen. We can't even breathe. What's the opponent's background? Zhu Ding said. Everyone, use the turtle breath technique. Hold out until Elder Godslayer breaks the situation, Hanju reminded everyone. Quick, look over there, it's broken. This is the sect's defensive formation, it shouldn't be breakable. This demonic energy is extremely strange. We can't use teleportation techniques. Even movement is much slower. It's like carrying 10,000 mountains on our backs. Never encountered such a terrifying opponent in 10,000 years. Lu Yushu continued. This domain can temporarily evade the heavenly Dao within my range. Your lives and deaths are in my thoughts from now on. Boss, the strength of this human incarnation is limited. Let's use our true forms. This is my first battle, as the Master's disciple. I'm not resigned. The 3-headed dragon retracted its weapons. So what? Planning to surrender? Lu Yushu said provocatively. I didn't want to do this, but the situation is too unfavorable. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Master, don't blame me. After all these years, it's time to go all out. The demon race's bodies are naturally strong. Even the 8th level of the Grand Ascension realm is no match. Who says, the higher the level in the Grand Ascension realm, the bigger the gap. That doesn't exist. Belief is invincible. Finally getting serious. Very good. You better make this trip worthwhile. He began to prepare his move. The 3-headed dragon grinned sinisterly. A fierce battle began. In a dark corner, the light they created appeared. It became a sphere, with a central light shining into the dark sky, as if it was breaking apart, becoming a bright corner, like a new horizon opening up. Everything turned into fragments. Everything was dark and unclear. The true dragon bloodline suddenly appeared. Even Lu Yushu was surprised. Boss, watch the direction. Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Don't hurt the innocent, I know. He didn't say a word, just watched everything now as if it were a blur. Lights like volcanic eruptions. Everyone screamed. Space was torn apart. This full strength blow. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. The true dragon bloodline became more ferocious than ever. Thought you could give me a surprise. Still far from a true dragon, what? Impossible, he's still alive. The gap between heaven and earth. A feeling of despair never felt before. There's only one possibility. You're a perfect Grand Ascension realm. The true dragon bloodline has never been pure. Fortunately, this place has extremely prosperous luck. This time is truly boring. Don't sully the clan. Truly deserving of punishment. I've played enough. If there's no one behind you, let's end this. The dragon god bloodline, with a body full of traces from the 3-headed dragon, he asked, what? A true demon? And a Grand Ascension realm? 300,000 miles away? But why can't I sense it? Then the master said, "This true demon's cultivation is higher than yours, and he's here with ill intent." A true demon? There are a few people with higher cultivation than me in this world. But they wouldn't blindly attack the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, would they? So you must hold him back. Hold him back. Until the master finishes seclusion. Seriously? I say, why do you guys think I can only hold him back and not defeat him? I'm the strongest grand ascension existence of the demon race from 10,000 years ago. Just a mere true demon. Why would I drag it out with him? I'll finish him off. But the master is worried you can't beat him. The true demon's cultivation is higher than yours. Right? According to you, I fought for 5 days and nights with an 8th level Grand Ascension human expert and killed 2 7th level experts. That's the demon race's natural advantage. I can't drag things out. I'll go straight at him. Then you stay here and guard the door. If you don't believe me, I'll prove I'm the 3-headed Flood Dragon King with action.
The great general protecting Mount Bitter cultivation to become an immortal. I will definitely win. She stared blankly,
unconsciously saying, "You'll die. It's not that I don't believe you." The master's words must have their reason. Consider the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Hold him back as long as possible. No need to fight head. Fight on. Master, I'm about to fail. I can't hold on anymore, the 3-headed dragon stammered. Lu Yushu stood there, witnessing. Indeed, there's another person. Master, I've tried my best. Hanju appeared. Dumpling Head, well done. You held on until now, just in time, and not restricted by the domain.
Hearing those words, he said nothing, just remained silent.
In one kick. What? A Tai level sword, intent, in this mortal realm? Clearly. Right, you'd think that too. As long as you waver for a moment. I have to say, your secrets are truly illusory, making me suffer a lot. You must be curious why I found your weakness, right? Everything has a weakness, even so-called nothingness, the traces of true essence, between the 2 layers of the demon realm and the mortal realm. Relying on the magic core to temporarily condense and mobilize your heaven-swallowing, sun-shifting skill, it was truly hard to find. Fortunately, I fought you 4 times and researched 2 quick methods. Otherwise, I would have been tricked by you. Fight you? When did I ever fight you? Lu Yushu looked completely lost. The heaven and earth Xuanhuang realm, breaking sword. It was all over in a mere 2 seconds. Maester is so terrifying, the 3-headed flood dragon thought to himself. System prompt. Headed flood dragon's affection towards you has increased. Current affection level, 45 stars. In a desolate land, a part was missing. Only winds blew through. The 3-headed flood dragon was sweating buckets, its eyes glazed over. A voice rang out, "Master, it's fortunate someone protected us. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect didn't have to endure any storms. Although we're very grateful to you." At the reconstruction conference after the battle, everyone was making a fuss, saying, "But you're the guardian general of the mountain. How did you end up guarding away the entire mountain?" Although there's no cultivation activity over there, quite a few natural treasures were lost. It's going to be a long road to reconstruction. Forget it. Say less. While there is green forest, there's no fear of running out of firewood. The green forest is all gone. Can't you see? Those environmental protectors will definitely scold us severely. Do we need to control the comments? Elsewhere, Zhu Ding said, "I wonder what Elder Han thinks. This mess won't be easy to clean up," Heaven and Earthgrass replied. Master said to bear your own burden. Just handle him with peace of mind. He sighed, contemplating. Back then the situation was urgent. It's understandable that he couldn't pull back his strength. I think we should do this. Great Zhao King, please take care of redrawing the map afterwards. He fearfully broke out in a cold sweat. Zhu Ding then pleaded. If you can draw it on the map, you can also plant trees and forest the area. We would be truly grateful. Having said that, the flood dragon appeared in the open space where the fierce battle had taken place, along with trees and a shovel next to a wooden sign that read,
Protecting the green forest is everyone's responsibility. Switching to a scene in a stone cave, feet slowly taking steps,
Hanju spoke up. Why did you appear nearby? He raised a white dot in his hand. It was Lu Yushu's primordial spirit. He was flustered. I was just passing by. I had no intention of harming you. He glared. Looks like you're really not afraid of death. He became even more frightened, yelling to explain, Senior, I was wrong. I was brought here by the Devil Ancestor. The Devil Ancestor said the luck here is the best in the mortal realm, telling me to destroy this place, rebuild the fortune of the mortal realm, and alleviate the pressure for the demons to wash the mortal realm with blood. Senior, I'm also afraid of dying. I beg Senior to spare my life. Hanju said, He only sent a Mahayana like you here? Are your demons that weak? He was a little taken aback. Senior, besides me, there are dozens of true demon Mahayanas. They've all gone to the Heaven Immortal Mansion. Moreover, the mortal realm has heavenly rules restricting it. If an existence surpassing the Mahayana realm invades, it will trigger the heavenly rules to manifest top-notch powerhouses. In order not to be discovered by the heavenly court, the divine palace, and the Buddhist sect, the Devil Ancestor could only send true demon Mahayana realm level 9 like us to sneak into the mortal realm. He asked, You mean the demons still have many powerhouses above the Mahayana realm? He thought. The Devil Ancestor has been planning for so long, yet he only sent a true demon Mahayana realm over in the end. Don't the forces between the demon race and the underworld have the heaven-avoiding stone? If I kill this true demon leader, there will inevitably be a few more undying old monsters from the clan coming here. A scene of powerhouses looking at the cliff in the bitter cultivation of Mount becoming immortal and said, A mere Mahayana dares to stop our demon's plan, courting death. A voice yelled, Old Ancestor, don't worry about us. Fang Liang said, Hurry and run. Everyone was terrified and tied under the hand of the Devil Ancestor. These people are harvested by our demons. All are being captured. Hanju had already thought of the worst-case scenario. No, I absolutely can't let such a tragedy happen. After all, my strength is not enough. Beyond the people there is heaven, and beyond the people there are people. I must become stronger, and together reach the eternal seeking supreme. He was lost in thought. He said with a smile, How could the strongest person of the demon race be a true demon leader who barely touches the upper limit of the mortal realm like me? He was puzzled, huh? He continued, I dare not hide it. The demons were truly defeated in the great Daoyo battle many epochs ago, and were long sealed in the 6 paths of reincarnation. We are just wandering ghosts on Nahe Bridge. The true demons are bewitched by the Devil Ancestor, and switched to cultivating the demonic path, forced to become this. He rubbed his chin. So that's how it is, he thought angrily. Damn Devil Ancestor! This mission really can't be relied on. Wasn't it comfortable waiting in the underworld? Why did you have to come to the mortal realm to cause trouble? Hanju said. Everything that needed to be asked has been asked. Then his eyes widened, startled and frightened, frantically explaining, Senior, calm down. This lowly one was bullied by the Demon Ancestor. It absolutely wasn't my intention to invade the mortal realm. Just spare me, and I swear I'll never, ever come to the mortal realm again. His hand had already formed the 6-path soul absorption spell. He was about to make a move when the system alerted him, Lu Muxu has developed hatred towards you. The current hatred level is 1 star. He thought to himself. Under the threat of death from me, he only generated a 1 star hatred level. This true demon's temperament is truly rare. If I keep him, he might be useful later. The demon trembled, covering his face, awaiting death. When he saw him stop, he became adorable, looking at him with sparkling eyes. Senior, whoosh! Suddenly, he was sucked into the primordial chaos. He had already used the soul imprisoning technique within his nascent soul to trap him. Let's see. If the demon race attacks, I'll use this to force them back. If we can't win, I'll just take everyone and run. Oh, right. Almost forgot. The system's divine summoning technique. Elsewhere, Jialong was sitting alone and dejected with the drawing of the Hei Yuji, whispering, "Doggy, look, this guy called Basket King isn't good either." The heavenly dog said to change the script. The two were gossiping while looking at the long. He clenched his fist and shouted angrily, "Do you even know how strong that true demon is? If you're so capable, why don't you go up and try?" A bunch of guys who haven't even reached the tribulation transcendent stage have the nerve to talk about this king, the three argued. The Hei Yuji said angrily, "TCH. So what if you're in the great vehicle stage? We need our master to act, and you also need our master's help. Where do you think the difference between us lies?"
He was furious and speechless. You, the heavenly dog quickly added. All right. Tiandi Cario stepped in.
"Okay, chicken, you should stop talking. The master said earlier that the true demon is really strong, to the point of being an illusion demon. He seized on this like a lifeline. See? You see? Someone understands," she continued. "However, the way I see it, the reason he was crushed so utterly was actually because of the huge difference in power between them. It was like a painful slap in the face for him."
Elsewhere, Shun Changdan said, "See? Your master was right. You can't rely on outsiders, Lu Kuer. You must cultivate diligently. You and your senior brother are our only hope for the future. To solve difficulties and ease the worries of your master and grandmaster, we still have to rely on you two brothers."
Fang Liang smiled brightly. Yang Tiandong said, "Why do I feel like Cheng Jian is talking about the three of us? The Hei Yuji, the heavenly dog, and Yang Tiandong, the trio of useless eaters. Kuxiu Chengxian, bitter cultivation to become immortal." Rong Qi inquired, "I heard that the Yu King Shengzong was attacked. Are you all right now?" "He was carrying a lot of stuff on him, because he had traveled 1,000 miles, Chang'an replied. "My grandmaster intervened. Everyone is safe and sound." A voice rang out. "Murong Qi, you came just in time. Everyone, put aside what you're doing." The Hei Yuji wondered, It's rare for master to summon everyone at once. What happened?" Chang'an said. "If it's all the members, that guy is really coming," Feng Yang asked. "Huh? Who?" he continued. "It's the second martial uncle you've never met." He widened his eyes in confusion. "Second martial uncle," Rong Qi spoke up. "I've heard of him, but I've never met him." In a crack in a cliff, purple rays of light emanated. Everyone tensed up. "He's coming!" Jia Long broke out in a sweat, thinking to himself, "The spiritual power of a half-step void amalgamation realm isn't clearly strong, but why does it make me feel so strangely uneasy? Even my soul is trembling." Step by step, he emerged from the cave. It was Su Qi, he thought. The moment he came out, he was instinctively drawn to some kind of power. That feeling was like the sun-baked scent of a quilt that had been aired out. The scent of orchids cleansed by steam, making one feel relaxed. Fang Liang came into his view. He blushed. So cute. The moment he met the person he had imagined, the two were standing before the sea at sunset, gazing at each other deeply. They had even thought of the names of their future children. Both of them blushed as they looked at each other. Han Ju put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Calm down, he's a dude." He couldn't believe his eyes. Not long before, Han Ju, while sitting on the ground cultivating, realized something. So this is what they call the inviting God technique. A stream of energy radiated from his hand, and countless thoughts flashed in his mind. Invite the God to cultivate the avatar divine power. Condense an avatar. The divine power relies on the avatar to summon the main body to fight. His dark brown eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to ponder. This divine power doesn't have a usage limit? If a lot of people learn the avatar divine power and summon me every day, Won't I die of exhaustion? No way. This can only be passed on to a few of my own people. As Hanju thought, he remembered Feng Liang, Murong Qi, and Sheng Hongshuan's group. That way, if the disciples training outside encounter danger, they can use the inviting God technique to summon me to provide support. Now I don't need to run around and can still solve problems.
As for Hongshuan's group, Sheng Hongshuan's image appeared before his eyes. "Hubby, come here quickly, hubby. I miss you so much. Hee hee, hubby, don't you miss me?" Her alluring face zoomed in on his mind. "Hubby, how about we play that fierce battle where one wins, like last time?"
Hanju was speechless. The fear of kidney deficiency welled up in his heart. Hanju sat there in a daze. To prevent people from overusing it and affecting my cultivation, I have to change the way I tell them. Suddenly he sensed something and wondered, this aura.
In his divine sense vision, Murong Qi was carrying all sorts of weapons, clothes, and whatnot, running as fast as the wind. Looking at the image in his divine sense vision, Hanju thought, Murong Qi is back. He secretly decided, now that all the disciples are gathered here, it's a good opportunity to preach the Dao. Murong Qi's timing is perfect. Everyone, put aside what you're doing for now. Su Qi, who was cultivating on the side, seemed unaffected by the whispers. Hanju stood up and said, "Su Qi, go gather them." Su Qi was shocked and asked back with wide eyes, "Huh, Mei?" Hanju stood in front of Su Qi. Sunlight shone on him, making him look like he was radiating a halo, and he said seriously, "After cultivating in seclusion for so long, it's time to come out." Su Qi was still stunned. "Huh, Master, me? I'm just coming out like this?" Suddenly, Su Qi's whole body shook violently, and the scene changed. Hanju stood in front of his disciples and said clearly, "Ahem, ahem. I've called everyone here today for two things. First, today Su Qi officially comes out of seclusion, so everyone can get used to him." While Hanju was mentioning Su Qi, the boy was surrounded by Feng Liang, asking over and over, "He's a dude, can't even tell. Do we need to increase the population?" Witnessing Su Qi seeing strange images before his eyes and breaking down, Hundun Tiangu helplessly sighed. Is this considered a shattered Dao heart? Hey Yuji comforted. Listen to your chicken grandpa. What does gender matter? Hanju added. Before, I sent you to infiltrate the devil sect, so you had to convert your cultivation to demonic cultivation. I told you to cultivate in seclusion before, focusing on cultivating for a period of time, because I was afraid your fellow disciples would misunderstand you. Now it seems that everyone's attitude towards you is relatively peaceful. And while the world is still considered peaceful, it's time to explain to everyone. Su Miqi, who had been collapsing and writhing on the ground, raised his head, tears welling up, his eyes shining with joy. Su Miqi has nothing to repay Master's painstaking efforts. Hanju approached the boy and comforted him as he knelt on the ground crying, "Go, talk to your fellow disciples, and your grand disciples." Tu An said to Feng Liang and Murong Qi, "Liang cheer. From now on, you must learn from your second uncle. On our mountain, only your second uncle can be sent on missions by Master." Hundun Tiangao raised his thumb and boasted, "Remember the great battle between the righteous and the demonic factions at the beginning? He really killed a lot of demonic cultivators." Zhao Long Badu chimed in, "Boom, not bad." He Yuji smiled happily, his eyes narrowed, and said to Suanqi, "Here, this is for you. From now on, you are the 10th member of the Pantyless Squad." Then, Su Qi took the item Hei Yuji gave him. The disciples around them cheered, "Yahoo! We've finally reached double digits!" Hanju looked at this harmonious scene and thought to himself. Then Yuxu said that the mountain is the place with the best luck in the world. I wonder if it can completely suppress the bad luck on Su Qi's body. Suddenly, Tiandi Kagao turned to him and asked, "That's right, I remember you said there were two things. What's the other thing?" Hanju suddenly remembered the thing he hadn't said, and added,
The second thing is that I want to impart to you a life-saving divine power. This divine power can only be used when life is at stake. Murongchi and the others were extremely surprised. Their eyes widened and their mouths agape.
Preaching the Dao Vio?
Hey Yuji wondered. Last time you preached the Dao, you seemed to mention the gate of reincarnation. Hundun Tiangao heard this for the first time and asked, did I miss something? Hanju continued. Once you use this divine power, you will gain an extremely great power. He furrowed his brows, his eyes gleaming with determination. But the price you have to pay is something you can hardly imagine. After the divine power ends, you will face the nightmare you fear the most. Fang Liang, being a bit slow on the uptake, asked, So, Grandmaster, is this nightmare just some illusion, or is it actually a scary thing that's going to happen? Hanju, hearing this question, was stumped. How the heck would I know what that thing I just saw was? Amidst the refreshing air, vibrant flowers gently swayed in the breeze. Hanju's voice echoed once again. Basically, don't use this divine power unless it's absolutely, positively the last resort. But if it's a life-death situation, then you gotta use it, he added. I hope you all can survive with me. Hanju paused for a moment, then raised his voice. Enjoy eternal life, and strive towards the great Dao. His words were filled with hope. Everyone eagerly promised Hanju, this disciple will definitely cultivate diligently, and later, I'll kill everyone who stands in Grandmaster's way on the great Dao. Me too. This disciple will definitely cultivate diligently by Master's side. Master, don't worry, will definitely be good luck charms. It was a real emotional roller coaster. In one corner, the three-headed flood dragon was leaning against a tree, with the golden crow divine next to it. The three of them didn't seem to care about the scene around them, just carefully taking notes. Over there, Hanju was still giving instructions. Gao Ser and Feng Yang, you two sit with Xue Qi. The two of them were stunned by his arrangement and exclaimed, Huh? But Hanju's arrangement was based on his own thoughts. He was still worried that 2 layers of insurance wouldn't be enough to suppress Xue Qi. The three-headed flood dragon was still leaning against the tree, feeling disappointed in his heart. A Grand Ascension Realm cultivator is actually lecturing. It's unbelievable that this place has such treatment. I disappointed Maester in the last great battle. Maybe I don't deserve to listen. Suddenly, Hanju walked over and said to the three-headed flood dragon and the Golden Crow squad, Shenhua, De Xiao Air, and Dumplinghead, you guys come over here too. The three of them were surprised and stunned. The Golden Crow divine was unconvinced and asked, Us? Note: the Golden Crow siblings are named Ada, Zhao, Air. Sunlight flashed behind Hanju, making him seem like he was radiating a halo. He held out his hand towards the three-headed flood dragon and the Golden Crow divine siblings, and said firmly, Since you've come to Bitter Cultivation Ascends Immortal Mountain, of course everyone gets a share. Cultivation originally requires as much as possible. Come on, let's learn together. The three-headed flood dragon was moved, with tears in his eyes. Thank you, Master. The system frame suddenly popped up a notification. The three-headed flood dragon's favorability towards you has increased. The current favorability is 55 stars. Hanju stepped forward and said to everyone, Sit down, it's about to start. Behind him, the 3 Golden Crow divine were still happily cheering. Hei Yuji was very excited to see the harmony in front of him. Watch me, Hei Yuji, be the center of the whole place. Having followed Master for so many years, my comprehension must be top-notch. Time flies like a dog running across the field, and 8 years have passed. Hei Yuji's face was miserable, and sweat was streaming down his face. Yang Tiandong wasn't doing any better. His whole body seemed to be drained of energy. Hanju looked at these two, who were so tired that their faces were contorted, and said, Tell me, why are you two so slow to learn? Yang Tiandong defended himself. Master, Everyone has their own strengths.
Hundun Tiangu was eating ice cream and gloating over their misfortune. Fang Liang, Murong Qi, and Sun Qi understood it in 3 days, and you two took 2 months to get started, and you still asked Master to teach you more. It took you 8 years to barely understand, from simple to profound, and you're not even ashamed to make excuses. It continued to add fuel to the fire.
It's really embarrassing to say, this Holy One learned while playing, and it didn't even take 10 days to fully master it. What a talent. Hey, Yunji was being tormented by Hanju. I'm determined to stay by Master's side, so I don't need to ask for divine arts anymore.
Anyway, the result is the same.
Hanju then turned his gun on Hundun Tiangu. Annoying, not studying seriously, and shamelessly showing off. Reach the fusion void realm first before you talk. Hundun Tiangu was hit so hard that he screamed.
Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Detected innate Qi luck bearer. Check the origin or not.
Hanju hadn't vented all his anger, and thought to himself, innate Qi luck bearer. It's been a while. The scene changed. A group of people were slowly walking by the river, absent-minded. Ugh, no fish again today. Su Qi carried a fishing rod on his shoulder, embarrassed. It was said to be a newbie protection, but I haven't seen a fish in 8 years. Feng Liang walked beside him, also holding a fishing rod. His heart was as gloomy as if there was a dark cloud hanging over his head.
Maybe there's something wrong with the bait.
Suddenly, Feng Liang's eyes widened, as if someone he didn't expect was approaching him. Feng Liang exclaimed in surprise, "Senior, why are you here?" A young woman was wearing a purple scarf, revealing silver, white hair. She was also surprised, and tentatively called out, "Feng Liang?" The girl who just appeared was Tu Ling Reier.
Fusion Void Realm 9th Layer, reincarnation of an ancient great witch.
In the Desolate Era, the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan fought for the hegemony of the Heavenly Dao. Both sides died and lost great Qi luck. The Witch Clan was destroyed, and a few great witches escaped into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Tu Ling Reier experienced myriad worlds of reincarnation, and finally washed away the karma of the Witch Clan. But her soul is still the soul of a great witch.
Becoming an Immortal Emperor can transform into a great witch who penetrates heaven and earth. Tu Ling Deer is a deacon of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion, and was ordered by her master to find Feng Liang.
Hanju carefully studied her for a long time, and sighed. She has some skill. An ancient great witch. Her strength can only transform at the Immortal Emperor realm. This girl is not simple. I don't know if the strength on this interface is real or fake. She was ordered by the Heavenly Immortal Mansion. Maybe the visitor doesn't have good intentions.
Sitting next to Hanju was He Yuji, who was reading a book while crying.
In Hanju's eyes, a flame of determination burned. Then let's simulate a trial first. A long time later, a miserable "the end" echoed through the space. A second later, Hanju's face was emotionless, as if he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Then, he kept the same expressionless face, and glanced to the side. In the simulated trial field, Hanju stood still. The wind blew through his hair and clothes. He thought darkly, "Okay, I was overthinking it. I didn't even prepare to make a move, and the opponent disappeared with just a sword cue. It's true that only the soul is the soul of a great witch. The strength is not worth mentioning."
Hanju was facing a pool of blood, the result of him thoroughly disciplining Tu Ling Reier.
While Hanju was diligently training, He Yuji and Yang Tiandong, who were supposed to be reading, had somehow dozed off.
Suddenly, Hanju's voice boomed, waking up the two sleepyheads. "All right, you've learned enough for now. Head out and tell Feng Liang to come see me."
Tiandong quickly replied,
"Yes, master. Goodbye."
Hanju glanced over, his eyes filled with suspicion and scrutiny. The Heavenly Immortal Manor is looking for Feng Liang? Sending a letter would be faster than dispatching an elder. Their goal isn't as simple as it seems. But with this dumpling here, she probably won't dare to act recklessly.
In his Shihai vision, Han Ju saw Tu Lingvier standing opposite his disciples. Someone curiously asked Feng Liang, who obviously knew her. The kid didn't hide anything, honestly replying, "She's an elder of the heavenly immortal manor." Su Qi, standing nearby, was startled and asked, "Heavenly immortal manor?" Feng Liang turned to Tu Lingxir and asked directly, "Senior, what brings you to the Yuqing sacred sect?" Tu Lingfrere stood up straight, hesitating slightly, and said, "Ah." She glanced to the side. Tu Lingfengir's gaze fell upon the majestic mountain, standing tall in the distance. She stared blankly for a long time before asking Feng Liang, "Do you know the origin of that mountain in the distance?" The density of spiritual qi is almost catching up to the heavenly immortal manor's sacred cultivation ground. Feng Liang followed her gaze. "You're talking about the mountain beyond that one? It's called bitter cultivation to become immortal mountain." Hearing this, Tu Lingtrier thought to herself, bitter cultivation to become immortal mountain. A small place like the Great Yan shouldn't have such a treasure land. Feng Liang excitedly continued, "This is my first sect. As for why the spiritual qi is so dense," Tu Ling'er was surprised to hear him say that, immediately looking away from the mountain and back at the kid. Shun Changwan quickly stepped forward and covered Feng Liang's mouth, stopping him from continuing. "Liang Wei, you can't just talk about this anywhere. Fellow Taoist, I'm Feng Liang's master. You can ask me if you have any questions." A group of people standing behind Feng Liang also stepped forward, chiming in all at once. "You can ask us too," Tu Lingor softly said. "Everyone, no need to be so tense." Cultura. "I came here unannounced to ask for Feng Liang's help." Her eyes narrowed slightly as she awkwardly began to speak. "To invite the land divine immortal he mentioned in his letter to help the heavenly immortal manor." Feng Liang was stunned for a moment, a hint of worry in his voice. "What you're saying? Did something happen to the heavenly immortal manor?" Tu Linghor recalled the scene of the demonic tribes slaughtering everyone, heads falling, blood flowing everywhere, and the ground collapsing. She then recounted. "The heavenly immortal manor was attacked by dozens of true devil Mahayana realm demonic tribes. The grand elders in the manor have suffered serious casualties. It's extremely dangerous." Feng Liang, "For the sake of the heavenly immortal manor's years of nurturing you, please let me meet that immortal." Feng Liang's face was filled with fear. He pursed his lips. He glanced to the side, sweat pouring down his beautiful petite face as he thought for a long time. Feng Liang stepped forward and said, "I only met that land divine immortal by chance. He already left. There are no great experts in the Yu King sacred sect who can help the heavenly immortal manor through this tribulation. I'm very sorry." Tu Lingflanger seemed unconvinced. "Is that so?" She was silent for a long time before hesitantly continuing, "Does your Yu King sacred sect need any more elders? I want to cultivate on this mountain. Can he help me?" As soon as she said this, Feng Liang, Shun Changwan, Murongqi, and Jiaolong Batu all exclaimed in shock. Tu Linger crossed her arms and stared directly into Feng Liang's eyes, asking, "What? You don't agree?" Feng Liang didn't answer immediately, only trembling. "But isn't the Yili? Isn't the heavenly immortal manor in trouble? Aren't you in a hurry, senior?" Tu Lingflayer said unhurriedly. "I am in a hurry, but it's useless to be in a hurry. Someone as weak as me in the void transformation realm would be courting death by returning. I might as well cultivate diligently and avenge the heavenly immortal manor later." Jiaolong Batu put his hand under his chin and pondered. "No problem." Feng Liang was speechless, not knowing what to say. Sun Qi and the others secretly sighed. "That makes sense." Tu Lingreyer moved closer to Feng Liang, threatening, "I remember you saying that if the heavenly immortal manor was in trouble, you would return, right? Then you go back." Her threat caused the kid to panic and stammer, "Ah!" Hey Yuji, standing behind, seemed to not understand what was happening in front of him, shouting curiously, "Huh? Why are you all going back? Leveling up so fast?" Seeing this, Feng Liang replied,
No, it's still the same.
He Yuji pulled Jiaolongbatu and Su Qi away, turning back to learn, leaving Fang Liang alone to deal with Tu Ling Grier. It kept shouting, "No way! I barely finished studying this lesson. Go, go, go. No matter what, you guys have to go fishing with me for a while." The people being dragged away weakly said,
"Is it time for night fishing already?" Tu Ling Miffer witnessed this scene and curiously asked Fang Liang, "Is this one the leader?" The kid answered honestly, "He's the group's favorite." He Yuji, only now remembering the task Hanju had given it, turned to remind Fang Liang, "Oh yeah, little Liangzi, Master wants you back at the cave abode. Go quickly."
Feng Lijiang excitedly turned to cheer with Tu Ling Shiner. "Senior, wait for me here a sec. This elder thing, I gotta ask my Shizu. If he agrees, maybe you can stay here to cultivate." Tu Ling Weier remained unfazed, replying, "Sure, no problem." Tu Ling Grier watched the Heiyuji with fishing rods and mused, "Who knew? In the Great Yan territory, I'd find a sect that treats fellow disciples like family. The outside world is a chaotic mess. Even between fellow disciples, it's all lies and deceit, endless slaughter."
He Yunji and the three-headed flood dragons, filled with determination and sky-high spirit, proclaimed,
"No kill, no return today," Sun Qi and Mu Rongqi echoed, starting to "Oh, Rongqi."
Tu Ling Fair chuckled, thinking, "How interesting. The spiritual chi here is so dense, it's got to be connected to what that divine tree said in my dream. If I can find that divine tree, I might find the immortal continent from the book."
She recalled the sturdy tree trunk in her dream, pondering, "Actually, the manor only mentioned Fang Liang in the Immortal Continent Assembly. They don't fully believe in the existence in the book. Ma Ming took the initiative to travel thousands of miles here. Turns out, this is her real goal."
Scene change. Fang Liang had run back to Hanju while cultivating. The kid opened his mouth. "Shizu, I have a heavenly immortal manor senior who wants to stay on the mountain to cultivate." Hanju, upon hearing this, asked, I wanted to ask you too. What do you think of the person down the mountain?"
Fang Liang pursed his lips, his face showing reluctance, and he said with difficulty, "Well, I don't have a very good impression of her."
Hanju was surprised. "Oh, you can make someone leave a bad impression." Speaking, Fang Liang recalled Tu Ling Foer, recounting what he knew. "Although her aptitude is in the top 10 of Heavenly Immortal Manor, just behind me."
The kid remembered what Tu Ling Mir had done.
Then, he added, quote, "But she's famous for being cunning." In the kid's head flashed an image of Tulinger seducing others while secretly smirking. "Little sis, taking this elixir of mine can greatly increase your cultivation. Seeing you are predestined, I'll only sell it to you for 998 superior grade spirit stones today." After a while, Fang Liang concluded, "In short, she likes to pull all kinds of scams, tormenting the cultivators in the manor, making it impossible for me to cultivate diligently." After hearing this, Hanju reluctantly said, "Oh, such a cunning personality. Does she bear some deep-seated blood feud?"
Fang Liang explained in great detail. "That's not the case. It said she has no parents. She grew up in Heavenly Immortal Manor since she was young. Plus, with her cunning personality and disinterest in intensive cultivation, very few people associate with her."
Hanju crossed his arms, lowered his head, and focused on pondering. Born cunning. Could it be due to the great witch spirit? Then it's really not suitable for her to stay on the mountain. Although the spirit background is strong, she's already grown up. It's inconvenient to brainwash her. Also, she's a disciple of Heavenly Immortal Manor.
Accepting her might cause unnecessary trouble.
He made a decision. All right, reject her? This made Fang Liang cheer with joy. Really? The kid quickly ran to convey this happy news. Yes, Shinzu, then I'll head out first. Behind the kid, Hanju remained there, pondering. But it's not a pity. This girl used the mission to ask for support as a reason to leave Heavenly Immortal Manor, proving she's not loyal. He looked up, his head in a mess. Although I cherish talent, not all talent can be accepted. I must prioritize the big picture and absolutely cannot leave behind any hidden dangers. That's one of my bottom lines. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Your friend, Ji Shanshen, was attacked by a true devil. 115 of your friends, including Ji Shanshen, were seriously injured, their lives in danger. Your friend, Giling Tian, was attacked by a true devil. 14 of your friends, Zhu Fan, obtained an opportunity, his body transformed. Years. Your friend, Huang Jihao, was attacked by a true devil, suffering serious injuries. Your Dao companion, Xuan Qingjun, comprehended the great Dao truth, her cultivation soared. Your friend, Mohi Fushu, was bewitched by a demon race, giving rise to a demon heart. Your friend, Ji Xianshen, comprehended the holy Dharma primordial spirit, transformed. Hanju looked at the notification, continuing to consider. Even Ji Shanshen was seriously injured. Seems like Heavenly Immortal Manor is really in danger. Should I go help? The notification continued to pop up. Your friend, Ji Xianshen, comprehended the holy Dharma primordial spirit, transformed. Finally, he decided to give up. I already dealt with the True Devil Commander. If Heavenly Immortal Manor can't even deal with other True Devils, how will they face the demon race in the future? If I really have to lend a hand. A big tree attracts wind. What if I drag the demon race's hatred over here? Jade Pure Sacred Sect wouldn't be able to stop the demon race's blasphemy. Besides, Jin Shen has comprehended the holy Dharma. Maybe he can use this to ascend to the sky in one step. I shouldn't bother him. It's better to be number one in the world. Hanju crossed his arms, thinking, and recalling the scene of Ji Shen getting beaten up, but still saying, "Listen to me, thank you." A long while later, as he sat cross-legged on the ground, Fang Liang returned dejectedly, saying, "Shizu?" Hanju wondered. "What's wrong?" Fang Liang blankly sighed. "She refuses to leave, and even wants to become your disciple. She and I have some connections in Heavenly Immortal Manor after all. It's hard to forcefully drive her away." Perfect. Or you could. Hanju was stunned, bewildered, and sputtered. Become a disciple, without Fang Liang's protection on the other side. The Air Force of Bitter Cultivation ascends Immortal Mountain finally took off. Su Qi stood on the head of a huge T-Rex. "Everyone! I finally caught a fish!" Not realizing the fish he caught was a T-Rex. The Heiyuji were blasted into a mess by the T-Rex's flames, crying for help. "Dumpling Head, save us!" Tu Lingjie was waiting for Hanju's agreement. But what kind of imposing manner does this woman have to be so stubborn? For decades, I've been inexplicably falling into mysterious dreamscapes while cultivating. But these dreams are very unusual. I don't know what specific abilities they have, or if it's heaven's will. From a young age, everything I've experienced in my dreams has become reality. I even comprehended strange divine abilities in my dreams. It was because of these unexpected gains that I was able to surpass everyone and become one of the geniuses of Heavenly Immortal Manor. That's why I'm absolutely certain about the things in my dreams. Until, in her dreamscape, she only remembered standing before a massive tree, tens of thousands of feet tall. In one dream I saw a mountain, and on it, a divine tree took root and began to grow. Each branch with bizarre patterns continuously stretched out. Wherever the branches reached, they embraced the great rivers and mountains. In the end, each branch, each piece of beautiful scenery, 3,000 worlds were scattered amidst an illusionary space with shimmering starlight. Swimming against the winding currents, there were also mysterious figures. It saw a youth stretching in the mystical light that made Tulinger even more curious and want to look back. Sometimes, aside from premonitions of the future, she would also get lost in a vast, unfamiliar sky. She had seen these scenes many times, starting from blurry dreams, later becoming clearer and clearer, past, present, future, each step a world shaking divine power. At this moment, in her sea of consciousness, She felt that way.
Tu Ling could sense the strange things appearing in her dreams, but she couldn't quite put them into words. I don't know why I know the sacred name of this supreme existence, but my instinct doesn't allow me to call it by name.
Boundless merit, divine power like a saint. Looking at those dimensions only made her feel more lost. I can only silently chant like that. However, this time the dream was different. There was an acquaintance. Suddenly, a young man clearly appeared in that dreamscape. Tu Ling was a little surprised. Fang Liang? Why is he here? What is he doing? Fang Liang respectfully clasped his hands together, and suddenly, a hand reached out from the source of true light. The formless being within gently embraced him. Fang Liang didn't resist at all. On the contrary, he floated into inner peace. Tu Ling looked at the scene before her with even more confusion. What does this mean? What is it implying?
Clearly Fang Liang has a connection with that being. Perhaps Fang Liang is the guidance for me to find the key to this opportunity.
Looking at the colorful scene before her, Tu Ling seemed to have found a new direction for her journey. This is a calling, a kind of fate. If not for money, why would the majestic figure appear in my dreams? Why would I actively travel thousands of miles to do this unnecessary task?
Returning to reality, Fang Liang still didn't understand her purpose. The kid was now just earnestly trying to convince Titin, who was really determined to stay here.
Aren't you leaving?
Fang Liang followed instructions, honestly answering, I've told Shizu about you wanting to become a disciple. Tu Ling hearing this, immediately looked forward to the result.
What did he say? Fang Liang immediately repeated Hanju's words. Wanting to become my disciple as possible.
Saying this, he pointed down to the ground and continued, Kowtow 5,000 times to this statue first. Tu Ling felt something was off. Kowtow here? He quickly replied. Of course. Fang Liang, as soon as he finished speaking, secretly thought triumphantly, Shizu's move is really amazing. As an elder of the Heaven Immortal Manor, she probably won't be willing to bow her head. Reality is so cruel. If you can't let go of your dignity, you won't be able to fit in. Knowing it's difficult and retreating, cultivating to become an immortal happily. It's too soon to be complacent. Without a word, Tu Ling began kowtowing continuously to the ground with force, as if showing her sincerity. Fang Liang, taken aback by this sudden turn, hastily tried to dissuade her. Senior, even if you want to escape the calamity of the Heaven Immortal Manor, you don't need to become a disciple here, right?
Tu Ling kowtowed until her skin was chafed and peeling, but her appearance remained strangely calm. Such generous treatment can make you give up the Heaven Immortal Manor. It can cultivate a treasure mountain like this. The master of this mountain must be a land immortal from your books.
Fang Liang realized that the situation was getting worse and worse, and he felt like he had lost several pounds. But dwelling on it wouldn't do any good. Annoyed, the kid left, and before leaving he said with a harsh tone, Think what you want. I'm going to cultivate. Tu Ling from a corner couldn't stop feeling smug, so this is another proof of her cunning mind. Being able to get to where she is today, everything relies on prophetic-like reminders in dreams.
Fang Liang's Shizu has such a big tone. He definitely isn't an ordinary person. She didn't regret what she did at all. On the contrary, she happily anticipated good omens. Such a great opportunity. I can't easily let it go. Time gradually passed. 7 years went by. Tu Ling's body had become one with the green grass. Fortunately, no grave had been built. Unexpectedly, after so many years, 3 figures with charming appearances suddenly appeared in this desolate and remote place. Chang Yuer happily opened her mouth, going out for training, perfectly completing the task. Shang Hongshuan, leading the group, responded with no less vitality.
Can't wait any longer. Today I'm determined to have a life-or-death battle with husband.
Only Shi Xuan remained expressionless.
Passing by a patch of grass, Tu Ling's statue-like figure attracted all 3. Xiang Hongshuan was the first to notice, and asked a little blankly, What is this? After careful observation, they finally realized that this was another disciple wanting to become a student. Chang Yuer understood everything and said regretfully, intentionally restraining her cultivation, relying only on her body and soul, persistent will. Another fool wanting to join Xingshigati's sect, Sing Hengshuan, said sympathetically. And it's a girl, with extraordinary aptitude. Looking at this posture, she's probably been kowtowing for several years. Shi Xuan, who had been the most silent from beginning to end, did more than she said, immediately offering to give her some motivation, giving her some spiritual energy. But as soon as the energy touched her body, it immediately dissipated. Shi Xuan widened her eyes in surprise. Could it be resisting? Shi Xuan sincerely advised. This Dao, friend, although opportunity is important, if you damage your foundation you will gain nothing. Although Tu Linger's physical strength was completely exhausted, her steely will was not easily subdued. Thank you for your good intentions. I don't need it. Looking at the meticulously engraved stone tablet in front of her, her eye sockets were practically gone, just a thin layer of skin left, but, dude, her determination was off the charts. 3 more years, gotta hang in there. Chang Yuer grumbled. Han Shidi, you seriously don't know how to treat a lady. Yeah, getting into the sect is tough, but this charade should have ended ages ago, she insisted. Xuan Jiji, you have to tell him to chill out. Xing Hengshuan pondered for a bit. Then, bam! A light bulb went off in her head. A solution to this whole mess. Xing Hengshuan, being the awesome person she is, left behind a jug of wine and a box of pastries. Tu Lingwei was so touched she cried. The 3 of them then bounced. Chang Yuer blurted out, how should I put this? You and Han Shidi are kind of perfect for each other, Tuis. Xin Hengshuan, after handling the situation like a pro, demurely replied, Yuer, you're too sweet. As if he knew his third Gigi was coming, Hanju did some quick calculations, left behind the Tingshen Shu cultivation manual, and went into seclusion, dodging another bullet. Seriously, this trick works. After getting their hands on the manuals, the 3 of them lost all their grumpiness. Lao Shi Hu Xuan was all praises. Tingshen Shu is. Does this mean every day from now on? Hey Yu Ji, already annoyed, chimed in. Don't even think about it. It's only good for keeping him alive for another 3 years. Time passes. Hanju, looking all lonely and dramatic, stood on a cliff, gazing into the distance like he was observing something super important. He looked pensive, but not for long. Suddenly, this bro started flexing and whooping. Turns out, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Dacheng realm, the peak of the mortal world. The system chimed in. After successfully breaking through to a new realm, the system presents you with a choice. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the mortal realm. You have 2 options. 1. Ascend immediately and become a full-fledged immortal. You'll get a divine power inheritance and a lingbao. 2. Stay in the mortal realm for now. You'll receive a zibao. Hanju, without a second thought, hit option 2. The system immediately accepted. You have chosen to temporarily not ascend. You receive a zibao, and then, poof! A black robe with intricate gold designs appeared in his hands. The system left a message. Congratulations on obtaining the Taiyi Jibao, the Ju Wuji Zun Qi Yunbao. 9-5 Supreme Fortune Robe. Ju Wuji Zun Qi Yunbao, a Taiyi level defensive Jibao, forged from the Qi Yun of an emperor. Its defensive power is insane. Wearing it grants you the aura of an emperor. Han Zhu read this and was like, whoa, a Taiyi level defensive Jibao. A female disciple, noticing his fluctuating expression, came over and asked, Shifu, what kind of game are you playing at now? He replied, this is good stuff, no doubt. He sighed dramatically and added, with a hint of regret, it's just a bit too flashy, you know. Not as low
Kiki is the Jinchan Xuanshen Yi. The disciple, utterly confused, asked, Jinchan Xuanshen Yi. Have you ever worn it, Shifu? Hanju, still maintaining his pensive look, answered, I'm wearing it right now. This outermost layer, can't you see it? After a moment of awkward silence, the girl stared harder, and a sense of disdain started to creep in. It was hard to put into words with the man in front of her, sensing the unmoving silence, which made Hanju uncomfortable. He turned his head to probe. She subtly avoided his gaze, which was also kinda weird. Realizing something was seriously off, Hanju suddenly conjured a screen and yelled, Have you ever even drawn? Over 100 chapters, and it's like I'm wearing nothing. Han's hand popped out, clawing at the air and screaming, Tiandi Xuanhuang Pao Ji Jian. Heaven and earth, mysterious yellow breaking sword. Only the heaven, earth, mysterious and yellow can break this sword. Hanju, ignoring that actual combat scene to save face, casually tossed aside his outer robe and said coolly, earning a look of admiration from the departing female disciple. Being too flashy isn't a good thing either. But there's a way. I'll just wear it inside out. As soon as he flipped the robe inside out, poof! It magically, unbelievably, became visible. Looking at the robe fluttering in the wind, he made a cold decision. It's about time. I'll go bring Tuling Gore up the mountain. Under the vibrant glow of the setting sun, Hanju silently made up his mind. As for whether she can actually join the sect, well, that depends on her performance. The words barely left his mouth, his coolness barely lasting a second. And there it was again. 9th level of the Dancheng realm. The peak of the human realm, Tuling Lair, was lying face down in the grass. The 10-year period is up. Shifu told me to bring you up the mountain. Hearing that, tears started streaming down her face. Finally, the suffering is over. My life, it's finally in my own hands. Actually, Shifu wants you to come up the mountain, mostly to take you in as a disciple. Though he hasn't officially said it yet, but you gotta follow the example of others. Cultivate diligently 1,000, 10,000 times. And don't cause any trouble for Shifu, she replied. Many thanks to Shifu. Shifu is currently in seclusion. You'll have to wait a bit longer. After entering the Spirit Domain Mountain, the spiritual energy gets denser and denser, surpassing the cultivation holy land of the heavenly immortal manor. Could it be that this mountain has an invisible, powerful spirit-gathering barrier? Just how strong is Fang Liang's Grandmaster anyway? You should cultivate here for now, Master said. This is the Fusang Divine Tree, and there were originally 2 little golden crows on it, but it seems they went fishing today. It's the divine tree from my dreams. Golden crows from legends. A shocked gaze is fixed on the tree. Could it be that Fang Liang's Grandmaster is really a land immortal? Suddenly, it feels like an earthquake is happening. Quick, dumpling head, stop it. Stop arguing. I'm gonna finish my curry rice first. There's a quarrel coming from somewhere beyond the cliff. Be careful, it's a carp turning into a dragon, the Void Amalgamation Realm. Seeing that scene, she shouted in panic. Void Amalgamation Realm. But it was blocked. Tuling Linger suddenly stood there, not knowing what spell she was casting, firing a fireball straight at the target, causing the spirit to scream in pain, hit directly on the head by the fireball. Unable to resist, it was so hard for Hei Yuji to fish it up. You wanna run? No way, what's going on here? Hei Yuji recounted the story. This guy is a carp turning into a dragon. From a secret realm in Great Yan, coincidentally caught by Hei Yuji. Everyone couldn't bear to eat it, wanting to bring it back to honor the master. When they were climbing the mountain, it suddenly turned around and almost got away. Thanks. We'll share a piece with you when it's grilled later. It was just a small thing, don't be so polite. Fang Liang suddenly jumped up from behind Tuling Care and asked, Did the Grandmaster agree to take you as a disciple? She stuttered and replied, The senior just told me to come up the mountain, didn't say anything yet. Fang Liang asked again, If the Grandmaster really accepts you, will you still go back to the heavenly immortal manor? Tuling Grayer coldly replied, Go back for what? It's pretty good here. Secluded from the world, I can cultivate in peace. Outside, the demonic path is rampant. I don't want to go back and suffer.
Fang Liang said.
The heavenly immortal manor has spent so many resources nurturing you, and now that they're in danger, you haven't even done anything, and you say you won't go back? What a weirdo. You won't betray my grandmaster after you reach great cultivation, will you? Everyone who heard that started gossiping. What do you mean, betray? Although I left the heavenly immortal manor, I didn't become their enemy. The great Dako points to the sky. Everyone has their own path. How can that be betrayal? Besides, isn't this the mountain of bitter cultivation to become an immortal? But what's wrong with me wanting to cultivate seriously? The light wheel is starting to spin. This heaven and earth phenomenon means someone is coming out of seclusion. But coming out of seclusion shouldn't cause such a big scene,
Tu Lingshare said. He finally succeeded. Fang Liang asked in surprise. Who succeeded? It's Qi Zhanshen,
the #1 genius of the heavenly immortal manor. He finally broke through. After Qi Zhanshen became a grand ascension in the heavenly immortal manor, he was like a bright moon among stars, and our resources were all used for him. It's only natural that he achieved this. The reason I'm not going back isn't that I don't want to help, but because the heavenly immortal manor has Qi Zhanshen guarding it. With his breakthrough, there's no one in the human world who can be his opponent anymore. The heavenly immortal manor's demonic tribulation will surely be easily resolved, like spring snow meeting the sun.
Fang Yang found this reason acceptable, barely passing the test. Senior Qi's talent is indeed rare in this world, but even if Qi Zhanshen is stronger, he can't be my master's opponent.
That's for sure. I heard your master is a land immortal senior, not a mortal.
Tu Lingweir looked up at the sky.
I'm still not reconciled. I have an unknown natal divine power, and without going out to train, I can increase my cultivation just by bitter cultivation, and I'm still outstanding among my peers. But I'm still not comparable to Qianshen. Even if I stagnate for 100 years, I'm afraid my cultivation will be hard to catch up, let alone surpass. Being in the same generation as Qi Zhanshen is the pain of young geniuses in this era. The future of the Tang family has long been foretold in my dreams. The only thing I can do is not run away from reality. I just hope this trip will give me a chance to break through. Looks like we're ditched, huh? There are 2 chicks fishing on the shore. Inside the magecraft chamber, Hanju was pondering. After the 9th level of Grand Ascension, even a slight movement will be rejected by the heavenly Dao. Assuming that's the case, if I really advance to that so-called loose immortal realm, who knows what kind of heavenly punishment I'll attract. Luckily, this heaven, avoiding stone, can conceal me from the heavenly Dapio, but what if something happens? No time to hesitate. The demon race is eager to rise, and the upper realm is accumulating power, waiting to strike. Only surpassing the mortal realm in cultivation is true stability. From Lianqi, Zhuji, Jindan, to Yuanying, Huashen, and Rongshu, everything is understood like water flowing into a river. Those spiritual spells combined have unleashed everything, and loose immortals are gradually emerging. The absolutely silent Taoist is just a loose immortal, and that vermilion bird staring at me is only an earth immortal. Wait for me. I'll break through successfully. They won't be a serious threat anymore. Dapio integration can be transformed into immortal energy. His voice echoed through the cliffs. Everyone inside stirred. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Another celestial phenomenon. It looks like a heavenly tribulation. Li Qingzi exclaimed, "No, this isn't a heavenly tribulation, it's heavenly punishment." Heiyuji panicked. Why does tribulation lead to heavenly punishment? Is it an earthquake? Look at Master's cave. Li Qingzi suddenly saw a wisp of white smoke and wondered, what's flying out? Could it be that Junior Brother has broken through? Xun Changwan said, breakthrough. Master wasn't like this before. Shi Xuan joined in. What realm is Hanju in now? If it really is a breakthrough, why is he still inside the cave? Lei Qingzi replied. If it really is a breakthrough, Elder Han would be undergoing tribulation. I once led him through a tribulation. This time, He must have comprehended some kind of divine power. My hubby is just that awesome, Suchi suggested. We should think about how to protect ourselves from heavenly punishment first. At the same time, Feng Liang shouted, "Heavenly punishment is really coming. Help! This is nothing like a heavenly tribulation. One hit and I'm dead." Unwilling, Heiyuji hasn't found a wife yet. The spark passed like a wind. But suddenly it paused, leaving everyone who saw it stunned. That lightning bolt combined into a strange shape. It looks like, Ru Yi says, it's opening a path back to the heavenly court. Suddenly it brightened, and the clouds cleared. What kind of trickery is this? A shining jade suddenly appeared. Hanju appeared like a celestial being. The system announced, "Congratulations on successfully reincarnating as a loose immortal. You have two options. 1. Ascend immediately, enjoy the cleansing of the heavenly Dao, and receive a treasure and a heavenly Dao spirit stone. 2. Temporarily do not ascend, stay in the mortal realm, and receive a supreme treasure. If there's no heavenly tribulation and I'm not expelled by the heavenly Dapio, why would I ascend? Choose 2. You chose to temporarily not ascend and received a supreme treasure. Congratulations on receiving the Tai Yi Supreme Treasure, the Tai Shi Phoenix Wing Crown. This is a Tai Yi defensive treasure, a hat forged from Tai Shu Qi and Phoenix Wings, with extremely strong defensive power." Hanju thought, "A defensive treasure, nice. Considering that, Alec. Its effect overlaps with the Trung Quan Lu Lai Quan. The 4th grade spirit treasure is no longer enough. The Han Quan Lu Lai Quan is a 4th grade defensive spirit treasure that can reflect all attacks from the Rongshu realm and below, excluding special divine powers, effectively defending against soul attacks and divine sense. Thank you for your companionship and protection over the past days. I'll find you a worthy owner." Why are both of my crowns so big like headbands? Continue to consolidate my cultivation. From the moment of becoming an immortal, the soul began to resonate with the earth and sky, reaching a kind of unprecedented clarity, feeling that I could easily jump over the brilliant Milky Way, even the upper realm. Hanju began to condense his spirit. My primordial spirit is out and about, and the heavenly Davio's grip on me has loosened ninefold. I'm checking out the world with a one-eye open kind of focus. Of course, the birds and beasts are totally on board. Wherever my spirit goes, I'm seeing every last twig and blade of grass crystal clear. This feeling is just unreal. Becoming an immortal is, on another level, it's like, I'm the only one who matters. My disciples seem kinda off today. Black-eyed Phoenix. Could that be an echo of a past life? What about ancient spirit ginseng, an anti-sweeping up bad luck? A god of war's Fang Tian halberd in the Hall of the Heart. What the heck is going on? Hanju called it. It really is an echo of their past lives. No wonder the legends say immortals travel the mortal realm, looking for geniuses. Turns out, rogue immortals can directly see someone's past life identity. Right now, Tuling Linger is closing her eyes, muttering some kind of prayer. The great shaman thinks this dude's soul is kinda sus, can't take him in, gotta yeet him out of here ASAP. Whoa, Hanju just heard a weird plea for help. Why is this dude asking me to save him? How old is she now? Finally, there's an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Hanju's scratching his head, wondering if the guy's asking him to set him free. This isn't her past life. It's more like a remnant soul. Otherwise, how could they interact? So Tuling 4 is just his medium. Doesn't seem like a huge threat. Judging by the level of danger, if that's the case, forget about it. Gotta seize this feeling of breaking through to a higher world and absorb the rebirth energy washing over me. Am I going to the upper realm or the netherworld? The upper realm's got a vermilion bird waiting for me to descend and some mysterious big shot watching me. If what Lone Star says is true, the upper realm is probably not peaceful. I'll try the netherworld this time. I refuse to believe the big shot is always watching me. So Hanju opens the gates of rebirth. No bridge of helplessness or Yellow Springs Road. Good luck. I guess it's not within the influence of the mysterious big shot. The concentration of the rebirth energy is strong. This place is suitable for me. It is a pity that the transmission of the gates of rebirth is random. It would be great if I could come here often. The rebirth energy is so overbearing, so powerful. The scene inside is so mysterious. No sooner does Hanju say that out loud, a hand reaches out. Even with the 7 illusory steps, they still found me. A masked person says, "You've arrived. Don't worry, I won't hurt you," Hanju nervously replies. "You won't hurt me? Really not gonna hurt me?" Of course. How could there be such a genius in the mortal realm, not even 800 years old, and already surpassing all mortals? Without tribulation for rogue immortals, they can freely come and go between the two realms of yin and yang. The face gradually reveals itself. It is Grandma Meng. "Perhaps you are the person I have been waiting for." Blood. Tears flowed from his eyes, hugging his head and shouting, "No!" Grandma Meng brought her face closer to him, gently said, "Indeed, the heavens protect me, and it can be regarded as waiting until that day." Hanju was shocked when he heard this, and thought to himself, "What do these words mean? Do you want to invite me? Want to accept me as a disciple, or want to seize me?" Grandma Meng stretched out her hands, gently moving. "Make sure you're not tense. I've used my magic to isolate this area. No one can snoop on your existence. You can speak freely." Hanju thought despairingly, "Is this what I care about?" He clasped his hands in front of his chest. He cleared his throat and introduced himself. "This humble one is Hanju. May I ask your esteemed senior's identity? And what brings you here?" A blue flame suddenly appeared in her hand, flickering. Meng Po thrust a palm towards the sky, illuminating the entire area. She said, "I come from the Nihei Bridge." Hanju looked up at the orb of light, asking suspiciously, "The Nihei Bridge?" She transformed into a stream of light and flew away, leaving him astonished. She stood before a plaque. Turning back to him, she shouted, "My duty is to guard the Nihei Bridge, managing the cycle of life and death since time immemorial. Everyone calls me Meng." Before she could finish, he exclaimed in a cracking voice, "Meng Po!" Her mouth slightly opened. She said in surprise, "Oh, you actually know me. Then, he must know the identity of his new disciple too, right?" Hanju nervously rubbed his hands together. Pretending to be ignorant, he asked, "What could her background be? A prodigy from the Heaven Immortal Manor? Could it be that the Heaven Immortal Manor has your support?" She replied, "I really don't know. Your disciples are all extraordinary. Don't play dumb with me. It's not wise." Sweat drenched his back as he stammered, "This." In his mind, he panicked, thinking, "This Meng Po is the legendary supreme powerhouse in charge of guarding the Nihei Bridge. If she finds out that I, a newbie, can see through the background of a great wizard and force feeds me a bowl of Meng Po soup, I'm screwed." Hanju knelt down, clasped his hands, and turned away, shouting, "Senior, I truly don't know the background of my new disciple. I just felt she had extraordinary talent." Meng Pa's voice echoed, "Forget it. I wasn't really interrogating you anyway." She would get straight to the point. Her eyes looked down as she said, "I need you to guide Tuling Lingyur to become a Xian Emperor." His eyebrows furrowed, and he blurted out, "Xian Emperor? What kind of realm is that?" "Another name for Golden Immortal." She stood opposite Hanju and continued, "No. The so-called Xian Emperor is above the Golden Immortal, completely breaking free from the Transcendence realm of immortals, the 3 calamities." He responded in alarm, "Senior, I'm just a loose immortal." A purple flame emerged in Meng Po's palm, outlining the image of Tuling Weier, and she explained, "Tuling Weier is the reincarnation of a great wizard from my witch clan. She is the only great wizard with the ability to foresee opportunities. Her special ability is to predict the most advantageous opportunities for herself through dreams. This is also why she survived the witch-demon calamity. She sought you out because you can make her stronger." Hanju seemed to age as he cried out, "Senior!" Meng Po placed her hand on his shoulder, encouraging him, Don't rush to reject me. I've intentionally investigated you. Your past life was a void, without a powerful background to support you, nor great undertakings to bind you. Yet the miracle of breaking through to a loose immortal in the mortal realm proves that your future has unlimited potential. Her voice resonated. Perhaps only a person like you is the true hope of my witch clan. Hanju covered his mouth, pondering her words. So, it's because the system I got when I transmigrated concealed the heavenly secrets. Also, Meng Po in this world is actually a member of the witch clan. Meng Po looked down from above, spreading her arms wide, and promised, as long as you guide Tu-Ling Cord to become a Xian emperor, you will be the benefactor of generations of my witch clan. If you die prematurely on your path to growth, I can take you in and help you, giving you a chance to start over. Hearing this, he was shocked, thinking, she means she can give me an extra life. She gazed intently at him, calmly explaining, the matter of reincarnation, in reality, you can find connections, whether it's resurrection or rebirth. The arrangement must go through my hands. Not giving Meng Po soup is only the first step of does. If the benefits are sufficient, I can even tailor-make a body for you, opening up a new life. The highest rung of the city gate tower echoed with her voice. Whether you're destined for wealth, chosen by the heavens, or destined for disaster, as long as you wish, I can open a back door for you. Of course, if you want to be reborn multiple times, that's another matter. Imagining that prospect, having 2 lives, he was immediately excited, thinking, being able to transcend reincarnation, foresee life and death, if such a powerhouse makes a move, then the crisis of the mortal realm can be easily resolved. A dazzling light shone from Hanju's eyes as he leaned his head on her feet, saying, Senior, I can accept your request, but I also have an extremely difficult matter that needs your help. I don't know if you're willing to help. Her voice echoed. Speak, it's fine. Matters of the loose immortal realm, I can resolve. He jumped up in joy, saying, That's great, Senior. The upper realm heavenly court might deal with my mortal realm. Could you help mediate? Hearing this, Meng Po coughed and flatly refused. Impossible. Hearing this, he couldn't help but question, Seriously, Senior? Although this humble one is weak, you don't need to tease me like this, right? She faced him and explained, It's not that I don't want to act. The heavenly court manages the underworld. As a subordinate, I don't have the authority to interfere with the arrangements of my superiors. Hanju was enveloped by pressure and sighed in disappointment. Seriously. He sighed in his heart, saying, Alas, I thought the heavenly court was just a force in the upper realm. I didn't expect it to manage the underworld like the mythology in my past life. The mortal realm is in danger. Meng Po put her hand on her chin, silently pondering. Then, calling out to his petrified back, she said, Hold up. The destruction of the mortal realm is pretty much a done deal at this point. How about you think about joining the underworld? I can make an exception for you, let you live there, but you have to bring Tu-Ling Ear with you. Hanju snapped out of it and immediately turned around, asking, Can I bring other disciples too? We don't need much, just a guarantee that our cultivation won't be disturbed. She raised her hand, signaling okay, she said. That's no problem. He perked up VV and exclaimed, All right. At least I've got a fallback plan for the kiddos. Hanju regained his spirit, held out his hand, and asked, The custom-made bodies and reincarnation thing you mentioned earlier, you weren't kidding, right? Granny Meng patiently replied. The underworld doesn't lie. You're pretty satisfied with this life, aren't you? Looking at the glimmer of light in the dark night, he answered, Yeah, it's all right. I've just been cultivating like crazy for immortality, that's all. This custom-made body thing is probably not for me while I'm alive. Granny Meng responded, That's fine, if you don't need it. She calmly continued, You can leave the opportunity for someone you care about. After all, no one in the mortal realm can keep up with your talent.
You're destined to walk a lonely path.
Hanju paused a bit after hearing that. After a long while, his primordial spirit began to blur. Hanju immediately put his hand on his chest and said farewell. This junior needs to return to the mortal realm and continue to consolidate my cultivation. I won't bother you any longer, senior. Her voice rang out, asking, So, you agree? He scratched his head and replied, Senior, you don't know this, but I have a strong connection with Tuling Layer. Besides, she's already my disciple. As her master, I should help her ascend to the great Dao. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. His eyes widened in surprise. The system sound rang, Meng Po has developed a liking for you, current favorability, 3 stars. Suddenly, the image of a beautiful young woman appeared before his eyes. Hanju rubbed his eyes in disbelief. She raised a finger and said, What kind of divine ability did you use to send your soul to the underworld? It seems your origins aren't simple either. Did you create it yourself? He looked at her without answering, wondering, Was I just seeing things? She softly added, With talent like that, I can rest assured, Tuling Granger is lucky to have followed you. The future of the Wu clan rests on you. A vortex of light appeared, pulling his soul into it. He shielded his eyes because it was too bright. Hanju's eyes widened. He opened his eyes wide. His primordial spirit returned to its position. He woke up, finding himself sitting cross-legged in his cave. A thought flashed through his mind. What was that face just now? Was that her real face? The system sound rang. Friend list updated. New friend added. The system panel displayed the message. Meng Po, 3-star favorability, an underworld ghost deity created by the ancestral witch. Hidden in the underworld, shouldering the responsibility of life, death, and reincarnation, wholeheartedly wants to strengthen the Wu clan. He was stunned, thinking, Even the system can't see through a Tai Golden Immortal? Seriously? Gotta maintain that favorability with her. But seriously though, the demon and Wu clans are hiding in the underworld? Is the underworld a refuge for defeated races or what? If my people go there, will they only be able to look after themselves?
Hanju remembered her words. You can leave the opportunity for someone you care about. After all, no one in the mortal realm can keep up with your talent. You're destined to walk a lonely path. Thinking of this, he sighed.
Outside the mountain peak, the light was bright. He thought to himself, with Meng Po watching over things, it should be all right. Master's getting old. And Hong Xuan and the others, with their talent, might not even reach the tribulation transcendence realm. If Master and the others pass away, I can always ask her to make sure they don't drink Meng Pa's soup. Dan, his master who was knitting, suddenly sneezed. She has 2 faces. Half of her face is Granny Meng, and the beautiful, young half is How to Nyang Nyang. 3 years later, in a place of green hills and clear water, filled with peace. In the water, schools of river fish swam back and forth. From above, someone threw food forcefully into the lake. A young fish, seeing the food, hurriedly cried out, Chieftain, disaster relief food has arrived. An old fish immediately shouted, Hey, where's Emperor grade number 9? Hurry up and bite the hook so that Big Bro Jia Yi is happy. On the ground above, Hanju's disciples were busily building a nest. Yang Tiandong was squatting down, sorting out items, and said, This is the first time that Master Ancestor has been in seclusion for so long. I wonder how strong he is now. Fong Liang, sitting on a chair and throwing food to the fish, responded, Probably at least the 5th level of the Mahayana realm. Not far away, the 3-headed flood dragon, holding a piece of meat in its hand, ready to throw it, said, That day, just a wisp of light escaped and triggered heavenly punishment. What 5th level of the Mahayana realm is that? Even a normal 9th level of the Mahayana realm couldn't do that. Lord Tuncheng is needing these pink meat pellets, he said. In the past, True Devil was also at the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. Ever since he was insta-killed by Master,
Things just haven't been the same.
The left head of the three-headed flood dragon whispered.
Big bro, Master is a hardworking cultivator and has clearly reached the peak of the mortal realm. Why is he delaying his ascension?
Seeing that, the right head also asked. Could it be he wants to experience being invincible under the heavens? The left head exclaimed in surprise. Huh? But doesn't he never leave the cave? How's he going to experience being invincible? Finally, the main head of the three-headed flood dragon said impatiently.
Stop guessing. Master has his own plans.
If you ask me, he's definitely just unwilling to part with his disciples.
The two heads immediately shouted in unison.
That makes sense. Dulingar, hugging her knees, sat in a corner and thought with a jolt. The 9th level of the Mahayana realm still isn't the end?
Shizu of Fang Liang is only one step away from the legendary immortals.
A voice rang out from behind. Enlightenment Sword, hurry inside. Hei Yuji was startled and asked. Master's voice, Sun Qi, turned around and inquired. Shifu has come out of seclusion. The heaven and earth grass zoomed away, leaving only the words, I'll be right back.
Dulingayer was very nervous, worrying to herself, no way, is it time to meet already? What if he's not willing to accept me as a disciple? Hanju's Cultivation Consolidation Results System panel appears. Reincarnation Semi-Immortal Realm, Life, 7,791,291,294,000. Race, Immortal, Immortal Aptitude. Unparalleled, Peak Heavenly Mandate, Swordsman Aptitude. Peak Sword Dao, Body Technique. Supreme Aptitude, Peak Body Technique, Immortal Emperor Descendant. Acquired a portion of the peerless Immortal Cultivation Technique after the game of life began. Over 1,000 high-grade Spiritual Root Aptitude. 6 Paths Spiritual Body. Contains the highest Feng, Huo, Shui, Tu, Mu, Lei. Spiritual roots that increase a certain amount of luck. 6 Paths Reincarnation Art can pass down ultimate magic. Divine Swords. 7-layer Nguyen Bow, 3 Purities Absolute Shadow Sword, Absolute World 9 Dragon Demonic Subduing Seal, Great Heavenly Thunderstorm, Divine Technique, Illusion Art, Divine Powers, 6 Paths Soul Absorption Heavenly Curse Ghost God Sword Art, Heavenly Image Earth Balance Somersault Cloud, 10,000 Swords Divine Sect Tathagata Mantra, 6 Paths Ultimate Seal, Xuan Huang Sword Chi, Tai Heaven and Earth, Xuan Huang Piercing Sword Finger, Tai Gathering Central Qian Kun, Reincarnation Gate. Listening Divine Technique, Magic Treasures. Small Qian Kun Demonic Belt, Lin Chi Sword, Demon Binding Rope, Burning Killing 6th Grade Spirit Treasure Hanjun Glazed Crown, 4th Grade Spirit Treasure Misfortune Book, Tai Supreme Treasure Earth Emperor Royal Spirit Whip, 3rd Grade Spirit Treasure Heart Protecting Heavenly Immortal Lotus, 3rd Grade Spirit Treasure Tranquility Supplementing Pill, Tai 6th Grade Spirit Treasure Town Heavenly Spirit Bracelet, Supreme Grade Spirit Treasure Profound Gold Soft Inner Armor, Tai 8th Grade Spirit Treasure 9-layer Dang Heaven Goose, Tai 6th Grade Spirit Treasure Giant Spirit Guardian Bracelet, Tai 5th Grade Spirit Treasure Yellow Dragon Luck Chariot, Tai 2nd Grade Spirit Treasure 9-5 Supreme Luck Robe, Tai Supreme Treasure Sword Intent Reincarnation, Sword Intent Level Tai, Self-Made Divine Power, Heart Pure World Tribulation Tai, Combination Magic Treasure, Hong Meng Judgment Sword. He thought with a face full of pride.
A total of 129 million years of lifespan. Who else has that? Hanju laughed heartily.
He reached out and opened the notebook, saying, It's been a while since I cursed someone. It's good to spend some lifespan now and then. Then he smiled and said, Do you all still remember me? In his heart he was thinking, This time I'll go all out to curse the vermilion bird. As for the absolute Dia Taoist, there's nothing to fear anymore.
The heaven and earth grass appeared behind him, asking suspiciously, Master, did you call for me? The little girl jumped closer to him, smiling inquisitively. Did you break through to a higher realm? Or master a new divine power after being in closed-door cultivation for so long? Hanju crumpled the paper and replied indifferently, Realm. The heaven and earth grass immediately said excitedly, What level of the Great Ascension realm were you at before? Breaking through a small realm in such a short time, doesn't that mean? His face was unreadable. He wiped it with paper and said, "Not a small realm." The little girl felt like she'd been struck by lightning, her mouth agape, stuttering. "Not a small realm." Yu Hanju held out the Hanjun glazed crown, instructing, "I'll be in closed-door cultivation for a while longer. Give this to Xing Hongjuan. Don't tell anyone that I became an immortal." The heaven and earth grass was stunned. The two words became an immortal, constantly repeating in her head. He watched the little girl turn into a ghost and leave, thinking to himself, "Ever since I reached the loose immortal realm, the scenery around me seems different from a microscopic perspective. The spiritual energy of this mountain is very similar to the spiritual energy I produced when I broke through." Hanju's eyes sharpened. The source comes from the Fusung tree. The strange tree appeared in his mind, he thought. The Fusang tree not only emits heaven and earth spiritual energy, but also a higher level of spiritual energy. The green spiritual energy emanated from the tree, he pondered. This spiritual energy is much stronger than ordinary spiritual energy. With the manpower of Mahayana, it cannot be detected. Could this be the immortal energy of the immortal world? No wonder it can attract superior life forms to descend. It's really like the legend. The place where the Fusang tree stops will surely become an immortal scene. Hanju looked at his palm, pondering, if it's really immortal energy, doesn't that mean I can continue cultivating in the mortal world? He looked at the light in his hand, falling into contemplation. I also don't know if this reincarnation 6 realms of mine can be compared to the so-called Taiyi realm. If the Taiyi realm is on top of my reincarnation 6 realms, then the matter of ascension must really be considered later. He concentrated on controlling it with both hands, saying, "Forget it, I'll resolutely go ask old bro." From the middle of the mountain peak, a golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Yang Tiandong looked at the pillar of light, asking in surprise, "So, Shifu is breaking through another divine power?" Heaven and earth grass stammered, "No, not a divine power, it's becoming." She supported herself with one cold hand. He chuckled. "No wonder you're wrecking the village. Turns out Master's ultimate divine ability has broken through again," the little girl exclaimed. But the image of him instructing, "Don't tell anyone about my ascension," appeared in Tiandigrass's mind. The little girl thought to herself in confusion, "Such a big, exciting thing, and also encourages us to ascend. Why hide it? Are you afraid of discouraging us? Please. The gap can be filled with time. Everyone is a cultivator, and the mind has already been." Hundun Tiangu raised his hands to the sky and shouted, "It's obvious that he's already invincible. But Master is still as steady as ever. Now that he's going out to practice, there definitely won't be the same kind of danger as before. Just announce your name and you're done." Yang Tiandong ran back and forth excitedly, shouting, "Ah, Master, like this is our good fortune." The little girl suddenly smiled and thought, "I think I understand now. No wonder. If they really knew about the ascension, I'm afraid they'd go out and cause so much trouble." At the Sword Dao Long River, Hanju's voice suddenly rang out, shouting, Senior Zhang, Ji Yu Xing, was lying on a chair, enjoying himself with sunglasses on. When he heard the call, he pulled down his glasses and asked, "Little brat, why are you here again? You?" His eyes bulged out as he pointed at Hanju and shouted, "Loose Immortal Realm, you ascended." Hanju calmly replied, "Not yet. Didn't I say it before?" He closed his eyes and continued, "Zhu Kui is waiting for me in the upper realm. I don't want to go looking for death. I don't want to start all over again." Zhang Ji Yu Xing moved closer to Hanju and asked in a teasing tone, "Could it be that you have that thing?" Hanju replied modestly, "I was lucky enough to get it." He raised his hand to cover his eyes and asked, "No wonder. Based on your aptitude, passing the Ascension Tribulation should at least get you to the Earth Immortal Realm. I was negligent. Speak. What problem do you have this time?" Hanju excitedly shouted. "As expected, Senior understands me." Hanju looked at Zhang Ji Yuxing seriously and asked, This time, I want to ask, after Loose Immortal is Earth Immortal, or Grand Unity Earth Immortal? He raised his hand to stroke his chin, and slowly explained this question. After Loose Immortal is, of course, Grand Unity Earth Immortal. After Grand Unity Earth Immortal is Grand Unity Heavenly Immortal, Grand Unity True Immortal, Grand Unity Mysterious Immortal, and Grand Unity Golden Immortal. The two words Grand Unity represent the Grand Unity Dao fruit, which comes from the laws of the Heavenly Dao. It's within the cultivation system created by the Heavenly Dao. It's just that we usually find it troublesome and discard it.
Hearing these words, the image of the preaching conference immediately appeared in his mind. Simplify the complexity, the simple faction, the connotation faction, the god and demon faction.
Hanju thought in a panic. So it's reincarnation overlapping with it, then that's good. Then he inquired, then Senior, what realm is above Grand Unity? Is it the Grand Luco realm, like in the legends? Or are they on the same level?
Zhang Ji Yusheng retorted when he heard this.
How could they be on the same level? From the immemorial Hongmeng era until now, Grand Luo is above Grand Unity.
He began to recount the history of the immortal positions, only it's just that in the long years, countless powerhouses have emerged, using their own Damakako practice to elevate the value of the Grand Luo realm,
causing the Emperor realm and God realm to appear between Grand Unity and Grand Luo.
Zhang Ji Yujing's voice was calm.
The so-called Emperor realm is becoming an Immortal Emperor, being able to jump out of the 6 realms, freely travel through the myriad worlds, not restricted by the laws of the Heavenly Dao, and without the lifespan limit, is the pinnacle of existence of the upper realm. Even if the body dies, as long as a breath of the soul remains, it can return from reincarnation, not be destroyed by reincarnation.
Dao heart?
Hanju asked in disbelief, his eyes wide. Then what about the God realm? The Emperor realm is already so strong, wouldn't the God realm be even more exaggerated?
He immediately replied,
that's for sure. Powerhouses in this realm enjoy the incense offerings and fate of the mortal world. Incense offerings are endless. Fate is undying.
Even if the soul is scattered, they can still be resurrected.
To put it directly, not only is the magic power stronger than the Emperor realm, but they can also create a land belonging to them. It is said that the Heavenly Court, Buddhism, and God Palace all have such existences, and the 3 sides are balanced with each other.
His voice changed and added,
as for the Grand Luo Golden Immortal, that is the supreme existence. Legend says that the Grand Luo Golden Immortal reigns over 3,000 rules and can run rampant on the river of history, ignoring time and space.
Hearing this, Hanju raised his hand to stroke his chin and thought silently.
Sounds very powerful. Thinking this, he immediately decided, then let's set a small goal first, and cultivate hard to become a Grand Luo Golden Immortal.
Zhang Ji Yujing stepped forward, pointed at his chest, and shouted,
your small goal is really awesome. In my opinion, you should overcome the danger in front of you before talking. The Heavenly Court is dealing with the mortal world.
He glanced at Hanju and said,
this matter will send Grand Unity Earth Immortals, and even Grand Unity Heavenly Immortals to lead the team. Your loose immortal realm isn't enough to watch.
He frowned, looked down, and said nothing more.
Elsewhere, a group of Hanju's disciples, holding fishing rods, gathered together. Hey, Yuji said, investing so much, the harvest is really rich. Mu Rongqi carried a fishing rod and added, at least there are no empty armies.
Fang Liang spread out his hand to measure the fish. Little meal number 9 is also everyone's only harvest.
A voice sounded in a mysterious and magical space. How is the Heavenly Court dealing with the human world, directly destroying the mortal world, or slaughtering all living beings?
Each step of that person shone on the ground, slaughtering all living beings in that magical universe.
Hundreds of lights appeared, his figure leaving footprints with each step, the formation of a world. The mortal realm takes countless years, The cost of destruction is too high. Usually, they just send celestial soldiers and generals to kill living beings, then bring new life from other mortal realms to repopulate. Hanju appeared. The voice continued. To the mortal realm's heavenly Dao, living beings are the heavenly Dao. When they perish, so does it. A few minutes ago, Hanju was confronting a celestial god. The god said, "The destruction of living beings is the destruction of the heavenly Dao. Isn't killing so many a problem?" The other replied, "It only temporarily affects a bit of luck. The impact on the whole is almost negligible." He frowned. So many Tai Earth Immortals, even Tai Heavenly Immortals, they're probably the main force, right? The other chuckled. They're just one of many in the mortal realm. There's no need to send the main force. In the vast expanse, the guy explained. In their eyes, you're just ants. Besides, your mortal realm's ranking isn't high to begin with. Destroying countless lives in this world isn't a pity to them.
He was surprised. Ranking? You'll know later, but only if you ascend first. It was even more doubtful. Ascension is impossible. Never gonna happen. The voice continued like a warning.
Not necessarily impossible. Luckily, the mortal realm doesn't catch their eye. If they sent even a slightly larger force, you'd have to abandon the mortal realm and ascend yourself just to survive.
The Grand General, with his imposing figure and bloodshot eyes, declared, "Don't come to me with requests for 10 billion lives. Go find Marshal Shenpeng."
Marshal Shenpeng, the guy with the two pointy horns, clarified, "I'm in charge of conquering nations and killing people. Go ask Tai Bai. He crosses through worlds as easily as drinking water."
Emperor Tai Bai rebutted, "Follow me to the heavenly court and marry with me. Hesitate, or your husband will be in the ground."
Hanju was silent for a long time, not knowing what to say. He clenched his fists, grateful. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Whether it's a grand immortal or a celestial immortal, in my eyes, they're just stepping stones on the path to immortality." The other just went along with it. "All right. Remember, don't force yourself." The system notified him, "Shangji Yuxing's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability is 35 stars. Someone's voice chimed in. "Indeed, strength is the best form of communication." His feet trembled, frozen from the cold. It seemed pretty chilly here. He stopped, shivering so badly he couldn't move. "Guess I'll stop here."
He turned back, lost in thought, and realized how far he'd come. So far that he couldn't see Lao Ge anymore. He was a little worried, but more and more people are creating sword cultivators to the extreme, and they've reached the next checkpoint. Beyond that were hundreds, thousands of white shadows. So many thoughts raced through his mind. The immortal realm, as vast and full of geniuses as it seemed, far exceeded his expectations. His peak mortal realm sword cultivation was barely enough to stand on equal footing with these guys. If he ascended recklessly, the competition later would be extremely fierce. A gaze appeared. Extremely fierce. "There's a heaven beyond the heavens, immortals beyond immortals. I absolutely cannot become arrogant with my current cultivation. I need to cultivate diligently. Before becoming an immortal, his sword path would reach the Tai realm. I wonder how far I can go now. Only practice will reveal the truth." The night sky was pitch black and full of stars. On a high mountain, there was a small piece of wood. Practice is simple. Step 1. Open the Zhang trial. Mimicking Hanju's steps, filled with worries. I wonder if I can compete with her after becoming an immortal. Step 2. Choose a strong opponent. 3. An old, ugly face appeared. Early stage Tai True Immortal. This level of strength should be fine. Loose Immortal Realm versus True Immortal Realm, 2 realms apart. She seems like a strong opponent. Step 3. Go all out, he yelled and charged forward. Heaven and earth, profound and yellow destruction. Step 4. Instantly killed. Her figure flew up. Chuai Zhang is so charming his body split in 2.
Last step. Go back and summarize. The rough stone figure was speechless, sighing dejectedly. "Maybe the sword name is too long," a sweet voice whispered. Husband, I really like the Liu Guan you gave me. Hanju also expresses his love. It's good that you like it. There are so many people on the mountain, I care about you the most. She started taking off her clothes. Husband is so honored.
She, in sexy clothes, with a seductive face, said, "The little girl has nothing to repay. She can only give herself." His eyes became dull, his face stiff and unmoving. So Hanju, the ultimate invincible in the mortal realm, finally fell. She was still emotional. "Husband," he shouted, "Ni Kano! Miserable, don't come over here!"
A Chi's voice sounded. Leaving the girls outside speechless, Tu Ling Grier slowly asked, "Feng Liang, your grandmaster's cave dwelling." Feng Liang was depressed. "Don't ask me, I don't know."
He Yunji cackled happily.
Master is cultivating diligently. The mountain also needs some fun adult activities. No problem, don't worry. The girl in green didn't know what to say either. "You'll be fine once you get used to it," Tu Lingwer stammered shyly. A month later, a voice came from inside the cave. "Master, senior sister, head teacher, come to my cave dwelling for a visit."
Shi Xuan was a bit surprised. Chang Yue was so shocked her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. Li Qingzi was also taken aback and blurted out,
He Yuji panicked. "What? We're fighting another round?" Those who were relaxing were also caught off guard and started freaking out. The girl couldn't believe it.
"I was just waiting to pick up the corpses," Sun Qi yelled.
"I can understand everything else, but what's with the headmaster?" They arrived in front of a towering mountain range. Hanju suddenly spoke up. "You all forgot that little black and Chuer can't enter the cave abode. How about this? Everyone gathers under the Fusang tree." They were all surprised. He Yuji was doubtful. "Hey, everyone in the mountain is gathering together. This is a first in so many years."
Xun Chengchan added, "Well, things are getting tense. Forget about the fish."
A towering tree with a rough trunk. Seems like this is Hanju's means of transportation. A flurry of greetings. "Greetings, master. Greetings, grandmaster. Greetings, master." He appeared calm and beautiful like a maiden, from Tuling Reiner's perspective. He began, "My cultivation has made a breakthrough, so I've decided to give a lecture for a year. I hope everyone can gain something." Hey, Yuji unconsciously asked, "A year? That's hardcore."
Hundun Tiangu crossed his arms, seeming to imply, "He's not constipated, is he?" A worried voice cried out, "There are fish we just caught in the bucket. What should we do?" The little ones sat there with their jaws dropped. Tu Lingveer worriedly said to Liang Fang, "He's so handsome. Why didn't you tell me sooner?"
"If I had known he was this handsome, I wouldn't have felt any psychological pressure even if you asked me to betray the heavenly immortal manor," the boy calmly replied. "You didn't ask." Hanju's footsteps sparkled. Today, he was lecturing on the Dao of reincarnation. His back was tall, dignified, and light, shining brightly. Yang Tiandong was endlessly surprised. Could this be the golden lotus of Dao that the ancient books mentioned? The guy next to him also clicked his tongue in amazement. Doesn't this kind of divine object only appear when an immortal manifests and evokes the rules of the heavenly Dagyo? Could Master be? The girl admired him endlessly. Jinjian suddenly appeared. "Master is so awesome!" Li Qingzi also couldn't believe his eyes. Every word and action evokes the rules of the heavenly Dao. Elder Han is really getting more and more powerful. I'm afraid he's already become an immortal, right? Shi Xuan felt a hint of worry. If he's become an immortal, how can he stay in the mortal realm? Chang Yuer cheerfully comforted him. "Don't worry. Even if junior brother really becomes an immortal, he'll definitely find a way to stay in the mortal realm with you." The girl giggled. "Consider yourself lucky. My master rarely lectures in person. The Tao is with him. I'm indeed extreme. Right system reminder?" He lowered his head and listened. "Tuling Shir's favorability towards you has increased. The current favorability is 5 stars. He narrowed his eyes, unable to hide his doubt.
Straight up to 5 stars. She was shy, her eyes filled with love for him. She thought to herself, Fang Liang's grandmaster is definitely the mysterious expert in that dream.
A long-nosed guy was drenched in sweat and worried. So this great witch is a lovesick fool whose brain is full of romance with Senior Meng Po. I can't carry on anymore. 6 years later, the disciples and demonic pets absorbed the after-effects of Hanju's lecture under a large tree with only branches and no leaves. Everyone was kneeling and concentrating, even though the sun was scorching hot. Hanju held a sword dripping with red liquid. Watermelon, he said. What is it that makes our lives so comfortable? He held a spoon and scooped out half of the watermelon he had just cut open, thinking to himself. The Qilin-patterned watermelon absorbed spiritual power and after-effects for 6 years before it grew. The appearance is really not bad, especially after putting it on top of the ice. That flavor is really a celestial delicacy of the human world, especially the central part. Hanju scooped up a round, juicy piece of watermelon that looked incredibly delicious. Nothing is sweeter than this. He opened his mouth wide, and the spoonful of watermelon was brought to his mouth. Before he could eat it, suddenly the watermelon in his hand flew away, his face turned pale, and everything around him collapsed, as if a hurricane had passed. A person rushed over, and the ground cracked, forming a circular hole. Qi Xianshen shouted, "Where did Guan Yu come from? A dual maniac," Ling Rei'er thought in shock. This aura, Qi Xianshen. Why is he here? Hanju angrily clenched his fist, causing the spoon to break in half. Linger's eyes widened in fear. He looked at the round piece of watermelon that had fallen to the ground and shouted, "My sweet little one!" Hanju rushed over like lightning. Adding glared. "What's up? Who's Guan Yu?" Tiandong replied. "Ah, just my master's alt account." "Not only that," he continued, "that old geezer's got 2 other alts, Cao Cao and Zhao Yin." They watched him run off, and he blurted out, "Hey, don't just spill the beans like that," Ji hummed. "Uh-huh," Qi Xianshen yelled. "This Guan Yu has slaughtered dozens of Mahayana realm demonic cultivators. My power is not what it once was. Dare you face me head?" Shixian, he spotted Hanju rushing over and was overjoyed. "Heh, that was fast." He actually responded, "Can't believe it." His face twisted in anger, his eyes blazing. Hanju grabbed Qi Xianshen by the collar and growled, "Didn't you say you wouldn't bother me anymore?" Xianshen was terrified. "I just wanted a friendly spar." Hanju shoved his face close, making Xianshen pale. "Relax," Xianshen stammered. "If I lose this time, I'll ascend immediately and never bother you again." Hanju turned away, his mouth twitching. "Are you done yet? So determined to have a life, burrow, death battle with me?" Xianshen was confused. "Huh. You might not have heard me clearly. I've slaughtered dozens of Mahayana realm demonic cultivators. Dozens of them. Aren't you scared?" Hanju glanced at him calmly and said, all right, I get it. Come on, hit me." Xianshen felt like he'd been slapped upside the head. Why so calm, he wondered. Has his strength broken through again? Or is he just putting on a show, trying to scare me? He thought to himself. After speaking, the two of them stood facing each other, preparing to go into battle. Hanju shouted loudly, "Hurry up!" Hanju jumped up, flashing so fast that no one could see his expression. Xianshen's face changed. His brain went blank in that instant, his instincts forgetting how to fight. Under certain circumstances in the animal kingdom, when wild prey encounters a predator, it becomes so terrified that it can't move, forgetting to flee and letting itself be torn apart, like a lion and a deer. And now, Qi Xianshen was in that situation. That immense power far surpassed the total spiritual energy of those dozens of former true devils. You must know that in the beginning, when fighting the true devils, the sun and moon changed color, and the world cracked. If it hadn't been for the sacred law gathering and guiding the power of heaven and earth to strengthen the heavenly immortal manner, I would have ceased to exist long ago. And now I can't promote the sacred law. How is this possible? Only complete suppression would be the result. Hanju spoke up. You said the duel wouldn't care about life or death, right? Xianshen flinched. His eyes were bloodshot. Hanju waved his hand, sending strands of rope flying towards him, saying, "Consider yourself lucky. This is the first time." These lines rushed straight to Xianshen, causing him to tremble. He continued, "I'm using this magic weapon to restrain demons." He was tied up from hand to body. After his body was tied up, he struggled like an earthworm and shouted, "Damn it, let me go now." Hanju stepped forward, grabbed his hair, and said, "Still not convinced? You'd be dead several times over just from me walking past you." Xianshen blushed and replied, "I worked so hard to catch up, and in the end, it's just a joke." So he explained, "Kid, how long have you been cultivating? A cultivation path that's too smooth isn't a good thing. If you don't face any obstacles, you'll only become more arrogant later on. I saw long ago that you want to ascend. Do you know about the undercurrents of the upper realm, the dangers faced by newcomers? A moment of carelessness will lead to your death. I admit your talent is rare in this world, but how many geniuses can survive to the end? If you want to ascend to the upper realm and pass through the immortal tribulation, you have to pass my test first. Do you understand the gap now? You can't even beat a loose immortal like me hiding in the mortal world, so don't rush up there to seek death." Xianshen's eyes welled up, thinking, "You actually care about me that much." Hanju continued, "Here in the mortal realm, I can at least give you a chance. Up there, they might not even let you live. If you want to go further, you should postpone ascending for now and cultivate properly. The mortal realm needs you to protect it. When you surpass me, then ascending will be okay for now." Paper figure, where did you appear? Through the foliage, in a small corner, was the perspective of the paper figure sent out by Tu Lingor. The paper figure peeked at the two of them with binoculars and shouted, "Aya!" Lingbayer shared the paper figure's vision. Her expression changed, her mouth agape. "Oh my gosh! Qing Xianshen, the #1 immortal of the immortal manor, is like a child in the hands of an expert. But up until now, that expert has never formally said he wants to accept me as a disciple. Could it be because he's not confident in me due to my previous behavior, she sadly created karma for herself? Eventually there'll be retribution? Gotta figure out how to butter him up?" She pondered. Could it be a personal sacrifice? Imagining a scene where she's barely covered, all alluring on the bed, she suddenly blushed hard in embarrassment. Her eyes darted around. No, how could a cultivator like me think of something so cheap? Linger's brain was practically smoking from embarrassment. She sighed, thinking, or maybe offer him a treasure. She touched her bag, looking reluctant. Tears streamed down her heart, roaring, "This is more painful than just giving myself up." The sky was clear. The tea was still warm. A white robe fluttered in the breeze, and a voice rang out. "The invasion of the true demons into the heavenly immortal manor has suffered extremely heavy losses." Sunlight shone through the window into the room. The story continued. 36 Tribulation Transcendence Realm powerhouses were lost, over 200 Fusion Realm cultivators, and more than 8,000 cultivators from the Void Refinement Realm downwards went missing. The young master died in battle right in front of the Heavenly Immortal. There were 12 Taoists, now only 4 remain. Old Ancestor and Ji Xianshen were sipping tea, discussing the Heavenly Immortal Manor. The Old Ancestor continued. The Heavenly Immortal Manor almost suffered annihilation. Luckily, you emerged in time and eliminated the true demons. A truly sigh-worthy event. We used to be the undisputed #1, but it seems we can only be invincible for a short while, not for an entire generation. This great battle has destroyed my great opportunity. Perhaps my time is short." He lamented, causing Ji Xianshen to lower his head in silence. At this moment, Ji Xianshen finally spoke. "Old Ancestor, don't say that. The Manor Lords will find a way." The Old Ancestor paused and added, "It doesn't matter. I've lived long enough. It's just that there's one wish that hasn't been fulfilled. Perhaps you can complete it. Ji Xianshen suddenly wondered. What wish? Far away, in the blue sky, clouds floated lazily behind the mountains. This made the old ancestor realize something. Beyond the undulating mountains, find the higher mountain. Ji Xianshen still didn't seem to understand his words, so he asked, The higher mountain?
The old ancestor remained calm, slowly explaining.
Standing on the top of that mountain, you will look down on the smaller mountains, and at that time, you will no longer have any opponents. Ji Xianshen was speechless at the old ancestor's excessive confidence. Old ancestor, I didn't expect you to be even more boastful than me. Surely you've already crossed all the mountains in this world. There's nothing left to climb, is there? Ji Xianshen could only look down, glancing lightly at the old ancestor, perhaps having some unspoken thoughts. He hesitated and replied, Ah, the old ancestor remained calm and composed. Now you are the spiritual pillar of the heavenly immortal manor. The manor lords and elders all hope you will stay and lead the heavenly immortal manor, continuing the grand tradition. However, I hope even more that you will walk on the path that belongs to you. The mortal realm has restricted you too much. Go. The stage above is where you belong. There are still many higher mountains. Don't waste your talent. Jing'er, the old ancestor really cared about him and wanted the best for him. But there were still things that worried him. What about the heavenly immortal manor? The old ancestor reassured him. It's all right. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Other sects won't attack us while we're weak for now. You have to learn to let go to go further. The old ancestor raised his skinny hands, marked by time, and gently patted Ji Xianshen on the shoulder. Just remember that you came from the heavenly immortal manor. Wait until you reach the peak, and then continue to inherit the heavenly immortal manor. Ji Xianshen fell silent, lost in thought. Several dragonflies landed gently on the clear lake. The atmosphere remained quiet there. Ji Xianshen suddenly called out to the old ancestor. Old ancestor, I just remembered. There's still one mountain I haven't climbed. The old ancestor was a little surprised. Huh, there's one more? All right then. Wait until you reach the top. Then ascend. Ji Xianshen looked into the distance without saying anything. In his heart he was thinking, that mountain won't be easy to climb in a short amount of time. Hanju, with a dark face, asked suspiciously, Jin Xianshen, tell me, why are you planning to eat watermelon with me? The voices of the two people echoed across the high mountain. How about I make you a rock kui abalone soup next time to compensate you? Hanju smacked his lips. Alright, just put it on my tab first. And don't ascend. Ji Xianshen smiled brightly, as if guaranteeing it. Rest assured, before I have enough strength, not only will I not ascend, but I will also absolutely not come to bother you in the future. Hanju was a little tired of him. Hey, where's the rock kui abalone soup? The two stood talking under blossoming flowers. Ji Xianshen and Hanju chatted about random things, but there was one thing Ji Xianshen didn't understand, that your strength has already reached its peak. Why do you still need to be so low-key? Ji Xianshen asked. Isn't being humble a good thing? Hanju asked back. Ji Xianshen was a little impatient. The adoration of the masses, a transcendent status, wealth, Dao companions, all easily within reach. You don't care about any of these things? Can you even tolerate it? Hanju's eyes gradually sharpened, and he said, That would be a tall tree attracting the wind, and would come at a great cost. It's too troublesome. It's better to have one less thing to worry about. It's still better to be humble. Hanju smiled, somewhat mysterious and unpredictable. In the end, what you're talking about, either I don't care about status or fame, or I already have something better. As for Hongshuan, she already sees through these things. Jin Xianshen still felt something was wrong. Are you sure what you have is already the best? Are you content with the present? Not afraid that your cultivation will stagnate and not improve in the future? Hanju replied calmly. If that's the case, why don't you surpass me first, and then talk? I'll be waiting for you here. Ji Xianshen got ready to leave, still adding a few words in annoyance. HMPH. You'll regret saying those words, just you wait.
In Hanju's view, Ji Xianshen leaped up and disappeared into the sky. Hanju calmly reminded him, "Don't forget about that rock abalone soup," Hanju thought. However, the heavenly court is about to descend. At that time, this guy will be busy protecting all beings, so he probably won't have time to bother me.
Ji Xianshen disappeared, leaving a trail of light in the sky. Hanju watched and pondered. But then again, this guy can take the time to challenge me, which proves that the true demon tribulation has ended. I don't know if the heavenly court will still descend to cleanse the mortal realm. He stood silently, stroking his chin. To be on the safe side, I should still go ask Meng Po. If the heavenly court insists on cleansing the mortal realm, I still have to think of a perfect way. The immortal world is high above and untouchable. One needs to undergo tribulation before they can ascend. The scene was all dim and red. The divine soul sank. He turned into a flash of green light, diving into the underworld. The underworld below was like a parallel mirror world. He looked a bit doubtful. This setup, it's probably to make it easier for souls to reincarnate. Hanju's figure strode through the mystical space, deep in thought. Now that he'd become a reincarnation-loose immortal, his divine soul had broken through the world's barrier and entered within. His speed here was even faster than transmitting messages all over the mortal realm. A loud shout echoed through the air, creating large ripples. "Senior Meng Po." A voice reverberated back. "What is it?" he continued loudly. "The mortal realm has purged the true demons. I wonder if you could help inquire whether the heavenly court will descend to cleanse it too." Meng Po, with a wide-brimmed hat, glided and appeared behind Hanju. He was startled as she replied, "The heavenly court's arrangements, I don't have the right to ask. Anything else?" Hanju was troubled. He continued to ask, "Senior, if the mortal realm is in chaos, could I bring a few people to the underworld to temporarily avoid the storm? Could you help facilitate that?" She calmly explained to him, "How can the living enter the underworld? If you want to bring them to the underworld, you need to kill them first. Once they embark on the path of reincarnation, I can help you find their souls." Hanju probably never thought of this. He asked with a pale face, "Are you serious?" The two figures were mystical, Meng Po explained. "I'm just a ghost official. I can't be the landlord. If the Wu clan rises one day, I can help you with these things then." Hanju seemed impatient. "But didn't Senior agree last time to let me bring disciples to live in the Second Star Peak? Why can't I now?" He angrily gritted his teeth and complained about her. "You asked me to take in Tu Ling Boyer, and I didn't refuse. Now that I'm asking you for a small favor, you're refusing?" He started to lose control and burst out, "Are you trying to get a free ride?" Meng Po's ugly face began to get angry, her eyes emitting a bizarre purple light. Hanju was a little worried. "Crap, I went too far. Meng Po won't get too angry and try to silence me, will she?" The purple streams of light enveloped her, making him feel a little disgusted. Long Ye muttered in a small voice, "Such stingy behavior. If the Wu clan all have this kind of personality, I'm afraid it's impossible to have deep friendship." Meng Po sighed and said, "All right, stop mumbling in your heart. I can hear everything. Bringing disciples here is possible, but only 3 at most. Too many people, and the underworld will backfire on them." She held up 2 fingers and demanded, "What you asked just now is beyond my ability. If you really bring more than 3 people, I can give you 2 slots for ghost officials at most. As for the rest, they have to act according to the rules of underworld." Hanju's face couldn't look any more hopeless. "There are so many people on my mountain. Does that mean they still have to die?" Meng Po couldn't do anything else but comfort him. "Hanju, that's all I can do. Not to mention the underworld's influence on living beings. Too much yang energy will disrupt the balance of Kia. And the approach to the underworld is easily noticed by the heavenly court. Both the previous meeting and this time, I'm the one who covered up the heavenly Dapio." Ultimately, the Heavenly Court doesn't know my identity. You don't want to be discovered by the Heavenly Court either, do you? Bringing everyone in is basically impossible.
Then she seemed to give him a glimmer of hope.
However, the Heavenly Court also had a way to cleanse the mortal realm. He looked at her in surprise and asked, "What is it?" Piles of paper money and silver ingots fluttered wildly in the red flames.
Heavenly Earth Herb saw this scene and asked Hanju,
"Master, what are you doing?" He replied to the little girl with a dejected tone, "Burning money."
Suddenly, the little girl panicked in fear. I once heard group leader Anne say that paper money is the currency that only wandering ghosts in the underworld can use. You."
Hanju's eyes were a little sad, but he didn't object. "Yeah. 2 ghost officials will come looking for me later. I have to prepare in advance," the little girl stammered. You? His gaze turned towards Heavenly Earth. Herb, she was stunned. A scream echoed throughout the mountain. "Someone! Come quickly! Master is about to pass away." The disciples' faces were ashen, and they shouted in panic. "What? Hanju didn't expect things to go so far?" and blurted out, "That's not going to happen." The little Heavenly Earth Herb immediately had tears in her eyes, and shouted, trembling, "Someone! Come quickly! Master is dying!" Hanju frantically denied, It's not like you think." But it was too late. The sound traveled far, causing the rest to put on robes they didn't know where they came from, and the group began to cry in a panic. "What's going on? Don't scare us!" Heavenly Earth Herb, standing opposite, chimed in. "Master's lifespan is almost up. He's about to be taken away by the ghost messengers."
"What do we do?" Xing Hongzhuan exclaimed, mouth agape in panic. "Please don't leave me, madam. If you go, I'll go with you."
Yang Tiandong, next to her, clutched his chest, snot bubbling from his nose, and cried, "Master, what are we supposed to do without you?"
Hei Yuji was no different, wailing and rambling incessantly. "Eternal glory to Master. You'll live forever in our hearts. We'll remember your teachings. Eat and sleep well, and steadfastly pursue the path of eternal life. Keep going."
Hanju, no longer trying to comfort them, clenched his fist and said through gritted teeth, "Even the funeral garments are prepared. What's the meaning of this?" Whoosh! He swung his fist, sending the whole bunch flying into the sky. Only Xing Hongzhuan remained, her face flushed as she gazed at his muscles. Tu Lingare, watching the beam of light shoot up from the other side of the mountain, was speechless, not yet having been officially accepted as a disciple. Unable to enter and say goodbye, she avoided a calamity after dealing with that noisy bunch.
Hanju went over and tossed the mourning robe on Xiang Hongzhuan off to the side. He gently comforted her. "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. This time, the ghost messengers aren't here with malicious intent." The girl blinked her big eyes and asked, "Then what on earth happened?" Hanju sighed softly
and said, "It's a long story. I'll explain it to everyone later." Hearing this, Xing Hongzhuan immediately felt worried. She reached out and caressed his face, whispering, "It sounds like hubby's gotten into big trouble, but you've never even left the cave."
Peering through the cracks in the rocks, the moonlight outside shone bleakly. Hanju slowly spoke. "This is related to the sermon on the door of reincarnation last time." Shime. Xing Hongzhuan immediately asked, "You went to the underworld?"
In an instant, both candles flickered and died. Hanju immediately noticed the movement.
Turning to look at the piles of ashes still smoldering, he said to the person beside him, "You go out first. They're here." Still worried, Xing Hongzhuan softly called out, "Hubby, Hanju." Hanju immediately cut her off. "I'll be fine."
Not long after, the system prompt appeared. Quote, "Detected the strongest entities nearby. 2 tall figures silently and soundlessly appeared. They asked, 'Are you Hanju?'"
It was Hei Bai Wuchang, the black and white impermanence, 2 towering ghost messengers looking down at Hanju's head. Hei Wuchang stood on the left, wearing a black robe, sharp fangs bared in a grin. Bai Wuchang was on the right, wearing a white robe with a long tongue lolling out, red eyes wide open as he stared.
The system displayed the information of the two ghost messengers to Hanju. Hey Bai Wuchang, 5th layer of loose Immortal Realm, underworld ghost messengers, responsible for the ghost affairs of the yin-yang of the Crimson Cloud world.
After reading those lines, Hanju pondered. 5th layer of loose Immortal Realm. His hand slightly clenched. Hanju conjured a small flame in the middle of his palm.
The scene shifted back to the time when he was negotiating with Meng Po. Hanju spoke first. The Heavenly Court is eliminating the mortal realm, leaving no living souls behind. Is there any way to protect everyone? Meng Po crossed her arms in front of her chest and replied, Rebirth. I'll give you a flower of the other shore. Not only can it increase spiritual energy, but it can also produce some fruits of rebirth.
She added leisurely, if the mortal realm is truly eliminated, it can ensure that the soul flames of those around you endure.
Hanju immediately fawned over her, reaching out his hand. Then Senior. Meng Po looked at him helplessly and said, Now it's noon in the mortal realm. The flower of the other shore cannot be exposed to the blazing sunlight, and the ghost messengers cannot travel easily. Wait until midnight, and I will have Hei Bai Wuchang deliver it to your cave within this ghostly space.
Hanju shouted loudly.
All right, many thanks, Senior. Meng Po scolded him. Spare me the pleasantries. Just take good care of Tu Lingyer. He patted his chest in assurance. No problem. Leave it to me.
Back to the present.
A cigarette was offered and lit.
Hei Wuchang took the cigarette and inhaled deeply, exhaling a puff of smoke. Over here, Hanju continued to raise the flame in his hand for Bai Wuchang to light his cigarette. He lit the cigarette with one hand and held a box with the other.
This was one of Hanju's slush funds. The reason for his true separation from his wife, really, as he heard one say, this little token is nothing. I also don't know where the stuff that Meng Po asked the two of you to bring is. Hei Bai Wuchang, with cigarettes in their mouths, looked at each other and nodded.
Bai Wuchang placed a crumpled paper box into Hanju's hand and said, We know how to handle things. Our brothers are in charge of this mortal realm.
Then continued, Little friend Han, we'll have the chance to visit often in the future. Hanju looked at the indescribably ugly box in his hand and fell silent.
Taking out a withered and faded red flower from the box, Hanju was speechless. Bai Wuchang continued to ramble. This flower has the power of reincarnation. Your cultivation isn't low. In the future, you can cultivate it by your side to enhance your comprehension of the power of reincarnation.
Hanju didn't stay silent any longer. He frowned and said angrily to the two guys, I originally thought that Emerald Cloud Transport Agency was already outrageous enough, but I didn't expect there to be underworld masters like you. I have to find Senior Meng Po to complain about you.
Hei Bai Wuchang puffed smoke and said nonchalantly, We still have official business. Since the things have been delivered, we'll leave first. With that, the two figures, one white and one black, entered the space portal. Bai Wuchang said first. Until we meet again. Hei Wuchang followed. Thanks for the flower money. The two ghost messengers just left like that, not paying any mind to Hanju's shouting behind them.
Wait, the mandala flower is all withered like this? You gotta exchange it? He looked at the beam of light flashing above. Hanju angrily cursed. What a trash mission. This really fits my impression of the underworld. Looking back down at the withered flower in his hand, it suddenly bloomed vibrantly. He excitedly said, It's revived! This massive spiritual power, and the power of reincarnation. It's worthy of its ability to revive the dead. Even after such violent handling, it still survived. Amidst the scenery of towering mountains and the moon in the sky, Hanju's voice echoed. The mandala flower likes the cold yin energy and fears sunlight, so I'll plant it in my cultivation room. Wu Daojian will take care of it from now on. The moon scene suddenly zoomed in, and a bamboo shoot-shaped hole appeared in the middle of the moon.
A pair of feet slowly emerged. A figure wearing a white robe, with a tattered basket hanging on his back, stepped out. His face was also a deathly white. It was Julian Daoren.
He tilted his head up, sensing the surrounding air, and said, "The underworld is still the best." Suddenly, a light purple robe fluttered up, and the owner of the robe said, "Turbid breath. Thin spiritual power. What's so good about such a poor place?" This Julian Daoren immediately turned around upon hearing the voice, respectfully saying,
"Immortal fairy, you are a celestial being from the upper realm. The turbid spiritual power of this lowly lower realm is beneath you. I will try my best not to trouble you to take action." The owner of the purple robe was a girl with sharp features. She arrogantly said, "Haha, it's good that you know. And that person is Yang Yanjun."
Julian Daoren clasped his hands again and said to her, "If I really encounter danger, I hope the immortal fairy won't stand idly by." Yang Yanjun casually replied, "Rest assured, although I don't know what relationship you have with him. Since he personally spoke up, I will naturally help you."
She glanced around and continued, "You go do your work. I'll take a stroll through the mortal realm. If anything happens, we'll meet at the usual place."
After speaking, Yang Yanjun immediately disappeared, leaving Jueyan bowing low, replying, "Yes." He clenched his hand. A purple flame appeared in the palm of his hand, and he trembled as he said, "The heavenly immortal manor even has someone who killed my beloved pet." Then, he clenched his fist tightly and chuckled menacingly. At this moment, inside the simulated training field, Hanju stood up straight, his expression stern. He calmly commented, "The violent delivery guys haven't been this strong recently." Scattered on the ground were fragments of Hei Wucheng, Black Impermanence. On the other side, the corpse of Bai Wucheng, White Impermanence, had fallen. Hanju held the sword in his hand, calmly standing in the bloody arena. 11 years had passed. Hanju stood in the arena, silently listening to the system notification. Simulated trial ends. Time used 5 seconds. He slightly raised his head and thought, "Why am I feeling so uneasy? If my attention wasn't diverted, this trial could have ended even faster." He rubbed his head, thinking, "It's all tangled up like a ball of yarn. Whatever." The system was returning him to reality, Hanju suspiciously speculated. Could it be because of the last time I interfered with the demon? Has the demon race targeted me? But Lu Yu has been sealed in my soul. There's no way the demon race would know I interfered, right? Returning to the mountain cave in reality, Hanju sat cross-legged and continued to ponder. But why am I feeling so uneasy? I'm already at a bottleneck. It doesn't feel like it. Could it be a premonition of an upcoming crisis? But those who can pose a threat to me are only in the heavens. Suddenly, he glanced at an old book placed on the pillow next to him. Opening the book, Hanju said to himself, "If it's not the heavenly court, could it be related to these two?" On the page he was opening, 2 names were written: Jueyan Daoren, Zhu Kui. At this moment, the system panel appeared behind Hanju. It called his attention to system news updated in real time. A series of words mentioning people around Hanju appeared, in turn. Encountered opportunity, attacked by enemy, attacked by demon cultivator. Taoist cultivation increased sharply, then attacked by demon. Reading those words, Hanju was instantly horrified. The source of the unease. Qi Tianshen heavily injured. Gileng Chan directly killed. Jueyan Daoren actually descended to the mortal realm. His eyes darkened, and thoughts began to flood in. It really is related to him. No way, I have to curse this guy to death. Hanju's solitary cloaked figure, alone in the mountain cave, decided, anyway, I have 1,000,000 years of lifespan. Might as well sacrifice some to curse this guy to death. He placed his hand on the 2 names written in the book, mobilizing his mana and thinking, although I can instantly kill Hei and Bai Wucheng, It doesn't mean I can instantly kill Jueyan Daoren. There's even a possibility that the writing will fail. After all, Junyan is 3 realms higher than He and Bai Wucheng, I thought again. But the Book of Misfortune can guarantee it. A few minutes earlier. Heavenly Immortal Manor. A scene of desolation. Burning flames flickered everywhere, and another explosion erupted. Several figures were running around frantically amidst the rubble. Collapsing bricks and stones crushed the unfortunate ones. Several corpses lay scattered nearby, motionless. In a nearby pile of debris, a figure was pierced through by a sharp object. That guy was none other than Lang Chan. He was covered head to toe in wounds, looking seriously messed up. Ignoring the metal sticking out of him, he used a sword to prop himself up, and yelled at someone in the distance. "Chi, senior brother, get out of here! I'll hold them off! I have a life-saving trump card. Master left me." The Chi senior brother that Lang Chan was talking about was Chi Tianshen. He yelled back worriedly, "No, Lang Chan, stop, you can't afford the price of that thing." A stern face with blazing eyes lunged forward. It was Master's infamous Huagong Duji technique. Success. Mine. Adjust. Tone. Amidst the chaos, Lang Chan's voice echoed. "After you ascend, if you happen to meet Master Gikong, please tell him your disciple has made it onto the list of the 12 Dao candidates. I haven't disappointed him." His sword instantly shattered into a million pieces. Lang Chan uttered one last sentence, like a final farewell. "Also, Chi senior brother, if there's a next life, I'll still be your rival." A blinding flash of light shook the entire space. Lang Chan's self. Destructed. The immense power sent everything around him flying. Behind him, Chi Tianshen stood frozen, then fell to his knees on the tiled floor, eyes wide in disbelief, staring ahead. Next to him, 2 people frantically urged him, "Lord Chi, let's go! Where there's life, there's hope. You're the only spark of hope for our Tianxian Fu." In the cloud of dust and debris, a figure emerged, laughing maniacally. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Qian Tianshen and said, "You're the #1 expert in the mortal realm?" After saying that, Jueyan contorted his face into a bizarre shape, then sneered, "Can't even take a single hit. Tianxian Fu ends here." Chi Tianshen stared blankly at him, thinking in a panic. "It's spiritual energy, it's pressure. There's not even a shred of a thought of resistance." All of this felt so familiar. He immediately thought of Hanju, then blankly pondered, could Guan Yu have become an immortal? Chi Tianshen remained stunned as Jueyan reached out with a glowing jade orb, bringing it closer to his head. Behind him, the 2 surviving men desperately cried out, "Don't, Lord Chi!" now. But he didn't care about anything anymore. He was lost in his own thoughts, searching the whole world, only to realize I'd been standing before the tallest mountain all along. His pupils suddenly widened, then contracted. Whoosh. In an instant, Jueyan was mysteriously pulled backward, unable to resist. The remaining people standing around were speechless. Watching Jueyan acting on his own, Chi Tianshen regained his senses, his eyes wide with surprise at the unexpected scene unfolding. Jueyan slammed his hand down on the tiled floor, instantly creating a large, cracked hole. He covered his mouth, grinding his teeth in angry question, "Damn it! Who the hell is it?" When he removed his hand from his mouth, a stream of blood was clearly flowing out. Jueyan thought to himself, "My magical power is rapidly dissipating. My lifespan is decreasing like crazy. If this continues, I'll die here. I can't stay any longer." In a split-second decision, Jueyan quickly decided to escape. A cloud of dust billowed out, causing everyone to cover their faces. When the dust cleared, everyone looked at the empty space in front of them, completely baffled. What happened? He actually didn't pursue us to the end. Did Gi Lang Chan's self-destruction injure him? Maybe he suffered a Qa deviation? He was a demonic cultivator to begin with? Maybe a demonic entity is fighting with him? Even as everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the enemy's sudden disappearance, Chi Tianshen suddenly gritted his teeth and trembled, saying, "You're messing with me, right?"
Tears streamed down his cheeks.
Qi Tianxian said angrily. "The humiliation of today, I will repay it 100-fold another day."
The Tianxian Fu signboard, once shining brightly, had been kicked down, lying discarded in the mess.
Elsewhere, at that moment, a strange object hurtled from the sky and landed on the beach sand. The object was none other than Zhu Kaiyan, who had just fled. He held a green bell and shook it toward the sky, saying as he did so, "Fairy, save me." A hole reappeared in the sky. The figure of Yang Yanjun gradually appeared. She looked down and asked, "Junyan, what's wrong? Why are you in such a panic?" 1 second, cold and arrogant. The next, screaming at the other person, "You! Why do you have the power of a Xianjing curse on you?" Xuanyan was on the ground, coughing up blood. He dejectedly said, "I don't know. The previous curse has started again, and it's even more intense than before."
Yang Yanjun cracked her knuckles.
She frowned, sweat pouring down like a river, and said, "This cursed power is clearly right in front of me, yet it gives me a feeling of being worlds away." Zhu Yan coughed up another mouthful of blood next to her, and before he could say anything, she rushed to his side and said, "Sit cross-legged, circulate your energy, I'll help you heal." As soon as she placed her hands on his back to channel her energy, a strange reaction occurred immediately.
Yang Yanjun grimaced. She was stunned, while Zhu Yan gritted his teeth in pain.
Boom!
Yang Yanjun was sent flying backward. She crashed hard onto the ground, struggling to say, "This curse power is too vicious."
Junyan, hearing this, screamed in despair, "Immortal, can we beg the senior? Ask him to come down to the lower realm to help me. I can't hold on any longer."
Yang Yanjun flew back over,
saying, "No way! This curse power is too strong. We have to find a place with the thickest luck to suppress it, or you won't last until he gets here."
She grabbed Zhu Yan's hand.
Whoosh! The figures of the two people vanished instantly, leaving no trace. At that moment, a notification popped up for Han Ju. System update. Your enemy has lost 500,000 years of lifespan and is heavily injured.
He tilted his head, rubbing his chin, and said in a low voice, "How rude of me. My apologies."
Another warning appeared. Your lifespan has decreased by 100 years. A month later, on a clear morning, a lively voice rang out in a small corner of the street.
"Hello everyone, I'm an outer sect disciple of the execution branch. Been cultivating for 2.5 years. Today I've come to the inner sect execution branch to report. Please give me guidance. Welcome, newbie." "So who's your master?" "Tian Chu Peak, Elder Wu." Everyone in the inner sect execution branch gathered together. A man sitting with his back against the wall spoke up. "I heard that at the welcome ceremony for new members, they met the peak masters of all 18 peaks of Yuqing, as well as the Yantian sect and Julong sect. I only managed to meet the Yu Peak's peak master." Another person replied, "You mean Elder Shi Xuan? She's always in closed-door cultivation and rarely shows her face." Yu Peak is mostly managed by senior brother Meng He.
A man wearing a golden headband asked in surprise, "There are rumors that she and Elder Zihan Shen are together. I wonder if it's true." The man with the sword replied, "There are a few versions, yeah. Some say they stayed together for a whole month without coming out. And there are even crazier versions that I won't mention." The discussion became more and more lively. "As for Elder Zihan Shen, don't even get me started. Not just you who's new, but none of us have ever met him since we joined the sect. I've checked the list of high-level members before, and can't even find him. Plus, he only exists in legends." "No way! I grew up listening to his legendary stories, and I joined the inner sect because of him."
"Is that even possible?"
"This is just a propaganda trick by Yuqing Holy Land to recruit disciples. His stories are too exaggerated. A total load of BS."
Yu Gang suddenly appeared, looking angry, and said,
"You guys have only been in the sect for less than 20 years. Of course you haven't met him. Back then, I even fought Elder Zihan Shen. though I lost at the last strike." Saying this, he angrily shouted, startling everyone. "Instead of diligently cultivating, you just gossip all day long. And if you even mention Xianzi Xishuan for half a sentence, be careful she beats you up."
Everyone called out in trembling voices. Elder Guanian
Guan Gang questioned everyone loudly. "Before you doubt Elder Zhan Shen, have you ever thought about why Kuhu Shu Chengshan Shan exists?" One person stammered, "That isn't Kuhu Zhu Chengshan Shan a food street?" Guan Gang cursed, "Food street my ass." Ever since word spread that a woman knelt for 10 years and was finally allowed to enter the mountain, a wave of apprenticeship requests started, with many people convinced that they could move the heavens. A stall with glowing jars was present. Since cultivation requires long-term persistence, some assurance is still necessary. One person was kneeling while cultivating, while happy customers enjoyed wine. On the road leading to bitter cultivation to become immortal, there were many stalls selling food on both sides. A voice rose up. "Immortal energy is swirling around, it seems to be here." Yang Yanjun floated in the air, grabbing Zhu Yan's collar with one hand and carrying his bag of belongings with the other. She said, "To be able to persist until now, you are considered lucky." Zhu Yan was trembling all over, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He weakly reminded, "Immortal, before this lowly one ascended, I used to wander the mortal world and never heard of this mountain. You must be careful." Ignoring his reminder, she said with disdain, "Oh, I really want to see what this mortal world can have that I need to be careful about. I'll use my divine sense to scan, and immediately a poplar tree appears." Yanjun thought in surprise, "The source of immortal energy comes from here. Wait, there are two on that tree." When she clearly saw those two golden things, her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. She exclaimed in shock, "Golden crows!" Zhu Yan couldn't believe his eyes, immediately confirming with Yang Yanjun, "Immortal, that really is from the Golden Crow Divine Clan." She worriedly thought, "Could this place be a resting spot for the Golden Crow Divine Clan? If it really is, I'm afraid we'll have to pay a hefty price to clear the way to suppress the power of the curse." Ada and Xiao Er were showing off their drawings of Hanju. Yang Yanjun looked at this scene and judged, "But these two golden crows only have great ascension cultivation, which is considered extremely poor talent even within the Golden Crow Divine Clan. In the upper realm, they'd definitely be eliminated to the point of having nowhere to stand." Zhu Yan asked for her opinion. "So you're saying their appearance isn't random, but they were placed here?" The two of them looked towards the distant mountain. She agreed, "Yeah, I don't see any other mature golden crows here, which means they've probably been taken in and kept by someone." Zhu Yan said, "Someone who can take in and keep golden crows. They're probably not mortal," she then uttered. "But no matter how strong, they're just a loose immortal from the lower realm. No need to worry. If they don't know their place, we'll just kill them." The system displayed a notification. Juni Yan Daoren, 8th layer loose immortal realm, rogue cultivator from the immortal world. Yang Yanjun, 9th layer loose immortal realm, disciple of the Zilong immortal island. Immortal world. Ada's drawing of Hanju. Hearing this, he panicked. He thought, "Crap." Hanju held his head. His face turned pale as he thought, "From the simulation trial just now, these two are even harder to deal with than black and white impermanence. Killing them all would take at least 15 seconds. Too slow. A fatal blow is unrealistic." He frowned and thought, "The main thing is that Yang Yanjun will self-destruct before dying, and that's a loose immortal realm self-destruction. I'll be fine with my protective treasures, but Yu King sect will definitely be reduced to nothing. We fought multiple times, and it's still the same outcome. How can I defeat both of them at the same time without affecting the immortal land?" Heaven Earth Grass saw Hanju's expression turn increasingly ugly, and worriedly asked, "Master, you don't look too good. Are you okay?" A voice came over, attracting the attention of the two. "We're taking the liberty to intrude. May we ask what this senior's name is? Heaven Earthgrass worriedly asked, looking up at his master. Could the people outside be the ones destined to? Hanju then ordered, "You stay in the cave dwelling. Don't go anywhere." After saying that, his eyes flashed. Hanju disappeared like the wind. Heaven Earthgrass only had time to watch him go and shout, "Master!" Looking at the hollowed, lugout mountains in front of her, Yang Yanjun sighed. "So, the one who killed my beloved pet is here." Junyan frowned when he heard that. She continued, "You king sect. You king holy sect. It's like accidentally picking up a gold ingot." "Beginner's luck," Juyan said. "Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable." Yang Yanjun continued, "Moreover, it just so happens to have immortal Q. If that's the case, let's just seize it to heal my injuries." Hanju suddenly appeared from behind and said, "May I ask what brings the two fellow Taoists to my door?" Yang Yanjun and Ju Yan were startled and turned around. He continued, "What is it about?" Junyan's memories flooded back. That familiar figure, his beloved pet. Ju Yan frowned and angrily shouted, I've met you before. You're the one who killed my beloved pet, aren't you?" Faced with Ju Yan's fierce questioning, Hanju calmly replied, "Let's talk things over calmly. Don't wrongly accuse others. I don't even know what your pet looks like." Ju Yan angrily said, "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, huh? Very well, I have proof." With that, he pointed towards the magnificent treasury behind him and continued to question, "Look at that. How do you explain that?" "So many things are carefully displayed here," he shouted. "The entrance fee is even free. We saw everything just now." Looking at the skeleton of his beloved pet being displayed for the public to admire, he angrily said, "My pet was turned into a specimen, damn it! If it wasn't you, who else could it be?" Hanju then remembered Liu Qingzi's words, "Record history and look to the future." He sighed inwardly. "No way, sect leader, this is also something to commemorate." Ju Yan looked towards Yang Yanjun and urgently said, "Immortal, you must stand up for me. Who knows, he might be the one who cursed me." She thoughtfully assessed. What a handsome man. Could he also be someone from the upper realm? Yang Yanjun then spoke. "Fellow Taoist, I'm seriously injured and need the fortune of this place to heal. Can the two of us stay on the mountain for a while?" Hanju then refused. "Unfortunately, there's not enough space on the mountain to accommodate both of you friends." Yang Yanjun frowned and asked, "Fellow Taoist? Really not possible." He calmly replied, "Yes." The system notified. Yang Yanjun generated hatred towards you. Current hatred level is 4 stars. Yang Yanjun then said, "Fellow Taoist, how can you be so heartless? Are you just going to stand by and watch me die? I'm ready to attack you." Yang Yanjun held 2 sharp daggers in her hands and coldly threatened him. "We're at the end of our rope and must stay on your mountain for a while. Don't be ignorant," Hanju coldly asked. "Are you threatening me?" he thought. "Time to stop hiding my power." Suddenly, a golden light illuminated the entire sky. Zhu Ding looked over there, his eyes widening in surprise. Right where everyone was kneeling, an announcement boomed. "First, level alert, enemy attack," which freaked everyone the heck out. People started buzzing like crazy. That aura is insane. Is it the Grand Ancestor? What realm is that? Anyway, hold on, I haven't even finished my bath yet. The 2 golden crows were so scared, they were hugging each other tight. The 3-headed dragon collapsed on the ground. It looked up, its eyes filled with disbelief. This is definitely not great ascension. Level power, I should have known sooner. The system notified. Master has broken through the shackles of immortal. Hanju soared majestically above, looking down at Yang Yanjun and Ju Yan. Yang Yanjun said, "Ju Yan, your injuries haven't healed yet. Don't fight, just assist me." Ju Yan immediately replied, "Yes, I will do my best." He immediately channeled his power and shouted, "I will empower the immortal. I can help you predict attacks, deduce weaknesses in space, and accelerate the flow of time." She accepted it right away. Heavenly deduction of all things, transcending time and space. A mysterious golden and purple light radiated from her body. Hanju secretly assessed the situation. The opening was exactly like the fifth simulation. But the situation was much better than expected. After all, in the trial field, the opponents were all at their peak. Luckily, I had the Doom book. Its effect is OP, forcing Junyan into severe injury so he can only assist. Yang Yanjun stomped her foot down hard. Suddenly, she vanished, leaving only a wisp of purple smoke. Hanju counted silently. 1 second. Yang Yanjun suddenly appeared behind Hanju, attacking. Ju Yan noticed something was wrong, and shouted a warning. Immortal, be careful. Yang Yanjun's face turned deathly pale. It was as if hundreds of knives were slashing across her body. He counted to 2 seconds. Before Yang Yanjun could even touch Hanju, she was sent flying. Where the golden light originated, hundreds more knives appeared, forming a sphere. The people below asked in astonishment, What is going on? Who exactly is that person? I've never seen such a grand spectacle. The direction is towards bitter cultivation, ascends Immortal Mountain. Guan Yugong angrily said, daring to be so reckless in the territory of Elder Zan Shen? It's like lighting a lantern in the toilet. Another person asked in panic, could it be that the legendary Elder Zan Shen really exists? I thought it was just a myth. Guan Yugong replied, Elder Zan Shen has always been here. It's just that he hasn't been to the intersect in over 200 years. It's normal that you young folks don't know. Besides, legends aren't just legends. He himself is a living myth. Above in the sky, there were so many red knives, he counted to 3 seconds. Hanju tightly gripped the azure sword. His expression was gloomy, filled with killing intent. Hui Yan, inside the green shield, said in horror. Just by showing his face, the shield has been destroyed by more than half. Yang Yanjun gritted her teeth, desperately defending her shield. She angrily said, Damn it! How can he be so strong? Ju Yan's mouth was constantly bleeding. He immediately suggested, Damn it, I can't see through his realm. The immortal can't defeat this person. Running away is the best option. Hanju counted to 4 seconds. He coldly glanced at Ju Yan. Yang Yanjun immediately sensed something was wrong. She turned around and shouted, Ju Yan! It was too late. Yang Yanjun stared blankly as Hanju easily sliced off Ju Yan's head. He coldly said, Jishanshen, I have helped you avenge Heavenly Immortal Manor. 5 seconds. Yang Yanjun screamed in pain, losing all memory, and immediately returned to the lotus pond. A tall figure instructed, Junior sister, if the Heavenly Court takes action against the Crimson Cloud realm in the future, the power of absolute evolution will be very important. This time you descend to the mortal realm, you must protect him well. The young woman beside him replied coquettishly, Senior brother, you can rest assured about such a small matter. He continued to instruct. The more you say that, the more uneasy I feel. Although the heavenly stone of concealment is precious, some descendants of great powers possess it. Those existences can break through limits and step into the peak scattered immortal realm. Fighting with ordinary scattered immortals is like killing chickens and dogs. He gave the young woman a bottle of medicine. This is the Sun-Moon Universe axis. I have sealed the killing power of the peak scattered immortal realm inside. Its power is comparable to a full force attack from a land immortal. But the heavenly laws in the lower realm are extremely strict. Once the power of a land immortal appears, it will be rejected by the heavens and earth. Don't use it unless you encounter a life-threatening danger. Keep it as a last resort. Junior sister believes she will excellently complete the mission. Absolute evolution gradually turned into dust. His divine soul dispersed. Absolute evolution's death drove Yang Yanjun crazy, she shouted. Good, very good. You dare to kill him, you'll all be buried with him. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, she said. I'm telling you, you forced me. A scroll of paper wrapped around Yang Yanjun, her hands clasped together. 6 seconds, Hanju thought to himself.
This move? This is the one from the 8th simulation, her real trump card.
A long stream of black gas appeared in the sky, he thought. It's too short, it can't create a condition for an all-out attack. Luckily, I left some room so she can't self-destruct. It's coming. Her magic treasure is almost impossible to break. Judging from the results of the previous simulations, ordinary scattered immortal realms are completely unable to resist. Plus her desperate self-destruction, at least a mid-stage land immortal realm is needed to break this move. But this situation is already very optimistic. The previous simulations only had 2 results. A sharp red blade appeared in the sky, he thought. One is, she's about to die, self-destructing. That's unresolvable. Luckily, she chose the second result. The latter is just external aid. The realm doesn't change. If she used it herself, there would be a chance. The accompanying impact would be enough to create a one-hit kill. A long black shadow appeared on the mountains. He made up his mind. Just deal with it. Hanju sighed. Upper realm magic treasures are indeed extraordinary. The blade is so huge. Sun Moon Universe slash. A huge blade slashed down from the sky, splitting the sky in 2. Dust flying everywhere. 7 seconds. The blade was retracted. A huge crack appeared on the ground. Yang Yanjun pursued her advantage. She roared and rushed towards Hanju. I'm gonna flay you, skin you, break your bones, and eat your marrow, so the ants behind you can see your miserable state of wanting to live but can't, wanting to die but can't. 8 seconds. A strange purple light appeared in the sky. Everyone screamed in fear. Where's the sect's protective formation? It's too late. The light blinded everyone, someone said in fear. The heavens want to destroy our sect. Another replied. What nonsense are you talking about? Shut up. 9 seconds. Everything suddenly stopped. The blinding light disappeared, surprising everyone. Guan Yu Gang stuttered in surprise. This! In the sky, a stream of golden black light like a rope stretched from the sky to the ground. He looked up, thinking in surprise, Elder Divine Execution's move. Is it over? 10 seconds. Something glittering gold appeared from the smoke. A golden chariot. This is called the Yellow Dragon Fortune Chariot Spirit Treasure. A second, Mount Grade Taiyi Magic Treasure. A mount that can withstand a full, shed-of-force attack from a scattered immortal. Hanju's eyes were emotionless, sitting calmly in the Yellow Dragon Fortune Chariot. The dust cleared. A voice rang out. Taiyi treasure. Damn it. If it weren't for the heavenly laws, how could I be so miserable? Yang Yanjun was severely injured from the self-destruction. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, she cursed angrily. You bastard! When my senior brother descends, I'll annihilate you! On the other hand, she cried incessantly, My lord, spare me. I'm a disciple of the Violet Dragon Immortal Island. My senior brother is a heavenly general of the heavenly court. Hanju stepped down from the Yellow Dragon Chi-Luck carriage, surprised. Is this a multiple personality thing? He looked at her with cold eyes. So what if you're a heavenly general? I'm a descendant of the Immortal Emperor, all right? This was just a lucky win. You didn't choose to die together. Otherwise, it really would have been mutual destruction. Too bad. No more chances now. Hanju reminded. Breathe evenly. You're whistling when you talk, she asked in a trembling voice. Could it be? From the moment I arrived here, everything was within your predictions, including the outcome? He replied. Pretty much, Pinch. Consider it a decent ending in the deduction. Hanju continued. It just feels like something's missing. I've deduced countless battles before, and I felt like it was lacking an evenly matched showdown, or showcasing the charm of knowledge and strategy. But it was too fast, so those things weren't needed anymore. Isn't that right? Light shone on Yang Yanjun's corpse, he said coldly. So, the 3 pure world cleansing. With that, Hanju left without turning back. Hundreds of blades slashed towards Yang Yanjun. Turning the area crimson red, he thought Yang Yanjun is dead. Hanju leisurely drove the Yellow Dragon Chi-Luck carriage away. The next day, Hanju leaned against the Yellow Dragon Chi-Luck carriage in a daze, gazing at the clear blue sky before him. Outside, a crowd of people gathered. buzzing about something. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Master, are you all right?" Hearing this, he smiled and replied, "I'm safe, everything's fine, don't worry." Li Qingzi asked worriedly, "Elder Ha, what's the situation?" While Zhu Ding, standing beside him, looked at him in shock. "So this is your true strength?"
Xun Changjiang was equally worried, sweating profusely as he asked tentatively, "Master, what was the background of those two guys just now?" Contrary to the tense atmosphere on this side, He Yuji smiled benevolently and said, "Dead is dead, why bother caring? Seems like they weren't anything too impressive." The group of Murong Qi and Yang Tiandong echoed, flattering him to the heavens. "Grandmaster is too amazing. I wonder if there's anyone in the world who can survive in our master's hands." In another corner, Zhaolong Batao sat lifelessly in the corner. He muttered dejectedly, "Definitely an immortal." Under the assessing gazes of everyone around, Xing Hongshuan happily rushed over and hugged him tightly, praising him incessantly. "As expected of my husband, this old lady's got an eye for talent." Hanju was scared by the pampering. He chuckled and gently reminded, "I'm about to be tormented to pieces by you." Zhu Ding suddenly walked up to Xinglai. Fortunately, Elder Han acted. Otherwise, our Jade Pure Sacred sect would have been razed to the ground by that guy. Seeing him so respectful, Hanju quickly raised his hand to help him up. "This enemy came for me. Sect Master, please return and comfort the disciples in the sect. Don't let them cause any trouble in a panic." He immediately replied, "Understood." Once everything was settled, Hanju happily announced, "All right, the crisis has been resolved. Everyone continue to cultivate." While Xing Hongshuan was still clinging tightly to him, despite Tiandi Kao's efforts to pull her away. On the other side, Yang Tiandong was staring wide-eyed at the carriage before him. This carriage is awesome. In a corner not far away, Zhu Ding was making a request. "Zhaolong Ba Tu Bi, Lord Zhao Wang, could I have a few minutes of your time?" he grunted in response. "Huh?" Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "System notification!" Hanju was startled, glanced at the system panel, and a notification immediately appeared. "Yang Jin harbors hatred towards you. Current hatred level is 6 stars. Dan Qing Zenren harbors hatred towards you. Current hatred level is 3 stars. After reading these two notifications, Hanju was speechless, thinking to himself, "I knew killing someone would bring the big shots." He rolled his eyes, recalled the sealed book, and pondered. Since they're here, don't leave then. What happiness this brings. Switching the scene to Zhu Ding and Zhaolong Batu, the two of them were standing and gazing at the canyon that Hanju had created after the previous battle. He gently requested, "There are a few more canyons near our sect. The work of remaking the map is once again entrusted to you." He held the camera tightly in his hand, stood frozen in place looking at the canyon, and blurted out, "Holy SHT!" In the Zayun Immortal Island of the Upper Realm, the scenery of verdant mountains and clear waters was incredibly picturesque. Leisurely whales flew suspended across the sky. From the top of a certain mountain suddenly rang out a man's exasperated voice. "Master, disaster has struck. Yang Yanjun's soul lamp has gone out." The white-haired man paused slightly and asked, "Gone out? Does the Scarlet Cloud Realm have such an expert?" Hearing this, the man loudly interrupted, "Master, this disciple requests to immediately descend and avenge junior sister." He roared angrily, "Damn ants! No matter who you are, when this general descends, I will definitely make everyone in that mortal realm be buried with my junior sister." Saying this, he suddenly lowered his voice and murmured, "I and she have been engaged for a long time." As soon as the man finished speaking, countless heart demons appeared above his head. The man's expression turned pale for the first time, glanced at his disciple, and worriedly thought, "Heart demons." But not to let him fall deeper, he quickly pressed his hand on his shoulder. The moment his hand touched the armor, the heart demons around him suddenly dissipated. "Yang Jin,
Late-stage Taiyi Earth Immortal. That lousy 8th rank heavenly general from the heavenly court, he grumbled, seething. Master, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let my junior sister go. If only we'd waited. Waited until the heavenly court relaxed its rules. Your early-stage Taiyi Earth Immortal cultivation wouldn't have been restricted to the loose Immortal Realm, and she wouldn't have faced any danger at all. Seeing his disciple berating himself like that, the old man slowly consoled him. Jinjur, Yanjun's death was predetermined. Don't be impatient, and let it turn into a demonic obstacle in your Dabio heart. As for dealing with the Scarlet Cloud Realm, your teacher will arrange things at the Immortal Abode for you. I'll make you a heavenly general to lead a team to wipe out the lower realm. As for what you want to do, I won't restrict you. Receiving the assurance, he quickly thanked him loudly. Many thanks, Master. As long as that ant hasn't ascended, this disciple will definitely tear out his tendons, skin him alive, and extinguish his soul. As if thinking of something, his tone suddenly dropped. But I fear he'll sense the danger and ascend, leaving us behind. The old man scoffed. HMPH. Ascend and leave. Dan Qing Zhenren, a mid-stage Taiyi Golden Immortal, and one of the 7 real ones of the Self-Dragon Immortal Island, arrogantly declared, if he dares, this old man will personally kill him. A year later, inside a lush, green mountain range where birds filled the sky, Hanju was reading a book. Behind him was a sign that read, 3 self-reflections a day. First, was I too polite? Second, did I give him too much face? Third, should I just make a move? He muttered. That Zhu Kui hasn't made any moves lately either. Hanju opened a separate page with the names Yang Jin and Dan Qing Zhenren, and muttered calculations. Direct revenge would be too easy for them to notice. Better space it out. Wait until they lower their guard. Then I'll bestow some karma vengeance. Just then, the mechanical voice sounded again. System prompt. Qi Yun Xian has developed goodwill towards you. The current goodwill is 4 stars. The words caught Hanju's attention, and he raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Sensing his confusion, the system immediately popped up an introduction. Early stage Taiyi Heaven Immortal. Qi Yun Xian. 3-star goodwill. 6th rank immortal official of the Heavenly Court. In charge of the mortal realm's Heavenly Dao. Because Yang Jin reported your killing of Yang Hanjun to the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Court is extremely dissatisfied with Yang Jin and has simultaneously generated goodwill towards you. But his eyes were fixed on the words, Taiyi Heaven Immortal. Pretty strong, Hanju muttered, admiring his image. This old bro controls the mortal realm's Heavenly Dao? Does that mean he controls my mortal realm? It's normal for Yang Jin to anger this old bro by sending people to cause trouble in the mortal realm. Thinking of this, he sighed regretfully. It's just a pity that this old bro is only a 6th rank official. I'm afraid he can't influence the Heavenly Court's decisions. Otherwise, I could think of a way to contact him. Then, he touched the sealed cursed sword and pondered. Next, I need to close up in cultivation for a while. The reincarnation loose immortal realm isn't divided into 9 minor stages, but into early, middle, lasite, and perfection. This is different from the Taiyi system, but starting from the Earth Immortal Realm, they merge into one after divided into 4 stages. Every time Hanju breaks through a minor realm, it definitely takes more time than before. 3 years later, Xun Changjian asked hesitantly, Old head teacher, are you sure that's correct? Li Qingzi, with his hands behind his back, casually replied, Of course it is. He turned around, raised Hanju's personal file, and said smugly, After all, everything is clearly recorded here. This old man has personally witnessed his growth. The other man gaped, stammering, This file, I'm afraid it's already become a cultural relic, right? Xuan, carrying a tray of water, angrily scolded after hearing their conversation. Isn't this thing in the museum? Why did you take it out? Aren't the 2 of us enough to prove it? Li Qingzi quickly turned around to explain, I'm just showing everyone his birth date. At this time, Everyone was gathered to celebrate Hanju's 800th birthday. The three-headed flood dragon and the Hundun heavenly dog were seriously arranging strawberries on the cake. Tuling Linger was also carefully setting out the food on the banquet table. In the distance, Fang Liang, carrying dishes, asked worriedly, "Isn't it bad to disturb Grandmaster's closed-door cultivation like this?" Seeing the boy so worried, the heavenly Dao flower softly comforted,
"It's only once every 100 years. I'm sure Master won't reject our good intentions."
Saying this, she suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. "At most, we'll get scolded. Who told Master to not remember his age? We always need the museum to remind him. Let's practice this later." At this time, the system reappeared with a notification. "Detected that you are 800 years old, another step forward in life. You have two options. 1. Immediately ascend and become an immortal god, and receive one guidance. 2. Temporarily do not ascend and continue cultivating in the mortal realm, and receive a divine power inheritance." Hanju looked at the system panel before him and muttered pensively, "Life passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, I've been in this world for 800 years. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and selected his choice. "You have chosen to temporarily not ascend and received a divine power inheritance." A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared around him, along with the system's congratulatory sound. "Congratulations, you have received the divine power. 3 heads, 6 arms. 3 heads, 6 arms. Displays the dharmic incarnation of 3 heads and 6 arms, and can simultaneously use 6 magical treasures. Physical body strength greatly increased." After a moment, the mechanical voice sounded again. "Inheritance complete." Outside, the heavenly Dao flower and Fang Liang were standing and shouting,
"Master, something big happened! Grandmaster, quickly come out and save us!"
Standing far away, the Hundun heavenly dog grinned mischievously, holding a firecracker in its hand. The group gathered in front of the cave entrance, waiting for Hanju to end his closed Prejudor cultivation. Watching him slowly walk out of the cave, one of them suddenly shouted, "He's out! Master's out!" Then, right in front of him, were countless colorful confetti poppers, along with cheerful cheers, "Happy birthday, Master!" As if seeing something terrifying, Yang Tiandong, Murong Qi, and Xun Changhan all widened their eyes in shock. He Yuji and Hundun Tiangao were equally astonished. The trio of beauties also had their mouths hanging open, not knowing what to say. Finally, the 3-headed flood dragon calmly stroked his chin and analyzed, "A technique. So that's it. It's the legendary 3 heads, 6 arms divine power." With the composure of a great ascension cultivator, he mused, "It's an excellent enhancement-type divine skill." Looking at Hanju's shriveled, lifeless face, he narrowed his eyes and assessed, "It just has side effects. His own nutrition and spiritual power are divided into 3 parts to maintain this state." Finally, the 3-headed flood dragon concluded, "So that's why he looks like that. And his strange form is now clear to everyone. 3 different heads, along with 6 long arms." Xing Hongxuan pointed at him and yelled, "That's not my hubby!" Liang Feng was speechless, commenting, "It would be better to have 3 junior brothers like a clone, so everyone has a share." But Hanju, disliked by everyone, could only remain silent. Only Xing Hongxuan painfully said, "Ah, hubby, what's wrong with you?" Hanju scratched his head and chuckled upon hearing this. "Don't worry, I just felt like I comprehended a new divine power." While another arm went to knead the belly of the heaven-earth grass, the heaven-earth grass excitedly praised, "Hua, so powerful." Hundun Tiangu leaned over and whispered, "Dumpling head, are your 3 heads also like that?" He got angry upon hearing that. "Damn it! My king's heads are like this by birth." It stuck out its tongue and teased, "Oh, no wonder you have 4 less arms than Master." Li Qingzi looked at the 2 people fighting in the distance and sighed sentimentally. "HMPH. Youngsters, I've heard that only immortals can learn this kind of divine power, but I didn't expect Elder Han's amazing talent to allow him to comprehend it himself. Tuling Linger was shocked when he heard him praise him, thinking to herself, could this senior really be an immortal? Hanju happily walked over after being praised and said, if you're interested, I can teach you this divine power. With this divine power to protect yourself, who knows, learning it might even allow you to break through again. Li Qingzi chuckled dryly, glanced at his strange body, and refused. Forget it, how can my talent learn it? I don't want to delay your cultivation time. However, the Heaven-Earth Grass was extremely excited. Her eyes lit up as she asked him, then master, can I learn it? Hanju angrily pinched her face with all 6 arms, scolding her. You're so pretty, so forget about it. Learning it will greatly affect your image. He secretly groaned. If she really learns it, it'll drag the beauty value of the entire bitter cultivation ascend to Immortality Mountain down to a record low. The Heaven-Earth Grass spurted out a nosebleed after being praised by him, happily thinking, Master actually praised me for being beautiful. Hongshuan watched the Heaven-Earth Grass happily grab Hanju's hand and wave it around, thinking to herself, does hubby want to take this grass or help her? But thinking of something, she gave a sad smile and said to herself, that way, when I'm gone one day, hubby won't be lonely. However, she slumped again, thinking, but she's just a plant. Over here, in front of the giant cake, Tiandong call. Little Qi. Murong Qi heard the call and turned to ask, what's wrong, senior martial uncle? He glanced at the cake and mused, I feel like that divine power from before is most suitable for Chicken Ji. He smiled slyly and continued, if it learns 3 heads, 6 arms, the spicy chicken wing stalls at the foot of the mountain will definitely not lack ingredients. Murong Qi laughed evilly when he heard this, agreeing with him. Very agreeable to me. While the two were joking, the main character of the story, Hei Yuji, appeared. It laughed sinisterly in agreement. Your chicken granddaddy thinks you are the most suitable one. A 3-headed, 6-armed fishing bait will definitely catch good goods. His joke made the two people turn pale, silently watching the group of people rushing together to fight. He happily thought, thank you for everyone's blessings. After so many years, this is the first time I've had such a meaningful birthday, and the people I care about are still alive, which is great. Back on the other side, the Great Ascension Realm Level 7 3-headed Flood Dragon was fighting the Void Amalgamation Realm Level 9 Peak Hundun Tiangu, while in the distance, the Great Ascension Realm Level 8 Golden Crow God was holding up a scoreboard for the two of them. Hanju thought again, the spiritual energy on the mountain is dense, so I probably don't need to worry in the short term. Everyone's lifespan is the issue. On the other side, Prison Chicken in the Void Amalgamation Realm at Level 9 was pressing Murong Qi in the Void Amalgamation Realm at Level 3 to the point of spitting blood, while Tiandong in the Void Amalgamation Realm at Level 9 at the peak had been buried stiffly in the ground, leaving only his head out to breathe. In contrast to that bloody scene, over here, Feng Liang, at the 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, and Su Qi, at the 2nd level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, were happily munching on meat grilled by Shun Changwan, a 9th level Peak Transformation Divinity Realm cultivator. Switching the scene to another corner, Tuling Linger, at the 1st level of the Fusion Realm, was sitting with her back to the corner, packing something into a box. Hanju deeply observed everyone when his eyes suddenly met with Shi Xuan's, who was leisurely drinking water on the side. Noticing his gaze, she smiled and nodded slightly in greeting. Hanju smiled gently, thinking to himself, I'm already 800 years old. Shifu must be over 1,000 years old. The lifespan of a 5th level Transformation Divinity Realm cultivator isn't long at all. If her cultivation stagnates and doesn't improve, her lifespan will run out soon. I need to give her a boost. Thinking of this, his mood suddenly turned heavy. He pursed his lips tightly, as if worried about something. After a long while,
Hanju suddenly took out a bottle of pills and said, "Shifu, Shiji. These pills for the transformation divinity realm are useless to me now. I'll give them to you." Xishuan was startled, glancing at the bottle, while Chang Yuer, hearing her name mentioned, immediately perked up and peeked over. But Xishuan quickly pushed the bottle back, saying, "Keep it. It's your birthday today. There's no reason for you to give us gifts." Chang Yuer's gifts chimed in.
Yeah, we weren't planning on preparing a gift anyway. How can we accept yours?
Xishuan continued. "Besides, Xing Hongshuan is about to reach the transformation divinity realm too. Leave it for her." But Hanju stubbornly tried to give the pills to them, gritting his teeth and saying, "Why are you being so polite with me? Hongshuan has me to guide her in her cultivation. She doesn't need these things." The atmosphere gradually became strange, as the three of them strained every muscle in their bodies to push the bottle back and forth. Suddenly, someone appeared and spoke up, trying to mediate. "Xianzi, please accept it. Yuer is also about to advance. At that time, resources for the transformation divinity realm will be scarce." It turned out to be Hongzhuan. She winked playfully and said, "You usually cultivate diligently and don't have the chance to receive resources. With that, when our cultivation increases, the three of us will have to rely on you to protect us when we go out to train." Hongshuan winked at Hanju, signaling, "Leave this to me. Go cut the cake." He happily gave an okay sign, indicating that he understood his wife. Then Hanju immediately turned to look at the heavenly earth grass, whose eyes were shining and mouth was watering as it stared at the sparkling chocolate strawberry cake in the distance. He thought to himself, "My Shifu's situation is handled. The oldest person here is Wu Dao's sword, but after transforming into a human, it seems like she needs to be reconfigured. Plus, with her endless attribute, there's no need to worry about her lifespan running out," he said to himself. "If nothing unexpected happens, everyone will be with me till the end." Suddenly remembering something, Hanju glanced into the distance, pondering. His gaze fell on Li Qingzi, who was sitting blankly on a log, and he muttered, "Head teacher Li has been stuck at the second level of the transformation divinity realm for many years. His aptitude has reached its limit. I'm afraid that..." Just as he was lost in thought, Tu Lingxer suddenly approached. She timidly called out, "Senior, I've broken through to the fusion realm. I had an opportunity on the way back." She presented a small gift box tied with a ribbon, and said softly, "I've specially prepared this as a birthday gift for you, Senior." Hanju unexpectedly replied, "Oh, you're so thoughtful." Hanju only needed a glance to immediately see what was inside the gift box. Tu Lingxer was still hesitating and continuing, "I don't know what this thing is." "Precisely because, I don't know, I feel that it might be very valuable. You need to take a look, Senior." He frowned, thinking, "Another strand of immortal soul. How interesting." Seeing that Hanju still didn't reply, Tu Lingxer lowered her head even further. She nervously fidgeted with her hands and asked, "So Senior, can I..." But before she could finish speaking, he suddenly moved his face close to hers, startling her. Facing Lingxer's flustered gaze, Hanju coldly thought, "She's been consistently wanting to be my disciple for many years. That counts for remembering her original intention." He glanced at Lingxer, whose face was red and eyes were tightly closed, and continued to ponder. Before, this girl was so indifferent to the heavenly immortal manner. If I accept her as a disciple... Halfway through his thoughts, he quickly dismissed the idea. Forget it. Just this perseverance has passed the test. Smeng Pu gave a gift. Just treat it as family. Seeming to have made up his mind, he spoke up. "Starting from today, Tu Lingxer, you are my, Hanju's, fourth disciple." Upon hearing this, she stared at him in a daze. Yang Tiandong, buried underground, widened his eyes and said loudly, "We have a junior sister now!" Murong Qi was equally surprised. Xun Cheng'an stammered in amazement. Shifu personally accepted a disciple. That Tu Lingxer's aptitude must be unparalleled. After accepting the disciple,
Hanju turned to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Xun Chang'an, leave the matter of welcoming the new disciple to you. Receiving his Shifu's trust, he respectfully bowed and replied, yes. Returning to his cave, Hanju walked along while lost in thought. What exactly is Mengpo thinking? Could it be that she wants to pull me onto her witchcraft chariot? Owen. Unable to figure out the answer, he fell into a dead end. Hanju could only stand silently, pondering something. A few minutes ago, Tu Lingfei, overjoyed and crying, hugged Hanju's leg tightly and shouted, "Can I not be your disciple? As long as I'm not a disciple, even if I'm a maid, it's fine. I want to be like a dumpling, protecting this mountain, protecting you." He was clung to and desperately tried to escape, but the girl refused to let go. Tu Lingfei seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, as she made a vow with a clenched fist, "Shifu, I will not give up." Seeming to have thought of a possibility, Hanju's face turned long, and he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Damn it, is she thirsting for my body?" He quickly shook his head, banishing that bizarre thought from his mind. No way. I absolutely can't let these big shots lead me around by the nose. Gotta treat Tu Lingfei coldly from now on. Just then, the box he was holding suddenly moved. Hanju was startled, narrowing his eyes at the gift box, thinking to himself, there's a living thing in this. Seeing this, the peach seed fell silent, unable to utter a word. Hanju looked at the peach seed in his hand, recalling what Tu Lingfei had said. I'm not sure what it is, but it feels very valuable. You should ask the old geezer to take a look. He observed carefully, then wondered in confusion, no matter how I look at it, it's just a peach seed. And it's not emitting any spiritual energy. If it's not detectable below the Great Ascension stage, that means it's at least a loose immortal. Hanju frowned, calculating in his head. This immortal soul is very weak, but that doesn't mean it's not a threat. It's probably a hidden danger. I'll go inside and take a look first. Thinking this, he used a technique to connect his consciousness deep inside the peach seed. After a while, a wisp of his divine sense entered inside. Hanju looked around, thinking to himself, it's pitch black all around, no light source in sight. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. You! He jumped in fright. Turning his head, he saw a golden dragon with a fierce gaze slowly flying closer, its voice deep and rumbling. Who are you? Hanju looked up at it, calmly replying, I should be the one asking you that question. Seems like your background is definitely not small. The dragon slowly answered, I am a true dragon from the upper realm. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise. A true dragon? It began to recount. Thousands of years ago, when this mortal realm was still in its primordial chaos, I descended to travel, wanting to find opportunities and the most talented people to lead the land. For hundreds of years, there were many talented people who directly opposed the mandate of heaven. Back then, I didn't have to worry about food and clothing every day. Who knew I would be ambushed, my body destroyed and Datio extinguished? Fortunately, a wisp of my scattered soul escaped into this peach seed, barely clinging to life. The true dragon said gratefully, Young man, if you save me, I will definitely repay you. Hanju pondered. The true dragon clan is in the upper realm. If I save him, it'll be like having an escape route after I ascend to the upper realm. Thinking this, he asked doubtfully, So how do I save you? A sharp glint flashed in the true dragon's eyes, as it said in a deep voice, Do you see that incense burner? Use the form of burning incense to transmit spiritual power. As soon as it finished speaking, an old, dilapidated incense burner quickly appeared behind him. The dragon continued, Every day, use your powers to nourish my soul. Persist, and you can save me. Hearing this, Hanju lit an incense stick for it. The true dragon said gratefully, Many thanks. The scent began to spread throughout the space, enveloping the true dragon. It said with a satisfied tone, That's right, that's the scent, the real deal. Hanju wondered suspiciously. Why isn't the favorability showing up? Could it be that I haven't transmitted enough?
He then took out a treasure called the Super Smoke, generating incense sprayer from the Bone Forger. Hanju thought, I'll switch to this, to transmit a lot more.
Thinking this, he casually tossed the incense stick to the ground, to replace it with the other treasure. Seeing this, the true dragon roared furiously. Why did you stop? Hanju trembled as he replied. Wait a sec, will ya? Suddenly, the system chimed in with a notification. The nether yellow dragon harbors hatred towards you. Current hatred level, 2 stars. He was confused and asked, Huh? Hatred level? The system then displayed the nether yellow dragon's background, originated from the true dragon race. Crafty and petty. Once slaughtered countless living beings. Offended Scarlet Cloud Immortal and was killed by him due to dissatisfaction with you interrupting the nurturing of his remnant soul. He now harbors hatred towards you. Current hatred level, 2 stars, the angry dragon roared. What are you spacing out for? Quickly give me your immortal energy. Hanju was utterly disappointed. He thought to himself, Great, just great. I finally managed to get some upper realm backing, and I get stuck with this ungrateful wretch who slaughters innocents. This guy can't be allowed to live. Anyway, he's already been killed by Scarlet Cloud Immortal once. Even if I kill him, the true dragon race probably won't come looking for me, he said coldly. You want immortal energy? Huh, I'll give you plenty. The nether yellow dragon happily replied, HMPH. That's more like it, Hanju asked bluntly. You've already died once anyway. You wouldn't mind dying again, would you? He slowly returned to his original demeanor and said in a deep voice, Anyone whose ambition is too big will inevitably suffer such a miserable end. Finishing his sentence, he used the maximum speed to attack the nether yellow dragon with powerful force, and said fiercely, Am I right? In the dark space, a flash of light suddenly appeared, and it had great power. Hanju poured his spiritual power into the palm of his hand, and decisively gave the dragon a 6-path soul-devouring palm, causing it to scream in agony. At the same time, the sun was shining brightly on the clouds in the sky. A huge lobster was flying at a dizzying speed in the air. Suddenly, someone seemed to sense an odd aura, and grunted softly. Scarlet Cloud Immortal, who was standing on the lobster's back, asked quietly, The yellow dragon's remnant soul is gone. He began to calculate using his fingers. He smiled proudly and said, So it's there. How interesting. Scarlet Cloud Immortal quickly ordered his mount to head towards 12 o'clock. It braked hard and replied, Okay, inside the cave at this moment. Hanju was sitting alone, lost in thought. No wonder body snatching is so prevalent. He looked at the nether yellow dragon, which had shrunk in his hand, and thought, The soul power in this dragon soul is equivalent to several hundred years of my hard cultivation. It's just a pity that relying on external power will always be dangerous. However, Hanju remembered the firm gaze of the 3-headed dragon and pondered, If Dumplinghead behaves well, I might let him stay outside the mountain. At this moment, a strange force was rushing towards him. It headed straight for the cave where Hanju was sitting. He suddenly sensed something and looked up in surprise. Such a strong divine sense. The surroundings suddenly turned dark, empty. Hanju looked around warily, thinking, To be able to pull me into an illusion so silently, this person's strength is probably even greater than Meng Po's. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Was it you who killed the yellow dragon's remnant soul? Hanju looked at the person in front of him and asked, doubtfully, Why is it him? Scarlet Cloud Immortal slowly said, Seeing your reaction, I'm suddenly not afraid anymore. Do you know me? He cupped his hands and bowed respectfully, saying, No. This junior just feels that if senior really wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have deliberately pulled me into this illusion and waited for me to slowly mobilize my immortal power. Hanju continued calmly, I don't know what brings senior here today. This junior will say everything I know, Scarlet Cloud Immortal said kindly. As expected of someone who dares to offend a heavenly general. Not panicking in the face of danger, you do have some courage. I won't beat around the bush. I'm here today with a question for you. He replied softly. Please speak, senior. He went straight to the point. You're already a loose immortal. Why haven't you ascended yet? Hanju began to sweat profusely and stuttered. This? Scarlet Cloud Immortal asked tentatively. Do you have some unspeakable difficulty? He stammered. I wouldn't dare to hide it. This junior has offended Vermilion Bird and accidentally killed someone from the Heavenly General's camp. I'm afraid they'll ambush me. Scarlet Cloud Immortal conjured a blue orb and said softly, How about this? If you're willing to join the Heavenly Court as a heavenly soldier, I can mobilize the power of the Heavenly Dao to exempt you from the lightning tribulation and quietly bring you to the upper realm. Finishing speaking, he took out a Heavenly Dao order tablet. Scarlet Cloud Immortal said calmly, As for the Vermilion Bird and the Heavenly General you offended, with me protecting you in the Heavenly Court, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Hanju gritted his teeth and pondered. Making me a heavenly soldier? Sun Wukong would throw a fit and shout, I've said it 1,000,000 times! My flower fruit mountain doesn't take any. Break it down and move it away. The heavenly soldiers, hearing this, trembled and explained. It's written like that in the contract. We're just doing our jobs. Monkey King, go easy. It ain't easy making a living out here. Just don't hit us in the face, okay? As soon as they finished speaking, they were hit by a palm of Sun Wukong's storm fist, sending hundreds of them flying. Hanju immediately ended the scene he was imagining. He thought in fear. Being a heavenly soldier is out. No way. Being a heavenly soldier means fighting everywhere, risking your life. Gotta find an excuse to wriggle out of it. He asked quietly, I heard Senior mention mobilizing the power of the Heavenly Dao. May I ask what Senior's position is? Qin Yun Xian calmly replied. This old man controls the Heavenly Dao of your mortal realm. You could say I'm a frontier garrison ambassador of the Heavenly Court, Hanju thought. Frontier garrison ambassador? So, a government official? He suddenly asked excitedly. Senior, I heard the Heavenly Court wants to deal with the mortal world. Is this true? As soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly contorted. Qi Yunxian used some kind of spell, making him thin and crooked, then asked sternly, Who told you that? Hanju panicked, thinking, Oops, I forgot I haven't joined a side yet. Shouldn't know these secrets. He hurriedly explained. This junior once knew a powerful figure in the Sword Dao Long River, he told me. Qi Yunxian asked suspiciously. Sword Dao Long River. He wondered to himself, could it be that figure exists at the end of the Long River? A figure appeared, flickering in and out of existence. Qi Yunxian thought to himself, if I can contact that figure through this kid, Sword Cultivator, the #1 talent of the heavenly world. A notification rang in Hanju's mind. Qi Yunxian's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability is 35 stars. He moved closer to Hanju and said in a flattering tone, I didn't expect you to be such a Sword Dao genius in the mortal realm. Your luck is indeed abundant. No wonder the demon race has been plotting and scheming. Hanju looked at the old man speechlessly. Then he thought to himself, turns out this old man really has some face, huh? Qi Yunxian said in a deep voice. Since that figure has already revealed it to you, I won't hide it anymore. The Heavenly Court has indeed put your mortal realm on the list of key assessment worlds. He put magic into the token, making it show a scene from the future, and continued softly. This world is very likely to be wiped out. At that time, all living beings will be destroyed, and the Heavenly Dao will cease to exist. I will also be transferred to another immortal palace. Qi Yunxian turned to look at him and asked sternly, You can be considered a genius who came out of my hands.
It would be a real shame to lose you in this calamity.
This old man is willing to help you, but it depends on whether you are willing to accept it.
Hanju thought for a moment and said, "Can I bring my disciples with me?"
He replied softly, "I'm afraid not. Bringing mortals to the heavenly court is against heavenly laws. Their cultivation is too weak, and their mortal bodies can't withstand the heavy pressure of immortal qi. Even if this old man risked bringing them to the upper realm, they would only die."
Qi Yunxian sighed softly and said in a bored tone, "The demon race has infiltrated too deeply. Plus, Yang Qiandong, as a heavenly general, has been writing petitions to lead troops recently. Although my immortal position is higher than his, in the eyes of the heavenly emperor, martial power outweighs civil power,"
he said in a deep voice. "I can't interfere in such a big matter as deploying troops at all." Hanju asked puzzledly, "There are still demon races in this mortal realm? Weren't all the true demons killed?" Qi Yunxian replied gently,
"It's not just the true demons who are the demon race. Most of the descendants of the demon race, even if they don't have demonic nature and only carry the blood of the demon race, are still regarded as the demon race by the upper realm."
He slowly continued, "I am the immortal official of the heavenly Dao. I can't personally take action against the living beings under my heavenly Dao, otherwise I will suffer a backlash from the heavenly Dao."
Speaking of this, the two of them suddenly fell silent,
and no one spoke. Hanju spoke to break the silence. "Then what if I take action? Will there be no need for heavenly soldiers to descend?" Qi Yunxian asked suspiciously. "Are you sure? As far as I know, you are acquainted with a descendant of the demon race. Are you willing to take action against her?" Hanju remembered Moju's adorable moments and thought deeply. "For longevity, do I really have to take action against her?" he reminded. "Don't think too much. How many can you kill by yourself? I'm afraid that before you can kill them all, the world will be in chaos. At that time, the turbulent karmic force will cover the heavenly Dalio, allowing the demon ancestor to find an opportunity and take over the nest. Then the only thing left to do is completely destroy this world, so there's no need to waste effort. In order not to let this mortal realm fall into the hands of the demon race, we can only let the heavenly soldiers and generals carry out the extermination." Qi Yunxian said sadly, "It's also my fault for frequently cultivating in seclusion and neglecting the management of the mortal realm, which allowed the demon race to take the opportunity to infiltrate." Hanju clenched his fist, his voice trembling as he said, "The demon race's successor is truly disgusting." Qi Yunxian said with a meaningful tone, "Actually, it's not entirely impossible to save the world. After all, there have been exceptions." He frantically asked, "What way?" The old man replied in a deep voice, "Kill all the heavenly soldiers and generals who come to attack." Hearing this, Hanju's eyes widened in shock. His jaw dropped as he grabbed the old man's sleeve, asking, "Aren't you afraid of the heavenly court's powerhouses?" Hearing these words, Qi Yunxian calmly said, "This is my Shihai's world. No one can hear the conversation between you and me." He tapped his fingers and continued, "Although the heavenly court is where the celestial gods rule the myriad realms, it also has countless enemies." Qi Yunxian speculated, "If you kill all the heavenly soldiers and generals, proving your potential, perhaps the heavenly court will try to recruit you." And Hanju asked in confusion, "Huh? I'm killing their people, and they'll still want to recruit me?" Suddenly, a series of mirrors appeared around them, reflecting fierce battles from thousands of years ago. The old man calmly said, "The struggles in the upper realm are much more brutal than you imagine. You should know that after the last tribulation, the divine palace and Buddhism rose up, seizing territory from the heavenly court and blocking a large number of talented individuals from ascending from the lower realms." Qi Yunxian recounted slowly, "Among these geniuses, there's a high possibility that there are existences capable of relying on their mortal bodies to cross boundaries and resist the celestial gods." He slowly said, "The heavenly court in order to avoid being completely suppressed by the divine palace in Buddhism, has always attached great importance to these geniuses, talents who can withstand 10,000 strong army. If you were the heavenly emperor, you'd be tempted too. It doesn't matter if you lose troops, because there are countless soldiers, but not many geniuses. Obtaining one person means obtaining the world, even the future. Qi Yunxian clicked his tongue and muttered, "It's a pity that after the great god general rebelled on his own, he soared to prominence in the myriad realms." He praised inwardly. In hundreds of thousands of years, the heavenly court has never seen such a genius. He poked Hanju's cheek, encouraging him cheerfully. If you can kill all the heavenly soldiers and generals in the lower realm, proving yourself to be a genius that appears only once in hundreds of thousands of years, this old man believes that the heavenly emperor will not only disregard your karma, but will even grant you the talisman box of a regional heavenly lord, allowing you to ascend to the heavens in one step, becoming one of the most prominent existences in the heavenly court. Hearing what he said, Hanju broke out in a cold sweat, remembering that great sacred equaling heaven, thinking to himself, "This sounds familiar, like something out of mythology," he thought to himself. But at least the great sage had powerful figures supporting him, while I'm all alone. If I really want to recreate the havoc in heaven, I'm afraid, Hanju thought worriedly, I've already become an immortal. Why is wanting to live forever becoming increasingly difficult? Seriously. Qi Yunxian suddenly interrupted his train of thought. By then, not only will you have the Scarlet Cloud Realm, but even this. Even if you ask the Heavenly Emperor to give you a few mortal realms to play with, it's not impossible. Hanju replied reluctantly. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. This matter is too dangerous. Hearing this, he was disappointed and said, You? Hanju asked in confusion. Why does Senior feel that I can accomplish such a grand feat? Qi Yunxian hesitated. That is, he started to say something, then stopped. Forget it, this is the only way. After all, no one has been able to accomplish this in hundreds of thousands of years. I won't force you. We've talked so much, have you thought about it now? With that, Qi Yunxian retracted the illusions around them. Hanju said blankly, Senior is talking about joining the heavenly court, but now is not the time. I still have things to do below. The old man said gently, I understand. There are many things to explain before ascending, but it seems unnecessary for you to do so, right? Qi Yunxian said in a deep voice. After all, the mortal realm is about to be destroyed. What's the point of explaining things to the dying? Hanju stubbornly asked. Is there really no other way? The old man said with a firm tone. Perhaps there are people who can survive in this mortal realm. But it definitely won't be your disciples and descendants. If you truly want to save them, you can only rebel against the immortal gods. Hanju was a little disappointed and softly asked, Then, does Senior know, when will the heavenly court deal with the mortal realm? Qi Yunxian said gently a short sentence. At the soonest several hundred years. At the latest less than 1,000 years. Cherish what you have. This old man will wait for you. With that, Hanju was also sent out of Qi Yunxian's Shihai world. He sat in the cave, deep in thought, without speaking. Hanju wondered, is this method real or fake? I don't even know yet. Do I really have to risk killing all the heavenly soldiers and generals? At the Sword Dao River. Right then, Hanju hurriedly asked, Hey bro, do you know about the great generals? You actually know about him? No way, how would that spread to the mortal realm? Hanju asked, puzzled. Is he super strong? Zhang Guoxing reluctantly replied. It's not a matter of strong or not. You probably couldn't even see his cultivation level, right? Hanju thought to himself. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Guoxing was a Taiyi Zhengxian. He looked up and said, With my current level, one slap from him would send me back home twice a month. That made Hanju think, no way, really? Is that so OP? Of course, you asking this means you want to walk the path of the Heavenly Court's great generals, right? Hanju's face paled at this question. How do you know? You're not the only one who's thought of this. Ever since they made an exception for the great generals, countless mortals have tried to save themselves this way over the past million years. Hanju was extremely surprised. Really? Does that actually work? Zhang Guixing continued. Sadly, only one great general succeeded. The other 100+ mortals all failed and became part of the river of time. That statement made Hanju quiet down and ponder. This heavenly emperor is seriously messed up, always bullying the weak. Many of the heavenly generals in the heavenly court were once enemies. But the heavenly emperor saw they had great talent, didn't bring up the past, and even promoted them. It's fine if you want to walk that path. If you can catch the heavenly emperor's eye, then Zhu Kui wouldn't dare do anything to you. Although the heavenly court is wary of the Zhu Kui clan, they value geniuses even more. Besides, the heavenly emperor once offended Buddhism for a great general, nearly causing a great battle in the immortal world. However, that path is super difficult, and you don't have much time left. Only that path can ensure a perfect outcome. I've never seen you prepare to risk your life. Is it for your disciples? So Hanju replied, Not entirely, but I'm not planning to risk my life. I'm just trying my best. If I really can't beat them, I can always run. Living in the underworld isn't so bad. If that really doesn't work, I can just run to some random world and live there temporarily, Zhang Guixing said. You say that, but if you actually succeed, then you'll have a bright future. Although the heavenly court has been having endless troubles lately, it's still the most powerful force in the upper realm. And after all, it represents the heavenly Dao. Hanju was disappointed. This time, heaven and earth are really dissatisfied, treating all living things like dogs. Most living beings in the mortal realm have never done anything wrong, yet they have to face the fate of being slaughtered. The heavenly soldiers and generals risk their lives for the heavenly court, but in terms of aptitude, they're all just ants. This makes it seem like the orthodox immortals are just mediocre, Zhang Guixing replied. The so-called immortals are just a lie. I wonder what those who worship immortals will think when they find out that immortals are just stronger people than them. Hey bro, I'm off. With that, Hanju disappeared from Quzheng. Zhang Guixing could only think, someone's leaked the great general thing to someone in the lower realm again. How daring. This is the mortal you've taken a liking to. Rare indeed. Your eye for talent has always been good. Zhang Guixing took the opportunity to ask, do you know his name? Judging by your attitude, he can't be too old. Maybe around 2000 years old. He's just turned 800. That age is considered a kid in the upper realm, so it's normal. He got angry when he heard that. Normal? Did you cultivate so much you fried your brain? Or have I been gone so long that the upper realm has regressed? He's not just any mortal. He looked blank and confused. He has the chi luck of an immortal emperor. If he's not a descendant of some immortal emperor, then he must have been valued by one. Get it? Zhang Guixing is finally catching on. Immortal Emperor, huh? Turns out he's worth looking forward to even more then. What are you looking forward to? You want him to replace you or something? Let's talk after he survives this tribulation. He's not qualified yet. True. But on another note, do you want to come back with me or not? This old geezer here came all this way, you gotta give me an answer. To which he replied, the divine palace's waters are too deep. I'm good here. Your main body's still recuperating in the divine palace. We haven't truly mistreated you, you know? How about you reconsider? No need to persuade me. This place is carefree. Piggy here comprehends the Sword Dao though, without needing to consider anything at all. If life could always be like this, I'd be content. And then Zhang Guixing started subtly shooing him away. Don't bother me while I'm fishing, thanks. While Hanju was in secluded cultivation, the Immortal Realm was in turmoil. After the Tuyet Dian catastrophe, the heavenly immortal manor's vitality was severely damaged, and the various great holy lands were eyeing its position, eager to rise up. Fortunately, Jixianshen was there to keep things in check, and for the time being, none of the great Holy Lands dared to make any strange moves.
Remnants of the demonic path, hearing that the heavenly immortal manor had been massacred by upper realm immortals, arrogantly gathered their forces and launched an attack.
Hey brothers, where'd you guys come from? Why do you look like that? We're from Dayan.
Dayan?
So late, even we need healing. We're in the same group, huh? You guys are pretty capable, being able to operate secretly under the eyes of the Yu-King Sacred Sect. Keep it down! Don't let the Yu-King Sacred Sect find out. Only a few of us brothers are left in all of Dayan.
What's there to be afraid of?
Once we defeat the Heavenly Immortal Manor, our next target will be the Yu-King Sacred Sect of Dayan. Demonic cultivators from the mortal realm were leaving their homes and heading to the Heavenly Immortal Manor. Talents and hidden cultivators from all over were showing themselves, vying for resources.
Zhu Ding Zhenren, hearing this news, went out to recruit guest elders, endless numbers of newly discovered people with spiritual roots and outstanding talent. Looking all over the cultivation world, the entire world, excluding the Heavenly Immortal Manor, was in utter misery. For the most part, things were no different than the peaceful days of the cultivation world before. It's been a few years through this storm, Elder Han. It feels like it's been a while since we sat together.
Han Zhu, now in the mid-stage of the reincarnation loose Immortal Realm, asked with concern, "Old sect leader, you've gotten so thin." He could only reply, "My lifespan can't hold out for many more years." Han Zhu gently asked, "Are you using those heaven and earth treasures that can increase lifespan on time?" "I am. The cultivation method I practice is special. Heaven and earth treasures that the sect can obtain have long been ineffective for me. You're not secretly hiding those treasures, preparing to leave them for my master, are you? You little rascal? Heh. Xing Hongzhuan has you helping her. She doesn't need me to worry about her. I heard that the demonic path has all gone to the Heavenly Immortal Manor to fight, so I'm planning to travel for a few years. Maybe I'll have a chance to break through. I've come to say goodbye today." Even though Xishuan has become a transformation god, no amount of effort can compete with limited aptitude. The upcoming Great Tribulation is probably an unchangeable fate. It's truly moving, this cave dwelling. I remember that back then, I went against everyone's opinion to make it for you. Looking back, it's like it just happened yesterday. Luckily, there's you, old sect leader. There's no better place to cultivate than this. I, Han, will never forget this kindness, and will repay it. This is truly worthwhile. However, I'm very likely to end up like my master, going out and never returning. If I really can't come back, don't be too sad. I've lived too much in this life, and I have no regrets." Han Zhu's heart ached upon hearing those words. "Old sect leader, is there anything you haven't accomplished? Before you ascend, protect the Yu-King Sacred Sect, and protect my junior sister, Xishuan. Among so many heavenly geniuses, only she is the one who makes me uneasy. This time, it's a promise between you and me. I believe you'll do better. Right?" Hearing those words, Han Zhu didn't know what to say, and could only nod in agreement. "Rest assured, I'll take good care of her. I'm counting on you for everything. Thank you for these years. In this life, I've had the fame, fortune, and power that most people desire. Even if I can't return this time, it's still considered that I have no regrets." "You don't need to be too sad." He Yunji said regretfully, "Master, from now on, will we not need to run anymore?" "That's not certain," Han Zhu affirmed. He Yunji thought to himself that the master always shouted about running away, but ever since he remembered things, he had always been in this place. Han Zhu said, "Let's go. If you don't want to follow in the footsteps of the old sect leader, then quickly return to cultivation. Old headmaster, if we can meet again in the next life, I'll definitely give you a great opportunity." Memories flooding back. I am Lin Xingzi, the first senior brother of the Jade Pure sect. My talent wasn't exactly heaven-defying, but I purely relied on hard work to reach the peak of the Golden Core realm. This is my master, the second generation headmaster of the Jade Pure sect, the Supreme Elder, Later on, my second junior brother Guan Yugang and third junior brother Li Qianlong followed along.
There was also a junior sister Yi Wei in our sect named Shi Xuan. Even at the Golden Core realm, the Supreme Elder still ordered us to spoil her rotten.
He focused all the resources to spoil her for me. All the disciples of the Jade Pure sect had feelings for her, and of course, I was no exception. But I always kept it hidden, never saying a word. Secretly liking someone is so damn painful. In the end, you might not even be able to be friends. A lot of the time, clearly expressing your feelings could let you know the result. But I hesitated and didn't dare to act, afraid that our relationship as fellow disciples would become awkward. My master saw through my hang-up, generously helped. The Supreme Elder even brought out a book. This is the Jade Pure sect's strongest book. Except for the sect leader, no one can learn it. Sound tempting, right? Little Qingzi awkwardly said at the time. That? I'll refuse, of course. Master, don't you want a grandkid? What are you saying? If you don't pass it on, it'll be lost forever. Old 2 doesn't have anything to pass on either. Back then, the Jade Pure sect didn't even have 18 peaks. Its scale was smaller than other local sects, but it was much more resilient. After all, we had an ancestor who opened up the path, 9 cauldrons Zhenren guarding it. He was a transformation realm powerhouse who single-handedly beat Huang Zuntian of the Medicine Saint sect, making him depressed and withdrawn. But after the old man went out adventuring, looking for opportunities, the Jade Pure sect immediately fell into a passive position. Enemies would often come knocking, causing trouble. Li Qingzi, standing to the side, asked, Master, this is the 4th time we've won. Let's just run over to the Heavenly Illumination sect next door. Without a transformation realm powerhouse guarding the sect, relying on just some nascent soul elders isn't enough for the Jade Pure sect to stand firm in Great Yan. Building up the Jade Pure sect's talent pool is extremely urgent. We have to quickly nurture more talented junior disciples to ensure the sect's peace and prosperity, and to make it flourish. If a peerless genius can appear among them to suppress all opposition and threaten Great Yan, then we'll have a successor headmaster.
Back then, I wasn't really interested in these words. Knowing that my talent wasn't considered exceptional, I didn't plan on taking over my master's position. Speaking of fighting prowess, I wasn't as good as Guan Yougang. When it comes to plotting and scheming, I couldn't compare to Li Qianlong. I'll just let them fight for the headmaster position.
I just wanted to cultivate until I reached the nascent soul or transformation realm and support the Jade Pure sect alongside my master. But fate can be such a troll. A shout came from inside. What? Master went out to gather herbs and was captured by the Heavenly Illumination sect? Really? Bagash Shizi Yisheng ran over to report. Damn it! It had to be at this time. Master and the elders are all out recruiting new disciples and won't be back for half a year. The Heavenly Illumination sect is really lawless. I'll risk my life to rescue junior sister, Guan Yugang calmly said. The Heavenly Illumination sect has 2 nascent soul experts guarding it and a bunch of golden core cultivators. Going there would be suicide. So what are we supposed to do? Bash our heads against a wall? Even if we wait for the headmaster and elders to return, I'm afraid junior sister will.
Where's senior brother? Where is he?
At the scripture pavilion, Li Qingzi was pondering deeply at this moment. Clearly, it's a trap. The Jade Pure sect has a sect protecting Grand Formation. The 2 wild nascent souls of the Heavenly Illumination sect can't do anything to us. If we actively attack, we'll fall into their plan. In contrast, it will become a breakthrough point. This is the best opportunity for the Heavenly Illumination sect to plan a sneak attack. All that's missing is for us to attack. The best approach right now is to suppress the excessive actions of the junior brothers and wait for Master's group to return. Then, we can completely exterminate the Heavenly Illumination sect. But if we do that, the time will drag on for even longer, which will be even more disadvantageous to junior sister. And there's even the possibility that she could lose her life at any moment. Even though I've rejected Master so many times, I remember the contents of that book very clearly. My cultivation has almost reached the point where water flows to form a river, only one step away. But once I do that, I won't have any descendants in this life. Should I cower in fear and protect the Jade Pure sect? Or sacrifice myself to save junior sister? One wrong move, and the whole game is lost. With the right and wrong clearly in front of me, I cannot have it all. As the senior brother of the Jade Pure sect, the priority should be first and foremost. An incense stick's worth of time has already passed. The feeling of being punished by master to squat and practice martial arts must be uncomfortable. Right. Alright, senior brother, don't hold on any longer. Eat first and rest for a while. I brought you food.
Sichuan was soaked all over. She raised her face, her expression extremely pitiful.
Senior brother, is there a way to have it all, not failing master's orders, not failing her, I can't believe my eyes anymore? Is this really all done by senior brother alone? No wonder he told us to stay and protect the sect. Don't go out.
Senior brother, don't blame us. We were worried about you, newly mobilized elite disciples to come over here to support you. Goodbye to things on junior sister's side. Spending my whole life practicing the Heavenly Gang Golden Body, my cultivation rose to the nascent soul realm. Master was right. It's indeed the strongest technique of the Jade Pure sect. Single-handedly bulldozing through, continuously killing 2 nascent souls of the Heavenly Illumination sect, using blood to wash the Heavenly Illumination sect, from then on being unable to recover the territory that had been merged with the Jade Pure sect. My reputation rose once again. I lost my capital as a man, but I won people's hearts and life. The Supreme Elder spoke. Now I announce, Li Qingzi will become the next headmaster of the Jade Pure sect. Everyone's cheers were unparalleled. Finally, that day arrived. The Supreme Elder summoned Li Qingzi. Forget it. This old man will fight for another 100 years. Knowing that being with junior sister is impossible. As his close friend, I've started worrying about the lifelong event of junior sister's fate. Those who pursue her have trampled the threshold into pieces. She didn't take a fancy to anyone, until a major incident happened. That time, after the master retired, I became the new head teacher. Wariti, Guan Yugang, and Li Qianlong fought over junior sister. The master intervened to mediate, but was ambushed by Li Qianlong and seriously injured. Ashamed, Guan Yugang left, declaring he wouldn't return until he reached the nascent soul realm. Li Qianlong escaped after being imprisoned, and the sect fell apart, which made me realize what beauty brings disaster meant. If you hadn't come here, the 3 senior brothers wouldn't have become like this. It's our fault as senior brothers, don't take it to heart. Senior brother, do you know why I didn't choose any of those pursuers? Why? It's because of you. None of the pursuers over the years could be like you, knowing you'd never return, yet fearlessly disregarding yourself. From the moment you stormed into the Heavenly Illumination sect, I understood your heart. From that moment, you became my real senior brother, Hai Shuan's husband. I can't be a senior brother, and no one can replace you. If no one can live with you, then Haini Shuan is willing to remain unmarried for life, protecting the sect by your side. Quiet companionship is the warmest companionship. Li Qingzi was deeply moved. Forget it, I respect your choice. I won't rush you anymore. If one day, junior sister meets someone better than me, then please don't hesitate. My only wish is for you to be happy. Back to reality. Old Lai, you're not young anymore. Have you decided on a candidate for the next head teacher? To be honest, building a talent team in the intersect hasn't been smooth. The annual intersect competition filters out many people, but few reach the level of genius. The best performer is probably Mo Fukuo of Thunder Peak, but his background might not be enough to handle the responsibility. It's tough. The Jade Purity sect isn't considered a top power in Great Yan, and its background is limited. If we had 500 years and a team of unparalleled geniuses, the next head teacher would definitely be secure. How could that be? Geniuses are rarer than talents, and you know the saying, a small temple can't hold a big Buddha, right? Besides, even if they did come,
Would they look at a second-rate sect like us? True, I'm just thinking. There are also reports that the 10,000 demons side hasn't been peaceful lately. Alright, Olai, have you heard about someone on Thunder Peak cultivating from the first level of chi refinement to the 9th in 1 year? How is that possible? Isn't that just a rumor? Mofukiwai said it, and he saw it with his own eyes. My heart suddenly stirred, a secret intuition. Perhaps he's the one we need. Many years later, I realized that my intuition was right that time. In the 10,000 demons realm, not only for the future of the Jade Purity sect, that day was extremely lucky. It was the beginning. From the dreams of the following days, immersed in bitter cultivation, unable to escape, just say it. There was indeed some fighting, but at critical moments, nascent soul could be trusted, slaying nascent divinity, destroying the eternal sage sect, repelling the allied forces of other sects, establishing diplomatic relations with the demon race, 9 dragons' allegiance to Jade Purity. Even the scattered immortal threat from the upper realm fell before the Jade Purity Saint sect. Honestly, I should kowtow to him. Heaven knows how many times I've been wiped out. The person who influenced me the most in this life might not be you, but I feel you're the one I should thank the most. I can rest assured, leaving the future of the Jade Purity Saint sect to you. Farewell, children. I'll never forget the happy times at Bitter Cultivation Immortal Mountain. Farewell. I'll send your regards to my master and to junior sister. Farewell. 4 years later, Li Qingzi's fellow Taoist reached his lifespan limit. His soul departed, entering reincarnation. 23 years later, a blue sky with white clouds and distant mountains, a green meadow with 2 white rabbits. The rabbit in front seemed surprised or wary of something. Suddenly, a huge black vortex tore through the peaceful blue sky, startling the white rabbits. In an ancient city with many multi-story tiled, roof buildings, people screamed, The sky is cracking, what is that?" It seems the vortex from earlier came to the populated area. A huge crack appeared in the sky, causing panic among the people. They shouted, "Quick, quick, find the head teacher!" Someone exclaimed in terror, "I can't see the end of this crack." At this moment, Zhu Ding and others also saw the strange phenomenon. Someone with him exclaimed, "What the hell? Is the demonic path attacking? Everyone be careful." Another retorted, "That's not right. There's no demonic or demonic energy." Zhu Ding also felt strange and sighed, "Very evil." At Bitter Cultivation Immortal Mountain, a subordinate shouted, "Master, something big happened." That loud shouting? That's coming from Han Zhu's disciples. Our main dude, Tiandi Kaod, Shun Changhuan, He Yu Ji, and Yang Tiandong are all yelling, "Master, what the heck is going on with this celestial phenomenon? Is some kind of disaster about to hit us?" Han Zhu, who's already hit that insane reincarnation loose Immortal Realm, is standing with his arms crossed on the mountain peak behind them, thinking, "Man, you scared me there for a second. I thought the heavenly court was coming for me or something." Oh, it's just him. He pulls up his magical notification panel, and there it is, the latest gossip. Your buddy Mo Fuki is under attack by righteous cultivators. Times 1993. Your buddy Zhu Fan joined the 5 Immortals Mountain, became a disciple of a land immortal god, and his luck's gone through the roof. Your buddy Huang Jihao is being attacked by demon cultivators. Times 84,337. Your buddy Huang Jihao is critically injured and on the brink of death, but luckily got saved by some big shot. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has left the mortal realm. Your grand disciple Murong Qi has awakened his past life divine power. Cultivation skyrocketing. Your buddy Ji Xianshen has mastered the azure lightning sacred body, tearing the sky apart, making heaven and earth tremble, and ghosts and gods wail. From the notifications, Hanju knows what caused the celestial phenomenon. He speaks up. It's nothing big, just some new development at the heavenly immortal manor. He Yuji asks anxiously, "Master, you serious? We don't need to run away, do we?" Hearing that, Hanju scolds, Run my ass! The three-headed flood dragon immediately starts roasting his buddy, saying, Fatty G's too heavy. We can't carry you if we really have to run. Du Ling Wei, hearing the name Heavenly Immortal Manor, wonders, Ji Xianshen? Without hesitation, this female disciple raises her hand and says to Han Ju, surprising everyone, Master, can I go back to the Heavenly Immortal Manor and see what's up? I promise I'll be back soon. Han Ju turns to ask Du Ling Wei. Before Han Ju can even answer, the other disciples start intimidating Du Ling Diner. Tiandi Kao's voice rings in her ears. Going back to the Heavenly Immortal Manor now? You thinking of ditching us, huh? Perfect timing, Chicken Bro's missing some bait. Tian Gao chimes in, HMPH, if it weren't for the fact that this saint can't beat you, Zhao Wang adds. Leave it to this king, Yang Tiandong, looking fierce, says, I can tell you're lying just by looking at you, Chang Jian concludes. Dare to betray master. Senior Marshal Ant, if you dare to step out of the mountain gate, don't blame this disciple for showing you no mercy. Du Ling Wei is threatened to the point of tears, desperately denying it. I didn't. Suddenly, Han Ju speaks up. Alright, go on. The other disciples are stunned, huh? Just let her go like that, Du Ling Wei asks. Master? Han Ju raises his head high, looks down at his disciples with an air of tolerance and generosity, and says, Things are still relatively peaceful for now. It's fine to go out more. Say hi to Ji Xianshen for me. He acts all magnanimous on the surface, but in his head he's thinking, if she really runs off, Madame Meng won't blame me. But Du Ling Wei will never know what he's really thinking. She thinks her master cares about her, her face turning red, and says shyly to Han Ju, Don't worry, master. I'll definitely be back to be with you soon. Hearing that, Han Ju looks tired and says, Well, no need for that, Lingar, still lost in her own fantasies, thinks, Master must not want me to overexert myself. He's so gentle. Han Ju ignores what his disciples are doing. He turns his head to look up at the sky, his eyes serious, thinking to himself, I didn't expect old Ji to disturb the heavenly Dao rules. The upper realm must have some reaction as well. Not bad at all for the destiny of a protagonist from the same time as Fang Liang. Zhu Fan, Huang Jihao, Fang Liang, Murong Qi, and Ji Xianshen all have great opportunities. I'm really looking forward to seeing how far they can go in the future. Han Ju's thoughts brought him to Ji Xianshen. At this time, an image of Ji Xianshen with white hair, wearing a blue and white robe, was sitting cross-legged practicing, surrounded by white and blue lightning tearing through the sky. That was the azure lightning holy body. Han Ju continued to think to himself, he has surpassed all the heavenly immortals' mansions previous Tianjiao. There has never been one like him before. From the sky, a bundle of white and blue lightning converged behind Ji Xianshen. An eye appeared, signaling that it had opened its eyes. It was an eye with dark, blue-black irises, with black circles around the pupils, especially the two black circles placed side by side right in the middle of the eye. Han Ju thought again. Comprehending magical powers caused the heavenly rules to be locked down. When did a mortal world appear with such a Tianjiao? It's really powerful. I must win this person over. Han Ju was standing on one of the big pillars at Dongtianmen. A few months later, Yuqing Holy Sect welcomed an uninvited guest. There were people talking to each other. Julong Sect has been changed to Julong Church. That's right. It roughly takes several years to submit. Before changing, on principle, everyone in Yuqing Holy Sect calls you Yue, the head of the church, please. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Someone shouted, Look at the sky, everyone! Look who's coming! It was none other than Han Ju. As soon as he appeared, the people from Julong Church ran up, hugging Han Ju and crying miserably, Sect Master, I knew you would come back. For many years the first position has always been left vacant, because it was kept for you to lead us to smash the Bloodflame Heaven Gate, kill those fire-poking bastards, bully. What did you encounter in the past years, Sect Master? The great sacrificial priest can't speak anymore. The headmaster is here. We should call him the head of the church. Ask the sky to make it clear. The sky of Julong Church has become bright.
While those people were still noisy around Hanju, Juding stood behind looking on in silence. He thought helplessly, why is this guy the sect master? He's neglected the chief clerk for so long. Everyone is still stubborn with him. Even the position of the head of the church no one competes. Afraid of the succubus in the world, right? Looking at this appearance, it is clear that it is not Hanju. It took him a while to get used to this scene. He turned back and said to Jibiding, headmaster, about that. Jibiding's face darkened and he interrupted. All right, follow this old man. He was still thinking. This attraction, this loyalty, if it continues to develop, I am afraid that this old man's position as headmaster will not be able to keep. A chill ran through him. Juding took Hanju to a place where he could see the entire natural scenery, he said. This is the Ains North mountain range. This year there is a flying sword Julong competition. You must organize it well. Don't cause trouble like last time. Hanju replied loudly. Yes. Juding continued to lead Hanju to another meadow, he said. The main business of Julong Church is trading herbs. 70% of the military expenses in the sect come from Julong Church. Hanju replied decisively again, showing high determination. Yes, absolutely won't let Yu Cheng down. Then Juding led Hanju to a giant statue of a bear, on which was engraved the inscription, Bitter cultivation to become immortal, where the monks were kneeling at the foot of the statue to worship their teacher. Hanju asked, This is? Jiu Kuding knew what he was wondering, he replied. They are all people who came to worship their teacher. There is no need to pay attention to them. Suddenly someone came to inform. Elder Han, sect master of Julong sect, Wei Yuan has an urgent matter to see you. Please meet him at the door. Hearing this name, Hanju thought to himself, tired. Oh, why did Wei Yuan suddenly come to the door? Hanju's penguin disciple behind him blurted out, Holy shit, haven't seen you in hundreds of years. What a very elegant exclamation. Hanju just saw Wei Yuan and opened his mouth to greet him perfunctorily. Taoist Wei, how have you been these years? Wei Yuan, before Hanju, was an old man past his prime, weak and thin, his face revealing a gaunt look, completely different from his fierce demeanor before. This was Huang Zuntian, or his real name, Wei Zhuang. He trembled as he greeted Hanju, Han Sr. Then suddenly, he flattened himself on the ground, hugging Hanju's leg and wailing, You know, I just wanted to cultivate in peace. This scene left Hanju speechless. He asked Juding, sect master, What's up with him? Juding explained, Elder Han, today he came to our door saying he only became the sect master of the Nine Dragons sect because of your favor. Now things are stable in the Nine Dragons Hall, but the position of Hall Master has always been empty. The great Emperor C said he would wait for that person to return. Hanju, hearing this, replied, Is that so? He's quite loyal indeed. Fellow Taoist Wei, don't tell me you came back for this position? Hearing this, Wei Yuan burst into tears, snot and tears everywhere. Sitting in this position is too troublesome, he cried. If you're willing, I can go back to being your ox or horse anytime. It's too chaotic outside. I can't cultivate in peace. Wei Yuan was currently at the second level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. So Hanju said, If I remember correctly, last time you were only at the first level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. You've been gone for so many years. And you only increased by one level? Wei Yuan replied. Being able to keep my life is already lucky, let alone the quality of my cultivation. This time, I came here just hoping you can take me in. Hanju stroked his chin in thought. So, the decision to stay in the sect and cultivate instead of wandering outside back then was such a wise choice. He and this guy are birds of a feather. After so many years, I can see that this guy really just wants to cultivate. As Hanju pondered, watching his two disciples chatting with Wei Yuan, he thought, But if I directly take him up the mountain, it'll probably be endless trouble later on. No way. I can't agree to that.
At this moment, Yang Tiandong was excitedly asking Wei Yuan about his adventures, saying, "Benefactor, you're actually still alive." After thinking it over, Han Ju smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Wei is joking. You once saved my beloved pet and my disciples, so of course there's no problem with you wanting to cultivate on the mountain." Wei Yuan, hearing this, happily said,
"Thank you, senior," Han Ju continued. But
what?" Wei Yongyan was startled. "You can see for yourself that there are many disciples who want to cultivate on my mountain, although there's a debt of gratitude between you and me." Han Ju continued, "But in order to convince everyone, I hope fellow Taoist Wei can make some contributions to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect," he said with a serious expression.
Hearing this, Wei Yuan immediately assured him,
"Of course. As long as you're willing, senior, I'll do anything."
Hearing this, Han Ju patted Wei Yuan's shoulder reassuringly and said, "All right. The Nine Dragon Sect has been merged into the Jade Pure Sacred Sect for a long time. Now is the time when we need you. As a Hallmaster, you must contribute to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. I value you for this. When you become a senior respected by the disciples in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, I will allow you to move up here." Wei Yuan agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I'll follow your instructions, senior."
However, Han Ju had a little something else to say. He leaned close to Wei Yuan, his face unchanging, and threatened, "Listen here. Everyone's one of us. Don't even think about the position of Sectmaster anymore. I don't want to cultivate to the point of losing my home." Wei Yuan broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "Don't worry about that, senior. I really just want to cultivate diligently."
Saying this, Han Ju bid farewell to Zhu Ding and Wei Yuan, waving his hand and saying, "Sectmaster, I'll have to ask you to take care of fellow Taoist Wei in the future, too." Zhu Ding gave a thumbs up with full confidence and said, "It's nothing, Elder Han, just rest assured."
At this time, the heavenly earthgrass beside him asked, "Han Ju, Master, the spiritual chi on our mountain is getting denser and denser. In the future, it will inevitably attract more people to come here. If there are too many people, will it affect your cultivation?" Han Ju said. "We'll see how it goes." He thought to himself, "If I can lure more people with great luck in the future, that wouldn't be bad either. When that time comes, I won't need to personally guide them anymore. Asking the disciples to do it can still be considered a way. When I have many disciples and granddisciples, I'll send them to ascend to the upper realm. Once I build a good foundation, I'll leave the mountain and personally build a heaven-reaching connection." Scene change to Han Ju's disciples. This is the result of Fang Liang going out to train. The kid even caught a chubby dolphin that was mumbling fish and proudly said, "Look, 1 arrow, 2 birds." The other disciples, witnessing this scene, screamed in horror, "Let it go! Otherwise you'll be in jail for life. That's a dolphin." Time flies, and 30 years later, on a lush island under a clear blue sky and cool trees, a beautiful female beast was sitting on Feng Liang's shoulder, affectionately saying, "Liang, what are your plans next?" The female beast anxiously asked, "When are you going to go back and propose to my father?" It was unbelievable. The little kid Fang Liang from back then had now become huge, with shoulders as wide as 2 Pacific Oceans. "Enough for a girl to sit on," Fang Liang replied gruffly. "Wait a bit," the female beast wondered. "Are you troubled?" Suddenly, a notification from Han Ju appeared again, on which was written, "Your disciple was attacked by a demon beast, multiplied by 10. Your disciple, Dao Lingguer, was attacked by a demon king, seriously injured, and in a dangerous situation. Activate the power of the soul, Great Witch. Your grand disciple, Fang Liang, has returned to the human world. His luck has soared. Your good friend, Ji Shanshen, received a dream report from an immortal. His luck has soared. Your good friend, Zhu Fanan, comprehended ancient divine power. His Dao cultivation has soared.
Your good friend, Liu Bumi, was attacked by evil spirits,
seriously injured. Your grand disciple, Fang Liang, saved a demon race saintess who was transforming into a fish, and the demon race saintess offered herself to him, his cultivation sword. After reading the notification, Hanju, who was at the great perfection of the reincarnation loose Immortal Realm, meaning he was about to break through, stroked his chin and thought, others simply receive opportunities. Why does this kid Fang Liang get to eat and take at the same time? Then, he suddenly thought of the scene of Fang Liang being oppressed, cowering and trembling in fear, and screamed,
"A man offering himself, isn't that? Wait, who offered themselves to whom?"
Then came the image of a huge, strong female general with a fierce face, pointing at Fang Liang and saying, "Snow education is nonsense. Breaking bones is the best textbook." Thinking of that scene, Hanju's face suddenly became horrified and infinitely distraught. He immediately decided, "Liang, persevere. When your grandmaster breaks through to the Earth Immortal Realm, I'll come to protect you." It's so funny. While the master thinks his weak disciple is being bullied, at this moment, that disciple is actually the support for a female beast sitting on his shoulder, and both are watching the clear blue beach together. That beautiful female beast asked, "Liang, when are you going back to propose to my father?" Fang Liang replied, "Wait a little longer. I have to go back and ask my grandmaster. This matter needs his approval." The female beast asked, "Were you raised by your grandmaster?" Fang Liang replied, "Not really, but if it weren't for my grandmaster, there wouldn't be me today. And another thing, Master is really something, gone out for so long, and his romantic tribulation has revived. I don't know if he's going to find the grandmaster to settle it," Fang Liang said with a somber tone. Then the kid consoled his fiancée, "Don't worry, when my grandmaster agrees, I'll propose immediately." Hearing this, the female beast happily hugged Fang Liang. "Then what if he doesn't agree?" Fang Liang reassured his fiancée. "That won't happen. My grandmaster doesn't like to interfere in our private matters. I just feel I should tell him first. It's a matter of respect." "All right then, go back quickly, be careful." The female beast agreed. Then Fang Liang took a stance, gathered his strength, ready to set off. The kid said to the female beast, "See you next time." After saying that, Fang Liang swooshed, flying straight into the sky, his face still smiling, looking really funny. The female beast watched Fang Liang recede into the distance, turning into a small light dot in the far sky. At this moment, someone suddenly appeared from behind, a bare-chested man wearing a fur coat and a wolf hat. He was very large, and he said, "So this is the kid you fancy? His talent isn't bad, but he's still listening to his grandmaster at this age. Could his grandmaster be a grand ascension too?" The female beast replied calmly, "Isn't that a good thing? I fancy his loyalty and righteousness." The man reminded her, "Love between humans and demons is hard for the world to understand. What if his grandmaster objects?" The female beast turned around unhappily. "He won't. Liang won't abandon me. Do you know what true love is? It's a connection of souls, not physical satisfaction. What if we're of different races?" At this moment, Fang Liang was still on his way back to his grandmaster, when he suddenly thought, "Oh, I almost forgot. Now that I'm back home, I don't need to use the true man mode anymore. The normal mode is more comfortable. Oh my god, this is shocking." Fang Liang went from man Fang Liang back to kid Fang Liang. Even with long blonde hair and slender legs, does he look like a man about to get married? The female beast continued. "Besides, even if humans and demons can't marry, we still have the bitter love tree. At worst, we'll reincarnate and continue our destiny." The man seemed to be the female beast's father, and he said in surprise, "Oh, there's even a bitter love tree setting." Forget it. He finally decided to indulge his daughter. "Then we'll see." The female beast happily praised her father. My emperor father is the best."
2 years later, a dazzling purple circular stone appeared, with a sparkling 5-pointed star in the center, connected to other stars. This was the Heavenly Stone of Concealment. With the protection of the Heavenly Stone of Concealment, Hanju smoothly broke through to the land Immortal Realm. This is a brief summary of Hanju's strength. His current level is Initial Reincarnation Land Immortal Realm, including 3 sections: Attributes, Cultivation Techniques, and Relationships. Hanju's life is 8,735,612. Race: Immortal. Heavenly Immortal Fortune includes Peerless Immortal Talent. Peak Charm: Heavenly Mandate Swordsman Talent. Peak Sword Dao Comprehension. Unparalleled Body Technique. Peak Body Technique Talent. Descendant of the Immortal Emperor, after the Game of Life began, obtained a portion of Peerless Cultivation Techniques, a high-grade Spirit Stone. Lingen Talent includes 6 Dao Spirit Body, containing wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder peak spirit roots, plus certain fortune. Hanju is now the happiest he's ever been, he thought. 573 million years of life. Is this immortality? Hanju's magic power continued to increase, and his divine sense also strengthened. After entering the land Immortal Realm, all senses underwent a transformation. The world in his eyes became different. Hanju thought, "Is this the essence of heaven and earth?" His eyeballs felt a little sore. Could it be that forcefully peaking will cause backlash? This proves that my cultivation is still not enough to see. I can't be arrogant. Suddenly, something was trying to break into the land Immortal Realm from outside the space wall. Hanju saw it and thought, a grass and a ginseng want to come in? It was none other than Heavenly Dao Grass and Shun Chengwan. As soon as they entered, they saw their master sitting in cultivation, surrounded by a strong green light. They exclaimed in amazement, "Master, you broke through again." Shun Chengjan continued, "Master is becoming more and more unfathomable." Hanju temporarily stopped cultivating, turned around to see who it was, and asked in surprise, Changjan, you rarely come to see me. What brings you here today?" Hearing this, Chang'an began to fidget, rubbing his hands, stuttering, Master, I." Heavenly Dao Grass urged impatiently, "Oh, don't dilly-dally." Seeing that Shun Chenghan couldn't speak clearly, Heavenly Dao Grass said, "Master, Changjan wants to find the reincarnation of Lady Tianqie. He hasn't cultivated lately, just sitting under the Fusang tree like a lost soul." Hearing this, Hanju asked, "Her reincarnation? Why look for her? How? How to determine it?" Hearing his master's question, Shun Chengwan stammered, "It seems there's a saying in the mortal world, 70 years is a cycle of reincarnation, and now 5 or 6 cycles have passed. It should be about time. Maybe it's because our fate hasn't arrived yet, but my intuition is getting stronger. If the Jia Immortal follows the guidance, maybe we can find her." Heavenly Dao Grass sighed. "Do you really need to be so worried about a person like that?" Everyone didn't understand Shun Changchan's sudden choice. Only Hanju understood his transmigration. His eyes became uncharacteristically serious. He thought to himself, "The system introduced Sun Changchan like this back then. I thought with more bitter cultivation, it wouldn't be hard to forget love." Primordial spirit marks reincarnation. His past life was raised by the Buddhist sect, fell in love with a female demon because of a temporary fate. The Buddha was angry and banished him to the mortal world to experience 10,000 lifetimes of love tribulations. Only by completely forgetting love can he escape the suffering of reincarnation. He's now in his 39th lifetime. Is the curse of gods and Buddhas so terrifying? Even absolute love-flying swords can't stop it. Forget it. Constantly draining like this isn't a solution. We still need the one who tied the bell to untie it. So Hanju decided to let Shun Chengnan go. Go, Shun Chengnan. Hearing this, Shun Chengnan was overjoyed and quickly said, "Thank you, master." As he left the cave, Hanju said to Murongchi, "Chimere, go down the mountain with your master for a trip. Temper your Dao heart." Murongchi was confused, pointing at himself. Me going down the mountain with master? Shun Changjan was angry at his disciple, saying, "Qing Qir, don't you want to go with master?" Murongchi denied. "No, master, I just got back today. I need to rest. Can't you ask someone else?"
Of course, Shun Changzan didn't agree, poking his long nose at Murongchi's cheeks, saying, "You're not even willing to go with master on such a small matter? What, you're not acknowledging me as your master anymore?" Murongchi still denied. No, master, don't be angry. I just feel you don't have to cling to Qian Qir. There are so many women in the world. Can't you change to someone else?"
Shun Chang'an angrily shouted, pointing to the sky. "How dare you? How can you call Qianyir by her name? You should know that my love for Qianyir, your master's wife, is the most sincere, pure, and sacred thing. Nothing can stop us." Murongchi, hiding behind him, still mocked his teacher, except for her appearance.
The two long-nosed people bickered back and forth, one with 990,000 horsepower, the other with 970,000 horsepower. Hanju and Heavenly Dao Grass stood there, enjoying the show. Hanju sighed. What a good master-disciple relationship. Now there's someone to take care of him on the road. They watched from a distance. Yang Tiandong thought jealously. That ugly monk is so lucky. Not only does he have such a strong disciple as a companion, but he can also go down the mountain openly. If I had a powerful disciple like that, I wouldn't have to worry about becoming a demon king with unrivaled power. But then he quickly regained his spirit, clenching his fists and thinking, but it's just as well that he's going down the mountain. If Master wants to accept new disciples during this time, I can welcome my future disciples. Teacher is waiting for you.
Scene change. Somewhere else.
Far away on a hill, with a stream flowing under a clear blue sky,
Scattered villages,
and a passing horse carriage. A strangely dressed man, covered in talismans and large light blue prayer beads, with a rectangular gold necklace with special symbols around his neck. The man stopped to rest under a cool tree, thinking, the clouds in the sky are so white, so white. This world is so beautiful. Why bother cultivating?
After Xun Chang'an and Murongchi left with their luggage, Heavenly Dao Grass sadly said to Hanju, with the three of them gone, including Feng Liang, bitter cultivation Immortal Mountain has become much colder. Hanju comforted her without really comforting her.
It's normal. All good things must come to an end. Let's go back to cultivation. As Heavenly Dao Grass was about to leave, she was called, Little one, Xiao Wu, please stop. She turned around and asked, What is it, senior brother? It was Yang Tiandong who called her. He put on an overly confident expression and said, If you're free, please help me ask Master if he's accepting new disciples lately. Heavenly Dao Grass said, New disciples? She asked. Yang Tiandong, don't tell me you want to accept a disciple as your henchman and seize the territory of the demon race? Yang Tiandong denied. How could I? Don't talk nonsense. Heavenly Dao Grass wanted to tease her senior brother more. She said, You're lucky I didn't make you my adopted father. Hanju, who had been listening to the conversation in the cave, said to his disciple, Yang Tiandong, I only accept disciples with the best talent. Don't bring back a bunch of useless people. Yang Tiandong assured Hanju, Don't worry, Master. But his confidence was immediately shattered by Hanju's blunt words. You haven't even reached the void amalgamation realm after so many years of cultivation, and you want to accept disciples? Al, I think you need to be disciplined. Yang Tiandong endured the pain, trying to persuade his master. How could I, Master? Don't worry, I'll go cultivate right now. Hearing this, Hanju took the opportunity to chase him away. Then get out of here. Yang Tiandong softly said, Yes, sounding very sad. In the cave, Hanju said, Comparing Yang Tiandong to Heavenly Dao Grass, you'll probably become my weakest disciple. Look at Wu Dao's sword. She's only been transformed for a few years, and she's already reached the void amalgamation realm.
Heavenly Dao Grass was caught in the crossfire, but it was a happy crossfire. She eagerly begged Hanju, her eyes sparkling, "Master, please arrange a disciple for me sometime."
Hanju suddenly felt tired, thinking, "Are you kidding me? Is this contagious?" But he still agreed to his little disciple. "All right, do you want a male or female disciple?" Heavenly Dao Grass happily replied, "Of course, a female disciple. I'm used to seeing so many male disciples under your command. There are fewer female disciples lately, and with Ling Geier down the mountain, there's no one to talk to." Hanju scolded her lovingly. "All right, focus on your cultivation."
"What are you talking about?" Heavenly Dao Grass quickly denied. "It's not me. I didn't say I like seeing two master and disciple walking together under the blue sky. It feels so warm and peaceful." But in the end, Hanju refused, saying helplessly, "All right, we'll talk about this when you reach the Grand Ascension Realm." Heavenly Dao Grass's eyes welled up with tears.
Pleading with her master? Grand Ascension Realm? Will I be considered Grand Ascension if I cook poisonous food that kills Dumpling Head? Note that Heavenly Dao Grass is an extremely terrible cook. Finally, Hanju had to agree, sighing, all right, the next female disciple will be yours." Heavenly Dao Grass was delighted, smiling brightly. "Thank you, Master." Then she happily hugged her master's arm. "Me?" Hanju thought. "Why does she act like a little girl? Alas, Am I too soft-hearted? Is my Dao heart not as firm as before? When did my Dao heart become unstable?" Hanju suddenly remembered the tombstone with Liu Qingzi's name, and another name beside it, Tai Lao Gu. He guessed it was when head teacher Liu passed away. It seemed that Hanju couldn't find the answer. He pondered for a while, and finally, Hanju pulled out his books. Determined. "It's time to strengthen my Dao heart." Dude was flipping through books like crazy, bouncing from Zhu Kui Yang Zan to Dan Cheng Zhenren. Hanju's face suddenly turned super serious, decisive even, like he was telling those names, "All right, you guys can get in line." Time skip to 3 years later, and there's a bunch of fishing lines bobbing in the water. Oh, it's just Hanju's disciples trying to hook Heiyuji. Pissed that he hadn't caught anything, one of them grumbled, "If I can't catch a fish in this huge lake, whatever, but I refuse to believe I can't catch anything in a fish tank." Hundun Tiangao chimed in, "At worst we just scooped the whole thing clean." Turns out, what they thought was a huge lake was just a tiny fish tank you could buy at the store. And they still couldn't catch anything. The three Kent-headed Jiaolong cheered up his bros. "I bought these fish from the market yesterday and starved them for a day. Guarantee we'll catch something." Hidden behind the trees, a familiar figure was spying on them. It was Fang Liang, back from his travels. Watching his brother's fish, Fang Liang felt a pang of nostalgia. Thinking back to the first time he met his fiancée, the kid started reminiscing about how he and that little fox spirit first met. Flashback. Young Fang Liang was fishing when he hooked a seriously beautiful fish. It was blue, white with shimmering, soft and flowing fins and tail. The fish had 3 bloody gashes on its side. Fang Liang felt bad and said, "How did this fish get hurt? If I let you go like this, you'll probably die." He released the fish back into the water, used his powers to heal its wounds, and muttered, "Gotta heal you up first." Suddenly, bam! An explosion erupted in front of Fang Liang, totally startling him. A female beastkin emerged from the smoke and shouted at Fang Liang, "Stop healing her, quick! This place isn't safe anymore. They're hunting me. If you don't want to get involved, get out of here." The beastkin urged Fang Liang, who was still clueless. "What? Who is?" he asked. Before she could answer, a group of huge, ferocious demon beasts burst out of the forest, yelling, "We found the Holy Maiden. We knew she wouldn't swim too far. Don't underestimate our noses. You can't escape our claws." The beastkin gritted her teeth. Damn it, it's the eradicating squad from the Eater Demon Mountains.
Fang Liang only caught one phrase.
His eyes widened, and he muttered, "Holy Maiden!" The beastkin shoved Fang Liang hard, yelling, "Run! I've used up all my spiritual energy and can't move." "They're all Ronghe Realm experts. A golden core like you won't stand a chance." Then she bit her lip and whispered, "Father, Father, I'm going first." The demon beasts looked triumphant, thinking they'd won, and laughed, "Ha ha ha! Even if your father came, he couldn't save you. The demon race doesn't recognize your new cult. Heretics don't deserve a peaceful death. Before you go, we can take turns enjoying you." But before the demon beasts could finish their sentence, something terrified them. None other than our Fang Liang. After training outside, Fang Liang had developed the Coalescence Realm ability to change his body's size at will, depending on the situation. The demon beasts stammered when they saw this. "See, Coalescence Realm, no way, is this even human?" Without hesitation, Fang Liang threw a super-powered punch at the demon beasts. His face was still smiling, but his eyes flashed with killing intent, and he turned those demon beasts into ashes right in front of the beautiful beastkin, leaving her completely stunned. She froze, speechless, and then realized. So the Golden Core Realm was just a disguise? You can wipe out the roots, no one can compare? And just like that, they turned to ashes. Whoa! Terrifying, Fang Liang's punch tore through the forest, and a chunk of the mountain. He turned to the beastkin, looked down at her, and gestured to see if she was hurt. The beastkin knelt down and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. My father will definitely reward you handsomely." But Fang Liang was a good guy and didn't care about that stuff, so he declined. "It was nothing, don't mention it." Suddenly, the beastkin whispered, "Even if you're human, I guess it's okay." Fang Liang was confused. "Huh, what?" The beastkin continued, swaying her seductive body. "This little one doesn't know how to repay you, so I can only offer myself in return." Her face was filled with lust. Fang Liang finally understood, and his face turned beet red. He quickly said, Wait. But who can resist a beauty?" After a bit of romance, Fang Liang was left hugging himself, thinking sadly, "I lost my virginity. Back to reality." Hey Yunji suddenly yelled, "Holy crap, I got one!" causing Fang Liang to stop reminiscing and pay attention. Then it yanked the fishing rod hard, it pulled, and shouted, "Heave, hee-ho! I'm using every ounce of strength I've got, like this is my last time fishing." And finally, it caught a huge grouper. Seeing the fish, the white-faced penguin stiffened, saying to the dumpling head, "Have you ever bought a fish this big?" Zhao Long Ba Tao replied, "The most I've ever bought was a 20 jin one, and that was after it soaked up water and expanded." Cao Tianwang added from the side, "Getting it out of the fish tank is the real problem." Hun Dun Tiangu chimed in, "Plus, the fish market never sells grouper." Suddenly, Feng Liang appeared, cheerfully greeting. "Hello everyone!" Zhao Longbatu exclaimed upon seeing him. No wonder it was caught. Feng Liang's back. Yang Tiandong shouted, "Feng Liang, you finished your training so quickly?" Hearing that, Feng Liang awkwardly stammered, "No, I ran into some things and wanted to come back to ask Shizu for advice." "What is it?" Hun Dun Tiangao asked. Yang Tiandong said, "You could have just sent a carrier pigeon. Why go through the trouble of traveling all this way back?" Feng Liang replied, "How do I put this? I might be getting married." Hearing the words "getting married" left everyone speechless. Even Heiyuji had a question mark above its head. Scene change. After hearing Feng Liang explain his intentions, Han Zhu said, "So, that's what it is." Seeing that his Shizu's reaction was fairly positive, Feng Liang excitedly asked, "So Shizu, can I marry her?" Han Zhu calmly replied, "Having a dual cultivation Dao partner is naturally a great thing. If you truly like her, Shizu isn't some old fogey." Feng Liang was overjoyed. "Really?" But then, Han Zhu added, "However,
Fang Liang asked. However, what? Hanju told his disciple. You can't let love delay your cultivation. Your goal is to become an immortal, not to live a mundane life like a mortal. Especially since you have extraordinary talent, don't waste your time and potential. Consider these things carefully yourself. Keep a firm grip on the reins. Don't let love become your tribulation, Hanju warned his disciple with a stern face, his eyes carrying a hint of warning. Feng Liang sensed his Shinzu's thoughts, and strongly assured Hanju, disciple understands. After thoroughly instructing him, Hanju bid the boy farewell. Go, don't keep her waiting. After leaving his Shizu's cultivation cave, Feng Liang pondered for a long time. The boy wondered, why do I feel like Shizu is a little disappointed in me? He looked back at the cave entrance, musing. Is marrying and having children really the life I want? But Shizu has a Daoto partner too. Could it be because I found too few? Inside the cave, Hanju quietly gazed into the distance. He was thinking about Feng Liang, that silly kid. Those not of our clan are bound to have different intentions. Experiencing this tribulation will serve as a reminder for him. With that, Hanju decided to enter the state of attacking the heavenly immortal realm. While Hanju entered seclusion, the cultivation world was still bustling with activity, with heroes emerging one after another. A powerful, red-haired youth, swirling in a halo of strength, was still cultivating arduously. That was Jin Shanshen. Jin Shanshen had never failed. He showed an invincible win. Some great power sighed. A genius should be like Ji Shanshen. This saying led other geniuses to continuously emulate him. For a period of time, sects throughout the world began to have geniuses come to challenge them. Even the Yuqing sacred sect was like that. Fortunately, the Yuqing sacred sect did not lack people to deal with them. Time passed, and 7 years flashed by. This time, Ji Shanshen finally openly stepped through the main gate of the Yuqing sacred sect. He confidently pointed 2 fingers at the sky, his face revealing determination. I, Ji Shanshen, have cooked the abalone and stone soup. With a bang, 2 figures crashed to the ground. A carefree combination realm level 3 cultivator stood there, looking at them foaming at the mouth on the ground. Useless trash. Challenging other sects is one thing, but they always have to come to the Yuqing sacred sect. Suddenly, he caught a scent of something. Xiao Yao looked up at the sky. Why is such a powerful aura passing by? Is it an illusion? At this moment, someone indeed appeared in the sky. It was Ji Shanshen. He chuckled, looking down, as expected of the #1 genius in the celestial immortal prefecture in the past 50,000 years. My aura was clearly very well hidden, yet it was discovered by a combination realm cultivator like you. I haven't disgraced my celestial immortal prefecture. Jin Shanshen paused for a moment. It's just that I've wasted too much time. He turned around and zipped away. Well, being blessed with Guandaoyu's luck now, his future achievements probably won't be any worse than the elders in the palace. He shouted. Guandaoyu, come on out. You're over there cultivating to become an immortal. Ji Shanshen stood outside, hollering. This time it's not a fight, it's just catching up. I've got a lucky opportunity for you. Hanju's face instantly darkened. What opportunity? Ji Shanshen didn't expect this. Hanju's sudden appearance caught him totally off guard, almost making him crash right into the guy. Shaken, he thought. Just how strong is this dude now? I'm already at the 8th level of the Grand Ascension realm, and I've cultivated the thunder physique of the saints. How could I not even sense him getting close? Hanju asked coldly. Is he here for the abalone stone kui soup? Ji Shanshen nodded, then shook his head. Yes, no, not at all. Moments later, a steaming hot pot of abalone soup appeared. Ji Shanshen sat next to Hanju, watching him slurp the soup with satisfaction. He started talking. So it's like this. I had a dream where an immortal told me, a heavenly general from the upper world of the heavens is willing to take me in. When I ascend, I'll become a part of the heavenly court. Hanju kept silently drinking the soup, not saying a word. Ji Shanshen just stared at him, thinking,
React somehow, will you? Don't just drink soup. Is he pretending to be disinterested because he heard I'm connected to the upper realm? Is he secretly jealous and admiring me? Ji Xianshen perked up. He continued with a smile. Don't worry. You're pretty strong too. I can bring you along, then we can team up. And at the very least, we could be the two strongest generals in heaven. Before he could finish, Hanju cut him off. You know, you're basically being a dog for the heavenly court. Ji Xianshen's eyes widened. What? I'm trying to be nice and help you ascend? And you say that? What do you mean? Hanju turned to look at Ji Xianshen. Do you know that the heavenly court might purge the mortal realm? As a prodigy from the Tianxian palace, will you just watch your home be slaughtered? Ji Xianshen stammered, unable to speak. He hung his head slightly. He recalled a time before when an elder from the Tianxian palace came to him. Little Ji, your cultivation has reached the limit for ascension. Maybe you shouldn't stay in the mortal realm any longer, Ji Xianshen asked, confused. What does this mean, elder? The elder stepped outside. Only the purge of the mortal realm. We have so many seniors in the immortal world for Tianxian palace. Can it still affect us? His voice grew louder. Besides, haven't we already expressed our stance to the heavenly court? That elder pondered. How can the stance of our mortal world catch the eyes of immortals? The seniors who have undergone ascension have passed down immortal messages, all urging anyone among us who can ascend to do so quickly. He looked at Ji Xianshen. This time, the mortal realm can't avoid being dealt with. A heavenly general wants to take you as a subordinate. Hurry up and go. Consider it fulfilling the last wish of your ancestor. Ji Xianshen gritted his teeth. He said loudly to Hanjuge, What else can I do? I can't change the decision of the heavenly court. Rather than wait to die in the lower realm, it's better to ascend early and try to get a small official position before the heavenly court deals with us. When the heavenly general descends to destroy the world, they'll show some respect for a colleague, he continued. Maybe we can spare the people around us. Hanju smirked. If the heavenly court wants to destroy our human race, then we cultivators will overthrow the heavens. He lifted his head and stared straight into Ji Xianshen's eyes. If you don't even have that kind of backbone, how will the heavenly emperor look at you when you run off to the heavenly court? How will those immortals look at you, knowing that your homeland is being slaughtered and you don't even bat an eye? Ji Xianshen stammered, I. He clenched his fists. Ji Xianshen remembered. I once vowed to become the strongest immortal. That's where my name comes from. As a child, during the gift-choosing ceremony, people exclaimed happily, Look! Little Ji has picked up the radish knife. In the future, he will definitely become the Sword Emperor, the one who ends the world, bearing the long-held expectations of the Tianxian palace. Ji Xianshen questioned himself. Now, I've already bowed my head. What about later? Will I just keep bowing my head forever? He felt like he was falling into an abyss. Images of his comrades being killed flashed before his eyes, filling him with self-reproach. Even if everyone around me is killed, will I just remain a coward? Ji Xianshen wondered. Then what's the point of me cultivating immortality? Suddenly, a hand reached out. Hanju patted him on the shoulder. I cultivate for longevity, but what do you cultivate for? Think about it carefully, he continued. I've always had high hopes for you. Ji Xianshen turned his head, looking at Hanju's back. Can we really overthrow the heavenly court with just the two of us? He shook his head, unable to refute the piercing gaze of Hanju. But no matter how many come, we'll kill them all. We can show off our strength and make the heavenly court value us. Hanju looked up at the sky and continued. Give up clearing out the mortal realm. Ji Xianshen's eyes lit up, burning with determination. Why didn't I think of this before? No wonder Taoist Quan is stronger than me. What's the point of fighting people? Fighting the heavens is the true path. Just then, the system popped up again. A series of system notifications appeared before Hanju's eyes. Quo, Zhu Shi Tianwang has developed goodwill towards you. Current goodwill, 2 stars. Quo, Wen Kuo Xing has developed hatred towards you.
Current hatred, 3 stars. Juling Wushan has developed goodwill towards you.
Current goodwill, 1 star. Quote, Shenyan has developed hatred towards you.
Current hatred, 1 star.
Kan Feng Xianren has developed hatred towards you.
Current hatred, 2 stars.
Muodai Shenjiang has developed goodwill towards you.
Current goodwill, 1 star.
Wu Shenjun has developed goodwill towards you.
Current goodwill, 1 star.
Di Tai Bai has developed hatred towards you.
Current hatred, 1 star. Feng Yu Xiangguan has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 1 star. Ren Wo Xiao has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 1 star. Of notifications. Qi Lei Tianjun has developed goodwill towards you. Current goodwill, 1 star. After reading the barrage of notifications,
Hanju froze. What the heck is going on? Can the Immortal Realm spy on the Mortal Realm? Hanju was sweating bullets, staring at the notifications. Friends and enemies all over the sky. My friend list is exploding. What should I do? Panic flashed in his eyes, his pupils spinning. Should I chicken out? Or stick to the tough guy persona I worked so hard to build? If I chicken out, all my effort will be wasted.
Just then, Jin Qianshen swooped in from behind like a baby bird. Great, I'll join Taoist Quan in turning the world upside down, Hanju said casually. It's getting late. Go back and cultivate. Ji Xianshen opened his mouth wide and happily asked, Okay, what kind of soup do you want next time? Heads. Hanju weakly replied, Forget it. I don't want any more. Ji Xianshen paused, then sweetly said, Too greasy, huh? Then next time, I'll bring you bobo herbal tea. In the Immortal Realm, within the Lingxiao Palace,
Hanju's frozen face appeared on the ceiling. The immortals shouted, Your Majesty! On the throne, a white-haired man asked softly, Everyone, what do you think of the words that mortal said just now, my beloved subjects? He was the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Court. Hanju stood still, glancing at the system and asking, System, can my dojo's barrier block the prying of the immortals? The system replied, Yes, Hanju muttered. That's good. But I don't know if doing this will cause the Heavenly Court to send troops down to the mortal realm sooner.
In the Heavenly Court,
the Heavenly Emperor asked the immortals, What do you think of the words that mortal said just now, my beloved subjects? Below, someone stepped forward. The Heavenly Emperor asked doubtfully, Dan Qing Zhenren. Dan Qing Zhenren stood below, cupping his hands respectfully and replying, Your Majesty, such arrogant mortals damage the heavenly might. The Heavenly Court can send heavenly generals to eliminate him. The Heavenly Emperor listened and remained silent. Qi Yunxian stood below, trembling and sweating profusely. That brat Hanju, I can't believe he's playing so big. How am I supposed to protect you?
After Dan Qing Zhenren finished speaking, someone else stepped forward to speak. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Court is currently in need of people. If this person truly has talent, and this general feels that he can be recruited. Da Shenjiang bowed to the Heavenly Emperor. Although the rules of the Heavenly Court are strict, it must also show generosity in order to attract geniuses from all over to join. As soon as Da Shenjiang finished speaking, several dissatisfied immortals shouted, That demon saint hasn't been executed yet, and now even a mortal dares to bite the Heavenly Court. If we spare him, where will the Heavenly Court's dignity be?
Da Shenjiang asked in a deep voice. Which is more important, dignity or the future of the Heavenly Court? The immortals clamored under the general trend. What can a genius from the lower realm even do? That's right. There are so many geniuses in the myriad worlds. We certainly won't be short of him.
Da Shenjiang slowly said,
Buddhism, Divine Palace, Demon Court, and Taoism are all trying to win over the mortal realm, even the demon race. Are you going against the general trend by stubbornly eliminating the mortal realm?
Standing before hundreds of thousands of his subordinates, Grand General's voice echoed throughout the hall. They talk about following the grand trend, yet only engage in power struggles. When it comes to spirit, you aren't even on par with mortals. Though I've only known him for less than 3 minutes, anyone who dares kill this man will face me."
Grand General shouted. "You," the immortal god pointed at Grand General, trembling. "Is the heavenly court a place for immortals? Can everything be viewed from the perspective of power struggles?"
The two sides below the hall argued fiercely. Without eradicating the mortal realm, without eliminating demon saints, how can the heavenly court defeat the offensive of other forces? You literary immortals, why don't you go and exterminate the demon saints? A bunch of flies buzzing around you. If you're so good, go do it. Shut your mouths." Tai Bai Xingjun sighed, turning to look at the heavenly emperor, pointing towards the noisy crowd arguing below.
"Your Majesty, this matter..." The heavenly emperor tapped his finger lightly twice on the armrest. The hall immediately fell silent. Without a sound, the heavenly emperor spoke. "Grand General," he hurriedly replied. "Present, General." The heavenly emperor stood up and said, "After dealing with the demon saints, dispatch heavenly soldiers and generals to descend to the mortal realm and eliminate the mortal world. If those two mortals can stop the heavenly soldiers and generals, then I can follow his wishes."
He paused for a moment, then beckoned and said, "If they can't stop them, then they will enter reincarnation with the mortal realm." The Grand General and his subordinates quickly knelt down and saluted. "We obey. We obey your Majesty's decree."
The heavenly emperor suddenly asked another question. "As for the conditions of the Buddhist sect, what do you think?"
Everyone in the heavenly court fell silent once more.
On the mortal realm side, at the bitter cultivation to immortality mountain, since learning that the immortals were eyeing him, Hanju hid even deeper within his cave abode, inside the system's formation, wholeheartedly cultivating, and no longer going out. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye.
At this moment the system sent a notification. "Detected that you are 900 years old. Life has advanced another step. You have 2 choices. 1. Immediately ascend and become a true god. You can receive a supreme treasure. 2. Temporarily do not ascend, stay in the mortal realm. You can receive a random heaven and earth treasure."
Hanju replied, "Same as always. System recorded that you chose to temporarily not ascend, receiving a random heaven and earth treasure." The system immediately sent over a crystal ball and a congratulatory message. "Congratulations, you have received 9 heavens, Milky Way water." The system displayed additional information. 9 heavens Milky Way water, a type of heavenly water that can promote the generation of immortal Q, can absorb heaven and earth spiritual Q, and constantly regenerate. 9 heavens Milky Way water. 1 sip can heal physical injuries, 1 bowl can heal Yuan Shen injuries. Hanju marveled. It can heal injuries, and can also promote the generation of immortal Qi.
He brought his face close to the crystal ball. "It's really big. The water source seems to be endless." Hanju's eyes widened due to the very transparent lens, like a mirror. Live. Moreover, it's floating. It probably won't take up any land. I'll just put it here.
A second later, the crystal ball immediately zoomed in, revealing Hanju's nostril hairs.
He put on his trademark sect expression, playfully asking, 9 heavens Milky Way water magic mirror, who is the most devoted cultivator in the world?"
Hanju looked at his reflection in the ball and smiled, saying, "You have good eyes. Of course it's me. No one loves bitter cultivation more than I do." He sighed. Been grinding away for so many years, but still no reaction from the heavenly court. Are they still dealing with that demon saint business or what? Hanju pondered. If I were a god, seeing a mortal hopping around like this, I'd definitely off him ASAP, or at least send a squad of celestial soldiers to take care of him. Wouldn't even make a dent in the demon saint fight. He speculated. Maybe messing with the heavenly rules costs a certain price? Hanju looked up at the light filtering into his cave, continuing his assessment. Can't rule out that possibility, The power gap between the heavenly realm and the mortal realm is just too massive. They probably can't be bothered. Like some Lianqi kid shouting about stopping a sect purge. He nodded. Doesn't sound wrong. If I were in their shoes, I'd probably just laugh it off. Wouldn't bother killing him directly. Hanju gazed into the distance. Anyway, no matter what, at least I have time for now. Gotta seize the moment and try my hardest to get stronger. Hanju turned to leave the Nine Heavens Galaxy water. Time to start cultivating my second group, and might as well check out the old haunts. And so, Hanju missed the change in the Nine Heavens Galaxy water as a figure appeared within it, sitting in cultivation. Inside the Sword Dao Long River, a small tremor suddenly occurred. Zheng Guxing, standing within it, turned his head back. Once you become an immortal, don't hang around this mortal realm's Sword Dao Long River. They don't accept loose immortals like you over there. He was saying that, but he suddenly paused. Wait, Zheng Guxing shouted at Hanju's face. Earth Immortal Realm? How is that possible? Hanju said confidently. This is 900 years of hard cultivation. Just then, the system popped up a notification. Zheng Guxing's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability is 4 stars. Hanju was internally excited. 4 stars already? Can I develop it into a Dao companion later? No, why am I being influenced by Ji Shen? Is there something wrong with that guy? Still, same old saying. Everything depends on strength. In the end, you gotta use your fists to talk. Zheng Guxing patted Hanju's shoulder. Kid, your breakthrough is crazy fast. Does the mortal realm even have immortal chi? Hanju nodded. Yeah, stumbled upon a lucky chance, not short on resources. Senior, how's my cultivation speed right now? Would it attract the attention of the heavenly court? Zheng Guxing loudly exclaimed. It's not just attracting the heavenly court. Even the Buddhist sect and divine palace would be drooling. Then he asked, Hanju, are you really planning to go up against the heavenly soldiers with this? That would be a pity. Hanju shrugged. What other choice do I have? He turned his back to Zheng Guxing. I have no backing, and I want to protect the people around me. I can only grit my teeth. Even if I bite them to pieces, I have to swallow it all down. Zheng Guxing hesitated. This matter reminded him of what someone once said. Go back. The divine palace has never truly given up on you. Zheng Guxing nodded, saying, also makes a lot of sense. Hanju listened carefully for any movements behind him. He scrunched up his face. My teeth are gonna fall out. Seriously, old bro, you really don't have a big background? I've practically got genius written all over my face, and they still won't try to rope me in? Gritting my teeth, almost biting them to bits here? After wandering around for a long time with no reaction, Hanju was disappointed. Guess I'll go back.